What's up guys, Chaos Shinobi here. This is What If Naruto is a Wolf Sage. Summary: the night the Nine Tails was sealed changed everything and a new pair of tailed beasts were born. Strong and smart Naruto. Naruto will be able to summon wolves and have Wolf Sage mode. Chapter 1, Prologue. October 10th is a day that shall always be remembered to the citizens of the Leaf as a disaster. As this night will be remembered as the night the Kyuubi, also known as the Nine-Tailed Fox, nearly destroyed the Hidden Leaf. Many brave souls in the way of Shinobi and Kunoichi this night would put their lives on the line to protect not only the Leaf but those important to them. One such Shinobi was standing atop the Hokage monument now. As he took in the sight of all that was happening, he thought to himself that he would much rather be with his wife right now, who was recuperating from not only giving birth to quadruplets but also having the nine tails released from her body due to the seal being weakened from her giving birth. This however was something that couldn't be avoided. Minato Namikaze knew what he would need to do to save everyone he could, but he would have to give up his own life to do so. In the end it was a choice he was more than willing to make, but he feared for his children whom he would have to seal the beast inside of. He knew it would be hard for them growing up, but he hoped that the village would see them as heroes, but fate seemed to be on his side, if not in a twisted sort of way, as he made the necessary hand seals to perform the Reaper Death Seal. When the Shinigami appeared in its ghostly form, he knew that it was too late to turn back, but what made his skin crawl was not the fact that he was about to die. No, for when he summoned him the Shinigami spoke. "You are the luckiest mortal who will ever use this jutsu. For this one time only, since you have helped to father the Chosen One, I will not take your life, but if you use this seal a second time, I will collect your soul without a second thought or a shred of remorse. No, for the payment this time I will collect a different currency from you." The ghostly form said as Minato sealed the fox into his 4 children, the yin and yang of the beast into his 2 daughters, the soul into his second son, and the excess chakra that was still running amok into his eldest son, using the 8-sign seal, which would have a profound impact later on for the eldest son of the Hokage, for at this very same time someone else in the Leaf was also sealing the excess chakra they could siphon from said fox into another newborn child whose fate would intertwine with that of the eldest child. After this warning, Minato rushed to find his wife, fearing for her life at the words of the Shinigami, but when he found her she was alive and well, which gave him great relief. With the disaster averted for the most part, now the village turned its focus to healing the wounded and finding the bodies of the dead. "Everyone had better not be slacking, you hear me? If I even think you're not giving it everything, I'll drive you through a wall," roared a beautiful blonde woman as she walked through the hospital. Said woman being one Tsunade Senju, one of the legendary Sannin, as she stormed into the hospital after checking on the Uzumaki Namikaze family. Glancing around and noticing the lack of attention directed at her due to the craziness of the whole situation, Tsunade turned her right-hand woman, assistant, and student. "What's the situation looking like so far, Shizune?" she roared, not seeing said women anywhere. "Tsunade-sama. The injured have been reduced by half thanks to the field staff dealing with situations outside of the hospital that weren't severe enough to warrant admission. From the number of patients and medics, I'd estimate that we're just about finished treating the ones who have been admitted, and I haven't seen more than 7 patients be admitted in the past hour. I think most of the shinobi and villagers who were injured have been taken care of," replied a pretty yet exhausted woman with raven-color hair, now known as Shizune. Releasing a relieved sigh that she had been holding, Tsunade voiced her relief now that the situation was under control. "Phew, that's good. I feared that there would have been many more injured and dead than there were. Thank goodness. That means that all the injured are accounted for, meaning that the village got out in extremely good shape when you look at other villages who were attacked by Bijou." Sharing a sigh of relief with her mentor, Shizune remembered the 2 who were in the middle of the attack. "Tsunade-sama. You said that all the injured were accounted for, right? What about Kushina-sama and Minato-sama?" shouted a worried Shizune, having momentarily forgotten about her village's leader and his wife. "Relax, they're safe. Minato had a severe case of chakra exhaustion, but he'll be alright knowing him. Kushina, other than the typical signs of having just given birth, is completely fine as well, thanks mainly in part to her Uzumaki longevity. Even after having the Kyuubi forced out of her, she's still alive and is going to make a full recovery. She'll be up and about in a few hours." "Look, I'll even make a bet with you about it, I'm so sure," Tsunade confidently replied, so confident that she offered to make a bet with Shizune about it, which given her nickname as the legendary sucker was no small statement. The 2 shared a relieved and happy laugh as the danger that had threatened the whole village was finally past. That is, until Tsunade realized that Shizune was also laughing at her mentor's extremely notorious bad luck and chased her around the hospital wing, her fists waving threateningly in her anime style, while the other occupants and staff of the hospital laughed in good humor at the antics of the 2. Until a young nurse came running up to the duo and told Tsunade what had just happened in another wing of the hospital and handed her a chart before heading back off to take care of her duties. Shizune had overheard what had been said and had her hands over her mouth as she looked at her mentor, whose face was both angry and sad at the same time. As Tsunade looked up from the chart, she looked off into the middle distance as the question that was on her mind came from the lips of her student. "How do we break the news to her?" Shizune asked, as she knew that it wouldn't go over well with who was going to be receiving the news. After waiting for a response for almost a minute, she asked a second time, "What do we do, Tsunade-sama?" She looked to the other women for the answer, only for her to reply with "I don't know." Back at the Uzumaki Namikaze estate, Minato, "Are you sure that you're alright? You used the freaking Reaper death seal but somehow you didn't lose your soul like what was supposed to happen. Don't you find that this is just a bit too strange?" A tall man, with a spiky white hair that reached his mid-back and red paint markings on his face, worriedly asked his former student, now Hokage. This man was Jirai, also one of the legendary Sannin and mentor to Minato. "Sensei, I told you I'm fine. Look, I can do everything without any problems. I need to go see Kushi-chan and my kids, so please don't worry, everything is fine," Minato replied, creating his fabled Rasengan just to emphasize the point he was trying to make to his mentor. With a sigh, Jirai relented. Putting a hand on his student's shoulder, he congratulated him not only for his defeating of the Kyubey but also the beginning of his family. "I'm proud of you, Minato. You've come so far even without my help. I couldn't have asked for a better student in all my life," Jiraiya said, pride filling in his voice as he walked with Minato towards the room set up specifically for his children. Opening the door quietly, they found what they were looking for. Kushina, with her arms full of their 4 children. Wordlessly walking towards her and sitting down, he wrapped her and their children in a loving embrace. "They're beautiful, Kushi-chan," Minato said. Just before he could relax, there was a knock at the front door, which Jiraiya informed Minato about. Rising from his place, he went to see who it could be due to all that had been happening. When he and Jiraiya reached the door, they found Tsunade and Shizune at the door, with Shizune carrying a newborn in her arms. Both women had a less than pleased look on their faces. "May we come in?" Tsunade asked, to which Minato gestured for them to enter, after which both women turned to them as Minato turned to face them once the door was closed. Minato couldn't help but wonder what had happened to make them come here at this hour and whose child was sleeping in the raven-haired girl's arms. Jiraiya found it just as strange but knew better than to get on Tsunade's bad side and kept his mouth shut. As they both look at Tsunade, "We need to talk to you, all of you," indicating Kushina as well needed to be part of the coming conversation. Leading them to the room where his wife and kids were entering, Tsunade couldn't help but fawn at her god kids who were just the cutest. To which Kushina smiled at her until she looked to Shizune and saw the newborn in her arms. "Shizune, who's your passenger?" she asked, somewhat confused at the sleeping child. At this, Tsunade was snapped back to the whole reason that the two of them had brought the child with them here. She smiled sadly and looked Kushina in the eyes before she said, "This is Umako's son," Tsunade said as Shizune passed him to Minato for the both of them to see, which Kushina and Minato both smiled at the young babe as he slept soundly. "Oh, he is so cute, she must be so happy," Kushina said, then paused as she wondered why they had brought the baby here when she would have seen him when. She looked around and then at Tsunade. "Where is Umako and why is he not with her?" she asked, a slight bit of confusion and worry in her voice. When both women looked away and didn't say anything, Kushina stiffened as shock then sadness came over her as she looked at the baby and back at them with tears forming in her eyes. She didn't want it to be true with all of her heart, she wanted it to be a bad joke, but the look on Tsunade's face said it wasn't. "How?" The question was quiet but was so cold that a chill ran down the two women's spines. "Shortly after she gave birth, they tried to bring her back but," Shizune said, leaving the last part off, didn't lessen the sadness that Kushina felt at the loss of her sister. Looking back at the baby who was her nephew, her new son, knowing full well that if they didn't adopt the boy as a full member of the family he would be used by the council in ways she didn't want to think of. As she looked at him, he stirred in Minato's arms for a moment only to fall back to sleep. She couldn't help but to smile a bit. Jiraiya put a hand on Minato's shoulder as he spoke. "I'm so sorry both of you for your loss." The mentor's words did little to make the situation any better, but both of the newfound parents took some small measure of comfort in his word. While he had only met her a handful of times in the past and known her for a short time while she lived with them in the village, Minato had liked Umiko and thought of her as family in every sense of the word. In fact, when she had come back to the village after moving to a small village with her husband after his later death, which prompted her return, it was Minato who had told her she always had a place in the family estate they lived in and that she didn't need to even ask. "We know that this is not the best time to ask, but..." "Yes." Kushina spoke before Tsunade could even finish her question. "We will adopt him and raise him as ours. It is what my sister would have wanted," Kushina said, taking the boy from Minato to add to her already full arms. Looking at the two women, "What's his name?" she asked. Tsunade blinked for a second, caught off guard by the sudden answer that she was given before she regained focus, and replied, "She died before she could name him," Tsunade said, at which Kushina felt tears slide down her cheeks at the thought that her sister never got to even hold her son, let alone name him. But this little one who managed to make it by the grace of Kami needed a name and a family. She would be damned if she let her sister down by not giving this boy a home and all the love she would have if she were here. She knew without a doubt in her mind that if the situation had been reversed, Umiko would have taken Naruto, Menma, Mito, and Narumi, adopted them and raised them as her very own and given them all the love she had to give. It saddened her that her family had lost a member, but seeing that little baby boy in her arms brought her joy as well. She may have lost one member of the family, but she gained a new one. "Well, we can't have that now, can we?" Kushina mused, looking down at hers and Minato's little bundles of joy. The room turned from somewhat somber back to happy as they all thought of what would be a good name for the boy. Minato put forward the idea of Itsuma but was shot down by Kushina. Jiraiya's idea Yuto was vetoed as well. Other names were put forth when finally, Kushina looked up from the boy. "How about Koga?" she asked as the room went silent for a minute, and then Tsunade spoke up saying, "I like it." Smiling down at her new son, she stroked the side of his cheek. She saw him smile and knew she had named him well. Shortly after, the two Sanin and Shizune left, leaving the two alone with their children. Sinking into her husband's embrace, Kushina sniffled a bit before expressing her sincere thanks to whatever entity that allowed her family to stay together for the most part, through what seemed like impossible odds. Even though she was saddened by her sister's death, she was just as grateful for her husband and children surviving. "Mina-kun, we're together. We're all together. You didn't have your soul taken, and I survived having the QB removed from my body. We're going to be able to watch our children grow up and they'll have a family to love and take care of them," Kushina whispered as she sobbed quietly while shaking a little. The all too real possibility that she could have lost her husband and her life, leaving her children alone in the world with no one to care for them, taking a toll on her. Nuzzling his wife and holding her closer, Minato reassured her that nothing would ever threaten to tear about their family again. All through the night, parents and children stayed together until sleep took them, as the mental and emotional exhaustion that the two had accumulated had finally reached its peak. Looking down upon the scene before him, the Shinigami knew that what he was going to do would change everything for the family, but a bargain was struck and the debt must be paid. "Sleep well, child, for the price that replaced your father's soul will greatly affect you. As the child of prophecy, and the child who will change the world, you will be without the love of the ones who should love you the most. That is the exchange that I had made in place of your father's soul. You will be without love, but you will be the one who will defy all obstacles that will stand in your way. As you will forge a path that will change the world, remember this one thing: do not give in to the hatred that will undoubtedly plague your heart in the future to come, for you must rise above it." What the Shinigami did not know was that to balance the scales, his sister Kami made a few changes to his plan, as she knew that if his plan were to succeed, it would not only destroy a family but lead the child of prophecy to not only forsake everything he was supposed to protect, but it could very well lead to him destroying everything and bring about the end of the world. Time skip 8 years. As time passed, it seemed that things would go mostly the way the Shinigami had said they would, as the scene that was being looked down upon by a silent observer made him somewhat saddened, as in the private training area of the Uzumaki estate 4 young children were being trained on the art of chakra control by both Kushina and Minato, as 4 young kids tried to walk up a tree using only chakra and nothing else. Falling to the ground for the 3rd time that training session, Menma complained, "Kachan. Tosan. Can't we learn any cool jutsu yet?" Which was responded to with a patient-toned response of, "When you have better chakra control, then we move on to a jutsu or two, but first learn the basics." From Minato, Kushina, who was standing next to her husband, commented on Menma's complaint with good chakra control is the key to being able to do all kinds of things in the way of jutsu. "I've told you before that when I was young, I had a lot of chakra but no control, so I couldn't do much in the way of jutsu and it made it hard for me to learn things. This is why it is important to practice good chakra control so that you won't end up like I used to be back when I was young." While she knew the boy wouldn't like her answer to his complaint, he wouldn't argue with her either, due to the fact he knew that she wouldn't hesitate to get her point across by knocking some sense into him. Koga Uzumaki Namikaze had seemed to get the understanding of it better, but only by a small margin. Born the same night as the other Uzumaki Namikaze siblings, he favored Kushina in hair color, as his hair was a vermilion red, but he had a mix of his parents' looks. His eyes were just like Umiko's, a clear bright aquamarine with a slight green tint, while she would guess that he had his father's jawline. He had on a black t-shirt with the Uzumaki crest on the front and tan cargo shorts. As the 4 siblings tried, fell and tried again, one would think that it was a happy family moment of the whole family. But one member was absent from the scene that would have been seen as normal. When everyone was headed inside, Kushina and Minato had looked at each other, as they knew one member of the family was sadly missing. As they turned and headed in, Koga had stayed outside for a minute, looking up, He saw Naruto, who had been watching from a tree, and gave his brother a gesture to come inside and try to spend time with the rest of the family, but Naruto shook his head as he stood on the branch and hoped down to the street side of the wall. While Koga and Naruto got on well, the rest of the siblings didn't. Menma seemed to almost hate his brother, but before they turned 6, he would always be trying to act like Naruto. Now it seemed like the boy just wanted to be rid of him. The two sisters seemed to avoid Naruto as if he were a stranger to them, but much like Menma, they too had a better relationship with the young boy when they were younger. As for his parents, they tried to include Naruto and even tried to be close to the boy, but every time they tried or would go to ask him to join them for practice, they would feel a sense of overwhelming dread take hold of them, like the world would end if they even went near Naruto, and would chicken out, or they would look for him and find the boy would just be gone. He would come home late and head out early. It was as if he were avoiding them, which in all fairness could have been seen as true. 1.5 years back, the two of them had yelled at him for trying to do the water walking exercise without supervision, and it had gone a bit too far when they had said some things that no parent should say to their child. Now that they looked back, both of them wished they could take back what they had said and how they acted, but knew the only thing they could do now was be better and show him they loved him. Naruto walked the streets of the village, mostly ignored by the majority of the people who lived there. Only about a dozen people maybe seemed to even notice the boy and didn't act like his family did. One such pair of people were Hana and Tsume Inuzaka. Along with their partners, the two women were nice to the boy and would let him and Koga come over to play with the Ninken when they were free. The pair had met the boys one day after Naruto had run out of the house due to Menma telling him that he should get lost. Followed by Koga, who wanted to try and fix the problem that had been going on for a while now between his two brothers. The boys, having not looked where they were going, found themselves in the Inuzaka kennel face to muzzle with Kuromaru and the Heimaru triplets. When mother and daughter ran to see what the commotion in the kennel was, they found the two boys being licked to death by the Ninken, who had taken an instant liking to them, which was a rare sight to see for the two women. After that, Naruto and Koga had played with the dogs till they were worn out. The picture that Tsume had taken of the two boys napping along with the 4 Ninken in a pile made her squeal with delight, as her female genetics that seemed to make women think things are cute kicked in and ran to get Hana, who had the same reaction as her mom did. After which they took the two boys back home and showed Kushina the photo of the boys and Ninken napping together, which caused her to squeal just like the two Inuzakas had. After that, the two women would stop Naruto when they saw him and ask how he was doing, among other things. Alongside the two of them were the Ikarikas, who owned the ramen stand that Naruto liked, but then again everyone in the family liked their ramen. Mikado Uchiha, Kushina's friend and aunt of a sort to the 5 kids, along with Yuga Uzuki, a member of the Anbu who was like a big sister figure to him, and Koga, both Might Guy, who while he was friendly enough and even helped Naruto with his taijutsu, sometimes Lee and Koga would join them now and then. He was just a bit too enthusiastic for him at times. Izumi Uchiha, who was nice and had encouraged him to try and do his best and never give up. This had helped more than she would ever know. Naruto saw her as another sister figure, but one he could tease about how she needed to talk to Itachi Uchiha and tell him how she felt, or she would lose him to someone else. This of course made her threaten that she would steal all the ramen in the village and burn it, which would make Naruto beg her not to do such a horrible thing. Shino Aburame, who had asked the boy if he would go bug hunting in the woods outside the village with him from time to time, which they both enjoyed. Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi, who were both nice to him and even tried to be friendly, but when Menma would come around he would leave telling them he had to go. And last but not least in the list of persons who knew the young blonde was one Anko Mitarashi, who loved to both tease and prank the boy and would chase him / be chased by him around the village, as well as be pranked in return by the young boy. This had been the normal for a few years now. While things at home were not getting better, in fact they seemed to be getting worse, Naruto would keep to himself mostly or go train with Koga, who was the only member of the family that didn't have a problem with getting close to his brother but was trying to get everything back to how things used to be before they turned 5. If not training with his brother, he would just be scarce in general, going to the training spot that the two boys had found that was secluded from most of the village. It was also a great spot to skip rocks and just go when he wanted to be by himself. He never spoke up much or gave his opinion on things when they would go for family outings and or go out to eat. He figured it would just be a chance for someone to get mad at him, so he kept quiet. But what the family didn't know was that Naruto had a secret sibling who was sealed inside him. What his father hadn't realized was when he had sealed the fox's excess chakra inside Naruto, the sealing method he had used had mixed the chakra with some of his son's own chakra and also taken a small amount of chakra from a passing by dire wolf that had gotten too close. The 3 chakras that had been sealed inside him merged to make a whole new tailed beast, which Naruto met the night his parent had punished him for trying to water walk by himself. Looking back on the memory of how he met the wolf pup who shared his mind, he couldn't help but wonder if what he had planned to do tonight was the right thing. Flashback 1.5 years. Naruto awoke to find himself in a forest of trees that looked like they went on and on. The trees themselves being a light brown color with green leaves that were too high up to reach unless he tree walked, and even then, It looked like he would have a bit of a walk before he got to the lowest branch. Naruto wondered how had he gotten here. Last thing he remembered was crying in the corner of his room. Just to make sure this wasn't a dream, he pinched himself and felt it with a small ouch. He knew it was real. This made Naruto try and think how could he have gotten here, as he thought he heard a sound that drew his attention away from his thoughts. It almost sounded like someone crying, and being the curious child that he was, went to see where it was coming from. After a few minutes of searching, he found the source of the sound and couldn't believe it. In a small clearing, a lone wolf pup lay curled up in a ball, whimpering. With slow steady movements as to not startle the pup, he moved closer till he reached out a hand and tried to comfort the small pup. When his hand met fur, the wolf's head snapped up as he jumped back, only to find the boy he was sealed inside of crouched near him with his hands stretched out. The small ash-gray wolf stared at him for a second before he spoke. "Why you here?" the pup said, those short sobs. Naruto blinked several times before almost jumping a whole foot back. "Why you just talked?" the blond boy stated, which earned him an eye roll from the wolf as he stared at him. "Of course, I can talk, you act like it's a big deal," the pup said with a bit of irritation in his voice. "Kuromaru talks and yet you don't find that strange." Stunned for a brief moment by that fact and for the fact that he had now met two animals that could talk, Naruto looked the young wolf pup up and down before asking, "Who are you and why were you crying just now?" The young wolf looked at him like he had stupid written on his face in big bold letters. "I am alone. Why else do you think? I have been here all by myself with no one else around." "How long have you been here?" Naruto asked. "Ever since your father sealed the chakra of the nine tails in you. I also have all the fox's memories up till the portion of excess chakra was sealed inside you, but what your father didn't know was that when he sealed the chakra inside you, it took a small amount of your own chakra and some of that of a passing by wolf that got too close. When it all was mixed together inside the seal, I was born," the pup said as he sat next to Naruto. "So, what you're saying is that you're the son of the Kyuubi?" Naruto asked, eyes wide at the statement that the wolf pup just made a moment ago. "Kind of, but when I woke up, I was here, and no matter how much I looked, no one was here with me. I have been alone from day one," the young pup said, making Naruto's heart ache for him as he was able to relate in a small way to the wolf. "What's your name?" Naruto asked the wolf pup, only for it to shoot him a glare. "Are you trying to be funny? I don't have a name. Did you not just hear me say I have been here all by my lonesome since day one with no one to give me a name?" the wolf said, a bit of heat in his voice. "Well, how about I give you one?" Naruto said, making the wolf blink at him with a stunned look on his face. "Why, you would really do that?" he asked, as if it were unheard of, all trace of heat gone from his voice. "Of course, I would. Everyone deserves to have a name." Naruto paused for just a moment. "Plus I know what it's like to be alone too," he finished as he stroked the fur of the pup next to him. Snorting, the pup turned his head away from the boy. "How would you know what it's like to be alone? You have a family," the wolf said with a bitter tone to his voice. When the wolf looked back at Naruto, he saw a gray cloud had formed over Naruto's head like it was about to rain, which made the wolf blink just to make sure it wasn't imagining things. The boy's head low and looking down at his feet as he spoke. "They don't see me like that. They avoid me like I'm a stranger or treat me like I am not worth their time." He looked away from the wolf and muttered, "Some family. What about your one brother who trains with you and spends time with you?" the pup questioned. "Koga is the only one who seems to treat me like family and even tries to get the others to do things with me or even asks my opinion most of the time, though it just ends with my telling him that it isn't worth the time to ask me and they end up arguing, or my parents telling us to behave," the young boy remarked. "He also says that I should try to find a way to fix things with everyone, but every time I try it ends up going bad and I just feel worse afterwards." "Do you hate them?" the young wolf asked. "No, I don't hate them. In fact, I love them, all of them. I just wish that they would see me as family too," Naruto replied before perking up. "Now then, about that name, let's see how yes, that sounds about right," he said, doing a 180 on topic and mood. To the wolf's confusion, the small cloud that had formed over the boy vanished as fast as it had come, like it was never there. The newly named pup repeated, trying it out. "Yup, it means happiness. Also it's a prayer that one day you and I will find happiness and love." The boy beamed at the small pup. Looked up at the boy and then smiled at him with tears in his eyes. "Thank you for giving me a name," he said. And flashback. The memory brought on a mix of emotions, some sad, some happy. He knew that whatever happened from now on, he had someone who would be with him even when he felt alone. As thoughts passed through his mind about what he was about to do, his family made him a bit apprehensive. I mean, it was one thing to go to his and Koga's special training spot, but to do what he was about to do would make any sane person think twice. At that moment he heard Ko's voice echo in his mind. "You should try talking to them, maybe even tell them about me. It might make a difference, you know," the wolf Bijou said as his presence could be felt in Naruto's mind. "I don't think it will make a difference. Besides, who would believe me anyway?" he responded mentally to his tenant's suggestion. "I still think you should leave a note at least to let them know where you're going," Ko countered. "Plus if you want them to believe you, all you have to do is channel my chakra, he said, referring to the fact that in secret Naruto had been learning to control the chakra cloak that the young tailed beast's presence inside his body granted him access to. The chakra that was produced by the cloak, unlike the fox's, was a viridian green color, and while it was not as corrosive as the fox's, it still hurt like heck. All that would do is make them ask too many questions and they would get mad at me for not telling them. Naruto replied, "Besides bro, with what we are about to do it's best that we just go." The young boy finished, having stopped along the way to pick up the pack that he had stashed at his and Koga's favorite training spot as he headed for his destination. "I still don't like this plan of yours. It's called the Forest of Death for a reason. You know most sane people try to avoid going in there." Ko commented on their destination. "Look bro, we're going in, that is that." Naruto replied with a tone that told his adoptive brother that his mind was set and there was no changing it. "You're nuts. Seriously, you have to be the craziest person I will ever meet." The young Bijou shot back at the blonde boy. "It's who I am and there is no changing it, you should know that by now," came the blonde Jinchuriki's answer. "That's what I am afraid of," Ko said as he was in no better way to say it, dragged along for the ride. Naruto just gave a mental laugh as he continued straight for his destination. Unbeknownst to the two, several blurs were following while trying to stay hidden. As it turned out, Ko had grown a lot in the time that the two had met, which led them to believe that through the seal, he was absorbing chakra, which led to the idea that as the boy continued to grow, so would his tenant, who already had 3 tails. This was not life-threatening as for the fact that the boy had huge chakra reserves, not only due to the fact of being an Uzumaki but also being the son of a Jinchuriki as well. What they believed would happen was that Ko would continue to absorb chakra till he reached the level of the 9 tails, or that is what they thought would happen. To be honest, they really didn't know one way or the other. When he reached his destination, he stopped for a minute as he looked up at the gates that surrounded the ominous training ground 44, otherwise known to many as the Forest of Death. The name was only a name after all, but that still didn't mean it was safe. Far from it. In fact, that was why he had picked it, for where he would go to train in seclusion, where he would hopefully find what he needed to get his family to acknowledge him as a member of their family. "I still think this is a horrible idea," Ko said as the training ground loomed in front of them. "Ko, are you a wolf or a mouse?" Naruto questioned the Bijou. "The only thing we will have to worry about is Onko, who supposedly live here. Otherwise, the animals most likely will leave us alone because they can sense your chakra," Naruto said, as prepared to go into the deadly forest. "That doesn't mean that a few of them won't think twice about trying to make us their meal, and I for one plan on living well past the point of getting my 9th tail. Thank you very much," the wolf Bijou responded. As this was going on, the 4 blurs had gotten close enough that both boy and beast could feel their signatures. "Anbu, 4 of them, and one is Nico One-chan," Naruto surmised as he sensed them drew near. "You mean that pretty Anbu girl with the cat mask?" Ko perked up as Naruto shot a mental glare at his surrogate brother. "Now is not the time or the place, Ko," Naruto replied. As the 4 shadows who had been following him for a bit now landed behind him, one stepped forward. Her hair was purple and long while she wore a white cat mask with red lines on it. "Naruto, what are you doing here? It's late, and why come here of all places?" the masked woman asked as she was puzzled by the youth's actions. "I'm sorry One-chan, but I need to be away from the village and my family for a while," he said, not looking back. Yugao was a little shocked to say the least. She knew both of his parents and knew about how things had been going at home, as well as how most of the village just ignored her favorite blonde, but she didn't think it was this bad. "Naruto, please listen to me," she pleaded. "Whatever is going on at home, you can talk to me about it. But right now, let's get you home." The blonde's eye glistened with tears at the mention of that word, home. "I wish that place did feel like home, much to the confusion of Yugao's team. But I'm not wanted or even needed there, since no one but Koga will even come near me." Yugao's eyes went wide at his statement. "Please don't say things like that, Naruto. Your family loves you." He turned to look at her and gave her a sad smile and brought his hands up to make a hand sign. "Sorry Ne-chan," he said, "but this is something that I have to do." "Shadow clone jutsu," he called. To the surprise of all those standing there, in 9 plumes of smoke appeared 9 identical copies of Naruto. "And Nani? Shadow clones, but he's not even part of the academy yet," were the responses coming from her team. Naruto rubbed the back of his head as he gave a bashful smile. "Yeah, me and Koga kinda broke into the vault where the forbidden scroll of sealing is kept and copied the directions for the jutsu," he said with a chuckle before looking back to Yugao. "Tell mom and dad I don't hate them or Menma, Narumi, Mito, and Koga. Tell them despite everything that has happened I still love them all." He paused and looked down and tell Koga, "I'm sorry." With that said, he did a chakra-infused jump with a lazy backflip that carried him over the fence and into the forest, while his clones followed suit and bolted off into the forest. "Shit, this is worse than bad. What do we do, Nico?" one of the members of the group questioned as said Onbu member bit back a curse. She was well versed with the shadow clone jutsu and its uses, one of which was the ability to throw off pursuers by getting them to chase clones rather than the target you were after. Turning to the other members of her team, she snapped orders at them. Go get another team and Anko, she will know this place the best and be able to guide you through some of the more dangerous parts, she said to one member and looked at the other two. Go in after him. If you find you're following a decoy, double back and pick up another trail. The two members looked at each other like she was out of her mind. Feeling a large amount of killing intent directed at them, turning their heads slowly back to the source of said hostility. Nico's killer intent seemed to take the form of a giant cat ready to pounce on its prey. The two men also swore her eyes had turned red in that instant. If you two want to live past tonight, get in there and start following him, or I will cut your legs off at the knees and leave you for the predators of the forest to feast on, she said coldly. But where are you going? One of the two men asked as Yugao's eyes narrowed. To tell the Hokage, she responded. Now get moving. The two men with great hesitation took off into the forest, as Yugao turned about and ran full speed straight to the home of the Hokage to tell him the bad news. XXXX. Kushina Uzumaki was in the kitchen making dinner for the family with Mito helping her. As her thoughts went from one thing to the next, they came to one subject in particular. She remembered her oldest son as a sad expression crossed her face as she started to think about how much the family had been neglecting him. She even recalled how she and Minato had yelled at him after catching trying to do water walking and advanced chakra exercise. The words that she and her husband had said to him along with the tone they had used surely made her feel horrible. When she looked back on that day, she knew they had undoubtedly frightened the boy and made him feel hurt and confused. It was only after the event and she took a minute that she realized what they had done and recalled the look of fear and terror that had been on the young boy's face. Afterwards she went to go apologize. When she entered his room that night, what she saw made her regret every word she had said to the boy. Flashback. 1.5 years Naruto's room. Kushina walked up to the door to her eldest son's bedroom and turned the knob slowly, before opening the door. When she walked in, she noticed Naruto's bed was empty and began to panic, thinking the worst till she saw the mop of blonde hair on the other side of the room. Walking over to him, she froze when she saw the boy curled up in the corner of his room, legs tucked in tight to his chest with his arms wrapped around them like he was expecting to be hit by someone. Naruto, Kushina said quietly as she carefully walked forward and knelt down next to the boy. Naruto. She tried again as she reached out a hand and put it on the boy's shoulder, only to get no immediate reaction from him. See that her son was fast asleep, she walked to the bed and pulled the covers back. After which she knelt back down near the little boy and gingerly lifted him into her arms so as not to startle him awake. Laying him down gently on the bed, she removed his shoes and pulled the covers up over the boy. When she saw the tear stains on his cheeks, she felt disgusted with herself and Minato for treating the boy the way they had that afternoon and wished she had come to apologize sooner. Sitting lightly on the edge of the boy's bed, she lightly stroked the side of his face. I'm sorry, Naruto, she said, still keeping her voice quiet so as not to wake him. Your father and I didn't mean to overreact the way we did. We just... She shook her head at what she was about to say and looked back at the boy. No, there is no excuse for what we did, but please know that no matter what we still love you and care about you just like we do the others, and that we would never let anything happen to you. She leaned down to kiss his forehead ever so lightly and looked down at the boy with an expression only a parent could make to show their love for their child. I will talk to your father and we will try to be there for you more, especially me. She stood up and a lone tear ran down her cheek as she lightly brushed a stray bang of Naruto's from out of his face and a sad smile formed on hers. Good night, my little maelstrom, she said, I will always love you. With that she left the room, shutting the door quietly as to not wake her sleeping son. Flashback end. From that day on, Kushina tried to get closer to her son and be there for him, but just like before, that feeling of dread would come over her and she would wimp out to her everlasting shame. She had talked to Minato about what had happened and he agreed with her that what they had done was inexcusable and that they needed to make amends for how they acted. Once again though, when Minato tried to approach his eldest son, he felt the same fear that if he got close to his son things would go horribly wrong and he would walk away feeling defeated and like a failure as a father. Not only that, but the boy had become scarce and would seem to never be around. But as a mother she had resolved that the next time she approached her son she would not fail and would say what she had needed to say for some time. Her thoughts were disrupted when she heard her husband come in the front door and enter the kitchen. As he entered the room, he slumped into the chair he'd pulled out and sighed, muttering under his breath something about burning paperwork. Long day? Kushina asked, looking over her shoulder at Minato, who looked up at her with a tired expression on his face. I swear it seems like every day there is more and more paperwork, even with Sarutobi's help. Sometimes I think that the council tries to find ways to make more paperwork just so they can get some kind of sick pleasure out of it when they see my face. Trying to hide the fact that she was finding amusement at her husband's misfortune by turning her head back around, she got herself under control and told him to get the kids for dinner. As Kushina turned off the stove she moved to set the table. Just as she was finishing up, an urgent series of knocks at the front door were heard. Hokage-sama. Sensei. Open the door, shouted the voice of Kushina's student Yugao, and from the way it sounded it was urgent. Heading to the front door she was stopped by Minato. "Kushina, have you seen Naruto?" he asked. "I can't seem to find him. I checked all the rooms and none of the other kids seem to know where he is," Minato said, worry showing on his face. At this the rest of the kids entered the room only to wonder what was going on. "Sensei, open the damn door!" Yugao shouted again, knocking even louder. When she opened the door, Kushina saw her former student standing in the doorway. Dressed in her standard Onbu uniform, the look on her face spoke volumes. Whatever it was urgent and she was pissed. "Yugao? What's wrong?" she asked. "It's Naruto. The purple kunoichi," said, gaining the full attention of both parents and the kids. As a look of worry crossed both Minato's and Kushina's face, he went into training ground 44. The whole house was silent, as if time itself had stopped, only for the silence to broken by Kushina. "What?" Kushina's scream was so loud that the whole village heard it. Heck, the whole land of fire probably heard it. Her eyes widening in horror and fear for her son. "The forest of death. What is he even thinking going in there alone?" Minato questioned, now terrified for his son. "He felt that you didn't want him, and the best way to make everyone happy was to leave," Yugao said as her face showed angry and how worried she was. "But he said to tell you that even with all that has happened he still loves you all." This news shocked them all. Even Menma was surprised by what his brother had done. "You unwanted?" Kushina thought. "Naruto, you truly believe we didn't want you?" She was broken out of her thoughts when Yugao continued. "He also said to tell Koga he was sorry." This statement caused everyone in the room to look at the boy, who in turn held his hands up and stated that he had no idea about what his brother meant and that he had been trying to get Naruto to work things out with everyone else for some time. Yugao looked Kushina and Minato in the eyes before she asked the question. "Have either of you even talked to Naruto in the past few weeks or even paid any attention to what has been going on with him?" To say she was aggravated would be an understatement. Most of the village ignores him, while only a handful of people even acknowledge he even exists. And you, the people who are supposed to love him the most, seem to be too busy to even notice that he's hurting on the inside. Those words cut like a knife right through Kushina and Minato. Even though they were true, they had been keeping Naruto at arm's length when they should have gotten closer to the boy and tried to help. Kushina was about to respond when a hand was placed on her shoulder. When she looked at Minato, he shook his head before speaking. "We can place blame and feel sorry for ourselves later. Right now our son needs us more than ever," he said, looking at his wife. Looking to the rest of her children, her resolve found. She told them, "The four of you stay put, lock the doors and don't open them for anyone," Kushina said as she went to hers in Minato's room, coming back dressed in her Jonin ninja gear with her hair pulled back into a ponytail. She looked to Minato. "Let's go get our boy back." And with that said, the three of them ran off into the night to find Naruto. XXXX. Naruto was jumping from branch to branch as he traversed the tall trees of the infamous Forest of Death. Not much had happened so far, as his clones had done their job and drawn the attention of his tails, making it that much harder for them to track him. So far, he had yet to run into any of the creatures of the forest, much to his and Ko's relief. As he went deeper and deeper into the forest, he knew soon he would have to rest for the night. While the Uzumaki bloodline granted him large stamina reserves, he would have to rest some time. Naruto knew about his bloodline from studying scrolls on his clan's heritage in the family library and learned about his family's unique abilities and other useful facts. While he had wanted to learn them from his parents, the knowledge he had gained through study would serve him well. But all that knowledge would be useless to him if he exhausted himself to the point of collapse. This Ko chimed in on his thoughts. "We need to find a place to rest for the night. Even with your Uzumaki longevity, you will burn yourself out if you aren't careful." "I know that, but first I need to find a place to rest that is secure," Naruto stated. "Why not use one of the trees that will keep you away from predators and will allow us a high vantage point?" Ko responded, thinking it was a good idea. "No, that's way too obvious and will not help. We need to find somewhere that is hard to spot and can stand bad weather. I mean, we are going to be here for a while, so it only seems like a logical choice," Naruto countered. Heading deeper into the forest, he was hoping to find a cave that was hidden from view. While looking for a spot that he thought would be ideal, he was told to stop by Ko, who told him to turn back and head down to the forest floor. When he got to the spot his adoptive brother had mentioned, he saw an opening in the side of a small hill. It looked almost like a crescent moon but seemed like it was a dead end and was too easy to spot. But when he was about to leave, Ko told him to take a better look and that he would help. When Naruto looked again, this time Ko enhanced the boy's eyes as they changed to a lupine yellow, and Naruto saw what his friend was talking about. It was dark enough that when one looked at the hole it would look small and cramped, but with his enhanced vision, he saw that there was a small passage at the back which was hidden by the cave's layout. Following the passage, he found himself in a much bigger cave that led to what looked to be some kind of mural depicting wolves and what looked to be ninja fighting side by side in battle. This reminded Naruto of the Inuzaka and their Ninken, but what he saw led him to think differently due to the depiction of a set of hand signs that Naruto thought he recognized as the summoning technique. Deeper in, he found a lone scroll that sat on a stone pedestal of sorts. Taking the scroll, he opened it and found that it was not just any old scroll but a summoning contract. Naruto read the scroll and found that it was the contract with the summoning wolves, which from what he saw and how much dust the scroll had gathered told him that there had not been a living user of this contract in a long time. After talking with Ko and making his choice, he signed the scroll with blood as was directed in the contract on the scroll. Deciding to try out the new technique, he bit his thumb and swiped it on his palm, making the proper hand signs and slamming his hand down he called summoning jutsu. A large plume of smoke filled the room, and when it dissipated, a large white wolf with a black diamond in the center of its forehead stood in its place. The wolf looked around the room, and when its eyes fell on him, he froze as said wolf growled and crouched down. Naruto thought he would be ripped apart by the summon. His mind racing, he was thinking about using a jutsu when Ko's voice was heard in his mind. Naruto, kneel down. His voice was urgent. What? Naruto responded, not knowing if he should fight or run. Kneel. This wolf is one of the matriarchs of the pack. If the scent I am getting is correct, kneel or she'll attack you. The tone in the Bijuu's voice said it was either that or get mauled. Taking his friend's advice, Naruto kneeled and lowered his head. The she-wolf quirked its head in curiosity and approached sniffing. When it had finished, the she-wolf backed up and seemed like it was trying to figure something out. Then it spoke, asking him, "Who are you, young one, and why does your scent convey that of a human and wolf?" Naruto blinked before answering, "My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and I'm a Jinchuriki, if that helps answer your question," he said, never looking up for fear of her attacking him. The she-wolf seemed confused at the statement. As she looked the boy over, it was strange. She was old enough to know that there were only 9 Biju and none of them were wolves. Before she could ask what he was playing at, Naruto answered her unasked question. "If you are going to tell me that you don't know of any Biju that's a wolf, it's because he's a new Biju born from my chakra, the 9-tailed foxes, and that of a wolf who had some of its chakra absorbed by the sealing technique that was used." At this new information she was even more confused. How could this be true? The boy had to be lying about what he claimed, but his scent was no lie, so how was it possible? If he were telling the truth, then it would explain how his scent was so abnormal. Naruto asked her if she will let you place a hand on her shoulder. "I should be able to connect her to your mindscape so we can show her that you aren't lying, but she might say no, so don't be surprised if she turns you down or worse, threatens to take your hand off," Ko said, hoping that she would allow it. Not having any alternatives, Naruto took a chance and looked up at the she-wolf, swallowing. "If I may, my Biju says he might have a way to show you that I speak the truth, but in order to do so he says that I would have to be touching you to do so. If you would allow me the chance, I will show you that what I say is true." The she-wolf thought for a second, then replied, "I do not know you well enough for that, young Naruto, but perhaps I can help both of us." With that said, the wolf started to approach Naruto, who lowered his head, and when she reached out he thought he would have felt a paw, but he instead felt a human hand softly place itself on his shoulder. When he looked up he saw a beautiful woman with snow-white hair and a black diamond mark on her forehead with what looked like wolf ears atop her head. She was dressed in a white kimono with black accents. The next thing Naruto knew, he was in his mindscape, and so was the beautiful woman who he had seen in the cave. Ko walked up next to Naruto, but when he didn't move or speak, Ko waved a tail in his face but got no response from his surrogate brother, who seemed to be broken. When he nudged Naruto, the boy fell over, having fainted in his own mindscape. The she-wolf women giggled as Ko commented, "Now there is something you don't see every day." You left him speechless. Not many people can say that. The beautiful woman walked over to Naruto and placed his head on her lap and waited for him to wake. As Ko laid down next to Naruto, when he woke, Naruto felt his head resting on something soft and opened his eyes to see the radiant face that had caused him to faint, looking at him with a smile before his brain could short-circuit again. She spoke in a voice soft and smooth like verbal silk. "I know not many have seen this form, but like the summoning foxes, certain summoning wolves have a human form they can change into," she said as she gazed down on the boy. "Sorry if it took you by surprise." "No, that's not it," Naruto said as he looked at her. "It's just that you're so beautiful I didn't know what to say or how to react." This comment caused the woman to blush and clear her throat. "Well, yes. Thank you," she said, looking to the other wolf in the room and asked, "And what is your name, young Biju?" "Ko," he responded with a bow. "And may I ask what your name is?" "My name is Usagi," she answered with slight bow of her own. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the forest, the sounds of what would have been thought to be a battle were going on as a group of ninja raced from branch to branch as a certain red-headed kunoichi was plowing her way through whatever it was that got in her path. "Get the hell out of my way!" an angry and desperate voice shouted out, as a large sank fell to the ground with its head cut off. The voice belonged to none other than one Kushina Uzumaki, as she cleaved her way through many of the vicious beasts in the forest that were foolish enough to get in her way. Following behind her were Minato, Yugao, and a handful of other Anbu, as well as the training ground's only human resident, Anko Mitarashi. They stayed back as Kushina, using a borrowed sword from one of the Anbu, sliced and diced or used any sort of jutsu on the unfortunate creatures that were either dumb enough or unlucky enough to get in her way. "Oh man, even I know not to mess with an angry mother who is looking for her child," Anko said with a small hint of fear, as she watched as Kushina proceeded to beat a bear's skull in when it tried to swipe at her. Minato could only look on with worry and concern, seeing the state his wife was in. He knew she was desperate to find their son the same as he was, but he could also see that she was starting to fatigue and had used a lot of her chakra. He needed to do something, or else she would hurt herself. "Kushina. Please stop. We have to go back," he said, as she was now strangling another poor creature with her chakra chains before using them to slam it to the ground, and looked back at him with anger and pain in her eyes. "I'm not leaving Naruto out here in this damn place. I'd rather rot in hell than go back without him," she argued, as she back-fisted a huge lizard that was about to attack her, making said reptile fall to the ground, its eyes having rolled back in its head. "I want him back just as much as you do," Minato retorted, "but if you keep overusing your chakra, and pushing yourself in your current condition, you could end up killing yourself." Kushina could only narrow her eyes as she kept moving forward. By now all the creatures were hiding in fear from the redhead's wrath. "You all can go back if you want, but I'm enough," she gasped out as she felt a chop to the back of her neck, her senses not warning her due to focusing all her attention on getting her son back and falling unconscious, only for Minato to flash forward and catch her. "I'm sorry, sensei. But for Naruto's sake and the rest of your children I have to stop you," Yugao said, apologizing for her actions, as she sighed and turned to Minato, who had a solemn look on his face as he slung his unconscious wife over his shoulder. "Come on everyone," he said, "we'll continue looking for Naruto in the morning when we have better light." With that the team of shinobi vanished as they departed the area. Minato's last thought being, "Naruto, be careful and stay safe." XXXX. After a bit more conversation with the young boy, Usagi learned what had been happening with Naruto and what had brought him to the forest and why he was looking for a place no one would find him so he could train. With a bit more questioning, she also learned that the boy didn't crave power but wanted to improve to show those who were around him that he was worth their time. Thinking it over for a bit and finally coming to a decision, she offered to take him back to where she was from so he could train under the wolves, which would be an improvement to training by himself with no instruction at all. The young boy agreed and was teleported back to where he had called her from. When he saw where they were, his mouth fell open. Before him was a large cave that, as he was led through it, he found that it was huge, and the center point of the cave was vaulted room with a skylight that let the moon shine through, giving a silvery glow to the room. "Welcome to Full Moon Cavern," Usagi said to the boy, leading him through the long tunnels to a room of sorts which would be his while he stayed and trained here. "Get some rest, you will meet the leader of the pack tomorrow," she said as she turned and left the boy to his sleep. Unrolling the sleeping bag he had brought with him and a comforter from home, he laid down only to sit up and rummage through his pack to grab a photo he had taken with him from a family photo album. It was of the family when Naruto and his siblings had just turned 6, the last time that they were a whole family, and things had been better. Sighing, he tucked the picture under his sleeping bag and put his head down on the small pillow he brought and let sleep claim him. His final thoughts before he drifted off were of when he was younger and how he hoped things could go back to the way they had once been. Chapter 2. Full Moon Cavern. Naruto slept as the sun rose to shine through the skylight. The tunnels brightened as 4 young wolf pups pounced on him and licked him to death until he got up. He groaned as he managed to get the pups off of him. Okay, I'm up. As Naruto finished getting dressed, one of the 4 wolf pups bit his wrist and started dragging him through the corridors of the cavern, with the other 3 pups chasing after them. As they went, Naruto swore he had the other wolves laughing as they passed by. When all was said and done, the pups had brought him to an area with a raised platform-like rock that had a large wolf with a moon-shaped scare on his left eye. He was much larger than the rest and conveyed an aura of power. As he looked down on the boy from his vantage point, he couldn't help but wonder what could have brought one so young here. "Young Naruto, I would like you to meet the alpha wolf of our pack, Taiyo," Usagi said as she walked up next to him. "It is a pleasure to meet you, young one, but if I may, what is it that has brought you here?" Taiyo asked. "I have come here to get stronger so that I may prove to my family that I am worth something and not just someone to ignore," Naruto said, looking down at his feet. Naruto told the large wolf the events that had led him here and why he was looking for a place to train. The whole time he spoke, Taiyo remained silent and took in all the facts that the boy told him. When he had finished, the large wolf rose and approached Naruto. As he did, Naruto bowed before Taiyo on one knee. Taiyo leaned in so he could get Naruto's scent, and as he did, his eyes went wide. He did indeed smell the scent of a bijou. This information surprised the great wolf. He had been told by Usagi that the boy did indeed house a bijou, but he had thought that it was some type of trick the boy had used to fool her. But this put things in a whole new perspective. Backing up to give the boy some space, he questioned the boy, "So you seek to become stronger for your family?" Naruto responded with a soft yes. only to be greeted with a loud and heated reply. "Speak up, boy, a wolf doesn't cower when he speaks." Naruto looked up at the wolf with confusion in his eyes for only a second as that changed to resolve as he answered yes. "And what would you do with such power?" Taiyo asked pointedly. Naruto blinked. What would I do if I had power? He questioned mentally. It was a fair point. What would he do if he had power? Would he use it for the right reasons or would he abuse such power? Would he do the right thing or would it be better if he never had power like that so he couldn't use it to hurt others the way he had been? His thoughts went from one extreme to the next as he searched his mind for an answer. Suddenly a memory popped into his head of something that had been said to him when he was 6. Flashback. What do you want to be when you grow up, Naruto? Izumi Uchiha asked the 6-year-old boy. I want to be a strong ninja just like my dad so I can beat up bad guys. Naruto answered. Izumi frowned at him. Is that really what you want or are you just trying to act tough? She asked with a knowing smile. Naruto was surprised that she had figured out what he had been trying to do and he looked away bashfully. Naruto, you shouldn't fight only to hurt others. That isn't the reason you should be fighting for, she said, looking at him with that expression that Naruto always thought of as sisterly. So then what should I fight for? Naruto asked, looking up at her for the answer. You should fight to protect what is important to you. Izumi answered. Naruto smiled and nodded his head. Okay, I will, and when I do I will protect the village and the people who are precious to me. Izumi smiled back at the boy. You promise? She questioned, holding out her pinky. Naruto reached out with his pinky and locked it around hers. Promise. End flashback. Thanks, Izumi-chan. Naruto though as he looked the great wolf dead in the eyes and proclaimed, I would use it to protect the things that are important to me. I would use it to fight those who try to hurt others and to prove that I am worth something and am not to be ignored. Seeing the young boy's determination, he smiled and nodded his head. Taiyo then detailed the cavern and where Naruto could and couldn't go, mainly for the boy's safety, such as Naruto was restricted from going to the nursery, due to that area being where the newborn pups were. He nodded in understanding at that, knowing a pregnant wolf giving birth was more protective and dangerous, and would kill him without a single shred of hesitation. Taiyo told him that if he was going to get stronger he would need to learn from them. This included more than just fighting and defending himself. It also entailed chakra control and chakra nature exercises and study along with understanding the basics of how jutsu were performed. The training was grueling and hard. At times he even thought about quitting, but he learned and grew stronger as time passed, one thought driving him forward: I will prove my worth to them. That was 4 years ago, as Naruto was 12 now and a lot stronger than he had been before he arrived here. Throughout that time Naruto had many thoughts about what would happen when he went home. Would things have changed? Would they go back to the way they were before? One thing was for certain: if nothing changed then he would be better off not going back at all. The one thing he couldn't take was being ignored. Not again. Hate, he could take that. Fear, he could take that as well. Loathing, he could take that too. But to be utterly ignored, to be seen but not heard, to be looked at like he was a stranger in his own village, an outsider among the people he grew up around, he could never go through that again. It would be a fate worse than death. In his book, as he was going through a set of katas for the taijutsu style the wolves had taught him, he stopped when he saw a lone person approaching him. He smiled as she drew close and he bowed to her when she stopped, which she returned. Usagi-chan, what can I do for you? Naruto asked the she-wolf. Taiyo-sama sent me to tell you it is time for you to return home, she said as he looked at her, surprised that the great wolf thought he was ready. He also wishes to speak with you before you go. Naruto had been wondering when this day would come as he and Usagi made their way to the area with the raised platform like rock. When they arrived, Taiyo stood upon said platform looking at the young boy who had grown so much in the time he had been here. The time has come, young Naruto. I believe that you are ready to return to your village. Taiyo said. I don't know if I can. What if things haven't changed at all? What if my family still treats me like a stranger? Naruto was saying, only to be cut off by the large wolf. Are you a wolf or are you prey? You came here to train and make yourself stronger, to prove your worth so you could protect those important to you, or was that all just a lie? Taiyo challenged. No, I meant every word I said. Naruto replied, a slight heat to his tone. Then stand up for yourself and show them that you have changed. Show them the fruits of your labor and prove your worth to them, Taiyo said, his booming voice echoing around the space. Looking the boy straight in the eyes he continued, go now Naruto Uzumaki Wolf's Blood Namikaze, and show them that the lone wolf walks alone no longer. With that Naruto bowed and thanked the wolves for letting him stay with them to train and left to return home. XXXX. It was quiet in the home of the 4th Hokage, and his family. Minato was at the tower doing his duty as leader of the village, while the kids were at the ninja academy preparing for their graduation in a few months. So, that meant the only person in the house was Kushina, who was standing by the window looking outside, toward the forest of death. A solemn look etched on her face. It had been 4 years since her son left. Out of hurt, neglect and sadness. When the news about Naruto running into the forest was spread around town, you would have thought that there would have been more people wondering what happened to bring this about, but it seemed that life in the Leaf Village didn't even notice that he was gone. There were the odd few who had been close to the boy who came round telling her that he would come back, but Kushina had a hard time believing that. While it was a small comfort that they had faith in the boy, it still didn't heal the wounds in Kushina's heart. Ever since the night Naruto had run away, she had been having nightmares, no more like night terrors about Naruto being killed in grisly ways, Naruto asking why she hated him. The worst of which had been the night he ran away. Night terror flashback. Kushina's eyes snapped open as she found herself back in the living room of her family's house. Only the strange thing is, the whole place was colored monochrome, while only she was in color. The confused woman looked at her hands, a look of utter shock on her face. What's going on? Where am I? She thought to herself, but her thinking was cut off as she began to hear voices. One she immediately recognized as Minato's, and the other was hers, and by the sound of it they were yelling at someone. All of a sudden it hit her as fear overcame her. Her eyes widened and she ran for the kitchen when she saw the calendar, and her heart sank. She remembered this date all too well. No. Please, not again. Not again, she thought, as the yelling outside intensified. She then bolted for the back door and opened it. To her horror she saw herself, Minato, and Naruto in the backyard, with the latter looking terrified as tears ran down his whiskered cheeks. You stupid little bastard. What were you thinking using an advanced chakra exercise without our permission? The Minato yelled at Naruto. But To-chan, aye, the younger blonde said, only to receive a hard slap from Kushina. That's enough out of you. I can't believe a little shit like you would try to pull a stunt like this. The past Kushina screeched, making the present Kushina wince at the words, as tears leaked from her eyes and fell down her cheeks. No. Stop this. Please stop. She begged to any deity out there to stop this torture, only for it to fall on deaf ears as the two specters of herself and her husband continued to shout at Naruto, who was now curled up in a ball crying. Then, to her confusion and unease, a sinister grin formed on the mouths of herself and Minato. It's obvious that this little shit stain doesn't know his place, said the past Kushina while the past Minato nodded in agreement. Yes, and we know what happens to brats like him, he said, while the real Kushina looked on, clearly confused by the scene unfolding before her. Wait? This is not right. We sent Naruto to his room, Kushina thought, as past Minato pulled out one of his Hiraishin kunai. And it's not like anyone would care. The whole village already ignores him, so they won't even notice he's gone, said Kushina's past self, and her eyes widened in horror at that. Before a thought could enter her mind, her supposed past self unleashed her chakra chains, and strung Naruto up by the neck, while spreading his arms and legs out. His face now showing true fear as he looked at the two of them. Keiko-chan. Tito-chan. Please, Naruto begged, his voice strained, but the grins on their faces only turned more cruel. Sorry, Naru-chan. But we never wanted you. We have your brothers and sisters after all. The other Kushina said with a sickly sweet voice, and then another chakra chain shot out of her back and the kunai tip went speeding at the 6-year-old, piercing him in the shin. This resulted in the little boy screaming out in pain. The real Kushina looked in horror at what just happened. The horror evident on her face at what just happened. No. This is wrong. This is all wrong. The Uzumaki screamed at herself. This isn't what happened. She then saw Minato fling his signature kunai behind Naruto, before disappearing in a yellow flash, and reappearing behind Naruto, a familiar spiraling ball of chakra in hand. Rasengan. Minato called, slamming the chakra ball into Naruto's back, causing said boy to cry out in agony. No. Stop it. Kushina screamed as she tried to help her son, only for something to grab her ankles and make her stumble. She looked down and saw what looked like black vines wrapped around her ankles. She reached for her kunai pouch but found nothing as it was gone. Desperation taking hold as she clawed at the vines, trying to get free to save her child from this torture. Let go of me, she roared. She then heard another scream and whipped her head back. Her eyes widened as another chakra chain impaled itself into Naruto's other shin, then two more to his forearms. Panic settled in as the red habanero now struggled more than ever to get to Naruto. But then another black vine shot forward and grabbed her wrist and yanked it back. Kushina then watched as the past Kushina turned into an ugly twisted version of herself, as her skin became horribly burned, her red hair in a greasy mess, her teeth became sharpened needles, and her eyes a bloodshot demonic yellow, as the same thing happened to the past Minato. Then, two ninjato swords sprouted from the ground, their blades, rusted and old. Now for the finishing touch, the now demonic version of Kushina said as she took hold of the sword and yanked the blade out of the ground, with the demonic version of Minato following suit. Yes, time to put this bad dog to down, for good. With that he stabbed the blade into Naruto's stomach, forcing a strangled cry of pain from the young blonde. Then the demon Kushina proceeded to skip toward the chain-bound boy. "Oh Naru-chan, Naru-chan," the demon Kushina said in sickly sweet voice, as the real one continued to struggle, as she watched what was happening. "If only you've been a good boy, you wouldn't be having this punishment." Kushina could only growl as this thing spoke to her son with her voice. But what the demon Kushina said next made her blood freeze. "Now, you die," and with that simple phrase, she rammed the ninjato into Naruto's neck, said boy choking on his blood as his eyes went blank. The look of horror on Kushina's face was clear as she saw her precious child die in front of her. "No!" She screamed just as the vines, the chakra chains, and the twisted versions of herself and Minato vanished, as Naruto hit the ground. The distraught mother immediately rushed over to her son and scooped him up into her arms, tears cascading from her eyes as she looked at his small unmoving body. The world around them dissolving to an empty darkness. "Naruto? Naruto!" Kushina wailed, as she tried to wake him, but with no results as his eyes were rolled back, and lifeless. The mother, seeing no response, cradled her son's body, while rocking back and forth, racking sobs coming from her throat. "Naruto, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," she choked out, in complete utter despair. "Why?" a little voice rasped, causing Kushina to jerk her head up and look around, only to hear raspy breathing coming from her supposed dead child. Looking down at Naruto, her eyes widened in horror as she saw his face, which was pale and lifeless as he looked at her with those dead eyes. "Why do you hate me?" With those words uttered, the now talking core of Naruto turned to dust in Kushina's arms as the question it had asked started to repeat itself over and over, using Naruto's voice. As the voices grew louder and louder, they blended together and reached a crescendo. It was like 1,000 nails on a chalkboard. As she begged them to stop, only for them to laugh at her misery. She could only take so much before she screamed at the top of her lungs for them to stop. As she now saw Naruto standing before her, as his skin paled and his eyes were empty lifeless orbs looking at her, he asked her again, but in a voice that sounded like a demon's. "Why do you hate me?" Night terror and Kushina jolted awake screaming, sweat covering her entire form and drenching her clothes. She saw she was in hers and Minato's bedroom at home. Remembering the horrifying night terror she curled up into a ball against the head of the bed, as several sets of footsteps were heard, and the door flew open, revealing a concerned Minato. "Kushina, are you alright?" the fourth Hokage said worriedly as himself, Yugao along with two other people, which were Hiruzen Sarutobi and another Anbu with a raccoon mask, entered the room. They watched as Minato headed over to his wife, who looked as if she had seen the Shinigami himself. "Kushina? Kushina, talk to me," Minato said gently as he carefully tried to place a hand on her shoulder, which resulted in her jerking her head up and backpedaling until she was up against the wall. "Kushina, calm down, it's me," Minato said as he moved toward his wife, which seemed to scare her more. Knowing he had to do something fast, he moved forward and grabbed the clearly distraught Uzumaki, who began to struggle thrash around, the distress evident on her face. "Kushina," the blonde said calmly as he repeated the process until she calmed down. Kushina then hugged her husband and began sobbing. "It's okay, Kushina. Now, tell me what happened." Kushina could only cry more as she remembered the horrible scene that had played out in her mind just moments ago. It was so horrible," she said between her sobs, and Minato turned to the other Anbu. "Go get Inoiki now. Tell him it's an emergency, and that I need him here right away." Minato ordered the Anbu member, who nodded, vanished in a sunshine. It was at this moment that the other four Uzumaki Namikaze children came into the room, concerned over their mother, only for Hiruzen to stop them as he shook his head. "Your mother just had a nightmare, you four," the retired Hokage said. "It would be best if you didn't disturb her right now." And flashback. Kushina remembered how Minato had puked after Inoiki had shown him what his wife had seen in her dreams. Minato had comforted her, saying that they would never do that to Naruto, that they loved him. "Yes, we have made mistakes, but we can be better and help our boy when he comes home. We will do what we should have done all those times we failed. We just need to be there for him when he does come home," Minato had said to her, trying to lift her spirits. But her dreams had not seemed to stop or get any less horrifying. After one of those terrible nights, she attempted suicide, only to be stopped by her best friend, Mikado Uchiha. She then was placed on suicide watch for half a year until she was deemed stable with help from her family and therapy sessions with Inoiki. A few tears leaked from her eyes, as she thought about the child she foolishly neglected and left in alone, all because she couldn't overcome her own weakness. Even though Yugao told them he didn't hate her or the rest of the family, Kushina knew that Naruto would never trust them again, especially her. She had spent a lot of time in her eldest son's room, either making sure it was kept neat for when or if he came home, or breaking down and crying. "Naruto," she thought. I'm such an awful mother." She heard a knock on her door and stood up. "I'll be right there," she said softly, but loud enough for the person on the other side of the door to hear her as she wiped the tears from her eyes. When she opened the door, she smiled as there on the other side was none other than Mikoto Uchiha, her best friend from her Junon days. "Hey Mikoto, how are you today?" she asked, as she smiled at her friend. Mikoto gave Kushina a smile in return but could see her friend's smile didn't reach her eyes. And she knew why. "Hello Kushina, I just came over to see how you were doing and how you were holding up," she said and watched as Kushina unconsciously rubbed her wrists. "I've been fine Mikoto, really. I'm not planning on offing myself anytime soon," Kushina said in a vain attempt at humor, while Mikoto sighed. "Kushina," said Uzumaki chuckled nervously as she scratched the back of her head, knowing nothing escaped her best friend. Mikoto could only shake her head. She knew that Naruto running away was hard on her and she was now becoming even more desperate, her hope that she would see him again diminishing with every day. "He will come back, Kushina. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but he will come back, I promise you that," she said, while Kushina sighed as she led her friend to the living room of the house. "I wish I was more confident about that," said the depressed mother. "But how would I know that he doesn't hate me for I've done XXXX? "Well, here we are," said Naruto as he stood on the head of his father looking over the village he left 4 years ago. "Yep, the village hasn't changed much. That's for sure," said Ko, who was also looking at the village through Naruto's eyes, seeing that mostly it had stayed the same. Said blonde nodded at his tenant said, "Well, let's go meet the old man," Naruto said before he started to make his way to the Hokage's tower. On the way to his father's office, he stopped by Ichiraku's for a bite to eat. As he walked through the curtain that separated the outside from the inside of the little shop, he took a seat at the counter and looked at a menu. Ayame came out from the back and saw that a customer was waiting. "How may we help you?" She trailed off as the blonde lowered the menu and ordered. "Yeah, let me have one miso pork ramen," Naruto said as the girl just stared at him, having dropped her pen before she could write down his order. Ayame couldn't believe who she was looking at. There was no way, but here he was sitting at the counter. It wasn't possible. She had had this daydream before and rubbed her eyes just to make sure it was not her hallucinating again. When she looked up there, he was still sitting there looking at her. He cocked his head slightly, looking a bit worried. "Ayame-chan, are you okay?" Naruto questioned. "Naruto." Ayame squealed as nearly jumped over the counter to hug him. "What has you so excited, Ayame?" Tucci questioned, coming in from the storeroom. Only to freeze mid-stride. "Is that Naruto?" he exclaimed and came around the counter to shake the young blonde's hand. "When did you get back?" Ayame questioned, smiling at him the whole time. "Just a little while ago," Naruto answered. "Have you gone to see your family yet?" Tucci asked. "They have been worried sick waiting for you to come back ever since you left," he continued. "When I heard that you had run into the forest of death, I thought you had died in there, but here you are safe and sound," Ayame said as she hugged him again, which he tried to worm his way out of. "I'm fine, Ayame-chan," he reassured her. "Oh, right about that ramen?" Naruto asked, only for Tucci-sim. "Right, this one's on the house to mark your safe return home," he said as he passed the bowl to Naruto, who ate it with gusto. After saying his goodbyes to the both of them, he continued on to the tower where his father would be working to run the village. Minato sighed as he read another document that needed to be signed. Although he had asked Sarutobi to help be an aide to him, there was still plenty of paperwork to go around. "How Sarutobi-sama survived this bullshit without help, I will never know," he thought to himself. "But one thing is for sure. I'm not going to sign some bullshit that gets Naruto banished or labeled a missing nin." It had been a grueling 4 years for Minato and his family when his son, Naruto, ran away from home and into Training Ground 44, or the Forest of Death. He had been sending Onbu search parties in there to find him, but they all came back exhausted, banged up, and empty-handed. Then there was his wife's attempted suicide, which was thankfully prevented by Mikoto, who had been on her way over and had caught her before Kushina could kill herself. And to top it all, there had been whispers that a group of Rouge ninja calling themselves the Akatsuki had been causing problems along the border with the Hidden Rain. He sighed as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. Things were getting hectic with each year. But, despite all this, the one thing that had him most edgy was his son. He cursed himself due to his lack of will to overcome his fears and talk with his son to be there for the boy when he needed it most. Now, his son would undoubtedly hate him, and there was nothing he could do about it. His thoughts were interrupted as he heard a knock on the door. "Enter," Minato said as the captain of the Leaf Police Force entered his office. "Hokage-sama," Fugaku said, bowing. Minato smiled, motioning for him to sit. Asking for tea to be brought for them, Minato turned back as he asked, "To what do I owe the pleasure of you coming to see me today?" "I would like to talk to you about the unrest that has been growing in the Uchiha clan's ranks," he said as he accepted the cup of tea that had been handed to him by the assistant who left the room after setting down Minato's cup on his desk. There have been whispers about a possible coup attempt to replace you with me as Hokage. He finished taking a sip of his tea. So, you would like me to step in and use my power as Hokage to put a stop to it, is that it? Minato asked Fugaku point blank. Not so directly, Fugaku commented. I have called a clan meeting that will take place in 4 days' time and I would like you to be there to help get the point across. Fugaku, you know that I can't interfere with clan affairs unless there is proof to support the claim, Minato stated, knowing that the meeting was for clan members only. I am not asking you to interfere in any way. I would like you to be there as an olive branch to show the members of my clan that they have a choice: either put the good of the village first or place themselves above the village and accept the consequences that come with their actions. Fugaku replied. So, you want me to be there to help make your point clear? Minato questioned. Yes, Fugaku said as he rose and walked to stare out the window. Your being there would not only help get the point across, but it would also help many of the clan members know that I would rather resolve the matter peacefully than with force. Minato shook his head as he looked at the captain of the Leaf Police Force. As the conversation between the two men went on, it changed subjects and eventually landed on the topic of their families. So how is your family doing? Minato asked Fugaku, who just before replying. Things are going well for the most part. Itachi is doing well in his role in the Anbu, and Mikito is doing fine as well along with my daughter Setsuna. He paused to take a sip of tea as he continued, but my youngest Sasuke wants to progress too fast for his own good. He seems to think that because he is an Uchiha he should be stronger due simply to that fact alone. Much like many of my clan, this arrogance will be his downfall and that of the clan if something is not done. Minato nodded, knowing full well that many in the Uchiha look down on others simply for the fact that they belong to the clan and seem to think themselves superior to others. And in some ways they were right, but in many more they were wrong. Just because they had the Sharingan, it didn't make them any better than anyone else. They still had to work hard and train their skills just like anyone else. Having a Kekkei Genkai didn't make the ninja. It was what one did with this power that showed his/her worth. His heart is in the right place, but his mindset and pride are holding him back. If he would only realize this. Fugaku sighed and smiled. How are things going with your own family? He asked. This made Minato sink in his chair a bit, knowing that things were not going well with his family and it was his fault for not seeing how much pain his son was in, as well as his being a coward. It's been a long and hard 4 years, Minato sighed, sipping his tea. Mito blames herself for Naruto leaving and keeps saying that if only she had been nicer to him he would have stayed. Narumi on the other hand keeps waking up in the middle of the night and going to Naruto's room only to find it empty and will cry herself to sleep in his bed. And you already know what has been going on with Kushina, he said, looking down at his desk. What about Menma and Koga? Fugaku asked, hoping that there was some good news. Koga has been trying to get the girls to stop blaming themselves because it won't bring Naruto back any sooner, and Menma seems the least bit concerned, saying that Naruto caused this problem, he can fix it himself. Minato paused, sighing before he went on. I mean, I knew that they were not on the best of terms, but I didn't know it had gotten this bad. You know, he will be back. It may take some time, but your son will come back, Fugaku stated, making Minato look at him. I wish I shared your optimism, Minato said, shaking his head, but no one has seen any trace of the boy since he went into the forest, and the Anbu who go to look for him keep coming back empty-handed and worse for wear. It's not my optimism, it's the fact that my wife believes it and I have learned to trust her instincts over the years when it comes to these things. He nodded, continuing, he will be back, he is your son after all. Before the conversation could go any further, a commotion outside the office interrupted them. Young man, I told you. The Hokage is in a meeting right now, the guard said adamantly. I don't care what you say, you flat-chested weasel. A young voice shot back. Who are you calling flat-chested, you little punk? You. Now out of my way, I am going in to see him and I don't have time to mess around with you. Release the. Before the order could be completed, there was a shout of wind-style great breakthrough. The door flew back as it was ripped from its hinges as it and the body of the guard flew through the doorway, crashing into Minato's desk as the door broke in two on impact, the top half coming down to clock the guard in the head. Fugaku had managed to get out of the way in time, but only just, prompting himself, Minato and the Anbu guarding Minato to jump into taijutsu stances. The two men looked at the individual who caused the disturbance as he walked in. Minato caught sight of him and his eyes widened as he was looking at a miniature version of himself when he was a Jonin. Though the jacket was in a different color, Minato couldn't help but gape like a fish as he stammered out the name of his guest. Naruto? Minato couldn't believe his eyes as he saw his son standing right in front of him. He also saw Naruto had grown well for being in such a hostile place and could tell the amount of training he had put himself through. Minato looked into his son's eyes and saw they were the eyes of a dedicated shinobi, but in those deep blue eyes he found he almost lost himself in the nearly emotionless eyes. Despite this, due to years of training, he did manage to read a small bit of emotion in those eyes. He saw pain and sadness mixed with determination and something he couldn't place. Hey old man, surprised to see me? Fugaku also stared, only to mutter, Speak of the Kyuubi and you will hear its roar, Minato said, finishing Fugaku's statement. Fugaku Oji-san, it is good to see you. I hope everything is well with you and Mikoto Oba, Naruto said with all the respect he had. Naruto learned a long time ago that Fugaku was big on respect, and this prompted him to show as much as possible so as not to get on his bad side. This earned a small smile from the man, which was an achievement all by itself. It is thank you for asking, Naruto-oi, he replied. Naruto, Minato began to say, only to be cut off. I'm here to sign up for the academy, if I'm not too late, that is, Naruto said, wanting to avoid talking to his father for the time being. He had forgiven him and the rest of the family besides Koga, who he didn't have a problem with, but he was still not just going to let the rest get close. They would have to earn that. Minato was silent for a few moments, his son's casual interruption shocking him, before he managed to find his voice. Why? Yes. But, Naruto, you have to tell me what happened to you in the forest, and how no one could find you in there even though we combed the whole forest. He said, hoping his son would open up just a little. I'll tell you once I feel like I can trust you, Naruto said as his blank expression turned into a frown, causing Minato to wince at that, and the Anbu to tense. Will you come back home at least? Minato asked, hopeful that his now estranged son would at least come back to the house. I might, said Naruto, as he looked his father dead in the eyes. As long you don't try to pry into what happened while I was gone or have me watched by Anbu, I will tell you when I feel you have earned it. Minato sighed and nodded. All right. But you should talk with your mother. Your departure was hard on her. Heck, it has been hard on all of us, he said. Naruto didn't even flinch one bit, which caused Minato to worry a bit. However, unknown to Minato, Naruto mentally did flinch at the news. She took it that bad? Kami, I'm such an idiot. Still, I can't trust them yet. They need to earn my trust, he thought, as Ko answered him. And that's why I told you to leave them a note, the new Bijou said, while Naruto mentally glared at his partner. Zip it, moron, he said, and Ko could only sigh. One of these days, Naruto, you're going to do something that you will forever regret, he thought, being careful as to not let Naruto hear his thoughts. I'll try to talk with her, but know that she is in the same boat as you. Midonarumi and Menma are not off the hook either, but I will try to patch things with them up. However, that will be up to them too, not just me, Naruto said, while Minato nodded, glad that Naruto was going to try and make things better with his siblings. I understand that, son, he said, as opened a desk drawer and brought a piece of paper and began to write into it. This note will let you into the class Koga and the others are in. Give it to the instructor Iruka Umino, he's a good person. I know you'd want to graduate with the rest of the students your age. Naruto nodded as he approached the desk and accepted the letter from Minato. After he wrote down the instructions on what Iruka was supposed to do, he placed his seal on it and gave it to Naruto. I'll see you at home later, then, Minato said while Naruto nodded as he turned around and left the office through the destroyed doorway. Minato let out a sigh he didn't know he was holding as he looked at the still out cold guard in the door on the floor of his office. Please get him, and whoever else was hurt outside, to the hospital, and have some janitors fix the door, he ordered, and the Anbu nodded as they gathered up the unconscious man and anyone outside who was knocked out to the hospital. I told you never doubt my wife when it comes to these things, Fugaku said, looking at Minato with a slightly smug expression. Minato laughed at the statement, saying, I'll have to remember that. I'm gonna have to work hard to get Naruto to trust me again, he thought, as he looked back to his paperwork, sighing to himself. But, if things go smoothly, I can atone for the mistakes I made. XXXX. Mito Uzumaki Namikaze yawned as she listened to her class instructor drone on and on about the history of Konoha, which she heard 5 different times. It was nice hearing the history of your home once or twice, but Iruka-sensei was a person who made it boring. She felt like she was about to pull her red hair out in frustration if she continued to listen to Erika's long-winded lectures. Heck, she knew that her brothers and sister had to be feeling the same as her right now. Sweet Kami-sama, help us all. Please give us a distraction so that we don't have to listen to this torture. At that moment, a knock was heard at the door of the classroom, making Iruka stop his lecture so he could answer the door. Thank you, Mito mentally shouted with glee as she cried anime tears of happiness. However, her expression then turned to surprise as she saw the person on the other side enter, and then morph into shock. Naruto? She couldn't believe her own eyes as she saw standing by the door of the classroom was her brother Naruto. Even though it had been 4 years, she still remembered him. However, this shock wasn't just hers alone, as the other 3 Uzumaki Namikaze siblings had similar reactions. Excuse me? Is this room 23A and are you Iruka Umino-sensei? Naruto asked, and said Chunin instructor blinked in confusion. Yes, that's right, Iruka said. How can I help you? Naruto walked up toward the academy teacher and handed him the note that his father gave him. Iruka took the note, opened it, and read the contents before his eyes widened, which quickly turned into a smile. "Well, Naruto-san, I must say welcome back from your training," he said, while said blonde nodded. "Now if you would take a seat next to, let's see, you can sit next to Hinata," said girl, after hearing that, began to blush at that, as Naruto nodded and made his way toward the Hyuga heiress. "Hello Hinata, it's nice to meet you," Naruto greeted as he sat down next to her. The shy Hyuga didn't say anything, but nodded her head. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle a bit. "Relax, I won't bite," he said cheerfully, as he placed his hand on her shoulder, making her blush like a tomato. Watching this was a boy with brown shaggy hair covered by a hood with a puppy in it, with brown slitted, fang-shaped tattoos, and feral features growled as he glared at the blonde's actions on the Hyuga heiress. This was Kiba Inuzuka, the heir of the Inuzuka clan. When he took one sniff of the blonde, he felt in his bones he was a threat to his role as the alpha male. And this made him feel on edge. He wasn't the only one, as Sasuke Uchiha also felt uneasy by the aura that the blonde was giving. Shikamaru Nara had a look of boredom on his face, but in fact was studying Naruto. Shikamaru and his friend Choji had tried to be friends with the blonde when he had been younger, but now it was like looking at a whole new person. He wasn't the only one studying Naruto, as Shino Aburame was looking at the prodigal son of the Hokage and his friend as he was conversing with another of his few friends. "Okay everyone," Iruka said, "the Hokage has assigned a new student to this class. He has been on a training trip with one of the bodyguard detail. So, why don't you stand up and introduce yourself?" Naruto nodded and stood up. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," he said, much to the surprise of almost everyone there. "My likes are ramen, my friends, and training. My dislikes are hypocrites, abusers, kidnappers and the like. My plans for the future are to become a great ninja and start a family. My dream is to show the villagers and show my family I'm worth something." Mito and Narumi both winced at the statement, hearing that was like a stab to the heart. While Menma just looked at him with slight frown. Koga on the other hand was smiling to himself that his brother had come home safe and that he was not just lying to his sisters this whole time. Iruka nodded and smiled a bit. "Thank you, Naruto," he said. "You can sit down now." Naruto nodded and sat back down, as Iruka continued with his lecture. The rest of the school day went by quick as the students left the academy. Naruto was heading for the gate, after talking with Hinata, until a gruff voice got his attention. "Hey!" Naruto turned, and there stood the Inuzuka heir, giving him a death glare. "Yeah, how can I help you?" Naruto said blandly. This made Kiba's glare turn more intense, if it could get more intense, that is. "Stay away from Hinata," he said, and the blonde rose an eyebrow at that. "Why? What do you care who I talk to?" Naruto said, and the Inuzuka heir's face became red with anger at that. "Just shut up and stay away from her," he shouted, and attempted to march at him, but stopped and became unnerved as the look in Naruto's eyes made him feel as if he was looking into the eyes of a predator. "I wouldn't shout at me if I were you," he said warningly in a somewhat too calm. "I don't take kindly to people who try and attack me." The Inuzuka just glared at Naruto before giving a Humphrey and storming off. Naruto sighed as he shook his head, knowing that the rivalry between the two of them was born from the same one. Dogs and wolves had, even if the Inuzuka boy didn't know it. While dogs were loyal to their masters and would die to protect them, wolves had no masters, and were loyal only to the pack, and looked after one another like family. In Naruto's view, dogs and wolves were like samurai in a way. The dogs were the ones who served a lord until their last breath, while wolves were more like ronin, and fought hard to earn a living to feed their family. "Who does that mutt even think he is?" Ko questioned. Naruto sighed as he responded, "Just let it go." "Aniki?" Naruto blinked as he looked and saw his sisters Mito and Narumi approaching him, with the nervous looks on their faces, like if they said the wrong word, he would hit them. But Naruto wasn't the type of guy to hit a girl, least of all his own twin sisters. "Yes, Mito Imoto?" he asked, and his twin sisters both fiddled with their hands before one managed to speak up. "Anyo, would you like to?" Narumi tried to say but was cut off by Naruto. "Walk home with you too?" he finished for her, and they nodded as both of them looked to the ground. Naruto sighed as he shook his head. "Why not?" Their heads perked up at this, as Narumi tried to glomp onto his arm only for him to sidestep, much to Narumi's disappointment. "But," he said with a raised hand looking between the both of them, "I want you both to know that you are going to have to work to regain my trust. Don't think that things are going to be fine right away." They both deflated somewhat at that, as they both knew that they had been part of the reason he had left, but this time they didn't feel like he was a stranger. In fact, that feeling that they would always get was almost all but gone. They both nodded as they moved to stand beside their brother as they thought things are going to be different this time. The three siblings then left the academy grounds together, heading in the direction of their home. After a few minutes of walking, the three siblings were stopped by Koga, who was jogging to catch up with them. When he reached them, he looked at Naruto. He was so different, but at the same he was the same as when he left. Koga had some things that he needed to say and he didn't want his sisters around to hear what he had to say. "Hey, can you two give us a minute?" Koga asked, looking to both sisters as he passed Mito some Rio. "Why don't you get some popsicles, one for each of us, while I talk to Naruto?" The girls nodded and asked what flavor both of them wanted. "Orange is fine." Naruto replied. "Green please," Koga said, and with that the two girls left. Koga just looked at Naruto for a few seconds before Naruto spoke. "You have something you wanted to say?" Naruto asked, looking at his brother. "You look good for where you have been the past 4 years," he said. "It's good to see you after all this time." "Same to you," Naruto responded. "Sorry about all of this. I know you said I should try and fix things with everyone here, but I just didn't see how to do that." Koga sighed. "I know why you left, but you could have left a note or something. I mean, heck, anything would have been better than just up and leaving the way you did. I told you that you should have left one, but do you ever listen to me?" "Nope." Ko stated, only for Naruto to fire back for him to zip it. "All I want to know is that you are back and don't plan on running away again," he said. "I don't think anyone will be able to take it. Heck, things are bad enough already if it happened again." Koga trailed off for a second before continuing. "I don't want to think about what would happen." As the conversation went on, Koga filled Naruto in on everything that had happened since he left, to say that what had been going on shocked Naruto was about par for the course today. When he got to the end, Koga asked, "Do you remember what I told you about what happened after you got yelled at for trying to water walk by yourself?" Naruto remembered it had been what had kept him from running away sooner than the head. Koga had told him that he had seen their mother tuck Naruto into bed and tell him that she was sorry for everything they had said, and said that she and Minato truly did love him. This statement had given him hope that things would get better, but when things stayed the same as they had been for a while, he finally gave up. "Yes, I remember," he replied. "Well, now you know it's true. It just took you running away to make everyone see just how much they needed you." At this, Narumi and Mito rounded the corner with the popsicles in hand. Mito asked if everything was okay as they walked up. At this, the brothers nodded and the four siblings went on their way. It had been 20 minutes since they left the academy and finished their frozen treat until they arrived at the front gate of their home, and after passing through it, they stopped at the front door. Naruto took a deep breath, knowing this will be the moment of truth of how his mother will react when she sees him. Koga, seeing his brother's hesitation, placed his hand on his shoulder. Narumi and Mito stepped up next to him and both told him, "It's okay, we're here for you." Well, it's bound to happen sooner or later, he thought as he stepped up to the door and turned the knob. In the house itself, Kushina was still talking to Mikado about how she could have done better with Naruto, with Uchiha trying to assure her that although what she did was wrong, the Uzumaki regretted doing what she did. Still, Kushina felt she should have done more, and had no one to blame but herself. They heard the door open, and Kushina realized how late it was since Mikado came and the kids must be back from the academy. She was about to say a greeting to her kids but stopped when she saw them enter the room with a look that told her they were being apprehensive about something. Mikado noticed it as well as she blinked in confusion. "Hey Ka-chan, Mikado Oba," Mito said nervously, now making the two women more confused. "Mito? What's the matter?" She stopped as her eyes widened as she spotted someone else come out and stood beside them. A person who Kushina never thought she would see again. Now grown up, and dressed like a true shinobi. The same blonde, red-tipped, hair, in the same style as her husband's, cerulean blue eyes, and 6 whiskered-shaped birthmarks, 3 on each side of his face. Mikado was in the same boat as Kushina as she saw her best friend's son, now standing right here in front of them, standing next to his sisters and brother. She had been telling him that he would come home, but to be here when he did almost seemed poetic in a way. Kushina, who had tears about to spill from her eyes, took a shaky step forward. "Naruto?" she said, her voice barely above a whisper as she slowly began to approach her son. Is it really you?" Naruto didn't say anything, but as he looked at his mother, he saw that his father and brother were right. His leaving really did hit her hard, as the shadows under her eyes showed that she hadn't slept well for a long time, and she looked a little thinner than usual. Not to mention the slightly visible scars on her wrists. Sochi. He heard her sob, and when she was close enough, her tears began to freely fall, hand placed on her mouth, as she raised her other one shakily to her son's face and began to caress it. My baby." Naruto didn't do anything to stop her as he let her touch his face. His trust with her was shaken, but he could at least give her some comfort. Naruto had made the decision long ago that he would not be an asshole, but he wouldn't make it too easy for his family to earn his forgiveness. He then gave a sigh as he looked at his hopeful mother's face, who was praying that it wasn't a dream. "Hi, Ka-san," he said, with his voice being neutral, "it's me." That did it. As Kushina enveloped her son in a tight embrace knowing she needed closure, he stood there letting her have this. "Ka-san, I know you don't want to hear this from me, but I can't trust you and the rest of the family yet," he said, while Kushina just shook her head as she held onto him, never wanting to let him go again. "It doesn't matter," she said, "you're back home, and that's all that matters." Naruto blinked at that, but a small smile formed on his lips as he let Kushina hold him. A part of him was actually happy, as he felt that this hug was one full of love. Unknown to them, Ko was watching the whole thing, and he couldn't help but smile, as he also felt the love Kushina had for son through Naruto. He knew it will take a while, but, from what he saw of his father's memories, Kushina was a determined woman, and will do anything in order to win her son's trust back. "You should be happy, Naruto," he thought. "Even though she neglected you, she still loved you like any mother would. Don't screw it up." Ko continued to watch as mother and son were reunited once again. XXXX. Within a few days of Naruto's return, the whole village was abuzz talking about how the runaway son of the Hokage had returned home. This news caused several stirs of excitement among the villagers. One such stir was headed to the Hokage's office door as it was slammed open and three well-known ninja, two of which rushed in while the third calmly walked in. "Is it true, he's back?" Two of the three people now standing in the Hokage's office blurted out as Minato put down the document he had been reading to look at them. Smiling, he addressed the three Sannin who were standing before him. "Yes, Naruto came home just the other day and has been enrolled in the academy class that his siblings are in," Minato said, much to the surprise of Jiraiya and Tsunade, while Orochimaru stood there silently contemplating the whole situation and its possible outcomes. "You really think he will be able to keep up with the rest of the class?" Jiraiya asked, looking at his former student. "I mean, it's not exactly like he has had anyone to teach him this whole time he has been gone. I want to see him check and make sure that he doesn't have anything that he could have caught while in the forest. He could spread it to the other students," Tsunade stated. "Naruto is fine. He has been around the other students for a few days and nothing bad has happened. No one has gotten sick and all seems to be going as well as can be expected," Minato replied to Tsunade's concerns. Minato looked at the third member of the group and commented, "You have been awfully quiet, Orochimaru. No questions of your own to ask?" Minato questioned the Snake Sage. "Questions, yes, but not for you, more so for Naruto." The Snake Sage said, his eyes not really focused on anything. "Well, that is going to be a bit harder than you think. He has been very tight-lipped even around us about what happened while he was gone," Minato stated, much to the surprise of the other two Sannin. "So, he still hasn't opened up to anyone since he got back?" Jiraiya asked, seeming a bit worried about how his eldest godson was as he saw it closing himself off to the rest of his family. "Well, what do you expect when the boy has been ignored by practically everyone in the village since he was 6, us included?" Tsunade said with a bit of sadness on that last part. "He has not been totally closed off. He and Koga are still close, as are the other few people who have been there for him over the years, but I don't think he has said much to anyone at all about what happened," Minato commented, making the rest of them wonder what was going on inside the young boy's mind. XXXX. It had been a few months since Naruto returned home and entered the academy as a student. But ever since that day, he had been described as average compared to many of his peers at the Ninja Academy by the instructors. He was seen as somewhat of an enigma by many of the teachers. He was the eldest son of the Hokage, yet he was only slightly above average. This puzzled the instructors. Why was someone who was supposed to have been training for so long be so average? Several of the students who were labeled above average, such as Sasuke, thought that it was strange too. Even his sisters, who were up for top kunoichi of the class, thought it off. In several of the sparring sessions that were held to test the students' abilities in taijutsu, those who fought Naruto felt like he was holding back. But if that were true, what could he be holding back for? As for his relationship with his family, he had been slowly but surely opening up to them as they decided not to push him to tell them what had happened in the forest. This fact had been A+. Another had come from his mother, who was very determined to win back his trust, as she had made sure his room was well taken care of. She also bought some replacement equipment for him from a ninja surplus store outside of the village and dealt pain to a few shinobi who tried to pull a fast one. He said it wasn't needed, but Kushina told him that she will continue to protect him like she was supposed to, no matter what age he was. His sisters, while nervous, managed to serve as informants, telling him who to trust and who not to trust in the Ninja Academy, mainly the students and some teachers. One of the academy students he was told to look out for was of course Sasuke. Others were Kiba Inuzuka, who seemed to be very good friends with Menma, Sakura and the fan club she was leading. He was thankful for these tips and had let his sisters know that he was grateful. During those few months since he came back, he began to spend more time with Hinata, who had been slowly coming out of her shy shell. The girl got along well with both him and Koga, who seemed to like that Naruto was opening up to other people. Now, Today was the day they finally graduated from the academy, and after that placed into teams. He was sitting next to Hinata, who was trying not to stare at Naruto as the two of them and their classmates were waiting for their sensei to arrive, with many of them being loud. Of course, that ended when Iruka came through the door and told the students to shut up, putting a minor amount of killing intent behind it. Naruto could only grin. He had only known the man for a few months, but he had already warmed up to the Chunin Academy instructor. He may act like a tough teacher, but he cared about his students greatly. Okay, now that I have your attention, it's time to go through the final exam before you graduate. You are to do 3 of the academy basics and if possible perform a bonus jutsu you may have learned over the course of your time here, Iruka said and picked up a clipboard. When you hear your name, you will head to the next room and be examined to see if you pass. Alright, first up. And so, the process of testing of who will become a ninja and who will not began. As one by one the students we called to the next room and came back with only a few without their Hitai-8, and a disappointed look on their faces. Soon, after seeing Hinata, Menma, Mito, and Narumi returned with a headband of their own, Naruto's name was called and the young Jinchuriki stood up and headed to the other room. When he entered the room, he spotted Iruka, along with another, white-haired, Chunin named Mizuki, the latter of whom Naruto didn't trust in the least, since he caught the suspicious academy teacher sneaking leering glances at his sisters and Hinata. His thoughts were cut off as Iruka spoke up. Okay Naruto, just do the Academy 3 and a bonus jutsu if you can, he said, and Naruto nodded before speaking. Before I start Iruka-sensei, I have a problem performing the regular clone jutsu, so is it alright for me to make a substitute in light of that? He asked. This made Iruka blink before he nodded. With that, Naruto performed the substitution jutsu, the transformation jutsu. Finally, after placing his fingers into a cross-shaped hand sign, he performed the shadow clone jutsu, which greatly surprised both Iruka and Mizuki. Great job, Naruto, Iruka said, and Naruto nodded before he began to perform another pair of hand seals. After making the hand signs, and putting in as little chakra as possible, Naruto called out the name of his jutsu. Wind-style great breakthrough. With that he blew out a gust of wind from his mouth into the room. Although it wasn't very strong, it was enough to force the two Chunin to cover their faces while catching flying pieces of paper. After the gust ended and the two mid-level ninja gathered up all the papers, Iruka took a deep breath to compose himself. Well done, Naruto. You passed. Come and get your Hitai-8 and return to the homeroom class, he said, and Naruto nodded as he walked forward, picked up a dark reddish almost black-clothed Hitai-8 and wrapped it around his head. After giving a bow to the two Chunin and left the room back to his classmates. When all was said and done, the students who were given their Hitai-8s were congratulated while those who didn't were told to try again next time. After Iruka was done with his speech, the students filed out of the classroom and made their way home. Naruto, however, was sitting on the swing outside the academy, thinking about what to do now and who would be placed on his team. His thoughts were interrupted, however, when his eyes caught his sister Narumi following Mizuki away from the crowd and began to have a conversation. Curious as to what they were saying, Naruto got close enough to listen in on what the two were talking about. His eyes narrowed when Mizuki talked about her stealing the forbidden scroll of sealing. Narumi's eyes widening a bit, which he recognized was fear. He also managed to catch the supposed meeting place in the forest just outside of the village. Naruto had unnerving vibes about Mizuki since day one, and because of how he looked at some of the female students. This screamed two words: deceiver and arrogant. His sisters had the same type of feelings, but unfortunately weren't aware of just how shifty he was. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? He asked his partner. Yeah, I bet anything that creep is setting your sis up, said Ko. I think it's best we keep an eye on her, Naruto said. We'll see what Mizuki has planned. Little did Naruto know that there was another person listening in as well. Koga, who had seen Narumi walk off with Mizuki, had also thought that the guy was a creep and had gotten the same vibe Naruto did from him. But to think that this guy would betray his own village, Koga couldn't believe it, or that this guy would dare to try and use his sister as a scapegoat. This guy is going to be dead meat when we get through with him, Koga mentally stated, only for a female voice to sound in his mindscape. Oh, don't worry, when we get done with him he is going to wish he was dead, said female voice calmly stated. XXXX. It just so happened that Naruto and Koga ran into each other when they arrived at the location Mizuki had stated for the meet 15 minutes earlier than Narumi. The both of them were about to ask what the other was doing here, only to have the same words come out of their mouths. At this the two brothers nodded, not needing to say any more, as they took up positions to wait for that bastard Mizuki to show his traitorous face. Narumi stepped into the clearing with the scroll of sealing strapped to her back and saw the small shack Mizuki had said would be here. She walked over to it and took the scroll of her back. With nothing left to do, she leaned the scroll against the shack and waited. So, you made it. That's good, Narumi snapped her head in the direction of the familiar voice and saw Mizuki standing there with a sick grin plastered on his face. Narumi glared back at the treacherous Chunin. "You can have this after you tell me," the red-headed girl shouted, while the white-haired traitor just chuckled. "Of course, my part of the deal of why you and your family and most of the village neglected your piece of shit," he began to say before he was cut off as the girl snapped at him. "My brother is not a piece of shit, you asshole," Narumi shouted, and Mizuki groaned in annoyance. "You know, I hate interrupting brats," he said while Narumi's grip on the scroll tightened and she thought about trying to run. "As I was saying, the reason why your family began to neglect your dear brother," he said the word brother like it was a bad taste in his mouth, "was because of a genjutsu that was placed on the village before you and your siblings turned 6. It was all planned by my master to make that little punk hate you, your parents, and the entire village of Konoha." He then sighed in annoyance. However, that plan backfired due to the fact that the genjutsu seemed to not work on some people like your brother Koga. Not only that, but instead of hating the village, the boy ran into the forest of death to train and came back 4 years later. Narumi's eyes widened at this. So, it wasn't their fault that Naruto was neglected. But someone tried to force her brother away. She gritted her teeth in anger at this info. "Who placed the genjutsu? Tell me," she said, before she drew a kunai and aimed it at the scroll, making the Chunin's eyes narrow dangerously, "or I'll cut this thing into this scroll to pieces and it will be useless." The Chunin said nothing at first, before grinning again. "Now you wouldn't do that," he said before he rushed the surprised girl and grabbed the hand with the kunai and backhanding her to the ground. "Now that I got what I came for, I don't need you anymore," he said, as the grin got bigger and more menacing. "But first, I'm gonna have some fun with you." He then dropped the scroll and began to walk closer to the dazed girl, and reached his hand out to grab her, only for a pair of fists to smash right into his face and send him flying into a tree. The two Uzumaki Namikaze brothers looked to see that Narumi was alright. Shaking her head, Narumi looked up and saw her brothers were here. "Koga, Naruto-ni," Narumi said, thanking Kami that her brothers had saved her life. "What are the two you doing here?" Mizuki growled. "Hey, Mizuki team, I see you enjoy making people's lives as miserable as always," Naruto taunted. "Shut up, you damn bastard," he shouted as he grabbed the Fuuma shuriken on his back. "I'm gonna enjoy killing the two of you, to hell with what that mummy says." Naruto and Koga quirked an eyebrow at that. "Mummy?" they thought, as Mizuki began to spin the massive shuriken in his hand, as his face began to show signs of slight insanity. "Now die," Mizuki shouted as he launched the shuriken at the brothers, who dodged the incoming projectile as both of them bit their thumbs and made a similar set of hand signs, swiping blood on their palms and slamming their hands to the ground, shouting in unison summoning jutsu. At this, 2 plumes of smoke exploded, and when they cleared, a large gray wolf with a white stripe-like pattern going down its back and a black fox with 4 white-tipped tails stood next to the brothers. Narumi gasped as she saw this and looked on with shock as her brothers rushed Mizuki, now with feral backup. The 4 fought the Chunin, who was supposed to be better than them, but with these numbers it would be hard for anyone to fight back. Both Naruto and Koga fought the Chunin traitor hard and were in a way kicking his ass. After the 2 brothers sent Mizuki flying through the little shack, Naruto and Koga looked back at their sister as Koga dismissed his summon with a word. Naruto looked to the wolf and said, "Stay with her." The wolf nodded, and with that said, they took off deeper into the woods after Mizuki. Narumi was watching her brothers head into the woods after the traitor, all the while thinking how her brothers had managed to get access to summoning contracts. However, before she can ponder this, a voice called out, "Narumi-chan." Narumi turned and saw her mother coming toward her. "Ka-chan," she said, happy to see her, only for her brother's wolf to get in her way and growl at her. Kushina stopped dead in her tracks as the summoning wolf guarded her daughter, only for Narumi to speak up. "Please don't hurt her, she is my mother." Kushina looked at the summoning wolf and pleaded, "Please, she's my daughter." The summoning wolf went up to Kushina and sniffed her scent, and when it seemed satisfied it looked at her and then gave a nod of his head and slowly back up only a few feet, just enough to let her know that if she tried anything funny he would tear her apart. Kushina finally reached her daughter before embracing her, as Narumi shed tears. "Ka-chan. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Mizuki," she said, only for Kushina to hush her and telling her it was alright, before she broke the embrace and made her daughter look at her with a look on her face that was firm, but Narumi could see in her eyes that her mother was planning to kill her former academy teacher. "Where is Mizuki?" she asked firmly, and Narumi remembered before looking toward where her brother went after Mizuki. "Naruto-ni, he summoned this wolf and Koga summoned a fox. Then they proceeded to beat up Mizuki before kicking him that way," she said, pointing in said direction, as Kushina's eyes widened at that info before they turned determined and got back her daughter's attention. "Listen to me. I want you to stay here with Naruto's wolf until I get back with your brothers. You understand?" she said with finality, and Narumi nodded before Kushina stood up and looked to the summon. You will keep her safe? She asked, to which the summon nodded and spoke. With my life. Kushina thanked the wolf before she went running in the direction that her sons along with the white-haired traitor went, praying that her sons would be alright. XXXX. Mizuki grunted as he slammed, back first, against a tree. The traitor's body was covered in bruises, cuts, and bite wounds, with one of his eyes swollen shut. This is ridiculous. They're supposed to be wet behind the ears, Janan. Yet I'm losing horribly to them, he thought in rage, as Naruto stood on a tree branch looking down on the Chunin traitor while Koga was perched on the branch just below his brothers. Mizuki growled as his unswollen eye glared at the two teens who had been kicking his butt. TFT. And you call yourself a Chunin? Naruto said mockingly. You're a pathetic waste. Shut the hell up, you brat, Mizuki yelled back as he tried to stand. Seems like he still has yet to learn his lesson, Koga commented. I said shut up. The fallen Chunin roared as he pulled a kunai from his holster in a vain attempt to try and kill the two brothers. However, unseen to Mizuki, Naruto had created two shadow clones, one of which appeared and connected a knee to Mizuki's stomach, forcing the white-haired traitor to gasp in pain before he was kicked into the air by another Naruto clone. As the two brothers now appeared, Naruto above and Koga with, Naruto sent a hard right to Mizuki's solar plexus, sending him hurtling down to the floor of the woods, only for Koga hit him hard with a boot to the back, sending the traitor into tree front first and collapsed to the ground, not getting up. Naruto looked at the form of the traitor, and could see he was still alive, albeit barely. Okay, we may went a little overboard, he said as he dismissed the clones, walking over to Koga. Koga just chuckled, saying, he had it coming. I have to admit, not bad for a pair of beginners. Naruto blinked at his Bijuu's words before his own eyes widened and he snapped his head around, and his heart sank to his stomach. Koga expecting another enemy turn, only to mirror his brother's expression. There, standing with a shocked expression on her face, clad in her Jonin uniform, was their mother. Oh snap. They both thought. Naruto and Koga remained frozen as their mother, who still had a shocked expression on her face, looked at the two boys. None of them said a word as the silence went on for what felt like an eternity, but when Kushina saw Naruto about to make a move to run, she immediately acted. Naruto, please, she said, trying to sound as calm as possible, as she began to walk toward the two boys. Don't run. Naruto remained standing in place as Kushina continued to approach the two boys. It felt as if it took hours for her to finally be near and knelt down to his and Koga's level and hugged both of her sons tightly to her before she drew back slightly and put a hand on both of their shoulders. It's okay. I'm not angry at either of you. Naruto, I promised you that I would never hurt you again, and I still intend to keep it, she said, smiling at the both of them. I don't know how you both managed to get summoning contracts, but I'm not upset. She stopped and then placed one hand lightly on Naruto's face to reassure him she meant what she said. I know you don't fully trust me or your father yet, or even your brothers and sisters for that fact. But I won't throw away the hard work I did to win back your trust, by pressing you, she said, causing the blonde's eyes to widen. He could still remember all the good things Kushina and Minato had done to win back their son's trust before this whole debacle with Mizuki. We all love you, Naruto, she said, hugging both boys close to her again, causing Naruto stiffen just for a second before relaxing. And we'll still love you, no matter how hard we'll work to get it back, she whispered in his ear. As she released the hug, Naruto still didn't say anything, but just nodded. Kushina smiled a bit as she looked at her two sons, just as an Anbu member arrived. Kushina informed him that everything was alright and said that she will return the tower before she ordered Mizuki to be restrained and taken to Aviki. After that, Kushina along with both of her sons and daughter went back to the Hokage tower together. XXXX. Naruto was nervous as he stood in his father's office along with Narumi, Koga, and his mother. The third Hokage was also there, and not so surprisingly the two boys' surrogate older sister Yugao, who was wearing her Anbu mask and cloak. She had a comforting hand placed on the blonde's shoulder. Naruto had a feeling that he and Koga would have to explain how they came by their summoning contracts. Sitting behind the desk, Minato gave a sigh as he looked at his son who, although appeared to be calm, was trying to fight off the nervousness he was feeling at being put in the spotlight, though he was a bit relieved that it wasn't only him being put on the spot. He was also thankful those old crones, Homura, Koharu, and most of all, Danzo weren't there. They would probably have pressured both boys to reveal everything on how they had gotten the contracts. Deciding to begin the conversation, Minato spoke up. Naruto, he said, I know you've been back for only a few months, and that's probably not enough to earn your full trust back. Naruto stiffened a bit. But one thing is for sure. You and Koga both used summon contracts that haven't been seen in the Hidden Leaf Village, or if they have, they haven't had a user in a long time. He then took a deep breath and stopped himself. I'm not angry with either of you, neither is anyone else. I know you would probably like to keep whatever it is you know, a secret, but please, when you feel like telling us, don't be afraid to." He then turned to Narumi, who didn't even bother hiding how nervous she was. "As for you, young lady," Minato said in a firm stern tone, "even though we now know it was Mizuki who was manipulating you thanks to Koga's summon informing us about what was happening, you should have come to us first. What could have been so important that you would hide this from us?" he asked before continuing. "If you had come to us in the first place we could have prevented a whole lot of undue panic, stress, and worry." Narumi winced a little at that, but she managed to answer. He had information that I wanted, and said he'd give it to me if I gave him the scroll," she said, causing everyone to raise an eyebrow at that. "Information? About what, Narumi-chan?" said Hiruzen, as the young blonde lowered her head down. The true cause of why mostly everyone in the village neglected Ni-chan. That bit of info sent everyone in the room for a loop. "What did he tell you, Musume?" Minato asked. Narumi was hesitant at first, but eventually managed to speak it out. He said that a genjutsu was placed on the village just after we turned 6, and the plan was for Naruto to despise you and force him away from the village," she said, making the eyes of the two parents and Naruto's to widen in shock. Of course, the plan backfired due to the fact that somehow the genjutsu didn't affect the whole village and Naruto only went into the forest of death to train to get stronger. As she finished that statement, Naruto began raking his brain for whoever might have gained something out of this whole mess. He was not alone in this as his father and Hiruzen were also searching their minds as well. Who could have placed the genjutsu and for what reason? Their suspect list being short to begin with since the list of people who could cast a jutsu on that scale and level who they knew of were few. This list happened to be composed of Homura, Koharu, Danzo, Orochimaru, or the masked man who caused the Kyuubi to attack the village 12 years ago. However, 3 of those names were instantly scratched of the list due to the fact that 2 of the suspects had let their skills slip as they took more stock in their roles as advisors nowadays. While Orochimaru had once been accused of being traitor, having been arrested after suspicion about what went on in the lab that he operated. After he was taken to Aviki Morino for interrogation on the scene that was found in his lab, he asked that they have Inochi Yamanaka look through his mind to prove his innocence by reviewing the past few hours of his life. When the truth was revealed, they apologized and released the seals placed on him. During the interrogation, they had found that it was a spy who had gained Orochimaru's trust by posing as a new apprentice who had framed him. This spy had been stealing information and resources from his lab for Hiruko, a former Leaf Village shinobi who was banished after his experiments on human test subjects were found out. After the incident, Minato and Jiraiya apologized for their actions, Jiraiya especially. However, Orochimaru brushed them off saying that they were only doing their jobs and that he would have done the same if he had been in their position. Originally he was bitter and angry that his sensei Hiruzen Sarutobi had chosen Minato to succeed him as the 4th Hokage, but after Hiruzen talked to him about his reasons he grudgingly accepted it. Slowly, he grew to like the man, thanks in part to Jiraiya forcing him out of his lab to meet with him for a drink from time to time. Now, he was the head of the Torture and Interrogation Division and the main consultant when it came to building teams as he oversaw outgoing Genon teams from the academy and had some insight as to what went on inside of their minds due to his position. However, Danzo, who was the head of the Anbo splinter group known as Root, was one of the few people who could have done something this big. He had also been adamant in having Menma, Mito, Naruto and Narumi made into weapons molded for the village. He would have had his operatives watching who entered and exited the village. If Naruto would have left the village, his men would have been waiting to snatch him and take him to his base to be brainwashed into only serving him and him alone. After all, if he could gain a possible seal master who had access to the Fox's power and the Uzumaki Kekkei Genkai, the benefits to it would be too good for him to pass up. The other was the masked man who had tried to destroy the village 12 years ago. However, he hadn't been seen since that night. Naruto chose that moment to speak. "I remember something that Mizuki said," he said, getting the others' attention, "something about a mummy," and what he said. Minato and Hiruzen's eyes immediately narrowed at that bit of information, knowing that Danzo was called that not-so-affectionate nickname by many of the ninja and villagers alike. The young Hokage was about ready to order an investigation on the old bastard and have him squeezed for any information he knew about the genjutsu, until he got a confession from him. He then took a deep mental breath to calm himself down before he made any rash decisions, knowing that getting angry was not going to help matters. "All right," he said as he stood up from the chair. "It has been a hectic night for all of us, so I think it's best we all head home for the night," Minato said. He then looked to his 3 present children. "Teams will be assigned in a week's time. Be at the academy at 10 a.m. sharp," he said to them as the 2 sons and daughter stood up along with Kushina as they and Yugao left the office. When they were gone, Minato looked to Hiruzen with a serious look. "I swear Hiruzen," he growled, "old friend of yours or not, if I find proof that it was him, I'll personally kill the mummy son of a bitch, myself." Hiruzen sighing tiredly spoke in a neutral tone. "If Danzo truly is behind the problems that you have had with your son, then we must tread lightly, Minato," he said. "We need to find some serious incriminating evidence that it was truly him. In order to do that you must read his next move, and when you have him cornered only then do you strike." Minato nodded at the advice of the former Kage. "I know," he said and gave a tired grin to the old man. "I knew I made the right choice in making you my advisor. Unlike your former teammates, you don't pretend that your actions are for the good of the village. When you say those words you truly mean them." Hiruzen chuckled deeply at that. "Minato, I may love the village like my own family, but there are times when the head of the family has to put their foot down and tell the quarreling members to sit down and shut up," he said humorlessly before he and his successor began to laugh at the truth of it all. The two men stopped laughing and Hiruzen sighed before lighting his pipe and began to speak again. "Why don't you go home, Minato?" he said. "The paperwork isn't going anywhere, and you need to be with your family right now. Take the day off tomorrow." Minato nodded in agreement at that. "Thank you, Hiruzen," he said before looking at the seemingly never-ending pile of paperwork. "I don't know how I would manage if you weren't here to help," he said smiling before he passed the former Kage a small bottle of sake, to which the old man nodded his thanks before Minato disappeared in his signature yellow flash. XXXX. 3 days had passed since the whole Mizuki incident, and in that time things at the Uzumaki Namikaze home had gotten back to normal, or as normal as things could get. Naruto and Koga had decided to tell Minato and Kushina about their summon contracts, but only the basics. Both brothers thought it best to keep some things to themselves and others secret for as long as they could. This seemed to put most fears to rest and or answer most of the questions had by Minato and Kushina. Things even seemed to get a bit better since Naruto learned that his family had been under a genjutsu this whole time. While he still hadn't forgiven them fully, he felt that some good faith was earned, which had prompted him to tell them about his summon contract. That and Koga had told him it would make things less awkward between Naruto and his parents, and in the end he had taken his brother's advice and told them. Deciding to try and be a little more open, Naruto took his sisters up on an offer of going shopping with them and Kushina for new clothes that week. The girls however came up with the idea as a way to get closer to Naruto and spend some time with him. As they walked the streets of the village they talked about who they hoped to be put on a team with, while Kushina had told them that they needed to be ready to work with anyone because the team placement could put them with anyone in their class. When they finally reached their destination, they stopped in front of a store called Shinobi Style with kunai knives as the eyes in the sign, while a shuriken that was made to look like it was sticking out at an odd angle made the Y. A bell tinkled as they entered the store and a woman came out from the back and asked if they needed any help. When she saw it was Kushina and her daughter, she smiled. "Well, I'll be if it isn't Kushina. I was wondering when you would be back. Come to get some ninja gear for your girls?" the woman asked, seeing Narumi and Mito. "Nice to see you too, Rika, and yes, we're here to get gear for them and Naruto," Kushina said, motioning to her son. The woman walked around the counter and walked over to Naruto, smiling as she stuck out her hand and said, "It's nice to finally meet you. I've been wanting to for a long time." Naruto took the outstretched hand and shook it, replying, "It's nice to meet you too, Rika-san," he said before her smile turned a bit too mischievous, like how Anko's face would get before she would prank Naruto. As she reached up with her other hand and took a small handful of the boy's hair and pulled just enough to make Naruto wince in pain. Still smiling, she spoke in a slightly oversweet voice, "Naruto, none of this sand business, just call me Rika, okay?" Naruto responded with a slightly pained yes. At this she let go of his hair and her smile shifted back to genuine as she ruffled his hair and turned back to Kushina. Rika asked if they were looking for anything specific. Kushina smiled and replied, "We need to get clothes for both Naruto and the girls." Rika caught the fact that she had singled Naruto out by name and that the girls were smiling as they looked over some of the clothes in the store. She smirked inwardly. This was all just a ruse to get Naruto to spend time with them outside the home and hopefully bring them closer together. The boy didn't seem to notice this, or maybe he did and just didn't mention it out loud. Rika couldn't help but giggle just a bit. She also noticed that Menma and Koga weren't here with them. She was about to ask, but before she could, Kushina said, "Menma already went shopping a day or two ago and got some clothes, so he doesn't need any, and Koga told me that he would go shopping with us on another day." Rika noticed the tone to Kushina's voice, and she had been told before by Kushina about how the Uzumaki Namikaze boys got on and that Naruto and Menma didn't seem to get along well, so she decided not to push the topic. Kushina was trying to keep her sons from having a fight and to help bring her estranged son closer together with her and his sisters. Rika had been one of the people who had not been totally affected by the genjutsu, however she had never made an effort to talk to the boy as he had never come in her shop till one day when he was looking in her shop window for a second. When she went to ask him if he wanted to come inside and browse, the boy was gone. Now having him in her shop, she wondered how to get him to open up. "So, do you have any ideas of what you would like, Naruto?" Rika asked, looking at the boy. "I don't really know, what do you suggest?" Naruto commented, looking around. Rika smiled at this and decided to get the girls involved. "I think we need to get you a style all your own, don't you think so, you three?" Looking at the girls, Kushina smiled at this, as did her two daughters. The three looked at the boy and Kushina spoke. "That sounds like a great idea. Do you have any colors you would like, Naruto?" The boy thought about it for a minute before responding. "I like blue and orange." Kushina quirked an eyebrow at the color choices but wanted to let him make the choice himself as she remarked, "Any others?" The boy put his chin in his hand as he thought before he replied, "Black." Rika smiled and answered, "We can work with that, but I think it will be easier if we give you some outfit pairings and see what looks the best on you." After several outfits, Naruto walked out with the latest and the girls all gave an answer of approval as Naruto was told to look in a mirror. The boy stood there in an outfit consisting of a midnight blue almost black in the right light shirt. It had an orange Uzumaki spiral, the main concession to his color choice of orange, with two small orange stripes on the edge of his sleeves, along with a pair of light gray ninja cargo shorts and a pair of shinobi shoes. Naruto had also seen a pair of wrist guards that were dark blue and had a underlayer of armor to them. He had asked about them and Rika told him that they would go well with the outfit as well as add a layer of protection. All in all, the outfit looked good on him and the girls all gave their approval. After which Kushina paid for Naruto's clothes and the clothes the girls had picked out. After which the foursome went to lunch. When they arrived at Ichiraku's, they found Minato and the other two Uzumaki Namikaze boys who had just finished ordering lunch. Seeing his wife and the rest of his kids enter, he smiled. Letting the four of them get seated and place their orders for lunch. When all was done, he finally posed his question. "So, did you guys have a good time?" he asked, smiling at his wife. "We did, and we got Naruto a new look. What do you think?" Kushina asked, looking at her husband, to which Minato looked at his son and had to admit Naruto looked good in his new outfit. Manma however sniffed and asked, "Why? It's not like Naruto is going to be put on a team." Both Kushina and Minato looked at their son and told him if he didn't have anything nice to say to keep it to himself. Menma was still of the idea that while his brother had come back, he wouldn't be apologizing to his older brother anytime soon, not until Naruto was able to stand as his equal. Though in a small part of Menma's heart, he honestly did want to become close to his brother again, but that part was having trouble with the part of him that had been able to take hold thanks to the whole situation that had led up to this point. Little did he know, however, that Naruto was already a match for him, if not better. The reason being that Menma was oblivious to this fact was that Naruto had never wanted to stand out at the academy due to the fact that it would raise too many questions that he felt didn't need to be asked, not until he was ready to share the answers to them. But with every plan there is always a chance that someone will catch on to what you are doing. And it seemed that Orochimaru had noticed that something was up. Even before this whole incident with Mizuki. Flashback. Naruto had gone to Ichiraku's for lunch that day, only when he walked up he was met by someone that was a bit too smart to not see a pattern. Orochimaru greeted Naruto and asked if he was getting ramen, to which Naruto had nodded. The snake sage asked if it was okay if he joined him and Naruto said yes. As the two entered, Ayame saw her favorite blonde and smiled, greeting the two as they sat. Naruto ordered a bowl of tonkotsu with extra chashu and kakuni, while Orochimaru ordered a simple chicken ramen bowl with miso. The two sat in silence for a few before it was broken by a question. "Naruto, may I ask you a question?" Orochimaru asked. Naruto just looked at him for a second before he answered. "And what question might that be?" Answering the question with one of his own. "I know you have only been back 3 months, but I would like to ask about how things are going at the academy?" The snake sage asked, hoping the blonde would be up for sharing. "What about the academy?" Naruto again answered the question with one of his own. "It's about you, more specifically your performance at the academy," Orochimaru stated as he continued. "You seem to be somewhat of an enigma to your instructors, as you seem to be the same as any average student who attends the academy." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "And is that bad?" he asked, wondering where his godfather was going with this. "No, many ninja who were average in the academy have gone on to be good shinobi," he said, "but it makes you seem like you are hiding something, since many of them think you're holding back when it comes to how you perform." Naruto just shrugged and looked at the older ninja. "I don't know what to tell you," he said as he got up. Having finished his food, he went to pay, but his godfather stopped him and put down money for the both of them. Flashback end. After this, Naruto had put a bit more effort in at the academy, which increased his scores a bit, but not enough to make much of a difference on his rating. It was just to make it look like he was really just that average. But some of the instructors there still didn't buy it, and neither did Orochimaru. Even now, going over team assignments with Minato in the Hokage's office, he couldn't help but ask himself the question, "Naruto, what are you not telling us, and why are you trying to hide your real level of skill from us?" "So, Minato, what do you think of these for the potential team builds?" Orochimaru asked, showing Minato a diagram with multiple different team compositions, ranging from tracking, assault, and support. After pointing out the candidates that would only be able to fill one role due to their skill set, then he brought out a chart showing the candidates that could fill multiple roles in a squad. So far the teams look great, thank you Orochimaru. Minato expressed his sincere thanks, as squad building in the past was a difficult process of basically putting Shinon together and seeing if they would work as a team or not. But with Orochimaru offering his insight into the matter, squads that have been assembled in the past couple of years have had a 92.7% rate of successful squad dynamics. But I am concerned about one thing. Orochimaru wasn't surprised since he had a sneaking suspicion as to what it was about though. It's over your children, isn't it? His suspicions were validated when Minato rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. You caught me Orochimaru. I wanted to know why Naruto's name isn't on any of the squad suggestions that you showed me. Orochimaru sighed hearing this from Minato as he knew it would be coming. Minato, you and I both know that your oldest son was treated like he never existed by both his family and most of the village, myself included. Though we know now that it was due to a genjutsu that no one knew about, it is because of that he doesn't trust many people. He doesn't even fully trust you or your wife right now for that matter. Orochimaru stated, seeing how Minato was about to retort he commented. Do you know how he performed in the academy Minato? Hearing the question Minato frowned and nodded his head wondering where the Sannin was going with this. I do Orochimaru, from what I hear from practically everyone, he's about as average as they get at the academy. His performance on the written and physical exams bring passable marks, it's actually a surprise that he didn't place higher than he did, Minato said, his voice thick with guilt and shame at that fact. Knowing full well that while his son had trained he didn't have anyone to teach him what he needed, but at the same time, he also wanted to know how is it that if his son was so average then how was Naruto already able to do some of the jutsu he had used and how had someone who seemed to be so unremarkable survived in the forest of death for so long. That being said, have you ever seen his actual scores and performance on the written and physical exams? Seeing Minato shake his head in the negative, Orochimaru took out Naruto's file and handed it to Minato. After taking it and opening, he didn't see what the snake sage was trying to hint at. Though he did frown a bit when he saw how his son did. Seeing that Minato didn't get it, he sighed. You don't see it, do you Minato? He asked. Isn't it suspicious that his grades aren't more varied? How on every single exam, physical and written, he has managed to score just enough points to put him in the average threshold. That alone warrants suspicion. It's as if he is deliberately trying to make himself look like the most average shinobi in order to conceal his strengths. He paused to let Minato think about it for a second. Minato thought about it for a second before responding, are you sure about this? After all we both know that he didn't have anyone to train him while he was in the forest of death. Now that I'm thinking about it more clearly and looking back at how after I talked to him about it his scores went up but not enough to change his placement, I'm sure that he's intentionally hiding his skills. Though for what reason, I'm not sure, Orochimaru said, his brows furrowed in thought. Minato just couldn't wrap his mind around why Naruto would intentionally hide his skill if he was as skilled as Orochimaru was making him out to be. But why hide his skills? I mean I get why he didn't want to tell us about the summon contract and all, but if he has the skill, why doesn't he show them to everyone? Minato asked only for Orochimaru gave a of acknowledgement. It sounds as if you're making him out to be a prodigy. If he was, he'd be the talk of the village. That's why I didn't place him with any of squads that I made Minato. I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but my personal assessment of him is that he's a potential risk. He trusts only a few people in the village and because of that has very little loyalty or love for the village either. As soon as Orochimaru finished his assessment, he was met with an angry and accusatory glare from Minato. What are you implying Orochimaru? Are you saying that my son is a potential threat to his squad mates, his sensei, and possibly a threat to the village? Minato was unhappy that Orochimaru thought of his son as a threat to the safety of his ninja and village. Menma's comment about how his brother wasn't going to be put on a team lingered in his mind. He knew that his son wasn't treated the best due to what had happened, but he wouldn't betray the village, would he? Before the question could be answered Yugao burst through the door to the office startling the two as they were already on their feet and in a set of combat stances but relaxed only a bit when they saw who it was but the look on the kunoichi's face said that it wasn't good. Hokage-sama I need to talk to you now it's about Naruto. Yugao said making Minato feel chill run down his spine as he hoped that the earlier comment made by Orochimaru had not been an omen. Flashback. Yugao had been on her way to give Naruto his present for graduation from the academy. She had found them while looking for a set of gifts for her two surrogate little brothers and thought they would be perfect for Naruto so she purchased the twin chemis. The pair were one of a kind since they were also chakra blades and the craftsmanship and detail on them was beautiful. She had already given Koga his gift earlier which had been a custom wakizashi that was also a chakra blade made by the same smith. and she wanted to make sure Naruto got his present. Heading for the one place she knew he would be since no one else knew where he was at the moment, she soon found herself at the special training spot that both Naruto and Koga used when they wanted to train by themselves, or just be alone. She had found the spot by tracking Koga from a distance as to not be spotted and or picked up by him with his sensory abilities if he had any. When the boy had stopped, he had come to the clearing that she was headed for. Now she had found Naruto waiting for his brother and the two engaged in training, which had provided the perfect cover for her slip away by. Remembering the route to the spot, she soon found herself landing in the clearing. Only when she got there she was greeted by two voices, one that she knew to be Naruto's and one that she didn't recognize at all as they talked. She only caught the last bit of the conversation before Naruto had asked for the women he was with to sing. She gave him a look before sighing as she said okay. Yugao stilled as the women began to sing so beautifully it could have hypnotized anyone who heard her, it seemed. As she heard the song, Yugao could almost have sworn that she heard the music to the song playing as the woman sang. Hush, child. The darkness will rise from the deep and carry you down into sleep. Child, the darkness will rise from the deep and carry you down into sleep. Guileless son, I'll shape your belief, and you'll always know that your father's a thief, and you won't understand the cause of your grief, but you'll always follow the voices beneath. Loyalty, 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 loyalty only to me. Guileless son, your spirit will hate her, the flower who married my brother the traitor, and you will expose his puppeteer behavior, for you are the proof of how he betrayed her loyalty. Loyalty, 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 loyalty only to me. Hush, child. The darkness will rise from the deep and carry you down into sleep. Child, the darkness will rise from the deep and carry you down into sleep. Guileless son, each day you grow older, each moment I'm watching my vengeance unfold, for the child of my body, the flesh of my soul, will die in returning the birthright he stole. Loyalty, 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 loyalty only to me. Hush, child. The darkness will rise from the deep and carry you down into sleep. Child, the darkness will rise from the deep and carry you down into sleep. When the song was finished, she heard Naruto comment that the women had one of the most beautiful voices that he had ever heard. As said women thanked him for the compliment, Yugao got close enough to see that Naruto had his head resting on the woman's leg as he lay on his side with the two of them sitting next to the stream that wound its way through the area. Not wanting to startle them, Yugao used the body flicker technique to leave and race full speed to get to the Hokage's office. End flashback. After reporting about what she had seen, it came as a shock when Minato's reaction was a bit underwhelming. Minato took in the knowledge about his son being with someone Yugao didn't recognize. However, that song he did recognize. It was a lullaby from a story Kushina would read to the kids when they were little. It was a fairy tale story. Minato also knew that Kushina had hummed and even sang that lullaby to the kids many a night when they couldn't sleep or were scared. If it wasn't his wife who was singing, then who was this woman? While he was mulling this over, Orochimaru thought about what had just been shared and if this woman was a treat to the village. Then an idea struck him and he decided to voice it. If we have Inoiki take a look at Yugao's memories, we can see who this person is, and if your wife or you know her. Minato. Very well, I will get Kushina and bring her here. Yugao, if you would be so kind as to retrieve Inoiki so we can determine what to do about this. Minato said, to which Yugao nodded her head and vanished again using body flicker. An hour and one mind walk later, whoever this woman was, none of them knew her, and that she was someone either Naruto knew well or she was playing him for a fool. However, Minato doubted the second of the two, as he knew very well that his son, while distant, had a way of knowing when and when not to trust someone. Also, Minato felt that if he didn't trust his son, it was almost in a way betraying all the work he put into trying to get back his son's trust. After having learned all they could from Yugao's memory, Minato told Inoiki he could go home. Minato offered to take Kushina home, but she told him she needed to think and the walk home would help her do just that. Now it was just him, Orochimaru, and Yugao in his office. Seeing that Minato was feeling conflicted on this whole matter, not to mention trying to figure out just what his son was doing and who the women was, Orochimaru decided to relent. Minato, I'll assign Naruto to a squad on the condition that. Before he could finish his statement, Yugao interrupted, saying, Please Hokage-sama, I would like to be the sensei for Naruto's squad. Minato and Orochimaru blinked at the sudden outburst, but the idea appealed to Minato, he had to admit. It would be a way to keep an eye on his son and also help make him feel at ease by being around someone who he knew well. Orochimaru would have preferred to put Anko in charge of Naruto's squad, as she would be able to report on his mental state just from observation alone. The only others capable of this were himself, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Ibiki, and Shizune. But he didn't think that they should be removed from their posts for one Genin, even if the Genin is possibly unstable and the Hokage's son. But he did have to admit the idea of making Yugao Naruto's team sensei would be beneficial for several reasons. I know Naruto better than most in the village and can assess his mental state firsthand. I will be able to see if anything is amiss. Yugao stated, pushing for Minato's approval. Well, I think it could work if you think it is a good idea, Orochimaru stated. Minato thought about the situation deeply. On one hand, he wanted to trust his instincts that his son wasn't a threat, but considering what Orochimaru said about him trusting only a few people in the village was undoubtedly true, as he knew the list of people and it was a short one. Eventually he had to place his village over his son, as much as it pained him to do so, but he would do it his way. Alright Yugao, but I want to make two things clear. First, there will be no favoritism towards Naruto. Seeing a wry smile on her face as he paused, he could only hope that this decision doesn't come back to bite him in the ass. After all, Yugao and Anko were good friends and shared some of the same hobbies and tendencies. Second, if anything is amiss, even if it seems trivial, don't hesitate to bring it to my attention. Am I clear? That smile never left Yugao's face as she replied, 100%. Well, now that we have that settled, let's rebuild the squads then. Starting with the ones who have the most flexibility in regard to possible positions, Orochimaru said as he brought out a rooster and proceeded to highlight and circle prime individuals. As they worked through the rest of the afternoon, Minato along with Orochimaru and Yugao asked to give recommendations for Naruto's team, reorganize the teams to make for the best pairing that would ensure the highest rate of survival for the young Genin. XXXX. The day of team assignments finally came and Naruto and his siblings arrived at the academy on time as the rest of the students filed in until the whole class was there. A little bit later, Iruka walked into the room and got the class to quiet down as their conversation stopped. He began to tell them that they were going to begin their journey on the road to being great shinobi and kunoichi. Now then, Team 1 will be. And so, the long process of team assignment began. As this process went on, Naruto half listened to Iruka talk while he talked with Ko about who he hoped he would be placed with on a team. Though Ko told him that it wouldn't matter who he got paired with, he would have to try and work with them, even if it was someone he didn't get along with the best. As Iruka went on, he came to the squads that would have the most well-rounded Genin teams. Team 7 will consist of Menma, Mito and Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze. Your sensei will be Kakashi Hatake. At this statement, many groans and complaints rang out about the newly dubbed strongest team, Team Hokage's kids. Though the three siblings named face-bombed at the unfortunate luck of having to stick with their siblings even when out on missions, and of having to deal with their perverted and habitually late older brother figure as their sensei. After quieting down the class once more, Iruka continued. Team 8 will consist of Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. Your sensei, Kurana Yuhi. Team 9 is still in effect from last year. Team 10 will consist of Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi. Your sensei, Asuma Sarutobi. At that, Ino practically broke the desk she was at when her head slammed onto it, complaining about how she was put on the worst possible team, while behind her Shikamaru muttered a quiet troublesome, his eyebrow twitching slightly at the rude behavior of his students. Iruka could only sigh before continuing. Team 11 will consist of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Your sensei, Richi. Though, he was once again interrupted when Sakura rose out of her seat with a shout as she pumped a fist in the air, claiming that the power of true love prevails over all obstacles, as Sasuke let his head drop. For the final time, Iruka could only hang his head at his students' behavior before calling out the final team. The final team will be Team 12, which will consist of Yakumo Kurama, Koga, and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Your sensei, Yuga Uzuki. Iruka then announced that their sensei would be coming to pick them up soon. That caught Naruto by surprise, as he wondered if his dad had done this on purpose to keep an eye on him, or was it his dad's way of trying to help him out. Quite seemed to fall over the room as several of the other students looked back at Naruto, before they along with the rest of the students got up and moved to group up with their respective teammates. As Iruka left the room, conversations broke out among the small groups. As Koga slid over a seat to sit beside his brother, a girl with brown hair braided on one side and light brown eyes approached the two. She wore a stylish but functional purple kimono-style top that had the sleeve on the left cut short while the sleeve on the right was longer around the shit. At her waist was a pink sash and a blue skirt underneath. She wore red mesh leggings and a red mesh shirt. "Hi, I am Yakumo Kurama," she said, giving a slight bow as she continued, "It looks like we are going to be teammates." Naruto and Koga both nodded and asked her to sit next to them. As she sat down, Yakumo couldn't help thinking about Naruto. Did he really go into the forest of death like Narumi and Mito claim he did, and if so, how had he survived? Also, if Naruto had made it out of that supposed death trap, then why was he so average? These thoughts played in her mind as she sat next them as they waited for their sensei to arrive. Being one of the few people who hadn't been affected by the mass genjutsu, she had noticed how people just seemed to ignore Naruto. Even his sisters ignored him, even avoided him at times, which she thought was weird. When she had asked Narumi why, her friend told her that every time she would get close to her brother it was like an overwhelming sense of fear would wash over her. Yakumo had thought she was being absurd, but after having seen the way Naruto was treated by the village and his family, she was not surprised when Narumi told her that Naruto had ran away. But now that he was back, it seemed like whatever had been causing Narumi to feel that sense of fear was gone. Honestly, when she had been told that it had been genjutsu, many of the pieces that she had been missing had fallen into place, and now she knew why things had been so rough for Naruto. She had made a promise when he had gone into the forest that if he ever came back she would befriend him, and now being put on his team gave her the opportunity to keep her promise. After half an hour of waiting, most of the teams had been picked up by their sensei and only 3 teams were left. Then a woman with purple hair stepped through the door. Yugao smiled as she saw her 2 surrogate younger brothers, and they smiled back. As she took note of who was left, she made a mental note that if Kakashi was as late as he normally was, she was going to burn his stash of Ichi Paradise books while she made him watch. At that moment, somewhere in the Leaf Village, a certain masked shinobi felt a chill run up his spine as he felt that his beloved book collection was in danger. With that mental note made, she commented for Team 12 that she was their sensei and for them to follow her. As the 3 got up to follow her, Naruto made a shadow clone and gave him a piece of paper and told him to read it when after they left. The rest of his siblings and the others waiting quirked an eyebrow at what that was all about, but eventually shrugged and went back to waiting. Yugao didn't ask what the clone was all about. She simply told the 3 that she had to use the bathroom and went inside. When she did, she placed a sound seal and made a shadow clone who used the transformation jutsu to take the form of a fly. As she released the sound seal, she flushed the toilet and washed her hands to make it look real. When she walked out, the fly left, as well as the 4 of them left. The fly made its way to the room where the others were waiting. As she entered through the open window above the door, only to find the clone setting up an elaborate trap on the door. Only the clone and the other 3 Uzumaki Namikaze kids were left. As Yugao's clone saw what he was doing, she approved and decided to watch the result of Naruto's trap and settled into wait. Leading the 3 out of the school and took them to a local park and sat down on the stone steps that lead to a small pond. Yugao looked at each of them and said, "Okay, I want each of you." Before she could finish her statement, she was tackle-hugged to the ground by Naruto, as Koga just smiled as Yakumo never thought she would see Naruto ever show so much emotion. Yugao smiled as she got up with Naruto still hugging her. "It's good to see you two, both of you, but you are confusing Yakumo," Yugao said as she motioned to the confused girl. Naruto scratched the back of his head and moved to sit back down. "Pardon Mayutoto's action, but we are close," Yugao said as she looked at her students. Yakumo was puzzled at the statement, as she knew Naruto and Yugao were not related, but let it slide as she recalled how the boy had hugged her. Maybe she and he saw each other as family. "Now, as you all already know, my name is Yugao Uzuki and I will be your sensei. Now I would like each of you to give your name, likes, dislikes, and goals for the future. I will start. As I have already told you, my name, my likes are moon watching, Kenjutsu, my surrogate younger brothers here, and a certain someone, who I will not tell you about." Naruto snickered a bit at this, but a small glare from Yugao shut him up, which caused Koga to smile at his brother's predicament as she continued. "My dislikes are hypocrites, rapists, sexists, and child abusers. My dreams for the future are to marry that certain someone and training you 3 into great shinobi." She smiled at the end as she looked at them all. "Now, who wants to go next?" she asked. Naruto raised his hand only to start before she could say anything. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. My likes are ramen, training, wolves, and one Ekin. My dislikes are hypocrites, rapists, sexists, child abusers, and poachers. My dream for the future is to become a strong ninja and to prove I am worth something to the rest of my family." Yugao nodded at that, knowing fully well that Naruto's resolve was not to be doubted, since she also knew where his resolve came from. Koga went next, as he was next in line of the group. "My name is Koga Uzumaki Namikaze. My likes are ramen, training, one Ekin, and shogi. My dislikes are the same as my brothers. My goal for the future is to become as strong a ninja as I can become and to find a nice girl and start a family someday." The last part of his statement surprised both Yakumo and Yugao. They would have never thought that the boy would want to start a family. After Koga finished, Yugao turned to Yakumo and said, "Looks like you're up. Tell us about yourself." At this, Yakumo felt like a bug under a microscope, but it could have been worse. Yakumo knew that if she froze now, it would only show that she was not fit to be a leaf shinobi. "My name is Yakumo Kurama. My likes are reading, training with my tutor Kurenai-sensei, mochi, and being with my family. I also dislike perverts, rapists, people who mock others for stupid reasons or reasons outside of their control, and people who look down on genjutsu users. My goal is to repay Minato and Kushina-sama for helping me to subdue the Ito that was inside my mind, giving me back my life, And to surpass Kurenai-sensei as a genjutsu master. Wanting to surpass Kurenai, that's a tall order for sure, but this girl seems determined as heck. Yugao thought as she looked at the girl. After a moment she looked at the three of them and commented, "Good, very good," she said, before her face turned serious. "Now for you to know something. The graduation test you took last week is not the real graduation test." This caused the trio to blink in surprise. "What do you mean that it wasn't the real test, one Ekin?" Naruto asked, confused at her statement. "Just like I said, the test you all took was not the real test. The real test has a 66% failing rate, and only 3 or 4 teams will pass," she said as she continued. "Now then, I want you 3 to arrive at Training Ground 12 tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. sharp. Eat light, because if you don't, you'll regret it." They nodded, showing that they understood. "Good, then you have the rest of the day to yourselves," she said, and disappeared, leaving behind a few leaves that were blown away with the breeze. After Yugao left, the 3 young shinobi in training looked at each other before Naruto asked, "You two want to get some ramen or something? We can talk and learn what each of us can each do while we eat." Yakumo and Koga both nodded, and soon the 3 of them were off to Ichiraku Ramen. When they entered the little ramen stand, Ayame was putting down the box that she had been moving and turned to see the threesome sit down. "Naruto, it's good to see you. I was wondering when you would be back." "Oh, and this must be the rest of your team, right?" Ayame asked in her normal bright manner. "Yup, and one Ekin is our sensei," Naruto said as he picked up a menu to see what he wanted to order. "That's wonderful," she said as she opened the box that she had just set down. "It's good to see you too, Koga. How have you been lately?" Koga smiled as he replied, "Good, and you?" Ayame gave him a smile as she said, "Really good, since one of my favorite customers has been back." At this the two of them laughed. "Oh, how rude of me. My name is Ayame, and what's your name?" she asked as Yakumo looked from Naruto and Koga to Ayame. "I'm Yakumo Kurama. I take it you all know each other?" she asked as Ayame nodded an affirmative to her question. "Yup, I've known these two and the rest of their family for a long time, since the whole of the Uzumaki Namikaze clan seems to love ramen," Ayame said as the 2 boys looked over at her with mock expressions of sarcasm on their faces. "Now that's just not true, Ayame-chan. We don't love ramen, we just happen to like it a lot," Koga responded. Ayame, Naruto, and Koga cracked up with laughter at the statement, and even Yakumo found their laughter infectious as she too joined in their moment of humor. When the 4 of them finally calmed down, Ayame took their orders and served them their food. When asked about where her dad was, she told them that he was out on a supply run and would be back later. As the trio talked over their bowls, they talked about their strengths and weaknesses. They also told each other a little bit more about themselves. When all was done and they had finished their ramen and learned a little bit more about each other, as they left, the trio said that they would do their best on tomorrow's test and headed for home. Back at the academy, Kakashi was merely walking down the hall of the academy, silently reading his newest addition to his library. If one did not know who he was from the many rumors that surrounded him, people would say that he was a shinobi only for the benefits of being one. However, people who knew Kakashi knew that this was one small way of how he honored one of his friend's memories. Stopping beside the door, Kakashi could feel a small amount of killer intent rolling off all 3 Genin. Wondering what his surrogate siblings had planned to do as punishment because of his tardiness, Kakashi created a shadow clone and had it walk through the door. After the clone disappeared and the memories came back to him, it caused him to flinch, as he was now extremely glad that he created said clone. He knew he was late, but that was one thing he didn't want to repeat, be it memory or for real. What greeted his sense of sight was a semi-war zone, as several different types of kunai scattered the lower and upper wall near where the clone had been. Ninja wire also scattered the floor, a little more around the middle of the small pile. Note to self: never piss off I-sensei's kids again, he thought to himself as he remembered how bad it was to have the ninja wire cutting into his genitals as it tied him up in a very painful way. Not only that, but his favorite book had been soaked in what looked like oil. Where had they even gotten the oil from? Kakashi could only guess before a match struck a hard surface before lighting the wire in his favorite book. As Kakashi walked through the door, a note was laying on the floor. The white-haired ninja bent to pick it up. When he turned the note over and read it, a chill went down his spine. "Dear Kakashi, if you are reading this message, then you used a shadow clone or a substitution to take the fall for my trap like I figured you would. Hope it was a clone, so that way you at least know what it felt like, since shadow clones transfer memory. This is your only warning before something bad happens to that pile of smut you call a book collection. Try to be on time from now on. Oh, and this is just me telling you what I will do. No telling what one Ekin would do to you, so if I don't burn that smut, you can bet she will do something much worse. Sincerely, Naruto. P.S. And don't you bother with some lame excuse about a black cat crossing your path or how you got lost on the road to life on your way to meet your team. You are a Jonin and now a sensei, act like it." At this point, 2 things went through Kakashi's mind as he looked up from the note. 1. Nothing could be worse than having his prized book collection be burned. He would rather die than have that happen. 2. Where was Naruto? looking around the room to see if he could figure out where Naruto was hiding because there was no way he would miss a chance to view his handiwork in person. As he looked around, said blonde's clone in fly form decided to have some fun as he buzzed by Kakashi's ear and landed on the back of his neck, only for the clone to be dispelled when Kakashi slapped himself on the back of the neck to try and kill the supposed fly. Yugao's clone, who had also taken a fly form, on the other hand flew out the open window and dispelled itself where no one would see it. Kakashi thought that he must have missed and that the fly flew off to somewhere else. Looking now to the three Genin, who were all somewhat amused by their brother's antics, even Menma, Kakashi told them to meet him on the roof and that he would be waiting before disappearing in a puff of smoke. When Naruto got the memory from his clone and the look on Kakashi's face, he found he couldn't stop grinning as they continued to walk home. Koga noticed this and asked, "What's so funny?" To which Naruto replied, "Nothing, I just remembered something that I found funny, that's all. XXXX." When morning came, Naruto woke early and got ready for the test that day. As he headed for the bathroom while he still had the chance, when you live in a house with 4 other siblings the line for the shower can get long, but as luck would have it the Uzumaki Namikaze estate had 3 bathrooms, 2 of which were for the kids and the third was the master bath that was off of Minato and Kushina's room. After a quick shower, Naruto dressed in his new clothes and headed for the kitchen to get something light for breakfast. As he entered the kitchen, he found Koga already there eating a small bit of fruit salad and that his brother had made 2 bowls, one of which he pushed over to the seat next to him. Naruto smiled and accepted the bowl, which he ate with gusto. One thing that Naruto knew was that his brother may not have been as good as their mom, but he was still pretty good when it came to cooking, that is if you could call fruit salad cooking. After they finished their meal, the 2 boys got the rest of their gear that they would need for the test, strapping their kunai pouches and such into place. They both headed for the front door, only for Kushina to be waiting by it. When she saw them, she smiled and hugged them as she told them, "Good luck and do your best." With that, she stepped back and watched as they walked out the door and headed to Training Ground 12. Along the way, Yakumo met up with the 2 brothers and the trio made their way to the training ground together. When they got to the training ground, it happened that they were about 20 minutes early, but that didn't bother the 3 as they knew they were going to be early when they had left for the training ground. When they did, since they had a bit of time to burn, Koga took out a small storage scroll and unsealed a shogi game that was already in progress and sat down with Naruto sitting opposite him to finish the match. Yakumo sat down next to them and asked when they had started the game, to which Naruto replied, "Last night." While this was going on, Yugao watched from a tree in the forest of the training ground. Pleased that her team had shown up early, it showed that they took this seriously. Having shown up about 5 minutes before her team, Yugao had wanted to get some peace and quiet to herself, but she didn't mind sharing it with the young Genin as she wanted to see how they would act without her around. And so far it seemed like her team got on just fine. Little did she know that Naruto had picked up on her chakra when they had arrived there. He just didn't tell the others because why spoil the look that he would get from his one-chan when he told her he knew where she was the whole time. After 20 minutes had passed, Yugao entered the clearing of the training ground and walked over to her team. "It's good to see you all here and early. That is also good. That means that you take this seriously," Yugao said as she looked at the 3 Genin. "Come on, one-chan, you were in the trees the whole time watching us," Naruto stated, which made Yugao and Yakumo blink and stare at him, while Koga just smiled, knowing full well that his brother was a sensory type and that compared to Naruto, Koga wouldn't even come close to matching his skill in this field. Though he knew how to sense chakra, his sensing abilities were not as sharp as Naruto's. Yugao was slightly in shock at the fact that Naruto was able to sense her like it was something casual, but then again, this is Naruto after all. The boy who defies logic, she thought to herself. "Okay, since it seems that everyone is obviously ready to start, let's go over the rules," Yugao said as she pulled 2 silver bells from her pocket and dangled them in front of her Genin. "The rules to this test are simple. All you have to do is get these bells from me before the timer runs out," she stated, setting a clock timer on the stump that she stood next to, said clock already ticking. "If none of you get a bell by lunch, then you will be tied to one of the 3 stumps while I eat my lunch, and after that you will have a second chance to get the bells. If you fail, then you will be sent back to the academy," Yugao stated, attaching the bells to her belt. This made Yakumo flinch while Koga just frowned, thinking to himself that there were only 2 bells and that would mean that no matter who got the bells, one of them would be going back to the academy, which would mean that this test was not truly about the bells. If that was the case, then it had to be about something else. Naruto was already thinking the same thing and had already come to the conclusion that the test was about what they could do as team, not who got the bells. If that was the case, then they needed to work out a plan and fast. "Oh, and one last thing, come at me with everything you have, cause if you don't, you won't win," Yugao stated, looking the 3 of them in the eyes, and the test already started. At this, the 3 Genin scattered into the trees. Once in the trees, Naruto and Koga decided that they needed to meet up with Yakumo, but it would be too easy for Yugao to find them if they grouped up. So, they both made shadow clones and sent them to where they could sense her chakra was coming from. Yakumo was crouched behind a tree that gave her a view of Yugao that was uninterrupted. She needed a plan to get one of the bells from her sensei or she was headed back to the academy, and she had worked too hard for it all to be for nothing. While she had been focused on what was in front of her, she missed Naruto and Koga's clones as they came up behind her, startling her, which caused Yakumo to squeak, or that would have been the case if not for the fact that Naruto's clone clamped his hand over her mouth. "Think you can give a girl a warning next time?" Yakumo asked, staring at them like she was going to kill them herself. "I nearly had a heart attack." "Sorry, but this was the easiest way to fill you in on what's up with this test," Koga's clone stated, which made Yakumo frown. "The test is all about getting the bells," Yakumo claimed, like it was so obvious. "No, the bells may be part of the test, but they aren't the true goal of the test," Naruto's clone stated. "The true test is about working together as a team to get the bells." "But there are only 2 bells," Yakumo countered, "so even if we work as a team, one of us will be headed back to the academy." "That's the point of the test. The bells are to divide us so we focus more about ourselves than our teammates," Koga's clone replied. Yakumo blinked at this and facepalmed at the fact that she fell for something as simple as this, but that was the whole point. The simplest tricks were the ones that worked best. "Okay, so what's the plan then?" Yakumo asked, hoping that the brothers had something up their sleeves. "I think it's time we pull a sneaky fox," Naruto's clone commented, to which Yakumo raised an eyebrow while Koga's clone just chuckled, looking at the other clone. "A sneaky fox?" Yakumo questioned, her mind drawing a blank at the phrase. "Do you really think it will work? I mean, we haven't pulled one of those in a long time," Koga's clone asked, to which Naruto just smiled. "What's a sneaky fox?" Yakumo asked, starting to get annoyed. "That's why I am sure it will work. After all, we never really pulled one on One-chan," Naruto's clone said, still holding his smile. "Okay, that's it. What is a sneaky fox?" Yakumo hissed out, drawing both of her teammates' attention. "Have you ever heard the phrase, 'the wolf is in the hen house'?" Koga's clone asked Yakumo. Yakumo frowned at this. After all, it was a common saying, replying, "Of course, who hasn't?" "Well, while the wolf is making a scene out in the hen house as the farmer runs outside, the fox sneaks in and steals dinner off the table," Naruto's clone answered. Yakumo had to admit it was a solid plan, but would it work? Their sensei was a jonin after all. Would she fall for such a simple ploy? If it was that simple, then this test wouldn't have such a high failure rate. But if the point of the test was to see if the team could work together, then they had already passed the test. "So, who is the fox and who is the wolf?" Yakumo asked, still not sure about how this plan is going to work out. "The wolf here is actually 2 wolves, and that is just the start," Naruto's clone said as the trio hatched their plan. After 25 minutes of standing there, Yugao was starting to think that her 3 students were getting cold feet and were not sure if they should make a move, but she knew Naruto better than that. He wouldn't run, he would try to find a way to fight back. However, before she could go further down that rabbit hole of thought, Yakumo stepped out of the woods alone. This of course made Yugao start to shake her head, but stopped when she saw that something was wrong. Yakumo was holding her head in both her hands as she stumbled forward as a purple haze flowed from her mouth as it solidified into a humanoid form. She had read about this. Yakumo had a being inside her known as the Ito, and it was so strong that the genjutsu it cast could cause real damage. Yugao knew she had to act fast if she wanted to protect her student, but when she tried to get close, she was restrained by a tree that sprang up out of the ground to wrap its limbs around her. Looking on at her student who was about to be killed, a piece of information popped into her head that she had read from the girl's file about the Ito. The file had said that being had been absorbed by her so that she no longer had to worry about it running rampant anymore, so that it couldn't hurt anyone like it tried to do with her parents. Yugao now understood what was going on. This was a distraction in the form of a genjutsu, which she knew how to break out of those. Releasing the genjutsu, however, brought her back to her senses and also brought her face to face with a small group of Naruto clones running straight at her. This surprised her at the fact that she had not expected Naruto and Yakumo to work together. If anything, she had thought that the brothers would have teamed up, since they knew her fighting style well enough that they could have had a small chance at beating her. She was even more surprised at how fast and strong Naruto had gotten since she had last seen him before he went into Training Ground 44. The group of clones was actually pressing her hard with their combined attacks and had even gotten in a few good hits. When did he get so strong? She thought to herself as Naruto's next strike was blocked. The one thing that Yugao knew though was that she was always better at Kenjutsu, as she cut down clone after clone only for the real Naruto to pull back and run through a set of hand signs for a jutsu. As 4 of the Naruto clones formed up, throwing shuriken at her as the real Naruto called out, "Wind-style Gale Palm." A blast of wind shot from his hands which propelled the shuriken even faster to their target. Yugao would have dodged out of the way of this attack if not for the shout of, "Wind-style Great Breakthrough." Coming from behind her as a Naruto clone sent a strong gust of wind at her back, which sent her hurtling straight towards the oncoming shuriken. The shuriken impacted with their target only for her to vanish in a puff of smoke. As the real Yugao came up from the ground next to the clone who had just hit her and cut him down, Turning to Naruto, she smiled as she heard a twig break behind her. She ducked Yakumo's strike and used the girl's momentum as she grabbed her arm and threw her at Naruto. Naruto raised his hands as Yakumo did a quick flip, so her foot was aimed at Naruto's palms, which she used as a springboard to propel herself back at her sensei, who she locked eyes with for a shot bit as Yugao leaned back, which allowed Yakumo to pass straight over and past her, doing a quick roll on the landing to burn off the momentum. She came up in a crouch as he long sleeve coming back to reveal wrist-mounted senbone launcher, firing 5 senbone at Yugao. As she came up, the senbone hit their mark, only for it to be a Naruto clone that disappeared in a puff of smoke. The real Yugao stood where the now gone Naruto clone used to be. She smiled as she said, "Congratulations to you and Yakumo for coming up with a solid plan, but you're going to have to do better than that." As soon as these words left her mouth, a smoke bomb hit her from behind and caused her to stumble. Recovering her balance, she felt a tug at the spot where the bells were located. As she darted out of the smoke cloud, she looked down to see that both bells were still there, but now Koga was standing with Naruto and Yakumo. Yugao smiled that the three had worked out this little plan. Yugao shook her head as she looked at the trio and said, "Well, I guess that this means that the three of you can work together. That means you." She trailed off as a small red fox ran up to Koga to have it scurry up his leg and end up sitting on his shoulder with both bells in its mouth. She looked down to see that both bells were missing now. Yugao blinked as the fox lowered its head as Koga reached up to take the bells from its mouth. Nodding at it, the little fox jumped down from his shoulder and vanished in a puff of sumki. When she saw this, she smiled. Well played indeed. So, who are you giving the other bell to?" Yugao questioned. Koga looked at her, then tossed the bells to Naruto and Yakumo, who caught them and in turn tossed them back to Yugao, who caught the bells and smiled at this outcome. "We did this as a team. If you send one of us back, you send all of us back," Naruto stated as Yakumo and Koga stepped up to stand next to him, showing they agreed with his statement. "Very well, you all pass," Yugao said, making the three teammates smile. "You three are now officially Team 12. Take the rest of the day off because tomorrow the real training and work starts." The trio asked Yugao if she would join them for a meal to commemorate them becoming a team, to which she said that she would meet them later for food. Right now she had to make a report to the Hokage and left using body flicker. XXXX. Yugao arrived at the Hokage's office to find several other Jonin there as well as the Hokage. As she looked around, she noticed that Kakashi was not there as the meeting started, with each sensei who had been given a team making their report about if their team of Jonin passed or failed the test they were given. One by one the sensei presented their reports. When about half of the sensei had made their reports, Kakashi showed up and waved to everyone with a causal yo, like he wasn't just showing up a half hour late. Turning to the Hokage, he continued, "Sorry I'm late, I got lost on the road of life." This statement caused everyone, including Minato, to face vault. "Really, Kakashi?" Asuma said as he shook his head after getting back to his feet. "That excuse is so old nobody is using it anymore. Heck, most people don't even remember that one." Kakashi smiled nervously as he scratched behind his head. "So Kakashi, how did they do?" Minato said with a sigh, while Kakashi gave his report. "They passed. Not that I was expecting any other result. I mean, they are your kids after all." The masked Jonin said as he smiled. Team 12 also passed Hokage-sama. They were pretty good for a couple of rookies. Their teamwork was well executed, but the most surprising thing was Naruto. At that statement, everyone's attention was focused on Yugao. Minato's eyebrow raised at her statement and asked if she could continue, which she did. "I knew he was fast, but since he came back from the Forest of Death, that kid is faster than ever. And I mean fast. I'd estimate that in terms of pure speed, he's at least high Chunin to low Jonin. But that's not all, he hits pretty flippin' hard too." Lifting the sleeves of her shirt, Yugao showed the light-colored bruises that spotted her arm. "These were from Naruto. I'm not joking when I say he actually pushed me hard. The first move he made was a kick to the head, and I'm sure if I hadn't dodged it, I'd be in the hospital with a concussion right now." At the end of her report, everyone in the room was silent. The supposed most average kid of the academy managed to actually make the famed sword mistress of the leaf fight him like she meant it. That sent a shock through their systems as well as curiosity as to what else he could have been hiding. Minato knew that he had to get to the bottom of that mystery when he got the chance. Though he doubted he would get very far since Naruto still didn't trust him fully, or most of the family for that matter. "Thank you everyone. For the Jonin who didn't pass, please notify them that they will be put on reserve until they are placed on a team, alright? That's all I have. Thank all of you for your reports and meet me tomorrow for your squad's first mission." The next few weeks went by in a flash as the newly minted Team 12 was put through the ringer as Yugao set a grueling pace, as by the end of the first week of their second month they had completed their 35th D-ranked mission. This fact astounded the other Jonin sensei. Instead of the usual 2 to 5 missions a week, Yugao made her team complete a minimum of at least 7 missions a week. These missions included finding the daimyo's wife's cat, babysitting, running errands, catching the daimyo's wife's cat, helping a family move because the father had thrown his back out, helping the elderly ladies who needed someone to carry their groceries, finding lost items, and chasing down that damn cat. During their training she rotated them between the 6 different topics which covered chakra control, daijutsu, kenjutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, and their many types and facets as well as team tactics. They would need to be well versed in each of these, the practice of which was beginning to shape them into a jack-of-all-trades sort of team which Yu Gao had been planning on making them. Better to be safe than sorry was her train of thought as she wanted her squad to be prepared for anything that could happen in the future. Plus, Yu Gao didn't want to be stuck doing D ranks any longer than she had to be. Yakumo, who due to her slightly more frail body, was having a hard time with the physical exercises during training. Yu Gao made sure to check and see if she was alright if she thought she was in danger, but she was beginning to get physically stronger with every session to the joy of her parents and the pride of Yu Gao. Kurenai, who was Yakumo's former trainer, even said that she was beginning to lose her pale and weak complexion and gain a more lively and strong one, which made said Kunoichi blush when she heard these words. On days off the team would often meet up for a meal or head to the training grounds for some sparring matches to see how far they had come with their training. Which was why Yu Gao now knew that her Jinan were ready for their first C-ranked mission. Congratulations for another mission, well done Team 12. I assume that you want another mission, correct? Minato asked, handing the completed report to his assistant to be filed later. Koga's right eye started twitching at the thought of doing more chores as he tried to keep his cool. Yakumo sighed, knowing that they'd be doing more manual labor in the coming hours. Naruto retained his blank look, but his eyes darkened a bit. Minato noticed the glint in Yu Gao's eyes and immediately knew what kind of mission she was going to ask for. We sure are, Hokage-sama. I think my cute little Jinan are ready for their first C-ranked mission. We've completed the minimum number of 30 D-ranked missions, and I know that they'll be able to handle it. As the words left Yu Gao's mouth, Koga's lips broke into a slight smirk. Yakumo's eyes widened in excitement as she straightened her back and put on a determined face. Naruto's face still remained blank, but there was a little excitement in his eyes. Seeing the look of determination and excitement on the faces of the Jinan, Minato could only sigh and relent. Smiling, he agreed. You're right, Yu Gao, your squad has gone above and beyond when completing your mission, so I think you've earned this, Minato said with pride as he handed Yu Gao a mission scroll. It's a simple escort mission, but I think your team will be able to handle it. Alisa-san, could you please let in Tazuna-san? Turning towards the door, Minato called out to the secretary to let in their client. The door soon opened to reveal a gray-haired, bespectacled man. As soon as he reached them, he turned and gave them his evaluation of them. I thought I paid to hire a team to escort me, not 2 boys, a little girl, and a woman. I bet those 3 kids haven't even touched a weapon and that woman hasn't been in a real fight, Tazuna said as he took a gulp from a small bottle of sake. At this comment Yakumo frowned, definitely not liking how he was implying that women were weak. Naruto and Koga tried their best not to react, but they did clench their hands slightly. It turned out however they wouldn't have to, because in the blink of an eye Yu Gao was in front of the old man with a kunai ready to take his manhood. Tazuna-san, insult me or my cute Jinan again and you will be returning to Wave Country in 2 pieces. Yu Gao said with a smile on her face that one could only guess she learned from Manko. Before things could escalate any further, Minato immediately narrowed his eyes at Tazuna as he kept his voice level and spoke. Face palming before he sighed, Minato looked up and addressed the older man. Tazuna-san, I would appreciate it if you don't insult the people that will be escorting you. The ninja before you are more than capable of protecting you. This is one of my best teams and Yu Gao is one of my top kunoichi, as it just so happens she is an ex-Anbu member. At that information Tazuna and Yakumo both looked shocked while Naruto and Koga just smiled, having known this for a long time since the 3 of them were close. Tazuna was shocked because he had someone of such caliber protecting him, and Yakumo because she didn't know that her sensei had held such a prestigious position. At all the attention she was getting, Yu Gao couldn't help but blush slightly. Geez, it's not like I am some sort of superhuman or something. Many other kunoichi have made it to such a position before, she said with a grin, rubbing the back of her head in embarrassment. Eventually the tense atmosphere before returned to a tranquil one, Yu Gao directing her Jinan. Alright my cute little Jinan, we're meeting tomorrow at the main gate to head towards the Land of Waves. From the mission details, we're going to be escorting and guarding Tazuna-san while the wave complete a bridge. So, pack enough supplies for at least a month to be safe, alright? After her instructions, her Jinan nodded and they were all dismissed. As Naruto walked out of his office, Minato quickly called out to him. Stopping near the door, Naruto turned around to face him. Naruto, please be safe out there, okay? Expecting him to just nod, Minato was surprised when Naruto responded to him, I will be, thank you, Naruto said before he exited the room, leaving Minato to smile slightly before he returned to his paperwork. XXXX. That night after dinner while Kushina was doing the dishes she seemed to be distracted as it had taken Minato 3 times just to get her attention. She couldn't help but wonder about what was happening with her sons. The unexpected conversation she had with the Nine Tails still replaying in her thoughts. Flashback. The walk and the fresh air were helping Kushina but not as much as she would have liked. She didn't know what to do or how to react to what had been happening since Naruto got back. Every time she thought she was making progress with him on getting him to open up, something would come up and make her think that she was even more in the dark about on where she stood in her relationship with her son. The news about this woman Naruto was seen with was just another in a long list of things that were piling up to add to the mountain of questions that surrounded what happened with her son. Would Naruto ever open up to her and the rest of the family? Where had he gotten his summon contract? Who was this strange woman? How did she know Naruto? Would they ever be able to all be a true family again like they had been before all of this? All these questions and more were going through her head as dusk was settling onto the village, and yet she couldn't help but think that this would not be the last time she would hear about something that happened with her son that he was keeping secret from them. In fact, now that she was thinking about it more, she realized Koga was the only person who out of the whole family could claim to know Naruto the best, and even he was in the dark on some things as far as she knew and from what she had seen. As she was lost in her thoughts, she started to hear laughter, low at first and then getting louder and louder, as it seemed that only she was the one hearing it, as no one else who was out walking seemed to notice anything of the sort. Only to hear a low deep voice that seemed to come from inside her head. If only you knew the truth about what has been happening to your family and how it is connected to how he was sealed away all those years ago. The voice said, not needing to put much effort into trying to sound ominous, as the voice itself took care of that. Next thing Kushina knew, she was in her mindscape staring at the nine-tailed fox himself. "What do you want?" she asked, annoyed. Would she ever be rid of this blasted pain in the neck? Fox: "Nothing really, I just thought I should tell you that what happened all those years ago and what has been happening now aren't just mere coincidences," the fox said, smiling. "Well duh, it was no coincidence. The masked man wanted your power and my husband sealed you into 4 of my kids. Case close," she said, only for the fox to start laughing again. "You really think that's all that happened? Oh, the irony of it all, that you don't even notice it is even more delicious than the fact that it is right in front of you," the Nine-Tails said as he mocked her, laughing himself to death, or at least Kushina hoped he would. "How are you even talking to me? You were forced out of me and sealed in my kids," Kushina questioned the fox, shooting him a look of contempt. "I can talk to you because you once housed my being inside your body, also for the fact that a very small amount of my chakra lingers in your body, which is not only making it easier to communicate with you, but it is also how you were able to live through what happened all those years ago. Some of my chakra remains sealed in you through sheer force of will, though only the smallest bit," the QB stated, still having that cat that ate the canary smile on his face. "I think a little thank you is in order. If not for my chakra you would have died that night." "Not on your life. So what now? You come to taunt me with the fact that you can bug me whenever you want? Or maybe you came to tell me that if this small amount of chakra is removed from my body that I will die? You should know me better than that. After all, you were my host for a good long while," the fox said, reminding her of the time she had spent as his host. "And know the amount of my chakra that lingers in your body is not enough to kill you if it were to be removed, but it would hurt like hell, I assume." "If you have a point, please get to it already," Kushina said, getting really irritated by the fox taunting her with what it knew. "Well, since you put it that way, you should know that my chakra was sealed into 5 vessels, not 4, if that gives you any hint." Kushina blinked as the QB went on. "Naruto isn't the only one of your sons hiding something. It's another reason why they are so close, and yet another reason for why Naruto left the way he did. Naruto left because he was being ignored by us and almost the whole village due to a genjutsu, but he came back and we are trying to fix things with him," she shot back as the fox gave away nothing in his expression. "And what are you talking about? Minato sealed your chakra into 4 of my kids kind of makes you sound like your memory is going bad." "That is where you are only half right. Naruto left for more than one reason, and as for what happened the night I was sealed, who else would be able to tell you where my chakra was sealed better than me?" the fox asked, not giving her a chance to answer as he went on. "Your sons are hiding more than you know, but don't take my word for it. After all, who would know them better than their mother, right?" the fox said as he faded Cheshire Cat style, leaving behind his eyes to fade last. Flashback end. "Kushina?" Minato called for the 3rd time. Blinking, she looked over at her husband, who finally got her attention. Oh yes, what is it, honey? Are you okay because you've been washing the same dish for over 4 minutes now?" Minato questioned as Kushina finally noticed that he was waiting for her to pass him the dish so he could dry it off. "Oh, sorry, I was lost in though," Kushina responded as Minato just smiled and took the dish from his wife. "I can see that's so Rio for your thoughts?" Minato asked, smiling at his wife. "Haha, very funny, Minato," Kushina shot back. "No really, I am serious. Tell me, what has you spacing out so hard?" Minato said, looking at his wife with a look of worry in his eyes as he set the dish down now that it was dry. "It's Naruto," Kushina stated, looking at Minato. "Every time I think we are getting closer to being a normal family again, something comes out of left field and makes me feel like it's next to impossible." "Kushina, Naruto has his secrets, as do we all, but he will open up to us when he is ready. Forcing him isn't going to help, and it will only make things worse if we try to pressure him into telling us," Minato stated as Kushina seemed to tense up a bit. "But what do we do if he won't talk to us?" Kushina questioned. "We do the one thing that we can do: be here for him when he needs us. When he needs someone to listen, someone to talk to, someone to confide in, and most importantly be here when he needs a home and when he needs love. That's the most important thing that we should have been doing from the start," Minato stated as he moved to hug his wife. "But we failed him," Kushina sobbed as tears formed at the edge of her eye. "We left him to fend for himself. We treated him as if he weren't even here, and when he needed us the most we acted horribly. How are we supposed to fix that?" she asked with a pleading look in her eyes as tears started to run down her cheeks. "Besides that, the only person Naruto is likely to talk to of anyone in this family is Koga, as he was the only one of us not affected by that cursed genjutsu. We may not be able to undo what has already happened, but we can change how we act and what we do in the future," Minato stated, wiping the tears from Kushina's eyes. "Naruto has a place to come back to. We have made sure that he knows that. Not only that, but we have been working hard to get back his trust, and he knows it. All we can do now is do the best we can and hope that the rest will work itself out in time." Minato finished, still holding Kushina tight as he stroked her hair. Kushina couldn't help but think that all they could do wouldn't be enough to help in the situation with Naruto. Opting not to bring up the conversation that she had with Kyuubi about Naruto and that he may not be the only one who was hiding things from them. This thought made her think that if things get any farther out of control, that she didn't know how her family would be able to pull through in one piece. XXXX. The next day, Team 12 had all assembled at the main gate. Yakumo had her eyes closed with an excited smile on her face as she hummed a little tune, while Naruto and Koga looked at the forest through the gate with a set of matching expressions of both excitement and anticipation. After a few minutes, Tazuna arrived, followed by Yugao, who, after seeing the looks of her Jinan, couldn't help but smile. "Well, looks like the three of you are excited to leave on this mission, huh? Well, let's get to it then." As she gave her orders, she received a unanimous "hi" from her Jinan as they headed towards the Land of Waves. After a few hours of travel had gone by, Yugao noticed that Tazuna looked more tense than an escort client should be. It was almost as if he was marked for death. Then she noticed a large puddle ahead and narrowed her eyes. "A puddle? It hasn't rained around here in the last few days. Definitely has to be genjutsu. But maybe this'll be a good test to see how they handle a situation under pressure. If things start to turn, I'll step in." After making the decision of letting her team handle things, Yugao walked on the puddle as chains wrapped around her and ripped her to pieces, to the horror of her Jinan and Tazuna. The chains retracted as two cloaked figures rose out of the puddle and ready to charge at the group, claw-like gauntlets raised to strike. "One down," one of the cloaked figures said as they approached the group. Yakumo froze. She thought her sensei was one of the best in the village. If she had got taken down that easily, then what good would she be against these two? Swallowing her fear, she dodged one of the cloaked figures as he lunged at her with his gauntlet. Seeing Yakumo in trouble, Koga immediately threw a volley of shuriken at her attacker, managing to get his attention long enough for Yakumo to kick him away, as she fired her senbon launcher at him, which scored a hit as the projectiles hit his shoulder. While Koga and Yakumo were occupied with one of the cloaked figures, the other one charged at Naruto and Tazuna. Tazuna was scared. He had just seen an ex-Sanbu member get ripped to pieces like it was nothing, and now he was going to see a couple of kids get killed before he died. The two who had teamed up were managing to hold off one of the one, but the blonde alone wasn't going to hold off the other one all by himself. As the other attacker approached, Tazuna couldn't only watch in shock and awe as the blonde-headed kid actually stopped his attacker. Mizu couldn't believe what had just happened. A kid stopped his attack with a single comma. A comma against his gauntlet shouldn't have been a match, but somehow this kid was holding him at bay. Jumping back, he readied himself to strike again. As Mizu lunged at him, Naruto, having already put the comma back, flashed through a set of hand signs fire style, dragon flame jutsu, as the fire spilled from his mouth and raced for the target, engulfing him in flames, only for a burnt log to fall to the ground smoking and charred as the real target was standing off to the side, only for Naruto to appear before him ready to strike. Judging from the shock of his opponent, he didn't expect that to happen. "Oh well," Naruto thought as he went for the finishing blow, spinning and connecting his elbow to the left side of Mizu's body. A sickening snap echoed across the road as Mizu fell to the ground, gasping for a breath and clutching the side of his body in great pain. However, Naruto didn't let up with his assault as he turned around and struck the back of Mizu's head. his opponent's head impacting the ground with a dull thud. Gozu couldn't believe his eyes when he saw his older brother hit the ground, holding his side. He didn't expect a kid to be skilled enough to handle his brother, let alone beat him. But his distraction cost him as a kick connected to his stomach, making him gasp for air. However, when he opened his eyes he found himself lost in a thick mist that seemed to be impossible to see through. As Naruto finished dealing with his opponent, Yakumo had finished the signs to her jutsu as Koga managed to land a kick to Gozu's midsection. Staring right at Gozu, Yakumo whispered Phantom Mist Jutsu. Seeing her opponent's look of confusion as he seemed to look around like he had no idea of where he or anyone else was, Yakumo knew that it had worked. As Koga was about to strike again, he saw his opponent's confusion and knew that Yakumo's jutsu had worked. Changing where he would strike, Koga tightening his hold on his wakizashi and smashed the hilt into the back of the man's neck. The attacker went down in a crumpled heap. To say Yugao was shocked would be an understatement. Not only had her team managed to hold off enemy ninja, but they also managed to hold their own against two Chunin-ranked opponents. While she was extremely impressed with Yakumo and Koga's teamwork, she was shocked when she saw how efficiently and brutally the three of them had taken down their opponents, especially Naruto as he had taken one on by himself. Dropping from her observation point in the tree she had been hiding in, she clapped her hands as her three students and client looked to her. "Well done you three, well done. Now do you believe that my Junon can keep you safe in the big, bad world, Tazuna-san?" Yugao asked, looking at him with smile on her face. The four of them just stared at her, two in amusement and two in disbelief. "What?" she asked, looking at them like it was no big deal that she was alive. "Why you died," Yakumo stammered. "We saw you get ripped to pieces and..." She stopped as the two brothers didn't seem to be surprised at what was happening before it finally clicked in her mind at what had happened. She looked back and saw where her sensei had once stood now lay a pile of wood that was shredded to pieces. "It was a substitution," Yakumo said as the two brothers couldn't help but crack a smile at how she was reacting to the situation. "Yes it was. Sorry, but I wanted to see how you three handle yourselves in a real fight and I was ready to step in if need be," Yugao answered, cracking a smile at how the group was reacting. "So, it was a test?" Naruto asked as Yugao looked at him as her smile changed from one of pride to one of sincerity. "Yes Ototo, it was a test, sorry. But I needed to know how you three would do on your own and you all did wonderfully," Yugao stated as she looked over the two Rouge ninja who attacked them. "Now if you will excuse me, I need to have a talk with these two," she said as she took the two bodies of the two ninja who had attacked them away into the forest for a nice long chat once they both woke up. As the three Junon watched over their charge, the trio kept watch for any and all treats as they did. Tazuna seemed to relax just the slightest bit, if only just a bit. As they all waited for the Jonin to return, each of them were wondering what she was doing, and yet at the same time they all had the same thought that they didn't want to know. Deeper into the forest, said Jonin was taking her time as she had woken the Rouge Ninja and was squeezing them for every drop of info she could get. As she finished with one of them, letting him look forward to his next session with her, as she walked over to his brother, bending over to lift his head, looking down at him, she smiled and whispered into his ear, "This all can be over quickly or we can keep going for the rest of the night." She purred as he looked at her with a mix of fear, hate, resignation and what she thought was despair in his eyes as Yugao smiled sweetly before continuing, "The choice is yours." As this phrase left her lips, Gozu sneered at her and responded, "Do your worst, you're going to kill me anyway once we're done, so get on with it. You might as well kill me, you're wasting your time." A note of defiance in his tone. "My worst? Oh sweet thing," she said in a seductive voice as she paused. Her smile turned into something that she could have only learned from Anko. "I can assure you that only the best is yet to come." It took some time for Yugao to return as she had been thorough in her interrogation of the Demon Brothers of the Mist, but when she did come back she marched straight for their Clint, a hint of anger in her eyes. "Look here Tazuna-san, I know that this has definitely escalated from a C-rank escort mission. You mind telling me why the Demon Brothers of the Mist attacked us when we're just supposed to be keeping you safe from bandits?" Yugao questioned, a scary and angry glint flashing in her eyes at the audacity of the man to put her Junon in danger. Tazuna almost immediately went down to his knees and begged her for forgiveness and to help him. Telling them all about the situation in the Land of Waves, about how a crime lord, Gato, has taken over and now holds control over the people of the Wave with an iron fist. That a C-rank mission was the most that they could afford with the allotted funds from the few villagers who had extra to spare. As he finished, he pleaded with them again to help him, that they would repay them in the future when the Wave was back on its feet. Yugao heard the sob story and couldn't help but feel pity towards the man and his village, yet at the same time she knew what was supposed to be done. According to code, she was to abandon the mission and report Tazuna to Minato and have his name blacklisted for lying about the details and requesting a false mission. Deciding that she couldn't make this decision alone, and that it was her Junon's first time outside of the village, she asked them. "Well, you all heard what he said. What do you think? Remember, it's okay to not continue. It's a dangerous mission and one that is higher than the rank you guys are cleared for. Yugao asked, her unusually gentle. Naruto knew that tone was one she had used with him whenever he had run off and she had caught him. She didn't get an answer right away. She didn't blame the three. They had heard that Gato kidnapped women and girls and forced them into the entertainment business. Finally, she received a response from one of the team, but the response wasn't one she or anyone else was expecting from him. "One Ekin-sensei," Naruto said to Yugao, knowing that she would get him back for it later once they were back home, "we are going on this mission. We're going to escort Tazuna-san to Wave and he's going to complete that bridge. Then, we're going to find Gato's thugs and make them pay. Finally, we're going to find Gato himself and kill him." Naruto started out quietly, but near the end he raised his voice as his eyes burned with so much fury that the rest of them were a little shaken by it, even Koga. But as quickly as it came it left Naruto's face returning a calm state, though they could tell how he felt from the small scowl now on his face. While she was shaken by his response at first, Yakumo steadied and found her resolve, agreeing with her teammate, though not about the killing part entirely. Koga didn't even have to be asked, as he nodded he would follow his brother's call, knowing that it would be dangerous, but that with what he and Naruto were able to do combined with their one Ekin's experience and skill plus Yakumo's abilities, they were more than ready to handle this. Seeing the now determined faces of her Shinan, she could only smile at them for wanting to help Tazuna, though she was a little scared of Naruto's proclamation. Most of all though, she was scared that her Shinan had just bitten off more than they can chew and that it would end up being the death of them. She had known him for years, and ever since Naruto came home he was different, but at the same time she saw how Hirototo acted the same as he had before he left for the Forest of Death. She knew some things may have changed, but deep down he was the same old Naruto she remembered, and that was good enough for her. At least that was what she wanted to believe. Out of all the people who she ever knew, Naruto was the one person who never seemed to change what he believed in. Even more so since he had come home, she saw it in his eye, a resolve to make a difference, to change things so that other people would have a better future, as well as making a better future for himself. So, his sudden proclamation that he was going to kill Gato made her flinch on the inside. He wasn't actually going to kill anyone, was he? Putting that thought from her mind, she returned to the task at hand. She would have time to get lost in her thoughts later when they weren't on mission. The team coming to an agreement before him to help him and his people, Tazuna could only bow his head low and mutter "thank you," over and over again, tears streaming down his face. After their vote, the group continued on their way towards Wave Country. After another few hours of travel, they finally reached a checkpoint where a friend of Tazuna lent them use of his boat. While on the boat, Yakumo started thinking about what Wave was like and why they didn't have shinobi from their land handle the problem. "Sensei, if this Gato is such a threat, why doesn't Wave have some of their shinobi take care of him? I mean, wouldn't it be easier than paying us to do it?" she asked, getting an amused look from her sensei. "The reason is that Wave doesn't have a shinobi village," Yugao said, continuing. She added, "Due to its isolated location and natural defenses, the existence of a shinobi village here isn't really needed due to the nature and layout of the land." Before any more questions could be asked, the man steering the boat hissed a warning about how they were coming up on Wave territory and that they would need to be quiet as they didn't know who was nearby. After disembarked, they thanked the boatman for giving them a ride and wished him safe travels. They proceeded on their way, only about an hour and a half from Tazuna's home. As they continued down the worn road, Yugao began to feel as though someone was following them, but she couldn't point it out. On guard, but figuring it was because she was in unknown territory, she moved it to the back of her thoughts. Naruto, however, had sensed someone. It was faint, as said person was trying to hide his/her chakra so he or she wasn't found out. This also was making it hard for Naruto to pinpoint said person's location when suddenly a second chakra signature flared off to the right a ways. Naruto didn't hesitate and threw a kunai at the bush where the signature had appeared, only for it to vanish before the kunai hit its mark. On K, a small white rabbit scurried out of said bushes in a panic. "Naruto, please be more careful. You really scared me there. I thought it was another enemy," Yakumo scolded him, albeit politely. "Well done, kid, you saved me from being attacked by a rabbit," Tazuna mocked. Naruto shot a glare at the old man as his thoughts were interrupted by Ko, who commented, "If we didn't need to protect this guy, I would seriously think about making good on your one-chance threat from earlier, and yes, I felt it too. Someone else is here." "That's a snow rabbit, but the color?" "They only have white fur during winter when the days are short and there's little sunlight. This rabbit was raised indoors away from the light, which could only be for one purpose, a replacement technique." Yugao thought as she looked around. Only now did she sense the presence of another person nearby. "So they're already here," she mused. "Looks like Naruto had them pegged." No sooner had the thought gone through her mind when she felt the hair on the back of her neck stand on end as her instincts twigged to the incoming attack as she shouted, "Get down!" dragging Tazuna down with her as the rest of the team hit the dirt. No sooner had they hit the ground did a large blade the size of a full-grown man whistle through the space where they had been standing as it sailed past and embedded into a tree a short distance away. In a flash of body flicker a man was perched on the handle of the blade. No wonder the Demon Brothers failed in their mission, but of all the people who would be sent to guard this old geezer I never thought that the legendary sword mistress of the leaf would be the one I would face. The stranger said from atop his perch. Well, if it isn't Zabuza Momochi, Rouge Ninja Swordsman and former head of the assassination unit from the Hidden Mist. Yugao stated as she walked forward to face the newcomer known as Zabuza. Yugao the sword mistress, did I get that right? It's too bad, but you'll have to hand over the old man, Zabuza said casually, like this was no different than any other ordinary request as he continued, I'm going to give you one chance, walk away. Leave the old man and none of you will have to die. Tempting as that offer might be, you and I both know that won't be happening, so why don't we skip to the part where I use my blade to cut your head off and send it back to the mist so they can tear your page out of their bingo book for traitors. Yugao stated as she drew her katana and slid into a ready stance. Following their sensei's lead, the three Genin also fell into formation to protect Tazuna from the threat. Naruto knew that this wasn't going to be as simple as the two from earlier, as this guy was on a whole different level. Fine, we'll do this the fun way, Zabuza said as he and his sword flickered and vanished only to reappear on the surface of the small lake that was nearby. Chakra swirled around him, whipping up water as he called out ninja art, hidden mist jutsu. In an instant Zabuza vanished as a dense mist flooded the area around the group. As the mist thickened, the air seemed to get heavier, as if the group was not in a mist but almost like they were underwater. Naruto and Koga were holding up better than most would under this type of killing intent. Even still, both of their hands had a slight shake to them. Yakumo, however, was on her knees. Her already frail body unable to take the killing intent directed at her. The tanto that she originally held in one hand was now held in both, shaking just like her body. She wasn't prepared for this. She expected another quick fight, but not this. She didn't want to be here. She wanted to take everyone and run, but she couldn't even move a finger in this situation. We need to get out of here. We're not going to make it if we fight this man. I don't even think Yugao-sensei can beat him in this mist. We are going to die. Yakumo thought as she stared into the mist before her, unable to vocalize any of her thoughts or actions from the killing intent Zabuza was emitting. Zabuza laughed from his hiding spot before listing off the 8 points on the body that would be a fatal blow. Now which will be my kill point? He questioned, almost like he was doing an everyday task like taking out the trash or mopping the floor. Don't panic, you three. I don't let my comrades die, especially when they're people I care about. Yugao stated firmly, trying to lift the effects of the killing intent from her Genin, and it worked as they all visibly stopped shaking violently. Yakumo shakily standing up before getting into a stance with her tanto. Naruto and Koga both relaxed and slipped into fighting stances, as their eyes were now hard and sharp. I wouldn't be so sure, Zabuza stated, appearing in the middle of the young Genin and the old bridge builder ready to strike. It's over. However, before the swordsman could strike the killing blow, Koga pivoted and rammed the blade of his wakizashi into the Rouge Ninja, only for him to turn to water as the clone dissipated, ready to strike from behind. The real Zabuza made his move only for Yugao to push Koga out of the way, taking the hit. The Jonin was sliced in two before she could block, only for the clone to disappear in a puff of smoke. As her blade rested against Zabuza's throat, as Yugao leaned in and whispered, "Now it's over." "Nice one, sensei," Yakumo stated as the group seemed to relax just the slightest. Zabuza stood there for a short second and then started laughing at the swordswomen before speaking. "Over? I don't think so. While your technique is good, it's nothing compared to the original. I will never be defeated by a copycat like you using nothing but an imitation of the real thing," he said as he went on. "You're full of surprises, though you had already placed that shadow clone and made it give that speech earlier while you hid in the mist waiting for me to make my move. Nice try," the Mist Ninja said as a second Zabuza appeared behind her, "but I'm not that easy to fool." The clone that she had her sword poised to kill splashed to the floor as Zabuza struck, only for her to duck the strike as the Rouge swordsman's blade swung past and gouged a line in the dirt. Changing his grip on the handle, Zabuza sent a kick into her midsection which sent her flying a good distance and into the water. Pulling the blade out of the ground, Zabuza dashed forward only to stop in his tracks as dozens of spikes littered the ground that lead to the edge of the water. "Makibishi spikes. Trying to slow me down, foolish, you're wasting my time," commented Zabuza as he jumped over the spikes and dove into the water. As Yugao surfaced, she noted that the water seemed denser and heavier, only for Zabuza to come up behind her and run through a set of hand signs. "Fool, water prison jutsu." As he finished the last sign, a sphere of water encased Yugao, trapping her with no way out. Escaping into the water, bad mistake, I should have known better. This is his element after all. Yugao thought as she was now useless she could get out of this jutsu shit. He's a lot stronger than I realized. I should have known better than to have underestimated him. Yugao angrily thought, Her overconfidence was not only going to cost her own life but the life of Tazuna, and worst of all the lives of her Jinan. "This prison may be made of water but it's harder than steel, hard to fight when you can't move," Zabuza said as he shifted his focus to her Jinan. "So much for the great Yugao. I will finish you later, but it looks like your little friends will have to be dealt with." Water clone jutsu. With that, Zabuza conjured a water clone using a single hand to perform the sign for the jutsu. All three Jinan were standing stunned as they had just seen their sensei get caught like it was nothing, and now they were the next item on his to-do list. "You think you can call yourselves ninja because you wear a headband? When your life hangs in the balance so many times that you no longer even notice it, then you may be called a ninja. When your skills earn you a slot in my bingo book, then you may have earned the title of ninja, but to call kids like you ninja is a joke," Zabuza stated before continuing. "Come now, where's the bravado from earlier that you showed? Especially you two, I didn't notice you shaking before, absolutely pathetic. A real ninja is one who can survive even in the face of death, and let me tell you a little secret, I have." Emphasizing the last two words, Zabuza proceeded to tell the trio of this exam to become a shinobi. In the bloody mist, the Jinan selection exam involved killing the classmates and friends that you grew up, ate, and trained with. It was a test that truly showed who was the strongest. Now imagine a kid who wasn't even part of that exam showing up and killing over 100 of those students. Those were good times. At his story, Yakumo turned a sickly green at the thought of that massacre. Koga seemed to be faring better but not by much, as he had to focus to keep his body in check, while Naruto seemed to be holding out the best as his hand only had a slight shake to it. As he finished, the clone Zabuza created earlier vanished into the mist and reappeared in front of Naruto to everyone's shock and sent him flying with a kick to the head, knocking his headband off in the process. "Kid, like you were way in over your heads," his clone started as he walked towards the group. "You're just a bunch of immature, weak, scared, little brats who are already dead and just don't know it yet," Zabuza stated as his foot came to step on the headband that Naruto had been wearing just a second ago. "Run. You guys can't win, just take Tazuna-san, run and save yourselves. He can't move while he's holding me here, and his clones can't move too far from the original." Yugao screamed hysterically as she was about to witness the deaths of not just her Jinan but the two boys she saw as her Ototo right before her eyes. As the clone approached slowly, Yakumo and Tazuna had their lives flash before their eyes. Tazuna remembered his family and the wave, their smiles and all their hopes placed on him to complete the bridge. Yakumo remembered her mother and father smiling at her defeating Ito with help from Kushina and Minato. The time she spent with Kurenai and training with her. Then she saw her team, with all the missions and training sessions that they had together, but then she saw a familiar head of blonde hair, but instead of a blank face, this blonde gave her a charming smile. And she felt a small bit of regret as she wouldn't be able to keep the promise she made about being his friend for much longer. Koga's mind raced trying to find a way out of this mess. But the only way he could see them getting out of this mess with their lives intact was if they could free their sensei. However, it wasn't like they could just run up and break the jutsu holding her. They needed a plan, and fast. As a voice chimed in on his thoughts, "Now might be a good time to use it," said a female voice in his head. "Otherwise, the three of you, your one-chan, Tazuna-san and my brother inside your brother and me are all going to end up dead." Pausing just to let the point sink in deeper, she added, "Oh, and if my brother and I die, you can bet my father will find a way to kill the both of you in the afterlife." That thought alone made a chill run down Koga's spine. "You really aren't helping right now," he mentally shot back. However, what happened next was something that surprised even Zabuza, as a thud sounded before his water clone splashed to the floor, revealing Naruto now standing in front of them with his eyes narrowed in anger with a scowl on his face. As he faced the Rouge Ninja, Naruto stooped to retrieve his headband, putting away the kunai he had in his hand before rising as he tied it back in place. "That hurt, but I guess I'm going to have to go all out, huh?" he said as his scowl slowly turned into a smirk. "I was hoping to save this for the Chunin exams, but it looks like I have no choice." Naruto pulled out his dual chemis as he did. A viridian green chakra enveloped his whole body like a cloak. His tail sprang from the chakra. He slowly opened his eyes. His navy blue eyes were now yellow and his round pupils now resembled that of a wolf's, as his hair seemed to lengthen slightly and become a bit more unruly as his canines became more pronounced. While the kamas in his hands now shone with the same viridian color as the cloak, the chakra blades empowered with this new chakra almost to the point that they looked like they were glowing fangs. Yugao had a look of shock and disbelief on her face as she looked at the boy who she thought of as one of her Ototos now stood there with a look that could only be described as feral. Her mind went straight to one thought, that this was the power of the nine tails sealed inside him and his siblings, but it felt different than what she remembered the fox's chakra feeling like all those years ago. When it attacked the village, like it had changed somehow. The Naruto standing across the way from her seemed like a completely different person than the boy she knew. As for Yakumo and Tezen, their jaws would need to be picked up off the floor as they both just stared in utter disbelief. Koga and his tenant on the other hand couldn't help but chuckle on the inside as he smiled on the outside, knowing full well what the cloak was able to do, though he did notice that his cloak was a different color than his brother's, as Naruto's slight smirk slowly turned into a predatory smile as he uttered a few words that made Zabuza slightly unnerved. "I'm a little different from your run-of-the-mill immature brat," the words coming out with what could only be described as a snarl. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki Wolf's Blood Namikaze. Stick that in your bingo book." Epic fight music soundtrack interdictor time 1:35 on track. The standoff that had been going on for the last minute broke as Zabuza created a half-dozen water clones that came at Naruto. At this, the young blonde rushed the clones with a speed that caused Zabuza to worry as a trickle of sweat rolled down the side of his face as his thoughts raced at the info he just learned. This kid is the son of the Hidden Leaf's Yellow Flash. His thought was reinforced by just how fast the kid was moving. Naruto's strikes were quick and clean with minimal wasted effort. Zabuza wasn't just surprised, he was outright stunned. A boy at least half his age was using the dual kamis with such grace, skill, and speed, yet with an air of savagery too. It shouldn't be possible. Yet at the same time, a feeling that he had long since thought dead began to resurface after almost a decade. For the first time in a long time, Zabuza actually felt excited at the prospect of fighting another person blade on blade. He was broken out of his thoughts when Naruto had finished off the last of his clones and started to run towards him, the dual kamis trailing behind him, splitting the water as he went. The overwhelming chakra coming off the blades and the wielder causing ripples to trail them. "Huh? Looks like I might get to have some fun after all," Zabuza whispered, removing his hand from the water prison. He grabbed his executioner's blade and charged Naruto, leaving Yugao to drop back into the water as the jutsu dissipated and allowed her to take large gulps of precious air. Seeing Zabuza release his sensei, Naruto mentally breathed a sigh of relief. That was one problem taken care of and the other was headed straight at him. Tightening the grip on his kamis, he swung and met Zabuza's blade head-on, a deafening clang and shower of sparks flying as steel met steel. Grunting at the overpowering force the larger man had on him, Naruto shifted his wrist slightly and managed to throw Zabuza slightly off balance due to the angle of the twin blades when their weapons clashed. Sidestepping, Naruto spun to the left and slashed in an attempt to at least break Zabuza's guard and find an opening. Smirking under his bandages, he had to admit that if he had been using a regular run-of-the-mill sword, that by now the blade would have broken and he would be on the ground headless. But unfortunately for the brat, or fortunately for him depending on how you looked at it, he had the executioner's blade. Tightening his grip on his sword and bracing himself for the oncoming attack, Zabuza took the full brunt of Naruto's savage-like swing as his arms buckled a bit from the power that the young ninja was using. However, it didn't even come close to the power of another swordsman of the mist's monstrous swings. And he knew that if he was taken out by this level of power he would never hear the end of it if he lived and Kisame ever found out. Naruto's eyes went wide. He had at least expected Zabuza to take a step back or something. However, he didn't expect him to shrug off his swing like it was nothing, especially since he was using the chakra cloak that Ko gave him access to. The momentary distraction was exploited as Zabuza kicked him in the gut, making Naruto stumble back a few feet before he had to roll to the side in order to avoid the overhead swing from Zabuza. Righting himself, Naruto rushed towards Zabuza again using his speed rather than his power. This time Naruto dodged the swing at his knees with a well-timed jump that allowed him to twist in the air and score a shallow cut along Zabuza's shoulder. Wincing slightly at the cut, his opinion of the kid shot up as only a slight few had ever tagged him in a fight, even if it was just a minor cut. Naruto noticed his sensei running towards them, her hands a blur as she prepared a jutsu ready to provide backup. He smirked. Zabuza had been expecting this, forming a hand sign. 13 water clones formed en masse and headed for Yugao as she readied for the fight to come. Naruto looked at the older ninja and smiled as he spoke. "Trying to keep little old me all to yourself? I am touched." "TSK, don't flatter yourself, it's unbecoming," Zabuza said as he readied for round 2. "I just don't want any interruptions in our duel." Naruto smirked at this as he readied himself to go again. "I couldn't have put it better myself," the young shinobi said, surprising him as once again this kid was different than what he had expected. "When you mess with one wolf you have to deal with the whole pack. Well, you messed with my pack, so now you have to deal with me," Naruto said, motioning to his team, then back to himself. "So enough stalling, let's get on with it, just you and me." Zabuza couldn't help himself as he burst out laughing. "Kid, you really are something else. Are you insane or just plain suicidal, brat? You're openly challenging one of the strongest 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Even with your sensei, you two wouldn't be able to best me." Zabuza barked out, his eyes never leaving the blonde in front of him, as he also tightened his grip on his blade. What came next out of Naruto's mouth was something that he would end up regretting in a minute. "Don't you mean former 7 ninja swordsman of the mist, old man? From what I've seen, you've lost your edge as a swordsman. Guess laying around doing nothing but killing weaklings and common thugs for a few years will do that to you," Naruto said with all the sarcasm he could muster. At this tick marks began to pop out on Zabuza's head. "Oh, you're fucking dead, brat. And for the record, I'm not that old. I'm only 26, Zabuza yelled, rage boiling in his eyes as he charged at Naruto. Naruto winced as his plan to anger the Rouge Swordsmen worked probably too well, bringing his kamas up to block the blow from Zabuza as a shower of spark rained down on him. His arms buckled under the sheer power of Zabuza's swing as he made a mental note to himself. Note to self: try not to anger a former master swordsman during a duel by commenting on their age. I would have told you that it was a bad idea, but seeing as how that wouldn't have stopped you, I kept my mouth shut. Ko interjected only for Naruto to shoot the wolf a mental glare. While Naruto and Zabuza had their duel, the rest of the team was working to take down the water clones Zabuza had called up. As Yugao's attention had been shifted to the clones that were coming at her, only for her to see Koga rush out onto the water weaving head signs before shouting out, "Lightning style, lightning hound." As his palm filled with lightning chakra, only for it to leap from his palm and take the form of large feral beast that charged straight for the pack of clones, taking down 3 clones before it was cut down. Yakumo was again stunned, as not only did Naruto know water walking, but so did his brother. Just how strong were these two? As she had this thought, another popped into her head. Was she holding them back? No sooner had that thought gone through her head when 3 of the clones broke off and headed for her. As they did, she knew she had to move fast. Weaving hand signs, she cried, "Lightning style, lightning needles," as dozens of senbon made of electricity formed in front of her before they shot out at the clones, who were just seconds. As the electric projectiles hit their mark at high speed, the clones were shredded by the lightning, as she knew from their training sessions that water nature was weak to lightning nature, which was why the jutsu was much more effective in this case. Yugao fought through the group of clones and took down 6 of the clones before the last one was about to strike. The blade of Koga Wakizashi stuck out of his chest as the clone dissipated as it splashed to the ground. With the clones dispatched, they turned to the fight between Naruto and Zabuza. As the 2 weapon-wielding shinobi clashed, sparks flying each time their blades met. See a diagonal slash coming from Zabuza. Naruto misjudged the timing of his dodge. This allowed Zabuza to land a clean cut on his shoulder. The favor was returned when they collided once more, Naruto angling and pushing his kamas off against the executioner's blade, managing to land a cut on Zabuza's cheek. This went on for several minutes before the two separated and breathing. Using the distance and the slight break to his advantage, Zabuza twisted his sword so as to hold it in a reverse grip perpendicular to his body behind him. Zabuza performed a move he hasn't used since his time as a part of the Mist Ninja Force. As he tensed before uttering 7 Swords Art, decapitating Fang. Naruto barely saw him move as Zabuza appeared behind him, sending him flying from the monstrous power of his attack. Hitting the water and skipping a few feet, he managed to regain his balance and right himself in the air. His eyes widened as he saw the after effect of Zabuza's attack. A scar in the water ran from where Zabuza stood to where he was before his attack, at least 7 to 9 feet long, a foot wide and 2 feet deep. "Not bad, brat. You're actually still alive. I must be getting rusty if you lived through that. Nobody's seen that and lived to admire it like you're doing right now." Zabuza praised slightly, though he was discontent with the lack of power in his attack. He was rusty and he didn't like that. Naruto smirked as he readied for one final strike. Zabuza saw this and moved to do the same. Their duel would be finished with one final strike. Silence reigned over the lake, as no one dared to take a breath during the tense moment. Finally, as if they were waiting for it, a leaf dropped onto the lake, and the two charged each other. Ninja Art, Savage Wolf Cross Claws. 7 Swords Art, Reverse Carving Fang. Faster than the average eye could follow, the final strikes of Naruto and Zabuza ended. The water between them ripped open as water slowly began to fill back into the gash the two had made, causing turbulent waves to form. Naruto's eyes widened as he coughed up blood as a cut appeared from his left shoulder going diagonally downwards, ending near his hip. His chakra cloak dissipating, he fell hitting the water with a splash. His world started to go black as he saw Yugao and his brother sprinting towards him. He managed to mutter one word before losing consciousness. "How?" Epic fight music end. Zabuza stood firm. For a split second he was the victor. Before he coughed up blood staining the bandages over his mouth, as a horizontal gash across his body was bisected by a vertical gash running the same length up his chest. The deepest part of the cuts was on his right bicep, which was cut halfway to the bone, and his left leg, which was cut almost clean through to the bone. Zabuza fell, though before he could hit the water a masked figure in a kimono appeared next to him and leaned him onto their shoulders. "Thank you for taking care of Zabuza for me," the young tracker said as they held up Zabuza's body. I had been tracking him for weeks, but it seems you were able to get to him first. Tell the young man when he wakes up that he fought well." With those words the tracker ninja vanished in a swirl of mist. Taking Zabuza's body and sword with them, Yugao brought Naruto's body back to the shore of the lake. She was met with a teary-eyed Yakumo and a concerned Koga who asked if he was alright. To everyone's relief, the cut he received wasn't life-threatening, the deepest part being near his shoulder was halfway towards cutting the bone, which Yugao took care of quickly using her medical ninjutsu. Tazuna walked over dumbfounded as his mind raced with questions about how a boy his age could fight someone like that and live to talk about it later. One thing was for sure though, his opinion of Naruto had gone up by a huge margin. While this was happening elsewhere, the masked figure that had Zabuza held close gently put him down, leaning up against a tree as they started tending to his injuries. After a few seconds, Zabuza's eyes opened as he locked onto the person treating him. "Ugh. That you, Haku?" he asked, slightly disorientated from the amount of blood loss he suffered during the fight. "Yes, Zabuza-sama, it's me. I'm sorry that I let you get injured like this. I should have stopped him when I had the chance," Haku solemnly said in a feminine tone, removing the mask on their face to reveal a beautiful yet sad female face. She expected to get yelled at for failing to protect him, but she got yelled at for a completely different reason. "Are you an idiot?" Zabuza questioned, making the young female ninja blink in confusion. "That was a one-on-one duel between that brat and me. If you had interfered, I would have cut you down for tarnishing my reputation as a swordsman. I may not have much left to my name, but that brat reminded me that I still do have my reputation as a swordsman," he said in a stern tone, as he started checking over his injuries, being actually surprised at the damage that he sustained. "Damn, that brat wasn't half bad. Guess he wasn't bluffing when he said he was different." He was broken out of his assessment by Haku, who reminded him to be careful. While the young kunoichi worked on his wounds, his thoughts kept returning to the duel between him and the boy. "That kid. He's something else. I could feel it when that green chakra covered his body. It was as if I was fighting a feral beast. The way he moved was more wild, more animalistic than technique. The main reason it turned out like this was because he lacks experience and I have let myself get rusty over these past few years. Hey, if he's this good now, just wait till our rematch." After Yugao finished healing Naruto's injuries and everyone else was ready to move on, they headed the rest of the way to Tazuna's home. With Naruto out, Yugao carried him piggyback. Koga had offered to switch with her after a half hour, but she turned him down as she was fine and it would only slow them down to pass Naruto off to the next person to carry him. After an hour of walking, they arrived at their destination. As they arrived, a young woman who looked to be about in her late 20s with dark hair walked out of the house only to stop when she saw them approaching. She came running to meet them and hugged Tazuna and started crying as she held onto the older man like he would vanish if she let go. "You're back. I was so worried about you. When you said it would only take 2 days, I was worried when you didn't make it back on time. I had feared the worst." The young woman rambled on as Tazuna just let her hug him as he returned the hug. When she stepped back from the hug, she noticed everyone else as Tazuna spoke. "Tsunami, I am fine. These brave ninja from the Leaf Village protected me and kept me safe from the man who attacked me." Turning to the group, she bowed before speaking. "I'm Tsunami, thank you so much for protecting my father. Without him, the last hope for the wave would be lost," she said solemnly. Knowing that his daughter would venture into more depressing memories, Tazuna opted to break the now saddened mood. "Now Tsunami, don't just stand there. We have guests, let's try and make them feel welcomed, and one of them needs a quiet place to rest after what happened," Tazuna said, motioning to the boy who was out cold on the older woman's back. "You're right, father, everyone please do come right in. It's small, but it is home," Tsunami said with a smile as she led the group into the house. As they entered, they spotted a child with spiky black hair and eyes. Seeing them enter, the child gave them a slightly angry look before Tsunami called out to him. "Inari, say hello to our guests. They are ninja who protected Grandpa," Tsunami said with a gently and motherly tone, as she smiled at her son. Though Inari ignored them as he headed up to his room. Seeing the reaction of the kid raised alarms in Yugao's head. A kid his age shouldn't be looking like that, something big must have happened with him. Quickly glancing around, she also noted that there weren't many pictures of Tsunami with someone who looked like her husband. Mentally, she made a note to herself about that. "Well, looks like the situation is more drastic than we thought. Kid's dad either left them or got killed by Gato's men, more likely the second," she assessed, as Tsunami apologized for her son's behavior, getting an understanding nod from the Konoha ninja, seeing as the situation in Wave must have been harsh. Showing Yugao where she could have Naruto rest, Tsunami went into the kitchen and put a pot of tea on as the rest of Team 12 got settled. When all was said and done, one thing was still on the two female team members' minds, that being Naruto. After Yugao finished a more in-depth treatment of Naruto's wounds, she had called Yakumo and Koga together for a team meeting. "Sensei, what happened back there with Naruto? It was like he was a completely different person? Yakumo asked, not remembering her friend and teammate being that strong or that scary. I don't know for sure, but I do know that he has kept a lot of things secret after he came back from the Forest of Death, even from me. Yugao said, looking at Koga with a raised eyebrow. What? He asked as she gave him her best older sister look. Don't look at me like that, it's not my place to tell secrets that aren't mine. Naruto is the one who should be telling you about this. Koga stated, trying to defend himself. But you do know about it? She questioned in the tone she used that meant she was in big sister mode. As she asked this question, Koga's tenant chimed in with her 2 cents. Oh, he knows all right, after all he's got me just like Naruto has my brother. Koga couldn't help but mentally facepalm at her comment as he thought back to the night he met the young-tailed beast that resided inside him. And what happened the day after? Flashback. The day was one that Koga would remember as both a good and bad day. He had overheard his parents yell at Naruto for trying to do the water walking exercise on his own. As well as heard Naruto crying in his room through the wall. The sound was just soft enough that he could hear it since their rooms were right next to each other. He wanted to go and see if his brother was alright, but he knew that what his parents had said was something that anyone would be upset about. They had said things that were way overboard and hurtful. Right now, Koga knew that more than anything Naruto would need some time to calm down before he would listen to anyone, and so he waited. When he was about to go and see if his brother was alright, he heard a knock on the door to Naruto's room and his mother asked if she could come in. Koga heard the door open and slipped out his own. As he tiptoed to his brother's door, he heard his mother talk softly to Naruto, saying how sorry she was for both her and Minato's words and actions. When he peeked into the room, he saw her sitting on the edge of the bed, gently stroking Naruto's hair and saying she and Minato loved him. Before he could be discovered, he made his way back to his room and shut the door as quietly as he could. When he had made it back to his room, Koga knew that he had to do something or else Naruto was going to think their parents hated him. While he thought about how to go about fixing this new problem with his family, he had been laying on his bed and hadn't noticed when he had fallen asleep, nor that he was now inside his mind, till a sound startled him from his thoughts. When Koga noticed he was no longer in his room but in a large open space that could have fit his room about a dozen times over, he almost panicked if not for a voice that caught his attention. "So, you finally come to visit," a female voice said that sounded like it was a young girl's. As Koga turned around to look at who had spoken to him, the last thing he expected to see was a small black and white fox. Its coloring was similar to that of a marble fox, or as close as he could guess. He had never seen one up close, just in books and such. However, something about how this one was colored was off. It had white-tipped tails and white paws, while its main body was a black color with white running down its back in a pattern, as well as a white mark the shape of a crescent moon in the center of her forehead. Koga blinked as he didn't know how to respond. A talking fox, now that was a new one on him, but he had already met Kuromaru and he talks, so it wasn't that far of a stretch. If anything, it would make it easier to understand her. But what did she mean finally coming to visit? He had never met her or even seen her before. Now that he thought about it, where was he and how in the elemental nations did he even get here in the first place? "So, are you going to say something or are you just going to sit there?" the she-fox questioned, snapping Koga out of his thoughts. Who are you exactly?" Koga asked bluntly. Who I am is a bit hard to say since I don't have a name," the young bijou said as she came closer. As his thought went into overdrive for just a second about where he could be and who this talking fox was, they just as suddenly came to a screeching halt when his mind registered her last statement. "Wait, you don't have a name?" he questioned, clearly puzzled by that fact. The fox sighed as she figured they were in for a long night. After explaining what she was and how she got here, along with the fact that she was inside the seal on his body, Koga finally was able to work everything out. Along with putting some pieces in place that made the she-fox rethink her previous assumption about being here all night. "So, you have been here since the night the Nine Tails was sealed?" Koga questioned. "I also have all the fox's memories up till the portion of the excess chakra from the Nine Tails was sealed inside you, but whoever made the seal didn't know that when he sealed the chakra inside you, it took a small amount of your own chakra, and when it was mixed together inside the seal with the chakra from the Nine Tails, I was born," the she-fox stated. "Wait, Tosan sealed the chakra into Naruto and the others, so how is it that I had some of its chakra sealed in me?" the newly self-discovered Jinchuriki questioned, to no one in particular. "Well, whoever did it used the same type of seal that was used on your brother, if that helps at all," she said, though she knew it wasn't much to go on. "It really doesn't help, because anyone who studied Fuinjutsu to the level that Tosan did could use that jutsu just as easily," the boy said, pondering it for a split second before switching gears and changing the subject. "So, what you're saying is that you're the daughter of the Kyuubi?" Koga asked, eyes wide at the statement that the fox just made a moment ago. To which the young bijou replied, "Kind of." "And you have no name?" he asked, to which the young she-fox replied with a simple shake of her head. "Well, how about I give you one?" Koga said, making her blink as she stared at him for a second. "You would give me a name, but you don't even know me?" she stated as she looked at him with eyes wide. "Of course, I would. Everyone deserves to have a name, even tailed beasts." Koga paused for just a moment as his thoughts drifted to what was happening with Naruto. Plus I know what it's like for someone to be alone too. He finished as he stroked the fur of the young fox next to him. And you would know this how? She asked. You have a family that loves you. I have seen it. When have you ever been alone? It's true, I may not know what it feels like personally, but when I see the way Naruto looks at the rest of the family I get a small glimpse of what it's like for him to feel like he's alone. Koga stated, surprising the she-fox again as she saw the look in the young boy's eyes of how bad he felt and how much he wanted to make things better for his whole family. So, what's your plan? The young bijou asked. I am working on that, but I can't just sit by and do nothing. That would be just as bad as if I was a part of the problem, he said as he looked at her before he changed the subject yet again. Now then, I believe that I said I would give you a name, so let's see. How about Hikari? Koga asked the young bijou. Hikari, she said, trying it out once as she then looked at him. Light? She questioned as the young boy just nodded his head. Yup, will be a light in the darkness that helps my brother find his way back home, and as well as a reminder that when he feels like no one is there, our light will help him know he's not alone, that he has a family that loves him. The newly named Hikari smiled at that thought and replied with a deeply grateful, thank you. Flashback end. Yes, I know what it was, or I should say what it is, but I don't think I should be talking about stuff that could be considered an S-class secret. Koga stated, knowing full well what it was since he had trained to use the same thing himself, though again the color was different from both Naruto's and the Kyuubi's. Yugao blinked for him to think that it would rate that high on the scale of classified intel meant it was big. She knew that if anyone broke a secret of that level it was punishable by death, worst case scenario. This meant that it was something that only specific people knew about and they only discussed it in specific places. If that was true and this was something of that nature, she was going to be having a private meeting with the Hokage to talk about this in detail. For now, she would have to wait for Naruto to wake up so she and the rest of the team could talk with him. Yugao went over everything she had read in Naruto's file as well as everything she knew about Hirototo to see if she could figure out what had happened back there, but nothing made any sense. From what she could remember, Naruto never had such an ability, and the color of the chakra was not normal. When chakra channeled into a sword or something like her chakra blade, it looked like a lighter blue color. However, the green chakra that Naruto had used was something strange to her. It reminded her of when she had seen Kushina use the Nine-Tails chakra that was sealed inside her, but the color of the chakra was red, not green, and the feeling that seemed to emanate from the boy was not the same either. She knew it was somehow related to the Nine-Tails chakra that he had, but she couldn't figure out how. Maybe this is something he picked up while he was in the Forest of Death. She questioned in her mind, but that didn't seem to track with the fact that Koga knew about it, and that it was similar to what she had seen her sensei use. Plus, the number tails, if it was the Nine-Tails chakra, then why didn't it have the same color as before? After her mind came up with about a dozen questions and no answers, she decided to wait till Naruto woke up and could shed some light on the subject. When Naruto did wake, it was just past 1 in the afternoon. Tsunami checked in on him when he had come around and woken up from being out for about 3 hours. Well, now seems like someone finally decided to come back to the land of the living, Tsunami said, smiling as she helped him sit up. After a minute or two, the rest of his team along with Tazuna came into the room to see how he was doing, as well as for some of them to try and get some answers to their questions. However, Yugao didn't think that Naruto would just open up and tell them everything they wanted to know, especially after what Koga had said about what had happened, but one could always hope. Well, good to see that you're up, Tazuna said as he smiled at Naruto. Please don't do that to us, Naruto. I was worried that you weren't going to make it back there after the fight, Yakumo said as she hugged him. Naruto, who still wasn't all that good with physical contact from many people, flinched slightly, which caused Yakumo to pull back. Oh, I didn't hurt you, did I? She asked. Before Naruto could answer, Yugao cut in. Don't worry, he is fine. I took care of all the major stuff back at the battle site and went back over him when we got here just to make sure he wasn't in any danger and to make sure I didn't miss anything. He might still have some chakra exhaustion, but that is to be expected. Yakumo smiled as her fears had been put to rest. Well, now that we've had our feel-good moment of the day, care to talk about what happened back there? Yugao asked, hoping that Hirototo would at least be willing to share a small amount of what he was hiding. Naruto didn't know how to approach talking about the subject, but at the same time he knew that his Nichan wouldn't be satisfied with a simple "it was nothing" or "it was a trick I picked up in the Forest of Death." Finally, he decided on a partial truth, but he would need more privacy since it was a pretty big secret. I don't know if I should talk about it without permission from Hokage-sama. This backed up what she had heard Koga say earlier on the fact that it was a high-class secret. After a moment to think on it, she asked if Tazuna and Tsunami would give them some privacy to discuss the subject, which the father and daughter agreed to and left the room. Okay, we are alone. Now will you tell us what is going on and how you were able to fend off one of the top 20 most dangerous Rouge ninja to be alive right now? Yugao asked as she looked Naruto in the eyes. I don't want to have to make you tell me, but I will if I have to. Naruto winced at the comment that she had just made. He knew that when she pulled rank on him it meant she was serious. Even so, this wasn't something he could just go around telling people. If it was, he wouldn't have kept it a secret for this long. If you must know, it is related to the Nine Tails chakra that is sealed inside me, Naruto stated, again deciding to go with a partial truth that would answer Yugao's question. Naruto had no idea on how much data about the Nine Tails chakra was detailed in his file, but he knew that at least it would be mentioned if not talked about in some detail. Naruto knew that she would have had to have been given the basic info on what happened with the Nine Tails and what had been done to stop it. So rather than beating around the bush, he decided to ask her how much she knew about the subject. How much info have you been given on what happened the night the Nine Tails was defeated? Naruto asked, to which Yugao responded, enough, and yes, I know about what happened after too, she said, confirming that she knew what happened when it was sealed. Then you know that I have access to its chakra and am able to use it, Naruto said, to which she mentally frowned as she knew that Naruto had never been trained in how to use this power or told that it was even available to him, so how did he know about it? She questioned in her mind. Yakumo was lost at this point in the conversation. What did Naruto mean by he had access to the chakra of the Nine Tails, and how could that even be possible? The fox monster was defeated by the fourth Hokage, who was Naruto's dad. When she was about to ask what everyone was talking about, Yugao told her that what she was about to tell her was something that she was to never talk about outside of the company of the team and those who Naruto told her knew. After the warning, she told Yakumo everything she knew about what happened and the truth about what had happened to the Nine Tails, which shocked Yakumo as she looked at Naruto, who only nodded. Yugao, however, couldn't help but think something was off. From what she knew, Naruto's parents had never said anything to him about the subject, and she knew for a fact that he had never been trained by them to use it, or trained much at all by his parents for that matter. Yugao was still perturbed at that fact, but when she had learned about the genjutsu, she eased up on them, if only a bit. Suddenly a thought popped into her head. Why wasn't I, or for that fact any of the people Naruto was close with, affected by the genjutsu? If it was used on the village, then why weren't we affected? She thought, but with no real way to answer that, she pushed the thought aside and refocused on the current situation. Naruto looked at her and asked, "You trust me, right?" This question caused Yugao to feel as if she had been slapped by him. Of course she wanted to trust him, but they needed answers, so she replied, "You know I want to trust you, Ototo, and I do, so I am asking you to trust us with the truth," she said as Naruto looked away. "The truth is a little more complicated than what you think it is," Naruto stated. "All I can tell you is that it has to do with the Nine Tails." Pausing as he felt a little unsure before he went on, "This is something I haven't shared with anyone, not my family, not even the people I trust the most in the village, and for good reason," he said, which Yugao knew meant a lot if Naruto never shared it with anyone and kept it secret all this time. "Really, why not?" Yakumo asked, confused by why Naruto wouldn't share this secret with anyone. "Once a secret is known, it can never be unknown, and you can never go back to the way things were before," Naruto said, quoting the wolves as he looked at the rest of his team. Koga knew what Naruto was trying to get at. Once he spilled the beans on this secret, people would look at him differently than they did before. He knew that Naruto didn't want people to look at him for what he was, but rather who he was. Plus, he knew that if Naruto shared this info and didn't have permission to share it, he would get in real big trouble when they made their mission report. Heck, he would already technically be in trouble when they got back, because Yakumo wasn't supposed to know about the fact that Naruto and Menma plus both sisters had the Nine Tails split up and sealed inside them, and somehow himself, which he still didn't get how that one worked. Finally, Naruto pulled his last card to play as he stated, "If you really want to know more, talk to Hokage-sama when we get back." To which Yugao relented and accepted that she would have to wait till they got back to the Leaf Village. "Now that we are done with one topic for now, it is time to address the second important thing that we must prepare for. Zabuza is alive," Yugao stated, which made everyone in the room give a different reaction. As Yakumo was shocked, Naruto's reaction was underwhelming as he just accepted the fact, while Koga seemed to have figured that out as he didn't seem surprised, more like he was annoyed at the fact he had been right. "But how we saw him go down and that hunter ninja they—" "Exactly," Yugao said, interrupting Yakumo. "The job of a hunter ninja is to hunt down and eliminate Rouge ninja so that their secrets can't be stolen by other ninja and used against them." Meaning that if the hunter had truly been there to kill Zabuza, they would have started disposing of the body on sight. Instead, they took the body away, which goes against how they operate. Koga stated, getting a nod of approval from Yugao. "This in and of itself is a glaring clue that states we have not seen the last of Zabuza or his accomplice," she said, looking to her three Genin. "Which means that we have about 2 weeks to train while Zabuza tries to recover from his injuries. During this time we will take shifts watching Tazuna while he works on the bridge before we face them again. XXXX." After they had finished their team meeting, they joined the family for dinner later that day and turned in early so as to get a good night's sleep. Come morning they were going to start training. That had been about a week ago. Within the time frame, Yugao had learned that her team was way ahead of the 8 ball in both skill and technique, as she soon discovered that Naruto had not only mastered tree climbing but water walking as well, while Koga wasn't far behind him as he was still working to fully master water walking. To top it all off, Yakumo, who had been the only one who still needed to learn tree climbing, mastered it in just 2.5 days and was now starting water walking. At this rate, these 3 will be the top Jinan team of this year without a doubt. Yugao thought to herself as she watched Asuna during her shift. Yugao also decided that it would be better now rather than later to find out everyone's chakra nature, so during the next training session she gave each of them a piece of chakra paper and told them to pour their chakra into the paper. The results of which surprised even her. Naruto's paper split in 2 and then one of the 2 pieces burned up, stating a dual wind-fire nature, while Koga's turned soggy and wrinkled, stating a dual water and lightning nature. Yakumo's paper wrinkled, which meant she had a lightning nature. Not only that, but she knew that Yakumo also had a natural talent for genjutsu that could put anyone who studied the art to shame. Then there was Naruto, who seemed to be strong in both daijutsu and ninjutsu along with a bit of kenjutsu as he had shown when fighting Zabuza. Lastly, Koga rounded out the team with his talents in both ninjutsu and kenjutsu, which he had been training in with Yugao for a while now. Things were looking like they would be ready to take on Zabuza and his accomplice and win. The mood was as positive as it could be. That was until dinner rolled around. Naruto had been on guard duty, so that left the rest of the team to train. When they came in for dinner, Tsunami was just finishing setting the table as Naruto and Tazuna just so happened to get back at the same time. After they had thanked their hosts for the food, they dug in. About halfway through the meal, Inari couldn't take it anymore as he slammed his fist on the table before he spoke. "Why do you guys bother to try so hard? No matter how hard you train, you're still no match for Gato's men. No matter what glorious claims you make or how hard you work, the weak will only end up getting killed," Inari shouted at them, his eyes burning with hatred, looking at the Konoha ninja gathered around the dinner table. Hearing Inari's words, Yugao quickly lost the grin on her face. Koga stared intently at him. Yakumo's mouth thinned into a small line, but immediately the atmosphere turned tense when Naruto slowly stood up and looked at the boy, matching his glare with an icy glare of his one that if it could have would have frozen the kid where he stood. "Why do we bother to train so hard? No matter what we do, we're gonna get killed by Gato's men? Are you an idiot?" Naruto commented in a cold tone that made the room feel like it just dropped a few degrees, his icy gaze intensifying with every second passing. Everyone was unable to speak. Never had any of them seen the blonde act like this. Inari voiced his retort. "Why don't you just be quiet? Just looking at you makes me sick. You don't know anything about this country. You don't know what it's like to suffer and be treated like dirt." The situation remained tense and increased even more when Naruto grabbed the kid by his collar and pointed to his headband. "You see this? This isn't just a headband, this is a symbol of my dreams, my honor, and my determination. So, what if it seems hopeless? No matter what happens, I will never give up, I will never quit, I will fight to the very end." Glaring at the kid as he went on, "Just look at yourself whining and complaining like some little victim. You're nothing but a coward. Do you really believe you are the only one who has suffered? Newsflash, kid, everyone suffers, and yet here you sit waiting for someone to come and save you like it's all some bad dream you can wake up from. Wake up and face reality. Heroes don't just appear overnight, they aren't born either. Heroes are made when someone gets knocked down hard and then has the strength, the courage, and most importantly the will to get back up and fight back. You want a hero? Then man up, grow a pair, embrace your dreams and become one yourself. You need to have dreams to be a hero in the first place though. Without those you might as well not even try. Those who don't have dreams will amount to nothing, and those who complain about their life without trying to change things will amount to less than nothing. So don't go trampling on your father's memory by saying it's useless. At least he tried to change things. That's more than most can say they will ever do. If you won't stand up and fight, don't expect others to do it for you. You have to fight your own battles no matter how big or small," Naruto said before letting the kid go. Pushing his chair back, he made his way to the door, stopping before he passed through the door as he spoke one last time. "I'm no hero, nor will I ever be one, but at least I am willing to embrace my dreams and fight for them. If someone like me can do it, then anyone can do it. Or maybe I'm just a fool, but you know what?" He paused to look back at the boy to get his point across. "I would rather be a fool than a coward." And with that he left to go off by himself, letting the door shut behind him to emphasize his point. At which Inari ran from the table and locked himself in his room. Yugao turned to their hosts. "Sorry about that. Naruto has never been one for mincing words." Tazuna waved a hand saying that he didn't say anything that wasn't true. For one so young to see things like that, something drastic must have happened to him. Yugao flinched at that as she knew what had happened as Koga spoke up. He was ignored and neglected by most of the village and even our own family minus me and a handful of people until he ran away from home at 8 years old because he couldn't stand being overlooked like he was an afterthought. Tsunami gasped, her hands covering her shocked expression while Tazuna slightly chalked on his D, saying he was lying before Koga continued. For 4 years he lived in one of the most dangerous places that is used by our village for training strong ninja and came back alive and better off than the ninja that were sent in there by the Hokage our father to try and find him. My brother has been through more in 12 years than most will ever go through in 30. If it weren't for the good people who showed they cared about him and showed him kindness, he most likely would never have come back home. That poor boy, Tsunami said quietly as Tazuna just stared dumbfounded at this news. Naruto, Yakumo whispered looking to the door. So then why does he stay? Why hasn't he left already? I mean, if he has been through all that, what is keeping him from leaving it all behind? Tazuna asked, still somewhat stunned by this revelation. Because he's trying to protect the people and things that are important to him. And while there may not be a ton of them, he will go to any means to protect them along with his own family. Even though they ignored him when he was younger, he still sees them as family and therefore worth protecting. Yugao said as she looked to the door Naruto had left through. Because that's who he is. After dinner, the team went off to be by themselves to process their feelings and what they had learned. One such person was on the roof alone with his thoughts and feelings. Looking at the stars, Koga felt like he hadn't in a long time. The last time he had felt like this, it was a year after Naruto had run away and things had been getting worse every day. When he got like this, he knew that the only thing that would help would be music. Taking a scroll out of his back pouch, he opened it and unsealed the second seal on the paper, which produced an ocarina from the seal. As he picked up the small instrument, memories played through his head about how he had played it to help Narumi fall asleep, and when he needed to express his feelings but didn't have the words to, this instrument had helped. It had been a present from Kushina, but it soon became more than that. It had become a way to help deal with everything that had been happening over the years. As he thought about everything that had happened up till this point, he took it all, the good, the bad, and a bit of chakra for good measure, and poured it all into his music as he played. As the night sky spread out before him, Koga played a song that he had first heard played on a leaf whistle. It was one that always seemed to help no matter the situation and had been Narumi's favorite ever since he first played it for her. And right now he thought he could use all the help he could get. As it just so happened, he had a secret audience that was listening to the music he was making as it seemed to wash over them. Each of them were listening from different locations, but they all were moved by the music that was being played. Tsunami was at the kitchen window while Yakumo was sitting on the deck that surrounded the house, and Yugao, who had been sitting on the railing of the balcony that was connected to the room that she and Yakumo were set up in. It was as if the music seemed to make everything feel like it would be okay, as if the music had lifted a weight from their shoulders that they didn't even know that they had. When he stopped to take a moment, Koga spoke up. "I know you're there, you can come on out," he said as Yugao blinked before shaking her head at the fact of what her ototos were able to do. As she was about to climb onto the roof, another voice was heard which caused her to freeze in her tracks. "How did you know I was listening?" Naruto asked as he walked up next to his brother. "Because I know you," he replied. "And right about now is when you would be looking to be alone with your thoughts so you can process how you feel." Naruto smirked before sat down next to Koga and just looked at the stars for a minute with Koga in silence, and then took out a scroll of his own and unsealed a 6-string bass. At this, Koga smiled at his brother as the two of them started to play together. The music the two brothers made this time together was even more profoundly beautiful. It was both sad and sweet at the same time as the music washed over those who heard it. The music was moving to the point that it seemed to be overflowing from the two brothers. It was as if the music seemed to refresh the souls of those who heard it. Yugao felt as she had when she was in the clearing and heard that women singing. The music was so moving that it felt almost too real. When the music ended, Naruto nodded to his brother as he left the same way he entered, with a body flicker. Once his brother left, Koga smiled before he spoke out loud for the second time that night. "You can come on up now," he said, causing Yugao to blink once again before climbing up onto the roof. "How did you know I was listening?" she asked, to which he smiled and answered. "Now that would be telling," he said, earning a playful shove from his Nei-chan, who looked at the stars with him. "That song you two played is beautiful, you know," Yugao said, looking at him as his face sprouted a small smile at her comment. "Yeah, it is," Koga said as his gaze remained skyward. "You know, Naruto only said what he said at dinner because he sees what he could have been like in Inari," he said, looking to his one-chan. "I know, but it doesn't make it any less hard to listen to," Yugao said as she leaned forward before continuing. "But was it the right thing to do, or should we be more understanding? I mean, the kid lost his father permanently. Naruto still has a chance with your father." Naruto has been as close to that kid in the sense of losing a parent as one can get before death. Both parents, actually, not just one, Koga said, pausing to let the point sink in before continuing. "It is going to take time for those wounds to heal for both of them, but unlike Inari, Naruto has resolved to do something about it and not just give in to the idea that it's a hopeless situation." That is what he was trying to get the kid to see. he finished. Yugao had never thought about it like that before. As she thought about it, she reached over and hugged Koga before she looked at him and said, "Don't ever stop playing music, it may just be the thing that helps Naruto the most one of these days." And with those words she climbed down from the roof and went inside. Koga smiled as he laid back and once again gazed skyward before saying, "You have no idea." As he thought about how it had already helped so much in his life and in more ways than one. XXXX. The next morning came faster than Naruto would have thought as he was shaken awake by a pretty young woman who seemed concerned that he was sleeping out in the forest. When he first saw her, he thought that she seemed familiar for some reason. Offering to help as he saw she was picking herbs that would help with healing wounds and illnesses, he decided to help her. As they searched in relative silence surrounded by the sounds of nature, Naruto observed her from the corner of his eye and noted how she moved and acted and decided to play along to see what happened, as he now had a theory that he wanted to test. After about 15 minutes the silence was broken by the girl. "I think that should be enough, thank you for the help." "You're welcome," Naruto replied. "So are these for a friend who was hurt?" he asked, looking to gauge how she reacted. The girl looked at him and smiled, saying, "Why yes they are," pausing before she went on to ask, "So are you a ninja? I noticed you're wearing a headband." "Yes, that's right, I was out here training last night late and I must have fallen asleep," Naruto said, hoping that she would reveal more if they kept talking. "I see, so are you training to protect someone?" she asked, to which Naruto nodded, replying, "Not just someone but the people who are precious to me," he said. "There may only be a handful right now, but I will do anything for them." The girl froze for a second as she heard the steel and resolve in his voice at the mention of those he wanted to protect. She could relate to how he felt, as she too had someone she wanted to protect and she would lay down her life for them. As this thought went through her head, Naruto asked her if she had anyone that was precious to her. This caused her to blink before she replied, "Why yes I do, and he is the most important person to me." "Well, I hope that he gets well soon," Naruto said. "By the way, my name is Naruto. What's your name?" "My name is Haku," she replied, smiling before she picked up her basket to go. Sighing inwardly at having to go back to the hideout and deal with the attitude of Zabuza, who for the past few days had been doing nothing but complaining about blonde brats and weak-ass Kenjutsu skills. It had finally been too much for her and she had decided to get some fresh air and leave for a bit. As she started to walk away, Naruto called after her, "Oh, and Haku, tell Zabuza-san when you see him that I look forward to a rematch." This caused Haku to stop in her tracks, which was all Naruto needed to confirm his suspicion. Turning to face him, she looked at him with a look of confusion as she spoke. "If you knew who I was, then why would you help me?" she questioned in disbelief at the fact he would actively and knowingly help his enemy. "Because I feel like you're similar to me. We both have people who are precious to us, and we'll do anything to make sure that they're happy. And also, I don't want a handicap when me and Zabuza duel again," he said, walking away to head back to Tazana's house, leaving a speechless Haku behind to ponder her thoughts. Staring at the back of the blonde as he walked away, Haku couldn't seem to get rid of the light flutter that she was feeling in her chest from the blonde and the way he acted. Giggling softly to herself as she left, she didn't know it, but she headed back to the hideout in a happier mood than when she left. Things after that seemed to be different. There was an atmosphere about as the team trained to prepare for Zabuza. In the time that was left, Koga mastered water walking and was able to pick up some genjutsu skills along with learning a new technique he had been studying, while he had been able to help Yakuma with her lightning-style training to help her have more versatility in her arsenal, since Yugao wasn't able to help in the regard that she didn't have a lightning nature. All the while Yugao was sparring with Naruto to help sharpen his kenjutsu skills to help him be more prepared for the next time they fought Zabuza. About halfway through the week, the trio of Jinan were walking through the worn-down roads of Wave, getting groceries for Tsunami to make dinner. She had sprained her ankle earlier in the day after slipping in the kitchen, and they offered to help, saying it was the least they could do for all their hospitality. As they were about to head back, they heard the sound of muffled screaming and went to investigate. What they found was a group of thuggish men taking a pair of girls around their age into a building. Seeing that scene made the three of them come to the decision that they would help these girls. Making their way stealthily inside, they overheard them speak. "So, you guys found some fresh product?" a tall and brutish-looking man said, admiring the new pieces of merchandise that was brought in. "Hee, sure did, boss. Gato will pay quite the price for this catch, I bet. Probably been hiding all this time, but we saw them walking by themselves a few minutes ago." A tall and skinny-looking man sneered, his eyes trailing over the bodies of their new catch. "Hey boss, why don't we check if they really are fresh? After all, don't want to give Gato something used, right?" a short and fat man said, wiping the drool off his lips. "Fine, but just don't break them," the brutish man said, walking into the back of the building, as the other men started to approach the bound girls. Unable to hold herself back anymore, Yakuma was about to lunge at them, but was stopped by Naruto. She looked at him like he was nuts. They needed to save these girls before they were raped, but when she saw the look in her teammates' eyes and knew that they were going to help, they just needed an opening. Koga was also ready to drop down and send these scum to the Shinigami himself until he felt a hand on her shoulder. This caused him to ease up if just a slight bit as he looked to his brother for the go-ahead. Waiting for the right moment to strike, and when the opportunity came he made his move and with a whispered, "Now." They descended upon them. To say that the fight was a bit one-sided was an understatement. As one by one the thugs dropped dead from the combined assault of the trio, Naruto took out two on his way down and a third with a well-placed kunai throw. While Yakumo caught several in a genjutsu and made them turn on each other. Koga on the other hand took a more direct approach as he drew his wakizashi on the way down, and with a single hand sign he created a shadow clone as he went about cutting through the enemies in front of him. "What the heck?" one man shouted, as he frantically scanned the room looking for a way out, his eyes settling on the group of kids who just cut their way through 15 armed men like it was nothing. He turned to run, but there was no way out, and now the trio were standing in front of him when he turned around, killing intent dripping off them as he fell to the floor wetting himself. Naruto leaned down and whispered in his ear, "This is for all the families you've torn apart. Now run like the rat you are and tell Gato what happened here. And if I ever see you in Wave again and you aren't getting on a boat to leave, I will hunt you down, and by the time I am finished, you will beg for me to put you out of your misery," Naruto said before standing up. Borrowing some of Ko's chakra, his eyes shifted to that of the wolves to drive home his point, asking, "Am I clear?" To which the man could only whimper and nod his head emphatically as scrambled to his feet. Not looking for where he was running, he ran straight into the wall and bounced off it before dashing out the door and ran for all he was worth. With that done, the trio approached the two young girls and cut the bindings of them as they removed the gags that had been placed on them. The two girls were scared for their life before Yakumo asked if they were okay. The two girls blinked and nodded before they were helped back to their homes, which their families were most grateful for. After which the trio booked it back to Tezuna's so that Tsunami wouldn't be worried. The rest of the week flew by in a blur of training and sparring and sleeping as they sharpened and honed their skills so that when they faced Zabuza and the now known Haku they would be as ready as they could be. As Team 12's rematch with Zabuza drew closer. XXXX. After breakfast, Tazuna told them that the finishing touches to the bridge were being made, and that they should be finished with it by the end of the day. Yugao noticed that Naruto was not there as he had been out late again, probably training, she thought to herself, and decided that the rest of the team would go on ahead with Tazuna to the bridge. While this was going on, Naruto was racing back to Tezuna's house, mentally berating himself for training so late into the night as it had caused him to sleep later than he should have. Trees raced by as Naruto made his way back to the house. Even though he was making good time, he knew he was still going to be late. When Naruto made it back to the house, he saw what was happening and went into action. As two men who he guessed worked for Gato had Tsunami at sword point as Inari was telling them to let his mother go. Naruto had to give the kid credit for trying to keep his mother safe. Naruto slipped behind the two men as he flickered onto the roof above the two men. Readying to strike, he found an opportunity when they both turned to the boy who had tried to strike at the two men, only to be cut into by the two men as they sheathed their swords. However, now a log had taken the place and the hit that would have ended young boy's life. Also, his mother was now gone from where she had been a moment ago. This surprised them as they wanted to know who was interfering, but this surprise cost them both dearly as Naruto used it to strike them both down. As a pair of shadow clones struck from behind, Inari was stunned that the boy was able to take out the two men without any hesitation. The young boy couldn't believe it that someone not much older than him could be so strong. "Inari," Tsunami cried as she ran to her son and hugged him for all she was worth, and she wept tears of joy. As the two shared a heartfelt moment, Naruto approached, not wanting to intrude. He waited for them to finish as the two looked up at Naruto, bent down and placed a hand on Inari. "Are you two okay?" Naruto asked. "Yes, thank you so much, Naruto," Tsunami said, wiping the tears from her eyes. Looking to the young boy, Naruto spoke, "Keep your mother safe, go find somewhere to hide and keep her safe." To which the young boy nodded and led his mom by the hand as they ran off to find shelter. Not one to leave a job only half done, Naruto raced at top speed to get to the bridge so he could support his team. While this was going on, another fight was just warming up. As the face-off between Team 12 plus Tazuna and Zabuza with Haku was just starting, with the two groups in a standoff on the yet-to-be-finished bridge waiting for the other to make a move. "Where is Blondie? That brat and I have unfinished business?" Zabuza questioned, seeing that Naruto was not present. "Sorry, but he's not here. Looks like you're just going to have to settle for little old me," Yugao said in a calm tone as she walked forward to face Zabuza, drawing her sword as she did. "I guess I could use a warm-up before my rematch," Zabuza said as he rolled his shoulders, loosening up for the fight to come. Without another word, a group of water clones formed and charged the group. With a flash, Koga's wakizashi sliced through the water clones without any wasted effort as water splashed to the ground. Yugao smiled as she stepped around her Ototo and pointed her sword at Zabuza. Now since the warm-up has been taken care of, let's dance. Haku, take care of the other two while I deal with her before Blondie shows up, he stated as he readied his executioner's blade. You really think that girl is strong enough to take on two opponents at once? You have a lot of faith in her, huh? Yugao commented. In terms of strength she could be considered a chunin by ninja standards, so I would be more concerned for the two brats than I would for her, though your concern for her is almost touching. He shot back at her. I don't need to be concerned when it comes to them, they can handle their own, after all they're my students and they have trained hard to get to the level they are at, so don't underestimate them or you might just end up regretting it like you almost did last time. And with it the fight between them began in earnest as they raced toward each other and clashed swords. Haku stood across from Yakumo and Koga. As she readied for the fight she knew that it wouldn't be easy for her. If these two were anything like Naruto, then it was going to be rough. Since she knew Naruto and what he could do and would do if she hurt his friends, she didn't want to kill them, so she tried to reason with them one last time. All we want is the bridge builder, give him over to us and you can walk away, he is the one we want, not you. Not going to happen, he is our client after all, Yakumo said, making Haku frown behind her mask. Take off the mask, since we know who you work with, you're not fooling anyone this time around, Koga stated, staring Haku down. Oh, maybe I just like wearing it? Haku replied as she moved into a combat stance. Koga and Yakumo also slipped into combat stances as they readied themselves to fight. I am going to love removing that mask when this is over, Koga said, smirking at Haku, and with it the fight began as the three went at it. Haku found the two of them were able to more than hold their own against her. As she was caught off guard by the teamwork the two displayed as Yakumo managed to catch Haku in her recently learned jutsu. As she rushed forward before she could strike, a flash of light blinded her as she was caught in Yakumo's lightning illusion, Flash Pillar. The next thing Haku knew, she was surrounded by mist so thick that she couldn't see her own hand in front of her face. She couldn't see anything in fact, or even hear a sound of the fight that was going on no more than 20 feet away. All of a sudden a thought struck her and she took a risk. Release. With surge of her chakra, she shattered the genjutsu and just in time to dodge the incoming hound made of lightning, which she destroyed with her water whip jutsu. As the fight went on, Haku was more and more impressed at the fact that they were as good as the swordswomen had said they were. They had even gotten close a few more times, so she decided to take things up a notch as she flashed through a set of hand signs, and with the last one a group of ice mirrors sprang up from the water at their feet to form a dome, mirrors around the Tujinan. Secret Jutsu, Crystal Ice Mirrors. And with those words she stepped into one of the mirrors, which then reflected her image across the dome of mirrors as a rain of senbon came from the mirrors to strike at them from what seemed like all directions. When it was finished, the two inside the dome had been cut about a dozen times each, and while none of the cuts would be lethal, they were just the beginning as Haku readied for a second strike. It's over. This fight was mine the moment you found yourselves inside my jutsu, she said as she moved to strike again. I don't think so, Koga said before running through a set of hand signs, Gale Style, Thundercloud, Void Wave. Haku wasn't able to change course in time before what seemed to be a black storm cloud enveloped her two opponents, and not only that but lightning lashed out from the cloud and struck her mask, leaving a cut in it. Not only that but another bolt cinched the edge of her kimono as it grazed her leg for getting a little too close. As she retreated into the closest mirror. When she was once again inside the mirror, she found herself once again raising her opinion of the Tujinan that she was fighting. With this new development anything could happen. But before both fights could continue, a streak of blonde hair exploded from the tree line as Naruto came to land near the dome of mirrors with his Kamistron. He took out 3 mirrors without even missing a beat as he slid to a stop next to Koga and Yakumo. With a slight grin on his face he looked over to his teammate and questioned, "So, you guys miss me?" Koga couldn't help but groan at his brother's bad joke before asking his question. "Really, that's all you have to say? What took you so long to get here?" "Had to keep Tsunami and Inari safe from the brutes who attacked them, but they are fine now," Naruto responded. "Well, that's a relief to hear," Yakumo commented. Well, looks like Blondie showed up after all," Zabuza said as he went to block another strike from Yugao's sword, but he was a bit too slow and the blade scored a shallow cut on his arm. "You got distracted," Yugao said as she pressed the attack to put pressure on Zabuza. "Don't you worry, you have my full attention." He shot back as he used his strength to push her back. As the two jonin went at it, matching each other blow for blow, Haku now stared at the newest arrival and the damage that he had done. To be able to shatter not 1 but 3 of her mirrors in one strike, she questioned if she would be able to take on the 3 of them or if she was only kidding herself for even considering the idea. However, before she could continue that train of thought she was interrupted as Naruto spoke. "Haku, is this truly what you want?" he asked, making her frown behind her mask. "If it is, then know this, that I fully intend to fight you with everything that I have and I won't hold back." Haku smiled behind her mask as she replied, Naruto, know that I would expect nothing less from you than your best, and that I will give you my best too, because I too am fighting to protect someone who is precious to me." Stepping from the mirror as her jutsu dissolved, she fell into a combat stance as Naruto and his two teammates did the same. The battle resumed with a vigor that could only be looked at with awe. As both battles dragged on, both sides were starting to fatigue, only for them to stop what they were doing as they heard a voice call out across the bridge, getting clearer as it got closer. Well. Looks like the demon of the hidden mist turned out to be a failure." A voice sneered from the small man who stepped from the mist. As he stopped, Zabuza let out a growl. Gato had seen the last part of the battle, and to say he was displeased would be an understatement. He had hired Zabuza because of his renowned skill, but apparently a woman and a couple of kids were enough to stop him. "What are you doing here, Gato?" Zabuza yelled out in annoyance. This was clearly not part of what they had agreed to. Gato let out a laugh before he answered, "You must be an idiot if it isn't obvious. I hired you for this job because I had heard that you were a cold-blooded killer who could get the job done. I'm a bit surprised though not a single one of you is dead. You must be slipping, Zabuza, but no matter. All that does matter is that you die here. I keep your pay, and I get a nice fat bonus from the bounty office when I send your head back to the mist." At this point Zabuza sighed as he said, "You know, in retrospect, I really should have seen this coming." Haku then noted, "I did say that we would have been better off if we had just killed him when we had the chance. While I know we're trying to keep off of the mist's radar and all, and that you honor the deals you make, killing that scum is definitely an exception that I think would do the whole world a favor." Zabuza hummed before he turned his head to Yugao and said, "Well, since our job is basically voided now, I guess it would be best to work together." Yugao blinked before she nodded, while Naruto looked at Gato with contempt. From what old man Tazuna told him, he definitely would make sure he got what would be coming. Ko mentally growled, signifying that he wanted to take Gato down just as bad. However, before anyone could make a move to strike, Gato shouted orders to his men. "Double what I was going to pay Zabuza to the man who brings me his head, but don't kill the women. We need them in reasonably good condition if we are going to have any use for them. Kill the rest." This statement made all three women who were present scowl, as they would all agree that this man was trash and needed to be taken out. Naruto looked over to Zabuza and said, "First one to that bastard gets to kill him." This statement brought a frown to Yugao's face as she turned to look at him. While she knew Gato needed to be dealt with, she couldn't help but think, would Naruto really kill him? She questioned in her mind. Koga was thinking along the same lines as Naruto. This scum needed to be taken care of, as it would be a public service to people everywhere. In his mind Hikari egged him on, stating rabid dogs need to be put down. Zabuza looked to Naruto as he replied, "Deal." Without another word the once enemies rushed to oncoming horde of bandits and thugs, taking them down in droves even with their superior numbers. Zabuza hacked and cleaved his way through everyone that stood in front of him, cutting through the army like a hot knife through butter, each swing taking out 2 to 3 people who were unfortunate enough to be caught in his path of dismemberment as he charged ahead, taking one too many hits due to being exhausted from his fight with Yugao. Naruto had made 4 shadow clones and was making quick work of his opponents with quick clean strikes. However, he took no pleasure in killing these people. It was necessary, yes, but it didn't bring him satisfaction. Koga had followed his brother's lead and was sweeping men over the edge of the bridge with his water style, Water Bullet Orca and Raging Waves Jutsu. The use of so much water also drowned many of the bandits as they were washed away flood of water. This also allowed Haku to make hundreds of ice senbon, which turned many into living pincushions. Yugao and Yakumo only fought those who came close to them and mainly watched the backs of the two brothers. After only a few minutes, Gato's army had been reduced to half, to the horror of the remaining members. Gato in particular started shaking uncontrollably as he tried to run, only to find himself trapped between the oncoming ninja and the mob of villagers that could now be seen through the clearing mist approaching the bridge from the village. Now panicking and thinking of swimming for it, Gato turned around only to face the ones who had slaughtered his entire army in only a short time. As they drew closer, Gato started to plead for his life, not that it was worth much with what he had done with his time. Please don't kill me," he begged, tears streaming down his face. The terror that he felt now was unlike anything that he ever felt before. Before anyone could act, Zabuza stepped forward and swung his sword, only to be shot by a crossbow bolt that hit him in the chest, causing him to stumble and his blade to changing course and cut Gato's legs off at the knee instead of cutting him in half before falling to the ground from his wounds as his sword left his hands clattering on the bridge. Haku dropped to his side to try and stop the bleeding. Yakumo saw where the shot had come from and sent 3 kunai sailing at the spot where the shot had come from. Her aim was dead on as a man dropped from the tree. He was peached in dead when he hit the ground. Gato cried out, unable to form a coherent sentence due to the agonizing pain as he tried to get away from these monsters. Fear overwhelming him, he wet his pants as he saw that this was his end. As this was happening, the small army that had appeared at the opposite end of the bridge, led by Inari who was holding a bow and arrow, closed in. "Naruto! "We're here to protect the wave," he shouted, as the villagers behind him shouted in agreement. But they were soon quieted when they saw the carnage that littered the bridge and the surrounding water, some turning green and other losing their lunches at the scene. Tazana winced at what he knew this would do to his land's people, but he knew it was needed in order to save the wave, and he also didn't feel anything for the man who tried to take his home and his family from him. Naruto looked up at Inari's words and then back to Gato with a look of contempt for the man as he pointed to the oncoming villagers. "I should kill you as it would be a service to this village, but that's not my job. You see them, Gato?" Naruto questioned as he forced the man to look at the gathered villagers, "The men and women that you have been taking advantage of. They'll be your judges, your jury, and of course your executioners, but I wouldn't expect any mercy from them. If I were you, I would hope for a quick death." And with that statement, he grabbed Gato by his collar and whispered in his ear, "You're nothing but a parasite that needs to be removed from this world." With that he hurled the now crippled man so he landed in front of the oncoming group, breaking a bone or two from the harsh landing. "There he is," one of the villagers called. "Kill him." Another of them shouted. "No, make him suffer for everything he's done to us first." The villagers mobbed Gato, as his screams echoed across the bridge. Haku was on her knees trying to stop the bleeding from Zabuza's wounds. Yugao surveyed the damage with her medical jutsu and found that the damage was much worse than she would have thought. Not only from the crossbow wound which had punctured his right lung and caused it to collapse, but some of the other wounds on his body were just as bad. Bad enough that she knew he didn't have much time left. Haku cried as she begged Zabuza to stay with her, but he knew the truth. He was done for. "Don't give me all that. This was always how it was going to end for me. We both knew that." He smiled before continuing, "But you have a chance for a better life in the leaf, one that I could never give you." He was cut off by a cough that caused his mask to be stained red. "I am your weapon, that's what you told me, right? Without you, what am I?" Haku questioned with pleading in her eyes. "Without me you're free to live your life. But know that no matter what you thought, you meant more to me than I would ever admit out loud. More than just my weapon, you were, my Musume." Haku's eyes widened as more tears filled her eyes at those words before his gaze shifted to look at Naruto. "You keep her safe, Blondie, cause if you don't know that there isn't anyone or anything that will save you from me in the afterlife." Naruto nodded at his last request. "I will make sure she is safe in the leaf, you have my word on it." Zabuza wheezed as he looked back at Haku, reaching out a trembling hand as he wiped the tears from her cheek as he spoke one last time. "Now no more tears, Momochis are strong. I'm just sorry it took so long for me to tell you for what you truly meant to me, Haku, my Musume." With those last words the light faded from his eyes as his hand fell from her face. He breathed his last. Haku buried his head in Naruto's shoulder as she cried. He stood still as he hugged her, which she barely noticed as she let out all her emotion for the one she lost. XXXX. After the fight was over and Gato was dealt with by the people of Wave, the group of ninja was led to Gato's hideout by Haku. They found that the man had left the place mostly unguarded except for a skeleton crew who were not expecting to be attacked. They were dealt with quick and clean before the whole place was scoured for anything that was of value. Turns out Gato had kept most of the valuables he had taken along with deeds to land that the people of Wave once owned. The place also had several girls who had been taken and were scared when they first saw the ninja, but when they found out that they were being freed they cried tears of joy as they were taken back to the village where they returned to their families. The rest of the loot, deeds, and items of value had been sorted and logged. When they met with the village elder they gave him the deeds and money that had been taken and also told him that Gato's shipping business was now in need of new management if the Wave wanted to take it over. The elder thanked them as they had no idea how much this would help the Wave get back on its feet. The elder had offered to pay them a bonus, but Yugao refused, saying that they had already been paid enough and that the money should be used to help rebuild Wave Country. She however didn't tell him that she had already taken enough money from what had been at Gato's hideout for an A-rank mission, but that bit was kept between her team, Haku, and Tazuna, who said it was the least they could do as well as give them what had been promised originally since it was only right. Tazuna also offered for them to continue to stay at his home until they were ready to travel. The day they left the whole village came out to give a send-off for the ninja who saved them from Gato as the small group now crossed the newly named Great Naruto Bridge and headed for the leaf. As they left Haku asked why Naruto had left Zabuza's sword behind. To which he said that it wasn't for him to take, it had been left to mark Zabuza's grave. Naruto also commented he's going to need it for our rematch in the afterlife. The trip back to the leaf was much smoother than it had been on the way to Wave, but that was to be expected. Once they arrived and told the guards on duty that Haku was with them, they headed straight for the Hokage's office to make their report. Yugao was dreading this as it would be one heck of a report. Once they finally made it to the Hokage's office they waited as he was going over another team's mission report. When the door opened, Naruto saw his brother and sisters walk out of the room along with Kakashi. As per usual, Narumi tried to glomp onto Naruto's arm and he sidestepped her. The two teams exchanged greetings while Menma commented that they had probably come back to report about how Naruto was useless on the mission, to which Kakashi face-palmed as he knew what had happened to Yugao during Team 12's test. Narumi and Mito did however ask who they had brought with them. Naruto introduced Haku to his siblings before they were called into the Hokage's office. When they entered, Minato was slightly puzzled as to why they had brought a young girl with them who was not a ninja. Team 12 and guests ready to make our report, Hokage-sama, Yugao said calmly. Minato had his eyebrow raised at the statement made by Yugao, as it was not normal for anyone outside the team and specific people like him to be part of these debriefings, but told her to continue as his eyes glanced toward Haku to look her over and then back to Yugao. One mostly true mission report later minus a lot of very important details. So, you mean to tell me that you broke procedure and carried out the mission regardless of the danger that was present? Minato said, his voice growing slightly colder as he neared the end, causing a bead of sweat to drop down the heads of everyone present. Yes, Hokage-sama, Yugao said as she was sure that she was about to have the book thrown at her in the verbal sense. Yugao. Mission protocol states that in the event that a mission isn't what was requested, the ninja who took the mission are to immediately return back to the village and blacklist the individual that requested it. You brought 3 Genin who haven't had any experience with missions outside of the village on an A-rank mission that could have cost them their lives. He said as his voice rose slightly, not only that, but you would have me believe that not only did they agree to go along but insisted on it. At this, Naruto stepped forward and looked his father square in the eyes before saying, if you doubt her words, have Inoiki come in and mind walk her memories that will show you that she is telling the truth. Stunned by his son's words, Minato was shocked to say the least as his son stared him down. We were the ones who broke protocol. Yugao-sensei was simply doing her duties as our sensei and allowing us to make our own choice as ninja on what we would do. If there is anyone who you wish to place blame on, then place it on us, but don't think about placing it on our sensei. Koga said as he stepped up to stand next to Naruto, also matching his brother's tone. Koga and Naruto are right, Hokage-sama. Yugao-sensei told us that we should turn back and follow protocol, but we insisted that we continue with the mission regardless of what would happen, Yakumo said as she also moved to stand with her team, knowing that it was a group decision and not anyone's alone. You guys. Seeing her Genin standing up for her made Yugao feel proud as she couldn't have asked for a better team as a few stray tears fall from her eyes. After a moment of awkward silence, Minato made a motion and a Nanbu member flickered into view. As he bowed, Minato ordered him to bring Inoiki here so he could help resolve this matter. After Inoiki arrived and confirmed that what the 3 Genin had said was true, they had insisted on continuing with the mission. Minato was at a loss for words before he turned to Yugao and apologized for how he had let his emotions get the better of him. To which she replied, it's fine, Hokage-sama, I understand that you were concerned about my Genin and about mission protocol. As she wiped at her eyes, a small smile back on her face. The tense moment passing, Yugao gave her report of what happened over the course of the mission again. This time with more of the details she had left out the first time around and as to the reason as why Haku was here now. A lot of which surprised Minato as it gave him a deeper view of Naruto's skill and that of his team, and that they were full of surprises. She did however hold back some details that she planned to ask the Hokage once the rest of her team was gone. When the debriefing was finishing up, Minato looked to Haku, who had been silent the whole time this had been going on. Looking her over, trying to get a read on her, but she had a great poker face which gave away nothing. Haku-san, if I may ask, what is it that you seek here in the leaf? From what I have been told here, you are from the Hidden Mist, right, and you helped Zabuza fight against Yugao's team? Minato asked her, to which she nodded. So why not go back to the mist? Why come here to us? He pressed. I was almost killed by my own father when I was little because of the fact that the mist saw Kekkei Genkai as something that was to be feared and needed to be eradicated, Haku said as this statement made everyone pale slightly as they thought about how that must have affected her. After a pause to let the shock of her previous statement wear off, she continued, at a young age I was on the streets alone since no one would take me, and I was alone until Zabuza found me and took me in. He gave me a home, even if it was one on the road, and constantly one that needed to be earned day by day. When she finally came to the why of her coming to the leaf, she simply stated, because simply put I have nowhere else to go. Naruto spoke up at that moment. She isn't an enemy, Zabuza asked us to protect her. Minato quirked an eyebrow at that information. And why is that so important? He asked, curious about why it mattered that a Rouge ninja asked for her to be protected. Because I gave him my word that she would be safe here, and I don't give my word lightly, Naruto said as he held his father's gaze. You would stake the fate of the village on you giving your word to someone who isn't even a part of the village to protect someone who was only just recently your enemy? Minato questioned his son. "She isn't our enemy. If she was, she would have tried to kill us on the way back to the village, but she didn't, and she had plenty of chances," Naruto said, his eyes never leaving his father's. "Hokage-sama," Haku said, drawing his attention, "I know that you don't trust me and that it will probably take time to be able to trust me even the slightest. However, I don't have any ulterior motives. Without Zabu. No, without Tosan, I have no reason to be on the move all the time, and honestly I've grown a little tired of always being on the move. If I am being totally honest, I just want a place that I can call home and that I can come back to." This statement made the Hokage's eyes rise a slight bit, if only just. It wasn't what he had expected to hear from someone who was a trained killer. If this young woman was telling the truth, then she would be a valuable asset to the village. However, if she was a threat, she was too dangerous to let walk free in the village. So, to save time, he asked a point-blank question. "Haku-san, would you be willing to have Inoiki here scan your mind?" Haku didn't even hesitate as she responded, "If that is what it takes to prove that I am telling the truth and that I have no ulterior motives, then yes, I will." At this remark, Minato motioned Inoiki forward as Haku was asked to sit in the chair she was standing next to. She sat and relaxed as Inoiki placed a hand on her head. For a long time, the room was silent as Inoiki used his jutsu to mind walk through her memories and see if she was also telling the truth. When he had finished, he looked to Minato and replied, "She isn't lying," he said before continuing. "She also had numerous chances to kill your son's team while they made their way back here, just as Naruto said. I don't believe she is an enemy." Minato was again surprised by this young girl. She not only wasn't lying, but she was being sincere about wanting to join the Leaf. Someone who would switch villages like she was doing just seemed to put him on edge, but then again, could this girl really call the mist her home with the way she was treated there? And what's more, did he even have a right to judge her for what she was doing? As that thought happened, another ran through his mind. The same could be said for Naruto. If he had done what this girl was doing right now, would he blame him for it? Heck, Naruto had every right to up and leave the Leaf just like this girl was doing with the mist, and he would be justified in doing so in the eyes of the Land of Fire. If not for the people who showed Naruto they cared, he would have most likely left and never looked back. Minato's mind created an image of Naruto meeting this girl on the road, and the two of them, having felt like they knew each other, went off together and eventually got married and started a family away from the Leaf and the Mist, and were happy that they found each other. That thought both made Minato feel sad and happy at the same time. This girl was so similar to his son. She had been treated horribly by the village that should have been protecting her and training her to be a ninja so she could protect herself. However, her situation was not because of someone manipulating people's minds, but their fear of things they didn't understand. Minato knew that the Mist viewed Kake Genkai as dangerous and that anyone who had won needed to be wiped out. Yet somehow this girl had managed to not only survive but make it out of that place, all thanks to the kindness of someone she knew nothing about at the time. Will things ever get simpler, or are we just making them more and more complicated? Minato thought as he sighed and gave his answer. "Haku-san, welcome to the Leaf." At these words, Naruto's face broke into a genuine smile, not the ones he had put up to make people think he was okay. Minato couldn't remember the last time he had seen Naruto smile a genuine smile like this. Haku bowed at this and replied, "Thank you, Hokage-sama, for allowing me to join the Leaf. I will need you to fill out some paperwork that will help with registering you as a resident of the Leaf, and will need a first and last name." "Well, you already know my first name. As for my last name, it will be Momochi, just like Tosan said." Haku replied, to which Minato nodded and filled in the information. Minato told her that she was going to be under observation and supervision from an Anbu squad for an unknown period of time. She accepted, knowing that it was justified given what he knew of her background was next to nothing besides what had happened in Wave. "As for where you will be staying, I believe that we can find a place for you to stay for the time being until you can make some money. We will need to have you run through some assessment tests to see where you stand in skill and ability, but I think with what has been said in the report given that you should be able to make Chunin with no problem." Before he could continue, Haku spoke. "I don't want to cause any trouble by having others think I was given my position unfairly, so if it's possible I would like to be put on a Junon team and pass the exams for promotion if it's possible." Minato looked at her with approval in his eyes at her request before replying, "While I appreciate your wanting to go through the proper channels and all, it would take some time to find a team you would be compatible with. And while that was going on, you wouldn't be able to take on any missions. You would in a sense be a civilian till a team could be found that needed a member." Minato said, only to be surprised when another person who had been silent this whole time, simply listening to the report given, spoke up. "If I may, I think that we can solve two problems at once with a simple solution that would help everyone," Orochimaru said as he was now the attention of everyone gathered. "I purpose that we place Haku on your son's team as a way to not only have her kept under watch, but also since their team has already fought against her, they would be the most logical pairing as they would know her fighting style as well. And it would not only allow her to go through the proper channels to advance when the time comes, but it would also make it possible for her to earn money and afford a place to stay. The snake Sanin proposed. Minato had to admit that it made a lot of sense, but would it work? He had known of teams that had forged on them before. It didn't come up often, but it had happened enough that it wasn't uncommon. But it was one thing to learn how to fight against someone, but to be able to take that knowledge and use it in the reverse was something completely different. Only Jonin-level shinobi were even known to be able to do such a thing, and it was difficult even for them, but to expect it from a group of Jonin. Minato's thoughts suddenly came to a screeching halt as a realization hit him. He was underestimating the capability that his son's team had already shown, especially if what Yugao reported was true. In fact, it had been that exact same underestimation that had made almost everyone in the academy believe that Naruto was nothing more than an average shinobi at best. But then again, that was one of the shinobi's greatest tools: deception. Naruto had been deceiving most of the other students and many of the instructors in the academy for most of his time there. Most of the ones who figured he was holding back were those who were much more observant. After a moment's pause to get his thoughts in order again, he had finally made his decision and addressed those gathered. Haku-san, I am assigning you to Team 12 as its fourth member. You will report to Yugao as your sensei from here on, Minato said as he looked to Yugao. Do you have any objection to this? Yugao smiled as she answered, not at all, Hokage-sama. In fact, I think it will make it much smoother for Haku here to adjust to life here in the Leaf, as well as allow others in the village to get to know her better and not instantly see her as an outsider. Haku smiled back as she bowed to Minato and thanked him, taking her headband. With that, the mission report was over and they were free to go. Naruto asked if the team wanted to go out to eat, to which Yugao declined as she said she still had some stuff to discuss with the Hokage. Naruto figured it was about what she had left out of her report but didn't pry, as it was her business, not his. As the now four teammates walked out of the Hokage's office, Minato's eye shifted from the door to Yugao. Okay, what is it that you want to talk about? Minato asked, to which her reply was, best if you have some tea brought up for us, we're going to be a while. At this, Minato passed a hand over his face and groaned as he could feel another headache was in his future. Outside the Hokage Tower, the four of them ran into another team who was out and about. Oh? Hey you guys, you just get back from a mission? Choji asked as he munched on a bag of chips. Hey Choji, Shikamaru, Ino, what's up? Koga replied as Team 10 stopped to chat. Where's Asuma-sensei? He's off doing who knows what in his spare time. After all, it's our day off, Ino said as she noticed that a new face was among the members of Team 12. So who's the girl with you guys? Oh, right, this is Haku-chan, the newest member of Team 12 and newest resident of the village. Yakumo stated as the members of Team 10 were somewhat stunned at that. Wait, she just arrived here and is already a ninja? Shikamaru questioned with utter shock on his face. Oh, well, thing is, she has been trained since she was little by a Rouge ninja who ended up helping us, Koga said, scratching the back of his head with a goofy grin on his face, not wanting to go into too much detail. What? The three members of Team 10 exclaimed in unison as their expressions of shock were priceless. After a short explanation to Team 10, they were both shocked and impressed, to say the least. Hey, I have an idea, Ino proclaimed as she looked to Haku and Yakumo. I was going to meet up with some of the other girls who are Jonin along with Kurenai-sensei and Izumi-chan to get something to eat. You should come with. It would be a great way for Haku to meet the others and make some new friends. Oh, I wouldn't want to impose, Haku said, feeling more than little nervous at the idea. You're not imposing, in fact I insist you come. You two, Yakumo, since the both of you are on the same team now and seem to be new friends, it only makes sense, Ino stated before she grabbed both their hands and led them off, calling back over her shoulder to Naruto and Koga. Hope you don't mind if I borrow your teammates for a bit? Thanks. Hey Ino, wait. Shikamaru called, but it was too late. She was off and there was no stopping her. Ah man, what drag. Hey Shika, I was wondering if you would play some shogi? The young Nara was shocked by this statement, however didn't show it on his face. Surprised by Naruto's request to play such a complex game, as he asked, you play shogi? Is that so hard to believe? Naruto asked Shikamaru. The young Nara genius thought about that and found that in all the time he had known Naruto, he really didn't know too much about him. In fact, all he really did know was that he was one of the 5 Uzumaki siblings and that he ran away from home when he was 8 and lived in the Forest of Death until he came back to the village recently. Other than that, Naruto had been really scarce when they were younger, so he really didn't get to know him all that well. In fact, most of what he knew about him was from their time in the academy. Most of the time he was using evidence that he gathered from the way Naruto moved and acted. It had been tough though, since Naruto didn't give away much with his expressions. However, Shikamaru had been thinking that Naruto was holding back his true abilities while in the academy. Well, it's just I hardly imagined you would be the type to sit down long enough to set up the board, let alone sit through a whole game. Seeing Naruto's slightly rejected look, he decided to take a chance. Well, since I was just going to watch clouds this afternoon, I guess I can play a game or two. Kuji, take them to the spot while I go get my board. I have the winner, Koga chimed in. Once again Shikamaru was surprised but found it to be a bit refreshing. Kuuji smiled as he showed the two brothers to their favorite cloud watching spot. "Hey Naruto, you guys met Haku in Wave, right?" At this Naruto nodded as Kuuji continued, "She seems really nice." "She is, but she just lost someone close to her, so she is going to need some time to get used to things around here. Hopefully this little outing with the girl's idea that Ino had will allow her to make some more friends and help her to open up to others," he replied as the three of them headed off to the spot Shikamaru had mentioned. XXXX. Haku was nervous. She had never hung out with other girls before. Before she had joined Naruto's team, her life was training with Zabuza as his weapon. Now she found herself sitting in a restaurant waiting for the rest of the girls to show up. Looking over, she saw Mito looking at the dessert menu with her face scrunched up in a thoughtful way. Ino smiled at Haku. "So, how did you and Naruto happen?" This question not only drew the attention of both the Uzumaki sisters but Izumi as well as Hinata, who was wide-eyed at this. Haku blushed slightly at the memory of their first encounter. "Naruto and me, what do you mean?" Ino watched the girl across from her to study her reaction and had to admit she had a great poker face. "Oh, so you're not an item then? I mean, from the way you were looking at him outside the Hokage Tower I just assumed that you two were together." "No, it's nothing like that, we're just on the same team and he was nice to me when he didn't have to be." This caused most of the girls sitting at the table to blink. "Naruto? The same Naruto, who was always off who knows where and was never around much. The one who was always distant when in class and always seemed to score average on his tests. The same Naruto who managed to sneak itching powder in the Onbu laundry and is the self-titled prankster Prince of the Leaf." This statement caused Mito and Narumi wonder what had happened between the two of them. It also caused them to be a little jealous of how her and their brother were closer than they were, and a little shame at how they treated Naruto in the past. They were snapped out of their thoughts when Ino called and waved to Sakura, who arrived together with Kurenai in tow. After a round of introductions, they were all seated and started to talk as they looked over the menu. "So, Haku, you're a leaf ninja now?" Sakura said as she had seen the leaf symbol on a metal plate fastened to her black choker. Haku nodded politely. She could see Sakura was trying to figure out what this girl was doing here. "How did that happen?" she asked, to which Haku told them how she met Naruto and how she came to be here now. When she was finished, Sakura scoffed. "Why would you protect a bastard like Zabuza anyway?" Haku restrained herself and growled out, "He took me in when no one else would. For that the least I could do was fight for him. You can't tell me you expect every mission you go on to be for some noble purpose. Ninjas are hired to kill the innocent, protect crime lords, and steal for the greedy every day. You're lucky to have been born and raised in a village that has a semblance of moral standards." The speech had a profound effect on girls around her. They each thought what it would be like to be sent on such a mission. "It is true that as ninja we have to do some distasteful things. I can only imagine what you've had to do to survive, but you're a leaf shinobi now, Haku, and the past is in the past, right Sakura?" Kurenai was trying her best to defuse the situation. It wouldn't be fun to explain to the Onbu why a fight broke out in the middle of a restaurant between the two kunoichi. Sakura blinked as she was brought back from her thoughts inside before she replied, "Sorry, I didn't mean to cause trouble." After the waiter came and took their orders, he brought their drinks and left. Ino wanted some more details about Haku and who she liked. "So Haku, who is more your type, Naruto or Koga?" This question caused both Haku and Hinata to nearly choke on their drinks as they both took a sip, while both the Uzumaki sisters stiffened at the question, not sure on how to take it. After this, Izumi spoke up and asked Haku what she thought about the leaf. Haku answered that she hadn't seen much of the village yet since she had just arrived with Naruto and his team since they got back. Ino, being the great gossip queen she is, wanted more. As she rapid-fired questions at the newest leaf ninja, Haku felt a little uneasy but answered as best she could. After they finished their meals they paid and Sakura left, mentioning something about she had something to do while the rest of the group walked down the market street. It then came to Ino's attention that since Haku came to the Leaf Village with next to nothing, she didn't have a proper wardrobe. After Ino mentioned something about how Haku would look nice in the dress a mannequin was wearing, Haku admitted to only having her combat kimono and the pink one that she was currently wearing. At this, Ino gaped before replying, "That simply won't do." Taking Haku by the hand, she soon found herself being dragged into the store and having various articles of clothing thrust into her arms by the blonde and told to use the changing room. After entering, Haku grimaced as she had never much been into fashion, but apparently Ino was. Resigning herself to her fate, she stripped off her kimono and tried on one of the outfits and walked out for the rest of the girls to see. The girls all gave her 2 thumbs up and Ino handed her a new outfit. One by one she tried on new outfits as the girls all gave her their thoughts. This went on for about an hour, and by the time they were done Haku had several new outfits. When they got to the checkout counter, Ino said she'd pay for it since Haku didn't have any money to speak of. "I can't accept this, you guys already paid for my meal, but this is too much." Haku tried to protest, but Ino held up a hand, stalling her before replying. No, I simply won't have one of my friends going around the village and on missions with only 2 changes of clothes. Haku finally caved after a bit more convincing from the group and allowed Ino as well as the rest of the girls to chip in and help pay for her new wardrobe. XXXX. Naruto was playing like he always did since he'd had a lot of time to play when he was living with the wolves. When he wasn't training with them, he hadn't had a lot of stuff he could do in the way of fun. Playing mental shogi and orgo with Ko had been one of the few things he'd been able to do. Shikamaru unfortunately was relentless with his play. Naruto was no slouch, mind you, since he had been playing for almost just as long. But it seemed like Shikamaru would always know what Naruto was up to. Any ploy he seemed to come up with, Shikamaru would counter it with merciless precision. They had played 4 games total. 2 had been Naruto versus Shikamaru and the other 2 had been Koga and Shika. Shikamaru had beaten Naruto game 1 and the second, although it had been much closer, it had still been a loss. Koga had lost 1 game and tied the second game. As for this match, it was shaping up to be the same as the last one. Naruto had more pieces but Shikamaru had better position. Shikamaru had to admit he was impressed. The brothers were definitely not beginners. He was surprised, however, by the strategies they would employ. The skill that both were showing was that of veteran players. This was shown by the way they were thinking 15 to 20 moves ahead. Of course, Shikamaru tended to think 25 to 30 moves ahead. However, Naruto was surprising him. Every now and then he would make a move that would catch him off guard. Even now Naruto was catching him off guard with his latest move. Naruto had just made a move that would force the game to end in a stalemate. Shikamaru looked at Naruto with a curious expression. "Why did you do that, Naruto?" Naruto smiled. "I may not win this time, but neither will you. I figure if I'm going down, I'll take you with me." Kuji was beside himself. Nobody in their age group or even their seniors at the academy had beat Shikamaru, let alone force him to a stalemate as both the brothers had. Even Asuma-sensei was hard-pressed to beat the young Nara. Matter of fact, the only person that consistently beat him was his father. After Koga and Shikamaru had finished another game that ended in a draw, Shikamaru decided to ask a question that had been nagging at him for a long time now. "Naruto, why did you always leave when we were little?" Naruto fumbled the piece he was about to move. Thankfully he didn't drop it. He put the piece back in its place and looked up at Shikamaru with a raised eyebrow. "Why do you want to talk about something like that?" Naruto asked, confused at why Shikamaru would want to talk about that. Shikamaru thought over his response before answering, "Well, it's just that when we were younger you would always leave. I mean, I thought we were friends." Naruto shook his head at this. "We are friends," he said before making his move. "The reason I left all those times was that Menma showed up and I knew that you were also friends with him and I didn't want to cause problems between you guys." Shikamaru was a bit confused, but he decided this was a time to dig for info since he didn't know a lot about why Naruto would leave when they were little. "Why would it matter if we were friends with your brother or not? We're friends too, right? We all should have just hung out together," he said, making his next move. "If I had stayed, well, Menma and I don't get on well and it would have just ended up causing problems for everyone," Naruto said as he made his next move. Shikamaru's focus was split between both the game and the conversation. On the one hand he could drop the subject and move on, or on the other hand he could ply Naruto for more information. Naruto happened to pick up on this and decided to try and use it to his advantage as a way to distract Shikamaru. As the game went on, so too did the conversation, until with one final move, and that's checkmate, Naruto declared, to the shock of both Shikamaru and Choji. While both stared in shock, Naruto just flashed a goofy smile at them. "Looks like you let yourself get too absorbed in the conversation, which let me sneak in and topple your king," he said, never losing his smile. At this, Koga burst out laughing and was joined by the rest of them as they couldn't help it. Shikamaru whipped at his eyes as he congratulated Naruto on his well-deserved win. The Game Boy was almost reset when Naruto finally noticed how late it was getting. He turned to Shikamaru and thanked him for the games and said that they would have to play again sometime, or maybe next time they could play Go. If Shikamaru wanted to change things up, Naruto said he would enjoy either one. After that, Naruto and Koga left for home, know that their mother would be wondering what was taking them so long. XXXX. The next day Minato was in his office, slightly hunched over his desk, hands folded in front of his face with his elbows on the desk. He went over the meeting with Yugao, which had lasted much longer than he had thought it would. Flashback. "What is it that you want to talk about?" he asked as Yugao sat down in one of the chairs in front of his desk. While tea was brought up for them, she took a minute to compose her thoughts as she sipped her tea before asking her question. "How much have you told your children about the night the Nine Tails was sealed?" Minato blinked at that, as he and his wife hadn't told their children much about what had happened. The only facts that they told them was that he stopped the Nine Tails from destroying the village, and that he had split the chakra and soul among 4 of the siblings since a tailed beast can't be destroyed. Other than that, they had never told them anything more than that. Not much. In fact, we have only told them that they have the chakra of the Nine Tails split among 4 of the siblings so as to keep the village safe. Minato stated. Yugao was a little surprised that the siblings had been told about what Minato did to keep them and the rest of the village safe. She would have thought they would keep it a secret, but it seemed that they made the right choice by telling them the truth, as it would have been worse for them to find out suddenly. Why do you ask? He questioned her with worry on his face as he took a sip of his tea. Well, it would seem that Naruto performed a feat that I have only ever seen Kushina-sensei be able to do, but it was different from hers at the same time. She commented before continuing, not only that but your son used said technique during his fight with Zabuza. This ability, what did it look like? Minato questioned, now curious about what had happened. It was as if chakra was pouring from his body to wrap him in it, almost like a cloak. It felt like the Nine Tails chakra, but it was somehow different. Not only that, but the chakra was a vibrant shade of green, if that means anything to you, she said as she went on describing what she had seen. Also, his eyes turned from their normal blue to a yellowish color and Naruto's face turned more animal-like. To say Minato was shocked would be an understatement, but he hid it well. What Yugao had just described was a technique that only a true Jinchuriki could do, as his wife had told him when he had seen her use the tailed beast cloak. But the color of the chakra was all wrong, and when she did it her eyes looked like the fox's. However, now many things that she had told him about during the mission report that seemed too good to be true were now seen in a different light. As he now had all the information, Minato knew that he would need to talk to Kushina about all of this. As this news was not only a shock but something that begged a question. Who told Naruto how to use the chakra of the fox, as well as who had trained him in its use to begin with? When the meeting was finally over, Yugao got up to leave. However, before she could, Minato spoke to her. Yugao, please keep looking after Naruto. At this she nodded stiffly before replying, I've been looking after him since he was 6, Hokage-sama. Minato had winced at that statement. And I will also train my team the best I can. I won't favor one student over another. I may see Naruto and Koga as my ototos, but that doesn't mean I will treat them special. 3 of them are my overall responsibility as a team. And with that she had left. Flashback end. Minato had just summoned his messenger Toad and asked him to find Naruto and ask him to come to his office, as well as Ananbu to have Kushina come to his office so he could talk to her about it, or at least as Naruto would talk about it. Minato was left feeling drained after that meeting yesterday and couldn't help but slouch in his chair and sigh as he passed a hand over his face. For being a literal ninja genius, he could be really dense when it came to certain things. Like noticing changes in his own kids. The report Yugao had given him was eye-opening for him about just how far Naruto had progressed as shinobi. Not only that, but just how much he had kept hidden from not only him but everyone. Man, he said, genjutsu or not, I've really screwed things up. You can say that again, kid. Minato blinked and turned toward the window and saw his teacher, Jiraiya, the Toad Sannin, standing there with his arm crossed. Sensei, when did you get back? He said, as Jiraiya walked further into the office. Just now, he said, had to check in on my information network and see if any of my sources had any news for me. Anything that I need to know about? He asked the Sannin, who sighed as he leaned against the wall. I've been hearing some whispers of that group of high-rank missing nin, he said, making Minato frown before he replied. The Akatsuki, right? That's them, though I haven't been able to find out what their goals are or much about their members. They have been taking high-rank missions for the highest bidders. Minato sighed at that. Anything else? He questioned, but Jiraiya just shook his head. Nope. But my contacts are keeping an ear out for anything on them. If they get any new info, they'll tell me, he said, and Minato nodded. Right, Minato said, before he gave Jiraiya a serious look. Sensei, I want you to look into Danzo as well. Jiraiya blinked at that, but then sighed. What did the old bastard do now? He asked. We, and by that I mean myself, Kushina, and Hiruzen-sama, all suspect him of being responsible for the genjutsu that caused most of the village to neglect Naruto, he said, causing Jiraiya to arch an eyebrow slightly. What makes you think that? He asked. Mizuki, a recently discovered traitor and a former Chunin instructor, had managed to manipulate Narumi into stealing the Forbidden Scroll for information he promised her while you were gone, he said, making Jiraiya worried. He hinted that Amami was the one behind the village's neglect of Naruto. Jiraiya frowned at this, knowing that nickname pointed towards the old Warhawk for sure, as many of the ninja and even civilians had referred to him by that. It's gonna be tough, Minato, Jiraiya warned. Danzo is the type of guy to hide his tracks well. It'll be difficult to get proof that he was behind it. Minato nodding in understanding. Just do what you can, he said, and the Sannin nodded. Also, There's something else I need to tell you about and tell Kushina once she gets here. Jiraiya perked up at this, listening intently as he spoke. I believe that, somehow, he said, pausing to order his thoughts right, Naruto has somehow become a true Jinchuriki. It was quiet in the office as Jiraiya stood there with eyes wide, mouth slightly agape, and looking at his favorite student like he had grown a second head. For a full minute nothing happened. Minato was about to wave a hand in front of his sensei's face to see if he had accidentally broken him. Or at the very least snap him out of it. Blinking, he shook his head. Fine, sorry Minato, you wanna run that by me again? He said. I think my ears are playing tricks on me. Minato sighed a bit before another voice came from the office balcony. Me too, Kushina said, looking like she had just been slapped. Minato sat back in his chair as he proceeded to tell them everything that Yugao had told him about the mission her team had gone on and the ability Naruto used when fighting Zabuza. Jiraiya blinked at what he had just been told. What am I new? Did you say green chakra? He said, and Minato nodded. Kushina was stunned by this news. She couldn't believe that one of her children had somehow become a true Jinchuriki. Suddenly the conversation with the fox had come back as something he said went through her mind. Naruto left for more than one reason. Could this have been one of the reasons her son had run away? This is something I never heard of before, the Sannin said. If somehow, Naruto has become a true Jinchuriki to something that was born out of the Kyuubi's chakra, if any of the other villages find out about this, they're gonna start sending spies to figure out what it is he's become host to. Minato and Kushina both paled at that. There was no doubt that if the other hidden villages find out that the leaf had somehow acquired a new Baijuu that was sealed in the sign of the Hokage, this news was bound to give the village and Naruto problems if it got out. The next 2 months went by fast as Team 12 completed 2 more C-rank missions. Not to mention that having a new team member made completing missions that much easier, though it took a while for them to get used to having Haku joining their team. Her ice style being unique lent a new element to the team makeup. Though it took some time to get used to, when all was said and done their team synergy was indeed first-rate. Not only that, but it also seemed that Yakumo and Haku were becoming fast friends. Minato had to admit that his son's team had adapted better than he had ever thought they would have. He also noticed that Naruto had a shadow in Sarutobi's grandson Konohamaru. He had started following Naruto around and was calling him boss of all things. Minato had found this both a little comical and a little strange. However, Naruto seemed to be fond of him and even helped show him some low-rank jutsu from the academy that would help him, and had even started helping him with his chakra control. Minato had also found out that Naruto and Shikamaru had started meeting regularly to play shogi. While this was good seeing Naruto form relationships and become more a member of the village, Minato had to admit it wasn't the main thing on his mind. What had been occupying his thoughts lately was the meeting he had with Naruto. All things considered, it had gone well, considering that both Kushina and Jiraiya had been present, though it didn't reveal as much as Minato had hoped it would. He had asked Naruto about the mission, specifically about the technique he had used and what he had talked to his team about. Naruto told them what happened and what info he had shared. Naruto had only shared the info with his team. This said a lot about how much trust Naruto placed in them. Ironically, the only real member of his team who hadn't known at the time was Yakumo. Yugao, being his sensei and older sister figure, had already been filled in on the fact that Naruto had some of the fox's chakra due to reading his file, and Koga would have known since Minato and Kushina had told the kids about it. But that had been when they were 9, so Naruto must have learned of it when he was in the Forest of Death. But how? Had he talked to whatever had been spawned from the sealing process? This brought up another question that begged to be asked: who had taught him how to use its chakra? During the meeting he had asked Naruto to demonstrate the technique so Kushina could verify that it was true, and sure enough she had confirmed it. So, the question was what to do now? If he put an Anbu detail on Naruto, it would be seen as them not trusting him, but if Minato did nothing, Naruto would be vulnerable to those who would be after him if they ever found out. Minato had enemies from the last great ninja war, and they would love nothing better than to get to him through his son. Ultimately he decided not to, but he asked Yugao to keep a close eye on things and notify him if anything changed. To make things even more hectic, the Chunin exams were right around the corner and the Leaf Village would be hosting them this time around. Minato knew that it would be hectic as all get up, and a mountain of paperwork was bound to both proxt and follow the event. Minato was also curious as to who would put their team forward to take the exam. The deadline for the submission of applications was the end of the week, as the exam was going to start the following week. Which was also the reason that Minato had called all his Jonin sensei to report on the matter. When all of them were present and Kakashi had arrived late, the meeting finally began. "Now that everyone's here, let's begin, shall we?" Minato said, not hiding his excitement at seeing who was going to enter. After a few of the people he expected to enter did, he nodded, giving them his approval as they met the requirements. A few of the Jonin decided not to enter, feeling that their teams didn't meet the standards that the exam called for. Guy stepped forward and with a mighty yosh, He gave his nomination. Hokage-sama, my youthful Jonin are more than ready to let their youth shine this year in the exam. Guy nearly shouted, making Minato laugh wryly. Having somewhat gotten used to Guy's personality, he gave his consent. Yes, your Jonin have been together for about a year and a half, so they do meet the requirements. Guy. They're free to enter, Minato said, getting a nice guy pose from Guy in response. Minato-sensei, I want to enter Team 7 into this year's exams, Kakashi said nonchalantly, making Minato sigh as he knew that this would happen. After all, Kakashi was in many ways their older brother figure and he wanted them to succeed. This however was a bit much in his opinion. I understand, Kakashi, but could you give me a reasoning as to why I should enter them? Just because they're my children doesn't mean that they're ready, you know, Minato said, guessing that his children probably pestered Kakashi endlessly for him to enter them. I understand, Minato-sensei, but I honestly do believe that they are ready. All of them have Jonin-level chakra reserves and are already proficient in both taijutsu and ninjutsu. Also, they have completed 31 D rank missions and 3 C rank missions. Their teamwork might not be the best of the best, but they have improved greatly. Not to mention that they're strong individually as well. Because of that they show the potential to become Chunin and pass the exam. Kakashi reported, a slightly condescending tone seeping into his voice as he eyed the other Jonin. While I still think it is a bit too early for this, I'll trust your judgment on this as their sensei, Kakashi. I will allow them to enter the exams, but I wonder, have you told them of the dangers of taking the exam yet? At that question, Kakashi nervously smiled, scratching the back of his head, making Minato sigh. The copy ninja was great at a lot of things but failed miserably at others. Hokage-sama, teammate is ready to enter. They specialize in hunting and tracking, but even past that they show promise and potential to pass the exams. They have their problems like any team. But when pushed, they are an efficient team and have shown that to me. They've completed 33 D rank missions and 2 C rank. While they lack experience, they make up for it in determination and ingenuity. At her concise report, Minato smiled and nodded, making Kurenai give Kakashi a smug smile, making the latter's eye twitch. Alright, if you believe that they can come together then I'll allow it, but do tell them about the dangers, alright? At this she nodded. Hokage-sama, Team 10 is ready. Though they are slackers at times, they do have the potential as the next Ino Shikacho, and I've seen it on more than a few occasions. They've still got a long way to go. Shikamaru and Choji share a close bond, though Ino doesn't always like working with them. But underneath all of that, they're more than capable of passing. They've finished 35 D rank missions and 2 C rank, so they've got some experience handling the harder stuff. Asuma reported, taking a breath after his report. Minato sighed, but then agreed. He knew that they would have some trouble, but from what he has seen in the reports from Asuma, Shikamaru would be able to get them out of most situations given his intellect. Alright Asuma, I'll let them enter. Shikamaru-kun should be able to keep them safe given his intelligence, and with the three of them working together they should be safe, Minato said, smiling as Asuma gave him a grin in response. Alright Hokage-sama, I'm not going to lie here, but I really don't think that Team 11 is ready for the exams, but I want them to enter to see how far behind they really are. At this Minato blinked. Richie wanted to enter a team that was not ready? They're the most unbalanced team that I've seen. It's almost unthinkable. Sasuke has put forth next no effort when it comes to interacting with his teammates. After learning his sister Setsuna unlocked her Sharingan, he's been doing everything to try and force his awaken. Sakura hasn't lost her fangirl attitude towards Sasuke, and because of that she hasn't really become any stronger as she is too focused on her obsession with him. If anything, she's become a little weaker, I think, as she is letting this impact how hard she trains. Sai on the other hand still gives off a strange vibe. I don't know what's going on in his head and it's making me and Orochimaru-sama cautious. They've done 30 D rank missions and 1 C rank, but even after all of that, they've still not improved their teamwork enough. Richie reported, sighing heavily as some of the other Jonin gave him pitying looks. I understand, Richie, while I would normally not allow them to enter, they do need to realize just how far behind they are and that personal skill alone doesn't make you a powerful ninja. I'll allow them to enter on the condition that you tell them about the dangers, about what could happen to them. If even one of them backs out, then they all aren't going to be able to enter, Minato said as Richie nodded in return. Genma was next to speak. Hokage-sama, I believe that my team is ready to take the exam as they have been together for 1 year now and have shown great progress in that time as a team and as individuals. Their teamwork speaks for itself as well as their individual skills. I am more than confident that they are ready. Minato nodded at Genma. They do meet the requirements, Genma. They're free to enter the exam, Minato said. Finally, everyone's attention was on Yugao as it was now her turn to submit her team for the exam or decline having them take it. Yugao stated that her team was ready to take the exam. When Minato asked, she surprised him by stating that she had already informed her team about the dangers of the exam. Everyone else was surprised by this fact as well. Yugao said that she told them, and even knowing the dangers they agreed to enter if they were allowed. I believe they are ready. They have completed 35 D-rank missions plus 3 C-rank missions. Nobody in the room but Minato and Yugao along with authorized personnel knew that the first of those 3 C-rank missions had turned to an A-rank as it was listed in the team's files as a classified C-rank mission. They have shown great progress and have shown that they are more than able to work as a team, even with the addition of their new team member Haku. They have gone above and beyond what has been expected of them. Alright Yugao, I'll allow them to enter. If what you said is true, then I have no doubts that they will go far in this year's exam, Minato said before asking if there were any other nominations. With no one else nominating their team for the exam, Minato told them to have their applications in by the end of the week that they were dismissed. That night when he got home, Kushina asked how his day went and he told her about the upcoming exams and that their kids would be participating in them. This caused Kushina to pause as she looked at Minato. Her face was one that said he had better choose his next words carefully or he would find himself in the doghouse to be used as a chew toy for the Inuzaka clan's dogs. Kushina, we can't keep them from taking this exam forever, you know, Minato said using her infamous catchphrase. She sighed as she sat down at the table with Minato. I know, but that doesn't change the fact that they're still my babies, Kushina said with a tone of motherly concern in her voice. I know, Kushina, they're my kids too, but we have to let them stand on their own eventually. That doesn't mean though that we can't show them that we are there for them if and when they need us, Minato said as he took his wife's hand in his and gave it a reassuring squeeze. She smiled as she took Minato's other hand before she leaned forward and kissed him. You know just what to say, you know. I know. Say let's get the kids and go get something to eat, Minato said rising to his feet. And with that they gathered their kids and went out for dinner. XXXX. The next day Naruto was making his way through town, when he heard the sounds of a dispute happening and quickly made his way over to investigate. When he arrived, he saw a boy around his age dressing in a black bodysuit, wearing a black hood with pointed cat ear-like appendages that had a Suna headband attached to it. A strange object wrapped in bandages was strapped on his back, and he had purple paint on his face. He was holding a young boy who just so happened to be Konohamaru by the scarf around his neck as 2 other kids watched on in horror and fear. While blonde girl stood near him looking. Watch where you're going, you little brat. The teen shouted at Konohamaru, who started shaking. A second youth, a girl with purple clothing that ended with fish netting on the arms and legs, and lastly a giant fan on her back, walked over as she said, Kankuro, put him down. We don't want to cause a scene. Kankuro simply shrugged as he said, it's fine sis, I'm just gonna first teach him a bit about respecting his elders. They won't whine too much. As Konohamaru's eyes widened a bit with fear. Oh, you gonna cry now? TSK, who knew that there were such brats in this village. I'll really make you cry. The teen said, cocking his fist back as the younger boy closed his eyes tensing for the blow. But before he could do anything, Naruto had appeared next to him and grabbed his free wrist in a vice grip that caused him to wince as he twisted the wrist slightly to put pressure on it. What the hell? The teen said, now focusing his attention on the blonde. Before anyone could say anything, Konohamaru and the 2 other kids immediately brightened up. Naruto Nichan, they shouted, as the blonde asked Konohamaru if he was alright, before he turned his full focus back to the Sunanin. I am only going to say this once, Naruto said, his tone deadly serious as he turned his head to glare at the older boy. Put Konohamaru down. The Sunanin glared back at Naruto before he let go of the young boy. As things were about to heat up, the sound of running footsteps broke through the tense atmosphere that had been created. Menma, Kiba and a few others came running towards the scene. Next to them was a scowling Sasuke. After they had heard Konohamaru cry out, they immediately ran to the source. Even Sasuke followed, curious as to what was happening, but all of them froze when they locked eyes with Naruto's blank navy ones. Naruto looked back to the Sunanin but found that it would just cause problems if he did anything more and released his hand from his grip. Tamaru was both shocked at the blonde's speed and the fact that he basically just saved their butts from an international incident. That would have been a problem. I would think a shinobi who is a guest in another shinobi village would know better than to start causing trouble. Now get lost, and if I find you threatening a little kid in this village again you might just lose that hand, he said in the same cold tone. Before the teen could retort, the blonde cut him off. And you, in the tree, I'm guessing that you're his teammate. You better beat it as well. At that the teen froze, his eyes widening as a Tina boy with red hair and a gourd appeared in a swirl of sand. Gagara? The teen stuttered out, making everyone focus attention on the redhead, seemingly the cause of the teen's fear. Kankuro, you're a disgrace to our village. You let yourself be carried away just from a bit of dirt on your clothes. If you do that again you won't have to worry about losing that hand, I'll kill you myself. The redhead said in a flat voice, making everyone, minus Naruto, flinch. Turning to Naruto, he addressed him. "I am Gaara of the Sand. What is your name?" he asked. "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," was what he got in response, making the redhead crack a small maniacal smile. "Naruto. Mother will enjoy it when I spill your blood. You will help to acknowledge my existence," he said in a crazed tone before he started walking away with the other two. But was stopped when Sasuke called out to him. "Hey! He won't be the one to beat you, I will," he declared. "My name is Sasuke Uchiha, remember it when you lose to me." "I have no interest in any of you other than him," Gaara said, pointing at Naruto, anger seeping into the faces of the other boys. Soon the three sand shinobi were out of sight, leaving the Konoha ninja alone. Before anyone could talk, Konohamaru instantly ran up to Naruto with his two friends Udon and Moegi as they thanked him for saving Konohamaru, as the three of them started talking about how cool he was. At this a slight smile crossed his face as he nodded to them before he told them to be more careful and turned as he started to walk off. "Don't think that you're some kind of hero just because you did something like that," Menma growled out as he glared at his older brother. "Yeah, you're lucky that we got here, or else you would have been put into the ground," Kiba barked out, also glaring at the blonde. At these remarks Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi turned on the older boys, telling them to take back what they said. Naruto turned and stared his brother down before finally speaking. "I've had just about enough of your attitude, Menma. How long are you planning to keep this up? Until you're a Chunin? Jonin? Anbu? Because if you keep acting like you're superior to everyone else, you're going to end up getting yourself killed along with your squad." At that, Menma blinked. "I know you dislike me, you think that I'm weak, that I'm not worth the time of day," Naruto listed off as he walked forward till he was standing in front of his brother. "But let me let you in on a little secret, Menma," Naruto said, leaning in so only Menma would hear. "What you think is true and what is true are two different things." At those words Menma was stunned, and before he could recover Naruto went on. "Let me tell you all a little something, especially you two, Naruto," as he singled out Menma and Kiba. "The attitudes that you have right now will get you or someone you know killed. I don't care how strong, smart, or brave you think you are, someone will die if you keep acting like no one can beat you. You need to fix that frame of mind before it gets you or someone else killed." When he finished lecturing his brother and his friends, Naruto turned and left the group as the three young kids ran to catch up with Naruto. The next day while Naruto was out and about, when he ran into Kakashi, who gave him his standard yo greeting. Naruto greeted him as he passed by, only for the copy ninja to fall and to step beside him. "I hear your team is going to enter the Chunin exam? What about it?" Naruto questioned. "Oh, I just thought I would give you a little advice. Never let your guard down," Kakashi said before he vanished and appeared behind Naruto. Leaf Village Secret Finger Jutsu. Before Kakashi could finish his surprise attack, Naruto moved so fast that you would have thought he just used Flying Raijin. As he roared, "Oh heck no. No one is probing my ass." Now facing Kakashi from the other side of the street. Surprised at how fast his sensei's son could move, he smirked under his mask and let his amusement seep into his voice as he smiled at the young blonde. "So you are familiar with Thousand Years of Death?" At this, Naruto's mind flashed to an image of himself when he was 7. As a soaking wet Naruto pulled himself out of the river and rubbed at his sore backside while a younger Anko was just off to the side laughing hysterically at him. Naruto shivered at the memory before he replied. "You could say that," Naruto stated with no further elaboration. "Well then, best of luck in the exam," Kakashi said casually, like hadn't just tried to anal probe Naruto. "Oh, and that was payback for threatening my book collection." With that, Kakashi vanished with a plume of smoke. XXXX. The next few days came and went till finally it was the day of the exam, and all the Junon teams that had applied were headed to the exam building. The foursome that was Team 12 made their way inside, and when they got to the second floor they found a group of Junon clamoring to get into the exam room, only to be told by a pair of Chunin to get lost. "This exam isn't for the weak." Yakumo stopped the rest of the team and asked, "Isn't the exam in room 301? "Yeah," Koga replied, keeping his voice low just like she had. "It is. What about it?" "So, why are those guys trying to get into a room on the second floor? The room numbers go by floor, right?" she questioned. "Genjutsu?" Naruto asked, the question barely audible. Yakumo nodded and motioned to the stairwell that led to the next floor. The team nodded and followed her lead as they headed up to the next floor. When they arrived at the exam room, Yugao was waiting for them outside. She smiled when she saw them. "Good to see you all showed up. You may now enter the exams. Best of luck in there." She grinned as she watched them enter the room. Shikamaru was nervous. Here he was in a room full of people willing to kill him to get a promotion. And why was he here? Because Ino would destroy what was left of his eardrums if he didn't show up. Does she really think Sasuke will pay attention to her if she makes Chunin? Kuji was worried. He wasn't sure they were ready for this. Of course, Asuma said he had faith in them, but some of the other ninja gathered were much more experienced than them. I just hope we come out of this alive. Ino was pacing back and forth in front of her teammates. The Chunin exams were the perfect time to impress Sasuke. Haku had helped her make a training regimen that fit into her busy schedule, but would that be enough? Sasuke-kun, I've tried to become a better ninja. I just want you to notice me. Heck, even Naruto had helped her train. At that thought her heart started to beat a little bit faster as she thought about Naruto and what he would think. Wait, what am I thinking? Could I actually like Naruto? That thought made her pace more frantically. As Naruto and his team entered the room, they made their way over to the wall near them. Naruto and Yakumo dressed in their normal ninja gear, along with Koga, who was wearing a gray short-sleeve shirt with a faded blue vest that had the Uzumaki spiral on the back and white-grayish fur around the shoulders. A pair of black shinobi pants and shinobi shoes. Haku was wearing the new shoulderless battle kimono that was a deep purple with black trim and a white snowflake on the back that she had gotten when she went shopping with Ino and the girls. When Naruto spied Shikamaru and his team in a corner, he led his team over to them. He gave Team 10 a grin before settling in on the wall. Haku had followed him to stand by Ino. Hey Ino, glad you guys could make it. Ino grinned. Haku, glad to see you in your new kimono, it looks fabulous on you just like I said it would. Naruto, Koga, Yakumo, glad to see you three as well, Ino said, greeting them all. Once upon a time she would have thought Naruto strange. However, once she had gotten to know the real Naruto, they had become quick friends. Without the emotionless mask he wore, she found a witty, charismatic, and loyal friend, and maybe more than that. At this she blushed a bit. Shikamaru responded to Naruto. These exams are too troublesome. The Nara said as he leant back against the wall, while Choji just munched on his bag of chips. Naruto snickered at his friend's comment. You know Ino will beat you to a pulp if you don't give this your all, and then your mom will kill you when Ino's done, Naruto said, having met Shikamaru's parents before. Since his mom and Shikamaru's mom were good friends, he knew that Yoshino Nara was not one to tolerate laziness. At this Shikamaru cringed at the thought of his mom chasing him around the village yelling that she was going to kill him for giving up during the exam. Before he could go further, he was pulled out of his thoughts when the door to the room was kicked in. There in the doorway stood a twin to Naruto in all but style and height. He stood crossing his arms defiantly. He sneered at the general assembly of fellow Genin. Several Genin glared at Menma while both his sisters just sighed and shook their heads as they entered. The door wasn't locked, Menma, Narumi said deadpan, wishing she could disappear as she was about to deck her brother for being a moron. Mito walked in behind her and ignored her brother's antics. Noticing that every eye in the room was now focused on them, she mentally sighed so much for not drawing attention to herself. As she looked around, she spotted the rest of the Genin from their class and headed over. When she saw Naruto and his team, she smiled and nodded to him. Naruto returned the nod. The smile was a different story. Menma made his way over and started chatting with Kiba, who had been with his team, off to the side about how this was going to be fun. Narumi went to stand next to Mito. While this was happening, Shino walked over to Naruto and wished him luck in the exam, and Naruto did the same as he shook hands with him, while Hinata stood next to Shino not knowing what to say. Before she could do anything, Naruto wished her luck as he held out his hand, which she managed to shake without fainting. Last to arrive was Sasuke, Sai, and Sakura. After all of this happened, a leaf shinobi approached the group. Hey, you guys, you might want to try keeping it down a little. I mean, no offense, but you're all rookies, right? Fresh from the academy? I wouldn't go making a spectacle of yourselves, just cool it. This isn't a class field trip. The Genin said as he pushed his glasses up. Well, who asked you? Who are you anyway? Sakura questioned, making most of the group and anyone in the room who had sensitive ears wince. I'm Kabuto Yakushi, but really look around you, you've made quite an impression. At this statement the group looked around the room as most of those around the room were looking at them. You can't help it. I mean, how could you know how things work? You're just rookies. Haku spoke up. Kabuto-san, how many times have you taken this exam? Kabuto smiled. This will be my 7th time. Since they are held twice a year, this will be my 4th year. So, I guess all those rumors about the exam being tough are true. Oh man, I knew this was going to be a drag. Shikamaru stated. Hang on, don't give up hope yet. Maybe I can help you kids out a little. Kabuto replied, pulling a stack of cards from his pocket. With my ninja info cards. What the heck are those? Sakura asked before anyone else in the group. It's hard to explain, but these cards have been chakra encoded with everything I have learned over the past 4 years, he stated, kneeling on the floor as he set the deck of cards down. So, you see, I haven't been completely wasting my time. They may not look like much to the naked eye, in fact they appear blank, he said, flipping a card to prove his point. Don't want just anyone seeing this stuff. Do those cards of yours have info on the other candidates individually? Sasuke asked. They might, you have someone special in mind? Kabuto replied. I might. He responded with his normal annoyed tone. Well, my info may not be complete but I have got at least something on just about everyone, he said, a slight bit of smugness in his voice. Including you guys, of course. So, which one is it? Give me anything you know about them, anything at all. He's Gaara of the Sand, then there's Rock Lee of the Leaf. Pausing for just a second, Sasuke's eyes glanced at Naruto before adding, and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze while you're at it. That last add-on to his list of names threw most of them for a loop. That's no fun, you even know their names. That makes it easy, Kabuto said, sounding disappointed as he then snatched the 3 cards from the deck with a flick of his wrist, holding them up. Here they are. Show them to me, Sasuke stated like they held his key to victory. Okay, first up is Rock Lee. Kabuto placed the card on the floor and spun it with his index finger. What are you doing? Ino asked, puzzled at the older Jinan's actions. I'm infusing my chakra into the card like this. At his words there is a poof as the card's info became visible. Rock Lee, mission experience 20 D ranks and 11 C ranks, his squad leader is Guy. In the last 12 months his daijutsu has radically improved but his other skills are shaky. Last year he got a lot of attention as a Jinan. However, he chose to forego the exam, so this is his first time entering. His teammate are Tenten and Neji Hyuga. At this he nodded, his eyes shifted ever so slightly that almost no one caught it, but Naruto noticed he knew about the whole situation with the Hyuga and how they had a main family and a branch family that was basically the main family's slaves in a way. Next up is Gaara of the Sand, mission experience 8 C ranks and get this 1 B rank as a Jinan. Not much else to be honest, he's a rookie from the sand, but there is this: he has finished every mission without a scratch. The dude's done a B rank as a Jinan and has never been injured? Shikamaru questioned aloud, voicing everyone's thoughts. Lastly, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, mission experience 35 D ranks, 3 C ranks and 1 B rank. Very impressive, I must say. At this most of the people in the group looked at Naruto in disbelief while Menma scowled at him. Only those who were present knew that the B rank mission was when he and Koga beat Mizuki to a pulp after he got Narumi to steal the forbidden scroll of sealing. Sensei is Yugawa and his teammates are Koga Uzumaki Namikaze, Yakumo Kurama, and Hakuma Mochi. He ran away into the Forest of Death at age 8 and stayed in there 4 years before coming back. Lastly, he is one of the 4 out of 5 children of the Hokage to have a part of the 9-tailed fox's chakra sealed inside him. Kabuto finished. This made most of the other rookies blink in surprise at this information. This info made Naruto make a mental note to pass the info on to his father that somehow a Jinan had gotten access to classified information he shouldn't have been able to. Kiba snorted. I just want to know how many people I get to beat the tar out of. Kabuto smiled. Well, Inuzuka-san, you're in luck. I have the info right here. Pulling out another card and applying chakra, he went back into lecture mode. This exam has teams participating from the Leaf, Sand, Rain, Grass, Waterfall and Sound villages. Out of all the countries represented, the Leaf has the most, seeing as it's being held here. It seems that this year each village has sent their top Jinan to the exam. However, the hidden Sound village is small. It's still new. Those guys are a mystery. At this, one of the Jinan from the Sound rushed Kabuto as he pulled his sleeve back as he struck. Kabuto managed to dodge the attack only for his glasses to break. This caused several, including Sasuke, to question how he was hit, only for Kabuto to vomit. As the trio of Sound shinobi stood in front of the now spectacle-less Jinan, as the one with bandages covering most of his face spoke up. Put this down on one of your cards. When this exam is all over, the shinobi from the Sound village will be tuning. At this, a group of shinobi appeared at the front of the room, cloud of smoke. Alright, you baby-faced degenerates, pipe down and listen up. It's time to begin. My name is Iviki Morino, your proctor, and from this moment on your worst enemy. First, you Jinan from the village hidden in the Sound, do you want to be failed before we've even stated? At this statement, one of the Sound ninja replied, sorry, I guess we're just a bit jumpy, sir. I am only going to say this once, so listen up. There will be no fighting unless an exam proctor tells you to. Even then, the use of lethal force is expressly prohibited. Is that understood? Anyone who even thinks of testing me on this will be failed immediately, Iviki stated with absolute authority in his voice. No lethal force, that's no fun. Another of the Sound ninjas stated, only for some of the group, with Iviki to start chuckling. Now that we have gotten that out of the way, all of you will submit your paperwork and in exchange you will be given a number. This number will determine where you sit during the test. At this, everyone was handed a paper and number in exchange for their entrance applications. Once everyone was seated according to their number, Iviki tapped the chalkboard to get everyone's attention. Alright, eyes front. There are a few rules you need to be aware of and I won't answer any questions, so you better pay attention the first time. At this, Iviki started writing on the board. There are 10 questions to this part of the exam. You start with a perfect score of 10 points. For each question not answered or answered incorrectly, you will lose a point. So, if you get 3 questions wrong your score will be 7. The 10th question will be given 15 minutes before the end of the exam. When the exam is over you will pass or fail based on the combined scores of all team members. At this Sakura face vaulted the desk, outrage filling her voice as she lifted her head and yelled, "Wait, you mean you'll be scoring us as a team?" "Pipe down, I have my reasons for doing so," Ibiki replied before continuing. "Third, the sentinels around the room are there to catch anyone who is trying to cheat, and if you are caught cheating, you will immediately lose 2 points. If you are caught 5 times you will be immediately dismissed along with your team. Anyone fool enough to get caught cheating by the sentinels doesn't deserve to be here. Lastly, if anyone scores no points, they and their team will be failed. You have 1 hour starting now." Everyone flipped their papers and started in. Naruto started looking over the test and instantly found that these questions were way beyond the ability of any Jonin. Thinking over the speech Ibiki gave, he realized something. In the academy we were failed instantly if we were caught cheating. So if that's the case, then test is not about if you know the information. The test is really about information gathering. Well, I actually think Haku might know some of this trajectory stuff because of her Senbon training. There has to be a plant somewhere in the room. Looking around he noticed someone in his row already writing. "Looks like I found one, but how to get the info?" Ko chimed in that he wasn't going to help in this case since he had all the knowledge of Nine-Tailed Fox. And since the test wasn't for him after all. To which Naruto mentally facepalmed. "You didn't have to tell me that one, I already knew that." Ibiki happened to notice that some of them had already figured out the true meaning of the test and were cheating. The bun-haired girl had somehow attached a set of mirrors to one of the overhead lights with wires that were attached to her pencil. He noticed an Aburame was gathering information with his insects, while the Inuzaka kid was using his pup to get the answers. The Hyuga were using their Byakugan. The pink-haired girl seemed to be one of the few ones not cheating and was using her knowledge to pass the test. He also happened to spy a mouse that looked to be made of ink scurrying to a pale boy and giving him the answers, while an Uchiha used her Sharingan to get the answers from the person in front of her. He also noticed a mirror made of ice above one girl as well. Naruto knew he had no good way to get the info from the plant he spotted, and he couldn't get a good view of Haku's mirror as he had noticed it when he looked around. As he was lost in thought on what to do, a kunai flew right past his head, missing by barely an inch to hit the test of the person behind him to his right. As a sentinel told the rattled test taker that they had been caught cheating 5 times and that he and his teammates were to get out as their numbers were called out. Naruto missed most of it and only noticed that the guy behind him had been failed. Ibiki found it interesting. Kid didn't even flinch. Is he really that calm or just that oblivious? He mused to himself. After a few more teams were ejected as they were caught cheating and were eliminated, one participant in particularly was vocal about their elimination, asking how they could possibly watch all of the participants, to which the sentinel that caught him slammed him into a wall and held him there as he told him that they didn't make mistakes, that's why they were handpicked for this task, and that he and his teammates were to get out. Naruto suddenly had an idea and decided to play a foul and test the waters a bit. Naruto had noticed that he was sitting next to Sasuke and that he had already finished the given questions. Naruto put his plan into motion and used his foot to roll a smoke bomb down a few chairs. When it went off, the smoke covered the whole row. The sentinels had no idea whose it was. At this moment, with the smoke as his cover, Naruto switched Sasuke's test with his and erased his name and put his in its place, while Sasuke now had his blank test. Ibiki was almost furious at the fact that someone would try such a stunt, but he had to give whoever did it credit. It wasn't against the rules he had set, so he would allow it to slide once. Alright. Who is the smartass who thinks this is a game? He paused, not really expecting an answer to his question. He went on, "Fine, since I don't expect anyone to take the blame for it, then how about I just subtract 5 points from the whole row for good measure?" This statement caused most of the row to flinch. "I will forgive this one offense. If it happens again, I will dismiss the entire row and their teams from this exam. Do I make myself clear?" After Ibiki finished his statement, Sasuke looked down to see his test was blank. He would have accused one of the other participants of cheating, but that would have more likely gotten him marked for cheating and possibly dismissed, since it would have drawn too much attention. But since he remembered the answers he wrote, he would just have to rewrite his answers. He just had to move fast. Once half an hour had gone by, the 51 teams that came in had been reduced down to 39. Then another 15 minutes had passed, and once it did, Ibiki spoke up. "These rules are unique to question 10, so listen carefully and try not to let them frighten you." He paused before he went on. "Rule 1, each of you is free to choose not to take the final question. It's your decision." At this, Temari spoke out. "Well, so what's the catch? Let's say we decide we don't want to do it. What happens then?" "If you chose not to take the last question, regardless of your answers to the other 9 questions, you'll get a 0. In other words, you fail. And that means by default your team fails. Ibiki stated, to which there were murmurs throughout the room that it was no choice at all on whether or not to take the question. Before this could go on, however, Ibiki spoke up, "Not so fast, you never let me finish." At this the room went silent. "If you do choose to take the question but get it wrong, you will not only fail but you will be forbidden from taking the Chunin exam ever again." At this Kiba Inuzaka stood up and shouted, "That's bull, man. This is ridiculous. What kind of asinine rule is that? There are plenty of people here who have taken the exam multiple times." Ibiki just laughed at this statement before replying, "I guess you're just unlucky. I wasn't making the rules before, but I am now. But if you don't want to take it, you don't have to." At this Kiba faltered slightly, "If you're not feeling confident, then by all means skip it. You can come back and try again next year." Laughing at this, Ibiki went on, "Now then, if you're ready, the 10th and final question. Those who don't want to take it, raise your hand. Your number will be recorded and then you're free to go." At this, one person stood and raised his hand stating, "I'm out, that's it, I'm out, I just can't do it." At this, his number and his teammates' numbers were called out as failed and they left. As if a dam had burst, one by one, person after person raised their hands and left the room. When the flow slowed to a stop, Ibiki spoke up, "Remember, this decision is one that could change your life. If for any reason you would rather not chance it, there's the door, this is your last chance." Narumi was tempted to raise her hand as she was divided on taking the question. If she went forward and got the question right, she would be fine, but if she got it wrong, she would never be able to come back and take the exam and would be stuck as a Junon for the rest of her life. Before her resolve faltered, a voice spoke out, "Just get on with it already," Naruto said, getting peeved that Ibiki was enjoying this whole thing. At this, Narumi's resolve hardened. The consequences be damned, she was going to make it to Chunin no matter what. Looking around, Ibiki noticed that no one else was showing signs of wavering and smiled. "Well then, I guess there's just one thing left to say. You all pass," Ibiki stated. "I hereby declare this part of the Chunin exam over. You all pass." At this, Sakura barked out, "Wait, what about the rest of the test?" "The test was never about the paper test, it was about your ability to gather information without being detected. Though to the one who used the smoke bomb, I do give you credit. You made a judgment call that your stealth skills were not your best option, and so you opted for distraction instead of discretion. Bold choice, but nevertheless effective. Just don't think it will work every time." At this, Ibiki took off his bandana. The sight made most of the room cringed at the numerous number of scars that dotted Ibiki's head. A Chunin is a leader and as such must make difficult decisions every time they go into a mission. You demonstrated that when you chose to stay. As to the last bit, to stay or not, was the 10th question. Putting his headband back on before he spoke again, as I said, before he could finish, a large black mass crashed through the window before several kunai shot out to embed in the floor and ceiling to reveal a large banner. At this, Ibiki sighed inwardly, jumped the gun as usual, as a purple-haired 20-something woman now stood in front of said banner. "I'm Mitarashi Yonko. I'll be your next proctor. You ready for the second test? Good, now follow me," she said, pumping her fist in the air. Naruto mentally noted that was actually kinda cool. Bad timing though, Anko, but I should ask her how to do that later. I can think of a few pranks with that. At this, Ibiki peered around the banner and remarked in a flat tone, "You're early, again." Anko grimaced at his remark before she noticed how many people were left. "Ibiki, you're losing your touch. There are still over 20 teams left. Your test must have been too easy. You must be getting soft. Or maybe we have a better group of prospects this year," he countered. Anko looked the room over before she replied, "That so? Well, trust me, when I am done, more than half will be eliminated." To which there was a murmur that went through the whole room, as many of them were wondering what this crazy woman had planned. This is going to be fun. Alright, you maggots have had it easy so far, but things are going to be different come first thing in the morning. I will let your squad leaders know where to have you meet me." Dismissed. After the room had emptied out, Ibiki went around collecting the exam papers, but he paused when he got to Naruto's test, as there was a note on the paper telling him to read the back. Flipping the test over, there was a short note to inform the Hokage that somehow a Junon taking the exam by the name of Kabuto got his hands on information about the fox being sealed inside him and his siblings, along with info on how he and Koga had been given a B rank for when they dealt with Mizuki. Ibiki blinked at this before he body flickered from the room. He needed to inform the Hokage directly about this new development. Ibiki, being the head of the Anbu TNI department, had been briefed on the status of the Hokage's kids, and since he knew that this info was classified, it begged a question. How had a Junon gotten his hands on it? XXXX. The rest of the day passed in a blur, as most of the Junon who had finished the first part of the exam were just happy that they had finished. As they all turned in early, since the next part of the exam was set to start at 8 a.m., the next morning found all the remaining exam participants outside Training Ground 44, as Anko had been waiting for them with several other shinobi who were sitting at a desk that had been set up outside the fenced-in training ground. "Now, welcome to Training Ground 44, better known as the Forest of Death. This is where the second part of the Chunin exams will take place. Now before I go any further I have something to give each of you, she said holding up a stack of papers. It's your standard everyday consent form since you will be in real danger of dying in this part of the test, so if you plan to continue from here out you will have to read over, sign, and turn in this form. This test will consist of a no-holds-barred battle. Each team will need to find and secure a pair of these scrolls and make your way to the tower at the center of the training ground, Anko said holding out a set of scrolls that had kanji for earth and heaven on them. Half of the teams taking part will be given a heaven scroll while the other half will be given an earth scroll. At this Sakura spoke up, so that means that when this part of the test is over at least half if not more than half will be eliminated. No one said it would be easy, it is a survival test after all. Oh, and this test has a time limit, you will have to fight and survive for 5 days. 5 days out there? Ino barked out incredulously. What are we supposed to do for food? Asked Choji with a look of despair on his face at the thought of going hungry. Just look around, the forest has plenty to offer you in the way of food. There's plenty of wild game and edible plants that you can eat. Anko replied. To which Kabuto spoke up. Yeah, but that's not all though, this forest also has wild beasts and predators along with poisonous plants. This test is not only meant to test your survival skills but also test your endurance behind enemy lines. It's designed to be a grueling test. And some of you will not make it back from this test. At this Shikamaru raised his hand and asked, so let's say mid-exam can we quit? Of course, not, you can't just say in the middle of a battle sorry I quit. Well I guess you could but it'll probably get you killed. At this Shikamaru muttered what a drag. Anyway, there are a few ways to fail this test. First is if a team fails to make it to the tower with both scrolls in the time limit. Second, if one of the team members dies or becomes incapacitated and can't go on. Lastly, you are not to open the scrolls until you reach the tower. The scroll rule is to test your integrity. At times shinobi will be asked to carry secret documents that are classified. This rule simulates that. Now if there are no more questions, we're done here. Each team take your consent forms and exchange them at the booth for your scrolls, then pick a gate. She paused to take a breath. Oh, I almost forgot, one of the teams participating this year has 4 members on it, so they will be given a special scroll called the Man Scroll. This scroll is going to be the scroll they start with. This scroll can be used by any other team as a substitute for either of the other scrolls needed in order to pass. However, the team with 4 members must have all 3 scrolls to pass. This means that they will not only need to get both the Heaven and Earth scrolls but they will also have to hold on to the Man Scroll as well. This made Koga smirk a bit at the idea of a challenge. Haku shrugged since it was expected that the proctor would make the test harder for the team with a number advantage. Yakumo was a bit worried since now they had a giant target on their backs. When she finished this she turned and slimed at Naruto before winking and said, "Good luck," and started to walk away before turning back to the group. One last thing. Just don't die. At that the teams dispersed to sign their consent forms and formulate a plan of action. As they did, Naruto noticed Anko walking to his team. Well, if it isn't Naruto," she said with a grin that spoke of her being ready to cause mischief. "Anko, you aren't still mad about last time, are you?" Naruto asked with a knowing smile on his lips, as the image of Anko's bra and panties flapping in the breeze from a pole outside the D&I building. At this she replied, her voice low, "Don't think I won't get you back for what you did." Before smiling and walking away. As they made their way to the gate they had been assigned after they got their scroll, Naruto noticed several teams looking in their direction. As did the rest of the team. But rather than cause them to feel unnerved, the added pressure only served to harden their resolve to pass this part of the exam. Even Yakumo found her resolve to fight and prove that all her hard work paid off. As the rest of the teams made their way to the gates, one team had their sights set on Naruto and his team in particular. When the bell rang, the gates opened and the test was on. The teams rushed into the forest and Naruto's team was no exception. As they took to the trees to get the high ground and to help spot anyone on the ground. As it turned out, they happened to spot a team of ninja about 20 minutes in. They were from the village Hidden Rain and had taken to staying on the ground. At least it would have been called a team if it weren't for the fact that they were one member short. The whole team was wondering what they were planning if one of their members was MIA. As this thought went through the minds of the whole team, Naruto's sensory abilities pinged as the third member of the Rain Ninja's team came out from the tree as if it were made of water and charged Naruto. The two who had been on the ground came up the trunks of the 2 trees they were on. The Rain Ninja had been suppressing his chakra so he could hide and wait until his team had caught another enemy team. The trap had been sprung, but if the Rain team had been smarter they would have let the predators that they had just caught pass by. As the pincer trap closed, Naruto spun and drew a kunai from the knife pouch on his leg to clash against the Rain Ninja that was attacking him. Haka flashed through hand signs and called out water style. Ice starts jutsu before high-speed water darts shot from her mouth towards one of the Rain Ninja, while Koga went through a set of hand signs and called lightning style. Lightning Hound is the beast of lightning shot from his palm and streaked toward the last Rain Ninja. The Rain Ninja dodged the Hound only to get hit with several senbon in the chest from Yakumo's senbon launcher as the Hound came around and hit him from behind. While the one who was coming at Haku was stabbed with a solid blade of ice in his shoulder as she sent a fist into his gut, driving the air from his lungs as he doubled over only to be hit in the face as Haku brought her knee up to smash into his face and he went down. While the one fighting Naruto went down as the gray and white wolf Naruto had summoned to watch their backs at the start of the test rammed into the back of the Rain Ninja and tackled him to the floor. The wolf's jaw ready to crush the neck of the unlucky sap pinned under him. The fight had lasted less than 6 minutes as the three ninja had been incapacitated or wounded. "So, are you going to hand over the scroll you have?" Koga questioned, walking to the ninja pinned by Naruto's wolf. When the Rain Ninja didn't respond, he motioned to the other two downed ninja and said, "Check for the scroll," he said as Haku and Yakumo moved to check them while Naruto stood alert as his metaphysical ears were perked up using his sensory skill to check for threats. When they didn't find the scroll on either of the other two, Koga smiled at the Rain Ninja in front of him, his smile somewhat vulpine as he leaned in and spoke quietly. "Hand over the scroll or my brother's wolf rips your head off." At this the Rain Ninja felt a shiver go down his spine as his face blanched and he slowly reached for the scroll in his back pouch. "That man's scroll was too tempting to pass up. If we had known it would go this badly we would have gone after someone else," the Rain Ninja said as he brought out a heaven scroll and held it up. Koga took the scroll, looked it over and then sent a pulse of chakra into the scroll to disrupt any kind of transformation jutsu just to be certain it was a real, and sure enough the scroll puffed and in its place sat a regular old scroll. At this Koga's face turned grim as Naruto nodded at the wolf, and just as teeth began to bite into the skin the Rain Ninja cried out in pain as he wheezed, "Wait," but it was too late. The wolf put enough pressure on the Rain Ninja's neck till he passed out due to a lack of air. The wolf let go, leaving a nice bite mark that was sure to scar. Koga searched his body and found the scroll, pocketing it. "One down, one to go," said Yakumo. "Don't let your guard down, we're not out of the woods yet," Naruto said as he turned to his wolf. "Thank you, Kaze," Naruto said. The wolf bowed its head and responded, "My pleasure, wolf's blood," before the summon vanished with plume of smoke. After they checked to make sure no one else was around, they took to the tree and headed deeper into the forest. With one scroll left to go, they made haste to find their next target and finish this part of the test. Picking their way through the forest of death, Naruto and his team soon found themselves finishing up a fight with another team of enemy ninja. However, when they finished, all they had to show for it was a second heaven scroll. So, they still needed to find and secure an earth scroll. "Too bad we didn't find an earth scroll from that last team," Yakumo stated to no one in particular. "It just means that we have 3 less opponents to deal with later," Naruto said as they kept their eyes open so as not to get ambushed again. As they made their way through the forest, Naruto happened to pick up on a chakra signature that was nearby. Naruto told the rest of the team and they decided to take the initiative and check it out. When they arrived, it turned out that a single girl with red hair and glasses who had just seen her team die was surrounded by 3 ninja from the Hidden Rain and a dead tiger off to the side. However, these guys looked nothing like the team that ambushed them. No, these guys looked more like they were just a trio of thugs from the trees above. They heard the ninja surrounding the girl. Naruto figured that these 3 thugs happened to find her after her teammates died due to being ambushed by the cat that now was dead. The thugs must have killed it and decided that since she was out of the exam they could do what they pleased with her. You know, they never said anything about the members of a team that happened to survive the rest of the team dying. One of them said, "Oh, I can think of a few things that we can do." Another one said, "Yeah, I mean we did save her. She owes us now." The one from before said, "Now the only question is which one of us gets to have first go." Before he could finish that sentence, a blur and a boot to the face interrupted him as he was sent flying back a good few feet. As Haku now stood where the Rain Ninja once did. Without a second thought, she brought her hands down to the ground with a cry of water style, storm upheaval. At this, a massive amount of water came cascading down from above them, drenching the area around them and the other shinobi. At this, Koga jumped down from the branch, flashing through hand signs. Naruto, seeing what was about to happen, body flickered and appeared next to the girl, then grabbed her wrist and body flickered a second time back onto the tree branch with the girl in tow. Haku just jumped onto the tree trunk. As he landed on the water with a cry of, lightning style, spider web. Koga's hands touched the water and a web of lightning shot out across the surface of the water. The surprise still hadn't fully worn off, and as a result he managed to take out the 2 standing Rain Ninja who fell to the ground limp from the electricity coursing through their bodies, while the one on the floor was mopped up in the attack. "You alright?" Naruto asked with a bit of a rushed tone. "I'm fine, thanks," the redhead girl replied. "Well, that's good. Sorry about you getting wet though," Naruto said before spinning around, kunai drawn as several shuriken were launched at him from the bushes. He managed to deflect almost all of them, but two managed to graze his arm and leg. As said, shuriken throwers came out of the bushes only to pause as they saw who they had attacked. Both Kiba and Shino were berating themselves but for different reasons, while Hinata ran over to him. "I'm so sorry, Naruto." She didn't even realize what she was doing until she was already in front of him, checking him over while she dug out some of her homemade salve to place on his injuries. "Thanks, Hinata, but I'm okay." Naruto smiled down at the girl, causing her heart nearly to explode with joy. Hinata blushed deeply but fought not to pass out as Naruto was standing right in front of her. Haku noticed her blushing. Does she like Naruto? At this thought, Haku felt something she couldn't explain. Was she jealous? Over Naruto? Naruto noticed she was still on edge. "Hinata-chan, what happened?" Hinata bowed her head and Kiba spoke up. "The red-headed freak from Suna killed 3 enemy ninja without even batting an eye, like it was nothing." At this, Naruto's mind jumped to Gaara. As he looked to Kiba, he noticed him shaking. He may be somewhat like Menma, but Kiba was still a ninja. To be shaken this badly, Gaara must be powerful indeed. Though maybe this was a good thing in a way, it would be a wake-up call for Kiba, hopefully, Naruto thought as this thought rolled through his mind. Ko spoke up. "This Gaara character had the same feel to his chakra as you and your siblings do." This made Naruto skip a beat mentally for a second before he thought back. "So, he's a Jinchuriki too?" Ko gave a mental nod in the affirmative, though he wasn't sure which one of the tailed beast was sealed within the sand ninja. "How did he kill them?" Shino almost made everyone jump when he spoke, with the exception of Naruto and Koga. "He encased them in the sand that he keeps in the gourd on his back. He then crushed them, killing them instantly." Naruto didn't like the sound of that, and neither did Ko. Out of left field, Yakumo spoke up. "Hey, you guys don't happen to have an earth scroll, do you?" Kiba growled, but Hinata spoke up. "Yes, we started with it and got another from a team we took out." "Why?" Naruto smiled. "Perfect." Kiba dropped into a fighting stance while Akamaru started to growl as Koga reached into his utility pouch. "Hold it, Kiba." Naruto spoke up, seeing the reaction to his brother's movement. "We also ended up liberating a scroll we don't need, but our extra is a heaven scroll, so I propose a trade." Koga held out the scroll and Kiba relaxed. Hinata took out their extra earth scroll. After they exchanged scrolls, they decided to move to the tower as a group. Tuning back to the redhead with glasses, Naruto spoke up. "Anyhow, we gotta go. Exams to finish and all that." "Bye," he replied as he nodded to the others before they jumped up to 2 of the nearby tree branches. The redhead yelled in annoyance, "Hey! Don't leave me here. At least tell me your name, you jackass." Naruto decided to humor her as he turned to look at her and said, "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, bye." And with that said, they headed off. Meanwhile, the redhead couldn't help but stare open-mouthed. "Wait, he's also an Uzumaki? That lying motherfucker! ! Also, why did his chakra feel weird? Bah, doesn't matter right now. That mummy prick told me I didn't have any living relatives, and look who popped up." She huffed in annoyance before she looked at her dead teammates. Before she sighed, "Well, my teammates are dead, my boss lied about me not having any living relatives, and now I'm stuck in a forest filled with a bunch of monsters, damn it." After a moment, she started to make her way back to the gates of the training ground. Little did she know that there would be a surprise waiting for her when she got to the training ground gates. XXXX. Naruto and Kiba took point, while Haku and Hinata took rear guard with the rest of the teams made up the center as the group made their way to the tower. It took them 4 hours of grueling travel in total from the gate to the tower, but they made it. Having split up to head through their assigned door number, Team 12 soon found themselves staring at the writing on the wall. "What the heck are we supposed to do now?" Yakumo asked, confused about the writing on the wall. At this, Koga pulled out the heaven scroll he was carrying as Naruto pulled out the earth scroll, while Haku pulled out the man scroll. "I think we're supposed to open the scrolls." Together they opened their scrolls. Smoke filled the area and a voice most of them knew greeted them. "Congratulations on passing Team 12. Naruto grinned. "Iruka-sensei, it's been a while." Iruka smiled. "Yes, it has, Naruto. I'm glad to see you 3 are doing well." He looked over to Haku and smiled. "I don't think we've been introduced. I'm Iruka Umino. I've known these 3 from when I was their teacher in the academy." Haku smiled. "I'm Haku, it's nice to meet you." Naruto spoke up. "Hey, we should all go out sometime to catch up, but for now I think I just want to get some food and rest." Iruka smiled. "I bet you're tired. I'll show you around as you'll be staying here until the second exam is complete," Iruka said as he led them into the main hall. When Iruka had finished with showing them around and to their rooms, he left them to their own devices. During the next 4 days, teams arrived one after the other, and finally the last team arrived on the 5th day. Once that happened, all of the teams were gathered and assembled in what was an arena inside the tower with raised platforms on both sides secured with railings, a large pair of arms with their hands in the shape of the ram seal, where the Hokage along with each team's Jonin sensei of those who passed were present as well. Seeing all the examinees finally gathered, Minato motioned to a Jonin who had his hair tucked under a bandana to address them as he nodded his head. "Good to meet you everyone. My name Hayate Gecko, your proctor for the next part of the exam." He spoke, and then coughed. "First of all, I want to congratulate all of you for passing the second exam. Though, I didn't expect so many candidates to actually make it," Hayate said, coughing again. Many of the Jonin wondered if the man was going to keel over with such a sickly complexion, but the fact he was a Jonin even with that meant it wasn't too likely. "It's because there are so many of you that Hokage-sama decided to change up the exams a little this year. With that, I'll give him the floor to explain it, so please pay attention," he said, once again coughing like he was about to keel over, making some of the Jonin wonder if he shouldn't have been in a hospital bed. "Before I start with the explanation of the upcoming event, I want to tell you all the real reason behind these exams." After the words left his mouth, most the Jonin had confused and curious looks. This made Minato smirk a bit before his expression turned serious. "I want you to know, without any sugarcoating or lies, that this exam is here to promote and show off the prestige and power of each of the villages that are attending," Minato said in a stern tone, his eyes losing all traces of the kindness from earlier. "There's still too many applicants here," Hayate said, surveying the group of candidates. "So, we will need to have a set of preliminary rounds. As whether or not you get to the main stage, that'll depend on your performance here." What? What the heck do you mean? Isn't this just to see who has what it takes to be a Chunin? Menma shouted. "Of course, that is correct as well. This exam tests all of you to see if you have the merit to be Chunin, but there is also the reason that I was trying to explain earlier. In this exam, there will be many influential and powerful individuals that will give their assessment on all of you, to see if you meet the criteria needed to be a Chunin. Because of that, whoever makes their village stand out and shine more, will in turn bring more clients and in turn more missions to their village, the opposite being true for those who muddle their village's name. I want you all to show that you can shine, no matter how small the village you came from." At that, the Jonin gained determined looks on their faces as they listened to Minato's speech. Once he finished, Hayate spoke up again. "Now before we start, I want to let all of you know that from this point on, you are being judged as individuals. You no longer need all members of your team to pass their respective battles in order for you to advance." Again, he broke down into another coughing fit before continuing. "So, those of you who believe you can't go on, please raise your hands as the preliminaries will begin immediately." Once he asked, Kabuto raised his hand stating his chakra was completely spent. At this, Minato quirked an eyebrow, since this was the same person who Hibiki said Naruto had left the note about. But he couldn't let him know they were onto him, so he would have to put a tail on him to find out just what it was that he was up to. "Is there anyone else who wishes to leave?" When no one else spoke up, he nodded. "Very well, then those who will be continuing, please make your way to the balconies. Those who are not, please follow the Chunin who will take you back to the village." As the rest of the competitors made their way to the stands, once they all were ready, Hayate stepped forward and motioned to the monitor on the wall. "These preliminary matches will be set up as a one-on-one format. These matches will also be paired at random. These matches will be until one competitor is unable to continue, concedes defeat or dies." As proctor, I have a certain amount of authority to make executive decisions when a battle seems hopeless, to try and persevere as many lives as possible, Hayate stated with another cough. "Now then, the first match pairing will now be selected." At this, the screen started flashing through pairings to see who would be fighting in the first match before finally selecting two combatants. "The first will be Sasuke Uchiha versus Yoroi Kato," Hayate stated. "Will both competitors make their way to the arena floor?" Once both of them were in front of each other, Hayate asked if both of them were ready. At this, they both nodded. "Very well, begin." As the fight went on, Naruto noticed that Sasuke was having trouble as his opponent was somehow absorbing his chakra through his strange technique. The fight went on like this for a bit until he used a move that made Lee tense. Naruto noticed this and asked, "Lee, is something wrong?" At this, Lee looked over at him before he bowed his head. "No, Naruto, Sasuke-san did the dancing leaf shadow just like it is supposed to be done. I'm just saddened that he would copy my move like that." Naruto frowned. "When did he copy your move?" Lee sighed. "I challenged him before the first exam. During the spar I used that move to try and finish him before Guy-sensei stopped me." Hayate walked over to the downed Yoroi and did a quick once-over. "Looks like he's had it." At this, Sasuke managed to get to his knees. Seeing this, Hayate spoke again after coughing. "The winner is Sasuke Uchiha." Naruto looked down at Sasuke as he walked off the arena floor with the medics to be treated for whatever he had been grabbing at his shoulder for. As he thought about what just happened, Naruto found that he lost a bit of respect for Sasuke. Is he really that full of himself? But to sink so low as to copy an ally's jutsu without a second thought or even asking? Guy nodded. Yes, I agree with you, Naruto-kun. Sasuke has dampened his springtime of youth by stooping to such actions. Everyone's attention was on the board as the names spun. Naruto sighed when it came up: Zaku Ibumi vs Shino Aburame. At this, one of the sound ninja who had taken a shot at Kabuto spoke up. Which sucker is that? Shino simply started to make his way to the arena floor. As soon both opponents faced each other, however, Naruto noticed that the sound ninja had both of his arms in a set of slings. He must have sustained injuries during the second part of the exam. Is he really going to try and fight Shino in his condition? Naruto thought. Before the fight even started, Shino told his opponent that if he tried to fight him in this condition he would lose. Naruto had to agree with his statement, as he didn't see any way this couldn't go bad for the guy. In fact, he was wondering why Hayate didn't just call the match, as it wouldn't be anything but a one-sided battle from the get-go. Who is this Zaku guy? Naruto asked as aloud, to which Lee responded. He is a most unyouthful sound ninja, Naruto. You've seen him fight? Naruto was curious, just for conversation's sake. Yes, Naruto. He uses air pressure to attack from a distance, but during a fight with Sasuke his arms were both dislocated. Lee grimaced at the memory of Sasuke smiling while enjoying the pain he caused. It won't help him against Shino. Hinata commented. She had been standing next to Naruto and Haku, her voice showing total confidence in her teammate. I'm glad you're confident he will win, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, making her blush at Naruto's statement. As the fight went on, it seemed that this Zaku guy was not as handicapped as he first thought. However, it seemed like it would do him little good, as Shino had released his insects and they now had him caught between both him and the bugs. At this, Shino spoke up. If you use your good arm on me, my insects will swarm you, and if you focus on them you will leave yourself wide open to me. It's always a good idea to have an ace in the hole. At this, Zaku managed to move his other arm and got it pointing at the bugs, and now had both sides covered, as his first arm was pointing at Shino. Like you said yourself, always have an ace in the hole. Right? Zaku shouted before made his move, I'll blow you away. However, his boast was hollow as a sudden bang drew the eyes of all those watching, as Zaku was now kneeling on the ground staring at his two now bloody arms in shock. What? How? Zaku asked through the pain. While Shino calmly walked up to him before talking. You see, while I was giving you that helpful advice, my insects were already moving to plug up those pesky wind holes in your hands. While an ace in the hole is good, 2 aces are better, Shino stated calmly before sending a back fist to Zaku's face, laying him out flat. At this, he turned and walked back to his place on the balcony. Hayate coughed. Winner, Shino Aburame. As Shino arrived on the balcony, Hinata congratulated him along with Kiba, while Naruto gave him a fist bump as he walked by. Nice work in there, Naruto stated, to which Shino replied, thanks, but you better win your matches too. At this, Naruto's face became determined, giving him a nod. As the screen started to flash through names again. When the screen stopped, the next match was shown. Misumi Tsurugi vs Kankuro. The match between these two was over quick, as the other member of Kabuto's team was taken down by his overconfidence. Thinking he had beaten his opponent, only to find out that he had been fighting a puppet and was now caught in his opponent's trap. The sand shinobi Naruto had confronted the other day now had his opponent right where he wanted him, now wrapped up in the puppet's arms as they constricted until every bone in his body was broken. As Misumi was carried away on a stretcher, Hayate announced, the winner is Kankuro. The board once again spun no names and landed on the next pairing. Sakura Haruno vs Ino Yamanaka. Would Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno please enter the arena? Hayate asked. At this, Naruto perked up at the names for this fight. Turning to Haku, he smiled. How bad do you think Ino will win? Haku smiled. Ino has gotten pretty good since you and I helped her with her training. Begin. Hayate announced. The battle that everyone thought was going to be relatively even turned out to be a bit more weighted to one side, as it was clear Ino was ahead of Sakura in terms of skill, seeing as she had trained harder than her opponent for this exam with help from Naruto and Haku. When she connected with her mind transfer jutsu, Naruto shouted. You got her now, Ino. Show her how it's done. Sakura heard Naruto cheering on Ino and that made her somewhat mad. Why is he cheering for Ino? What has she ever done for him? As Ino could hear her thoughts, she decided to open the pink-haired girl's eyes. What have I ever done for him? How about being his friend for one? All you ever did was treat him like he had the plague and or avoid him. Oh, and you punched him when he startled you that one time back in the academy. I mean, have you ever talked to him or even gotten to know him at all? Sakura mentally gasped when she realized Ino could hear her thoughts, but quickly defended herself. I've been nice to him before. Ino just shook Sakura's head slightly. Prove it. Ninja art, forgotten memories jutsu. With that, Sakura's past memories that involved Naruto were now visible to the two of them as if they were slides on a projector. I bet you can even show me one memory where you were nice to him or even talk to him like he was a normal person. Inner Sakura defended her other self. Oh yeah? I'll show you, Ino pig. At that, Sakura dug through her memories. As she dug and dug, she couldn't find even one. She dug even deeper still till she finally found one. Sakura was about to tell Ino to eat her words until she looked closer at the memory, but to her shock it was not what she thought it was. The memory played clear as day for both of them to see thanks to Ino's jutsu effects. 7-year-old Sakura was playing at the park with Ino and some of the other kids. The ball they had been playing with got kicked over by the swings and she had gone to go get it. When she ran over, she found the ball near a swing that was occupied, but the boy on it wasn't swinging. In fact, he was looking down at the ground like he was sad about something. Sakura walked up and picked up the ball. The boy looked up at her with his slightly empty blue eyes. They were a bit unnerving. "Oh, sorry, do you want to use the swing?" the boy asked her, which was weird because the other two swings next to him were both empty. If she had wanted to swing, all she needed to do was take one of the open swings. "No, that's okay, I just came to get the ball back," Sakura said, holding up the ball and trying not to focus on the boy as he looked at her. Something about him was making feel weirded out. "Oh okay," he said, "I like your hair by the way." At this, Sakura blinked and started to stutter, feeling very uncomfortable around the boy, like he had some sort of presence about him that made her need to get away. "Oh thanks. I have to go, don't want to keep the others waiting, bye." And with that she ran back to the others. As she did, she heard a soft bye from behind her as she ran back over to her friends. When she got back, Ino asked Sakura who the boy was. "I don't know who he is. He's kind of creepy, but at least he said I have good hair." And with that the memory ended. Sakura couldn't believe it, Ino was right. It was in that moment of shock Ino used Sakura's body to forfeit the match. Returning to her body, Ino stood up and walked over to Sakura, leaning in so she wouldn't be overheard. "You know, it's not too late. You could make it up to him by trying to be his friend." Noticing Sakura was still lost in her thoughts, she dragged her once best friend back up to the balcony. When they passed where Naruto was standing, Sakura couldn't even look at him as he congratulated Ino. She just kept walking until she was by her remaining teammate and sat down. Naruto barely registered that the names Tenten and Temari were called as Ino stopped and told him about the fight inside Sakura's mind. "So, if she comes to try and apologize, please be nice to her, if not for her, then for me, as a friend." Naruto gave her his genuine smile. "Don't worry, Ino-chan, you know I'm not that kind of person. If she really means it, then I'll accept her apology. But she is going to have to work to prove it. I won't just act like everything is good between us. It's going to take time and a lot of hard work on her end." At this, Ino smiled and hugged Naruto without thinking. As she did, she felt something stir in her chest. "Wait, what is this feeling that I'm having? Do I have feelings for Naruto?" Seeing this, Haku felt a slight bit of annoyance as jealousy over Naruto welled up in her chest again. Ino quickly stepped back with a slight blush on her face. Quickly saying, "Thanks Naruto, you're a really nice guy." With that said, she walked over to her team. Shikamaru and Kin were called down to fight next since Tenten and Temari's fight had ended while she talked with Naruto. As Ino walked by Shikamaru, she noticed he was about to withdraw, so she gave him a friendly push. "Do your best, Shikamaru." With that, she bumped him just hard enough to send him over the railing. Naruto turned his attentions to the arena and the fight that was about to go down between Shikamaru and Kin. The fight didn't last long since Shikamaru was able to catch Kin in his shadow possession jutsu. Kin found she was unable to move. "This is checkmate, just surrender." Kin was pissed, but also scared as she was now forced to mimic Shikamaru's movements. As both she and he drew shuriken and aimed their attacks. "What do you think you're doing? You can't hurt me without hurting yourself." "We'll just see about that one, won't we?" Shikamaru said as both of them launched their attacks and both dodged by leaning back fast. However, Kin couldn't see the wall that she struck her head on, causing her to knock herself out. As her body hit the floor, Hayate called the match winner, Shikamaru Nara. Walking back to the spectator area, Ino called out, "Nice job Shikamaru, way to get that big brain of yours to work out a win." "Nice work Shikamaru," Choji said, high-fiving Shikamaru as he made it back to his team. The screen started to cycle through names again until it stopped on the next set of fighters. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze vs Kiba Inuzaka. At this, Naruto couldn't help but laugh at the irony of how they had helped each other in passing the second part of the exam, while Kiba shouted that he and Akamaru had just won the lottery. Naruto just looked at the rest of his team when he heard Kiba's reaction. Koga looked at Naruto smirking before he said, "Show him who's top dog." Yakumo grinned before saying, "Make him cry uncle." Haku giggled, trying not to burst out laughing before she told him, Show the little puppy what happens when he picks a fight with the big bad wolf. At this Naruto smiled, remembering back to that day in the academy when Kiba had told him to stay away from Hinata. He also remembered how tough he had tried to sound. Well, now it seems that the dog and the wolf were going to find out once and for all who was really the alpha male. When the two finally got down to the arena floor, Kiba couldn't help but smile as he spoke. Well, looks like this is going to be fun. Don't take it too hard when you lose to me, Naruto. Don't take me lightly, Kiba, or you just might find you bit off more than you can chew. Naruto replied calmly, a slight smirk on his face. At this, Kiba just threw back his head and laughed as Akamaru jumped out of Kiba's hoodie and barked at Naruto. This only made Naruto smirk at the fact that Akamaru was trying to prove his superiority, yet all he was doing right now was making Naruto laugh on the inside. That has to be the funniest thing you have ever said, Naruto, Kiba said as he continued to chuckle. Akamaru, you watch this, I am going to take care of this myself. At this, Hayate spoke up, if you're both ready? Begin. As soon as the words left Hayate's mouth, Kiba dropped to all fours in the blink of an eye, rushing Naruto and struck with an elbow to the gut, or at least that would have been what happened if Naruto hadn't dodged back so that Kiba whiffed. Growling, Kiba dashed forward, throwing a flurry of strikes that Naruto dodged and or blocked, while Naruto did the same, causing Kiba to have to block and dodge as well before the jumped back. Flashing through hand signs, Naruto called, "Fire style, fireball jutsu," and a ball of flame shot from his mouth. Kiba managed to get out of the way, but not without getting cinched in several places. Not going to be outdone by the most average shinobi in his class, Kiba snarled, tunneling fang. With that, he launched himself at Naruto, whipping himself into a miniature cyclone. Naruto dodged out of the way. Coming up on his feet, he ready another strike, wind style, beast wave bomb. With a single slashing motion of his hand, a razor-sharp wave of wind sliced toward Kiba. At this, the Inuzaka shifted and dodged with feral grace with his ninja art of beast mimicry, all fours jutsu. Charging forward, Naruto and Kiba went through another melee exchange before the two jumped back to create space. Most of the Leaf Shinobi in the room were stunned, while those who knew better just smirked. Is this really the same Naruto? They mentally questioned. Asuma spoke, voicing it before anyone else. I'll say this much, whatever you Gao's training methods are, they work. Flashing through another set of hand signs, Naruto bit his thumb and swiped the blood on his palm, slamming it to the ground, calling out, summoning jutsu. With that, a plume of smoke sprung up, and when it dissipated, a wolf the same size as Kuromaru with black and red streak fur stood next to Naruto. Kiba blinked at this. Where did this kid get a summon contract, and with wolves no less? His shock cost him as the wolf rushed forward to strike. This forced Kiba to drop to all fours, only to have the wolf pass over him and land behind him as it turned to strike again. Akamaru charged at the wolf, drawing at attention, only to have it swat him away with its paw. While he was distracted by the wolf, Naruto came at Kiba's back, but Kiba heard him coming. Spinning on his heels, he snarled out, tunneling fang. With that, he launched himself at Naruto, whipping himself into a miniature cyclone. Being as close as he was, Naruto couldn't fully dodge and took a glancing blow and was knocked back, but managed to come up on his feet in a crouch. Akamaru came up next to Kiba, growling at the wolf as it came to Naruto's side. At this, a slight chuckle rumbled from the wolf as it spoke in a feminine voice, "At least you don't lack spurt, little one. Though it seems your bark is worse than your bite." Kiba snarled out, "We'll just see whose bite is worse." And with those words, he flicked a food pill to Akamaru right before he took one himself. Akamaru's fur turned red, now looking more rabid as he growled, while Kiba turned more feral as his nails turned into claws and his canines became more pronounced. Akamaru hopped on his back as Kiba readied his next move, man-beast clone. With that, the dog turned into an exact copy of Kiba. At this, both Kibas rushed Naruto and the she-wolf. Kiba threw a set of smoke bombs out to blind Naruto and the wolf. Before the smoke cloud had expanded fully, Kiba roared, "Man-beast ultimate taijutsu, fang over fang." As the pair turned into a set of miniature cyclones that tore through the smoke cloud. When the smoke cleared, standing next to Naruto was a tall black and red-haired woman in a regal black with red trim battle kimono and a red obi with a shakujo in her right hand. Kiba's jaw, along with several others in the arena stands, hit the floor at the sight of the beautiful women. Akamaru, on the other hand, had no such problems as he barked at Kiba, snapping him out of his stupor. "You really think that a simple transformation jutsu in the form of a sexy woman is going to stop me?" Kiba quipped, trying to cover up the fact that he was stunned by her looks. "Oh, this is no transformation jutsu, she's real. Say hello again, Akiko." At Naruto's introduction, the women spoke up. "I never get tired of the way they react the first time they see me in this form," Akiko stated. Kiba blinked before snapping out of his surprise. "Wait, you mean that wolf is really her?" Kiba roared in disbelief. "Oh, come now, is the little puppy scared?" Akiko chided as a smile graced her now human face. "I don't bite much." This comment made Anko chuckle to herself as she thought I like her. At her taunting, both Kiba and Akamaru charged the pair, readying for another fang over fang. However, Naruto and Akiko rushed forward and used their combined rush to separate the duo so it would be harder for them to fight together. As Akamaru faced the now human-looking she-wolf, he growled and sped forward on all fours to strike. Akiko smiled at his recklessness and raised the shakujo to strike. Brining it down with a single fluid motion, she hit Akamaru square on the nose. The resounding crack that was heard caused some to wince, as Akamaru now had a broken nose and was whimpering in pain. As Akiko stood speaking in a low tone, "Bad dog. Learn to heal." The rest of the room was in a mix of shock and hysteria, as some couldn't believe what had just happened, while others were trying not to burst out laughing at the statement. Kurenai was both stunned and at the same time trying not to laugh by covering her mouth with her hand. With Akamaru out of the way, Kiba tried for another spiral fang but was mobbed by clones as he was launched into the air by 3 of them, while Naruto used one of the clones back as a springboard to launch himself into the air ahead of Kiba, only to bring his foot down in a spinning heel drop kick to Kiba's face, sending him back to the arena floor with a loud-sounding impact as his face hit the floor. Hayate walked over and inspected Kiba. He groaned when his head was lifted to check him over for damage. Hayate stood and stated, "He's had it, the winner, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze." At this, Naruto nodded to Akiko and she bowed before she turned back into a wolf and vanished in a puff of smoke, which allowed Akamaru to get up and slowly make his way over to Kiba as the medics loaded him up to be taken to the infirmary. While this happened, Hinata met the medics before they took Kiba away and gave him some of her special salve. At this, Naruto smiled as he still had the one she gave him when she had been inspecting his wounds in the forest. As Naruto made his way back to the balcony, all eyes were on him. As he watched, Gaara started to smile as he couldn't wait to fight him. Making his way back to his team, he was met with several congratulations from both his team and others, along with a few fist bumps. Yugao smiled, putting her hand on his shoulder as she congratulated him. "You did good in there." Naruto smiled at this as the screen flashed through names again, till it stopped on Fu vs Masa Onigami. "Would Fu and Masa Onigami please enter the arena?" At his request, a lithe girl with mint green hair and a hidden waterfall Hittite tied around her arm jumped the railing and landed in a crouch on the arena floor, while a lean boy with brown hair and a leaf Hittite hanging around his waist casually made his way down to the arena floor till both were standing in front of each other. Hayate stepped back. "Begin." At this, the green-haired girl rushed her opponent at high speed and struck with a hard right aimed at her opponent's head, while the brown-haired boy managed to dodge by the skin of his teeth, and put some distance between the two of them, flashing through hand signs before calling out, "Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu," as he spat a volley of small fireballs at his opponent. The girl backflipped out of the way. While the fight was going on, a brown-haired girl from the balcony was calling out to the guy who was her teammate, "Come on Masa, show her what you're made of." Naruto knew the girl as Sasuke's older sister Setsuna. She graduated from the academy the year before Naruto's class graduated. She was also a friend of Naruto's. When he was little, she even helped to show him a few of the basics of chakra control. That was at least until he ran away. The fight was definitely fast-paced as the girl Fu seemed to be controlling the pace of the fight. However, Masa was no pushover as he was giving just as good as he got. As he sent a high kick aimed at her head, she ducked and tried to sweep his legs out from under him. As his leg was swept out, he spun with the motion and landed before flashing through another set of hand signs as he shouted, "Fire style, Fireball Jutsu," and launched a ball of fire at her. Jumping high into the air, she flashed through a quick set of hand signs before she called out, "Secret Ninjutsu, Scaled Sneak Jutsu." As she opened her mouth, a fine powder-like mist was exhaled from her mouth. The powder reflected not only the natural light in the room but also reflected the light of the fireball, which caused the powder to blind many in the room, including Masa. When his eyes refocused, Fu was gone, but only for a few seconds, as he heard a shout from above hidden waterfall. "Hurricane." Looking up in time only to be hit from above, Fu came down with a whirlwind of force in a single strike, plowing Masa into the floor. When the dust settled, Masa was on the floor and not getting up. Hayate saw this and called the match winner, Fu. At this, the girl jumped and pumped her fist in the air while her two teammates just seemed to be unimpressed. The medics came to get Masa and Fu simply picked him up and placed him on the stretcher they had before, saying, "That was a great match, we should totally be friends and have a rematch sometime." Masa never responded, but she took the moan that escaped his lips as a yes, and she smiled, returning to her team. As the next set of names were drawn at random, the screen finally stopped on Mito Uzumaki Namikaze vs Kagan. As the two made their way down to the arena floor, Menma shouted, "Show him what you're made of, Mito." She would have face-palmed at her brother's outburst as if she would give anything less. If not for the fact that she needed to focus on her opponent, she would have told him he was being an idiot. Hayate raised his hand and called, "Begin," as he brought his hand down to signal the start of the match. The two didn't wait for the other to make the first move as they both raced to close the distance and engaged in a rapid-fire set of blows, striking, dodging, parrying, and spinning. Only for the two to split apart as they both went for their next strike. Kagan launched a wave of water shuriken at the redhead while Mito made a single hand sign before calling, "Wind style, air bullets." As a barrage of air bullets met the wave of shuriken, Mito was already flashing through another set of hand signs before she launched a wave of shuriken calling out "Wind style Gale Palm," and used the blast of air from her hands to propel the shuriken even faster at her opponent. Kagan saw the incoming attack and made to dodge, but two of the shuriken managed to hit, cutting small gashes in his arm and leg. The cuts however weren't debilitating and he knew it, as he flashed through a quick set of hand signs calling out "Water style, raging waves." As a small torrent of water shot from his mouth, Mito returned fire as she finished her last hand sign, "Wind style, great breakthrough." And a blast of wind met the oncoming wave of water. Kagan was surprised that this Shinon was pushing him this much. He already knew he didn't need to win this fight since he and Yoro were both really Jonin and only here as Fu's handlers. However, this allowed for an opening for Mito to strike and he decided to let the blow land only for it to be followed up by several others in rapid succession, with the last one sending him into a wall. Playing possum to make it look more realistic that he had gone down. As Hayate called the match, the medics came out onto the arena floor to collect Kagan. As they did, he grinned to himself for his performance. Mito was met with a round of congratulations from her brother and sister along with those near her team as she made her way over to them. While this was going on, no one really noticed that Yoro and Kagan shared a nod at each other as he was taken away by the medics. The screen once again went through the name selection process only to select the next set of fighters, Hinata Hyuga vs Neji Hyuga. At this, most of the room went silent as most of the Leaf Ninja in the room knew that this matchup was heavily one-sided. As both competitors stepped onto the arena floor, the tension in the air was so thick it could have been cut with a kunai. As the two now faced each other, Neji spoke. "I never thought that you and I would have to face each other, Hinata." "Nor I, Neji." Hinata responded weakly. At this, Hayate spoke. "Begin." Before either one moved, Neji spoke. "Before we do this, a word of advice. Withdraw now, Hinata-san. You know you were never cut out to be a ninja. You are too kind and naive. What's more, you actively avoid conflict. You have no faith in yourself, but you couldn't bear to let your teammates down, could you?" At this, Hinata looked down. "I will not hold back in this fight and you will get hurt. Fate is not on your side as I will be the one leaving the victor. We can't change who we are or what fate has in store for us no matter how much we wish it so." At this, Hinata spoke, albeit softly. "You're wrong about why I entered the exams, but maybe I can show you that you're wrong about me." At this, Hinata activated her Byakugan. Looking up to meet Neji's eyes, she took a combat stance. At this, Neji dropped into a similar stance but not quite the same before responding, "As you wish, but you cannot win this fight nor can you change who you are." While this was going up in the balcony, Naruto was seething about Neji's words. The rest of his team had noticed by the way his hand were gripping the railing with such force that his knuckles were all white. In fact, Koga, Yakumo, Haku, and Yugao all thought they could hear the railing creak slightly. Naruto wanted to jump the rail and pummel Neji into the ground. By his logic, Naruto couldn't have done anything that he had that helped to change his former situation. In fact, by that logic, Naruto should have been helpless to change the way everyone ignored him and never been able to change anything about it. But the fact that Naruto stood here was a contradiction to this. A stark flaw in Neji's way of thinking. Naruto knew that to give up was to admit defeat and give in to despair and slowly wither from the inside out and die a slow death. If you wanted things to change, you had to abandon your fear, your doubt, your hesitation and turn to face the mountain before you. Never give an inch and advance, never stopping till you make the change that you wanted happen. This was one of the lessons he had learned when he was with the wolves. It was also one of the most important. For just a second, Naruto's and Hinata's eyes met. They both shared a quick nod. Neji noticed this and looked at where Hinata's eyes were looking and found Naruto glaring at him with an intensity that would have bored right through him and made anyone else among the Leaf Shinon in the room look away. Naruto had trained with Hinata back when they were in the academy. This was where Naruto had encouraged Hinata to reach for her own goal and to get stronger her own way. This had led to Hinata coming up with her own way to fight. Neji's eyes refocused on Hinata and he activated his Byakugan, and with that the fight began. The two Hyuga locked in a deadly dance of the gentle fist style that the members of their clan favored. However, Hinata was moving different from the way Neji moved. While his strikes were rigid, precise, Hinata's were more fluid and graceful, allowing for her to bend and weave. The pair went at it without any hesitation. Neji noticed that Hinata had indeed gotten better, but something was different about her strikes. As one of the strikes managed to land but not on a chakra point, Neji felt a jolt of electricity run up his left arm, causing it go numb. Neji's eyes widened as he disengaged for a moment as he looked to his arm, then back to Hinata. "If you want to know what you're feeling, it's the effect of my lightning chakra nature added to my strikes," Hinata stated, surprising everyone including her father who had come to see the matches and if his daughter had managed to get any stronger. "By combining a chakra nature change to my strikes, they become more potent." This info made Neji scowl. This will be a problem, he thought as the feeling was coming back to his arm, albeit slowly. As the fight continued on, Hinata surprised Neji again with a strike aimed at his head as she called out, 8 trigrams vacuum bomb. Neji's eye widened, but he managed to avoid the blast of compressed air aimed at his head and aimed a counter-strike. At this, Hinata disengaged by performing a backflip to make some space as she gathered herself into her stance once more, only to have her opponent rush her. This made her smirk as her cousin ran headfirst into the trap she had set for him. As Neji closed in, she made a hand seal and 2 clones now stood next to Hinata and charged. Neji saw through her ploy and took down both of the clones as the real Hinata struck. Neji smirked as he used his rotation to block the incoming attack and knock her back, only to realize that he had made a misstep as the Hinata he struck dissipated and the real Hinata was coming directly at him just as his rotation was ending. Hinata managed to come up inside his guard as the rotation finished and land a palm heel strike to his right shoulder, making his right arm useless for a short bit of time thanks to her chakra nature infused strikes. As the fight continued, it seemed that Hinata could win if not for the fact that Neji had managed to close the gap and hit his with 8 trigrams 64 palms, which caused her to take a large amount of damage. When Neji went in to finish her, Hinata surprised him as she struck protective 8 trigrams 64 bombs. At this, razor-thin blades of pure chakra sliced through the air, almost causing severe harm to Neji if not for the fact that he was able to use his rotation at the last second to protect himself. The last of her chakra gone, Hinata fell to the ground, passed out from the exhaustion and damage to her chakra network. At this, Hayate called the match. However, Neji couldn't help but stare for just a moment at the unconscious form of Hinata as she was taken off the arena floor, as he thought to himself, "Well, it seems that you have indeed changed Hinata and even become stronger than I thought possible. And it seems you have him to thank for that." As Neji knew that Naruto had to have helped her train, but in the end it ended up the same way I said it would. As that thought passed through his mind, he turned and walked off the floor and back to his team. At the same time, Hiyashi was still staring after his daughter as she was taken off the field. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have never thought Hinata could have grown so much as to almost defeat Neji, and yet he couldn't help but feel something was off. Where had she learned to combine her chakra nature with her strikes? And more importantly, who had taught her this, and why? He knew that no Hyuga had taught her this. Then it suddenly clicked when Neji had looked into the balcony. The boy who had glared at him, the eldest son of the Hokage, had been glaring at him like he was ready to beat him to a pulp. He had been the one to help train his daughter, he was sure of it. One thing was for certain, he would need to talk to Hinata when all was said and done. The board started to spin through names again and finally landed on the next set of names to fight in the arena. Sai vs Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze. At this, both of the competitors made their way down to the arena floor. Or that would have been what happened if not for the fact that Sai raised his hand and called out, "Proctor, I'd like to forfeit." This caused most of the onlookers in the balcony to stare at him in confusion. While Narumi's outburst drew their attention next. "Oh no, you don't. I entered this exam to prove I have what it takes to be a Chunin. Don't you dare back out." Richi looked over to Sai, confused as well. "Sai, what are you doing?" he asked his student, puzzled at Sai's actions, yet his expression didn't seem to faze Sai as he gave the same fake smile as always. "Sorry sensei, but to be honest, I'm pretty sure I am not strong enough to beat her." At this, Richi blinked but nodded and gave confirmation to Hayate. "The winner by forfeit is Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze." At this, Narumi started complaining about how her opponent was a coward and it wasn't fair that she won like this. At this, the rest of the room sweat dropped at the girl antics. Richi, however, wondered if this was just Sai being Sai or if he really did think that he would have lost the fight and decided to withdraw instead of fighting a losing battle. This showed good judgment if it was the latter. And if that was true, it also showed that out of all 3 of his students, Sai was the most ready for this exam. After that, the screen whirled through names once more, Narumi fuming next to her brother and sister as the screen stopped on the next 2 combatants, Setsuna Uchiha vs Kinya Futomi, as both Kunoichi made their way to the arena. The grass ninja looked Setsuna up and down only to raise an eyebrow. "From what I know of the Uchiha, I would have thought you would be more imposing." This comment made Setsuna glare at her opponent before responding, "Don't worry, when I wipe the floor with you it won't make a difference how imposing I look." Hayate spoke up before any more trash talk was hurled. "Begin." The 2 rushed each other. However, Setsuna had the upper hand in this fight as her Sharingan flared to life. The 2 exchanged a series of strikes before Setsuna flashed through a series of hand signs as she called, "Fire Style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu." With that, she fired off a barrage of small fireballs at her opponent. The grass ninja dodged and weaved only to fire back with a barrage of kunai. Setsuna rolled out of the way and came up to her feet. Kinya smiled as she squared her stance, ninja art, needle senbon. Her long hair came to life and shot forth a deadly rain of razor-sharpened hair needles. Setsuna planted her feet and wove through a set of hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. At this a large fireball shot from her lips and incinerated the incoming projectiles as it headed straight for Kinya, only for her to roll out of the way of the oncoming ball of flame. When she came up on her feet, Kinya leant forward now on all fours. Needle spear, otoshi, she cried as her hair turned into long spears that shot forward to impale Setsuna. The young Uchiha wove through the oncoming spears trying to close with her opponent. As she did, her opponent ran through a set of hand signs. Ninja art, needle jizo. Suddenly her long hair wrapped around her body and seemed to turn ridged and sharp, almost like she was wrapped in a cloak of metallic spikes. Setsuna was surprised by the jutsu. However, she also knew that while this jutsu was strong, it had weak points since it couldn't cover the entire body. With her Sharingan active, she was able to analyze the jutsu and what its weakness was. With one well-placed strike, Setsuna managed to strike the unprotected part of her opponent's face, which was one of the only spots that the needle jizo couldn't protect fully. This caused her opponent's jutsu to dissipate as her hair went back to normal as she was sent back a few feet by the force of her blow. Kinya managed to land on her feet only for Setsuna to be on her in an instant with a kunai drawn and poised to cut her throat. Yield was the only word to come from her opponent's mouth as Kinya had no other course of action. I submit, she answered quietly but loud enough for the proctor to hear. Winner Setsuna Uchiha, Hayate announced as she made her way back to the balcony and to the rest of her team. While this happened, the screen went through the process of selection again. Before it once again settled on the next pair of combatants, Koga Uzumaki Namikaze vs Jura. And once again Hayate called for the two competitors to make their way to the arena floor. For his part, Jura was slightly taller than most Genin by about half a foot or more. Similar to Hugo in appearance, with orange hair, dressed in a grayish-white and red trimmed vest with a fishnet undershirt and black pants with matching black arm bracers. The two now facing each other. Hayate called begin. With it the fight was on as Jura brought his hands up to form a single hand sign and a small flood of stone came pouring from his mouth to form a stone golem that charged alongside him at Koga full speed. With a quick set of hand signs, Koga fired off his jutsu, lightning style, lightning hound. As the beast leapt forward in a blur, headed straight for Jura only to be intercepted by Jura's golem, which was blasted into pieces. As Jura burst through the dust left by the golem and struck, the two met with a quick exchange of blows only to switch sides from where they were originally. Jura shot through a set of hand signs before slamming his hands down on the ground, earth style, rupturing earth palm. At this the stone in front of him ruptured and split, heading straight for his opponent. Koga jumped out of the way to avoid the attack only to find out that it was a feint as Jura closed the gap and landed a hit that sent Koga back a few feet with the force of the hit. He winced as he got back to his feet. Jura's strength was nothing to sneeze at. He knew he would be feeling the full extent of that hit plus the bruises later. Gritting his teeth, he brought his hands up into a single hand sign. Making a threesome of shadow clones, Koga rushed his opponent as they closed. All four Kogas flashed through the same set of hand signs. Water style, raging waves. As these words finished, four torrents of water shot forth, impacting his opponent, or they would have if not for the fast thinking his opponent showed as Jura simply slammed his hand into the ground. With a cry of earth style, Terra Shield, a section of the floor flipped up like it was on springs to block the incoming torrent. Once the water had stopped, the earth shield fell back into place to allow Jura to charge. With a single hand sign, both of Jura's hands seemed to turn to stone as the skin turned a dark brown as both fists came forward. Earth style, iron skin. Without skipping a beat, Jura took out all three clones without even slowing his charge. Koga gulped slightly at both the sight and the memory of how hard his clones had been hit. The memory felt like a boulder hit him at high speed. Managing to dodge the oncoming attack of his opponent as Jura's fist crashed through the spot he had been standing just a second ago and into the ground, burying themselves up to the elbow. With only seconds to spare, Koga flashed through hand signs, the last one finishing as Jura pulled his arms free. Bringing his hands down, Koga called, lightning style, spider web, and with that a web of electricity spread out, ensnaring Jura in its reach since he was too close to get out of the way in time. With a violent jolt of concentrated electricity arcing through his body, Jura toppled to the ground, a groan escaping his lips as his eyes rolled back in his head. At this, Hayate spoke up, "Winna Koga Uzumaki Namikaze." Koga made his way back to the balcony and his team only to be greeted with high fives and nice jobs. Yugao smiled at him as she told him, "Good job in there." Minato motioned for a few of the Jonin to mend the ruined arena floor. After that, the screen whirled to life again as the selection process started once more. Only to stop on the next two names to do battle. Yakumo Kurama vs Yoro. When this happened, Yugao smiled at this and placed a hand on her shoulder as she gave her student her support. "Show him what you're made of out there." This bolstered Yakumo's confidence as she headed for the arena floor. Her sensei was right, all the missions and training had led her to this moment and she wouldn't exit this arena without knowing she had done her best. Soon both were standing in front of each other on the arena floor and once again Hayate called begin. And with that one word the match was on as the two sprang into action, both jumping back to make room for what they had planned. Yoro pulled out a single shuriken and threw it at Yakumo. Without a second to waste he brought his hands up and flashed through a set of hand signs, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. And with it the single shuriken multiplied to about 30 as the now wave of shuriken fast approached Yakumo. Dodging out of the way, Yakumo wove a set of hand signs before calling out, "Lightning Illusion, Flash Pillar." At this Yakumo's body lit up like she had just been struck by a bolt of lightning as the light intensified to blinding as most of the room had to shield their eyes. When the light finally subsided, Yakumo was gone. Yoro ducked the strike from behind and grabbed Yakumo's arm, and with one move he brought her to the ground pinned on her back. Thinking he had the match won, he ready to strike only for Yakumo to fade as a kick struck him in the face, sending him backwards, though he managed to come out of the tumble in a crouch. Yakumo was standing where he had been a moment ago in a ready position only for Yoro to snort. "Should have known genjutsu, after all the Kurama clan is well known for it," he said smirking. "Too bad it's only useful when your opponent is least expecting it." Yakumo simply smiled before replying, "Well, aren't you well informed? However, I have more at my disposal than just genjutsu." With that said, electricity sparked along her body as it looked more like she had just become a living spark plug. As she raced forward faster than she had before, closing the distance in a seconds. She struck fast as Yoro tried to dodge, only to be just a bit too slow. As her strike hit, it cut her opponent, leaving a nice gash along his shoulder blade. Managing to make some space, Yoro sped through a set of hand signs before opening his mouth. "Water style, severing wave." At this, Yakumo dodged the blast stream of water as she weaved around it, to come within striking distance as she struck and hit Yoro in the chest. Even though it was a glancing blow, the electricity sparking along her body managed to cut a shallow line on his chest. Flashing through another set of hand signs, Yakumo jumped back and drew her tano from its sheath as the electricity faded and she began to wave her blade back and forth. Yoro was about to laugh only to stop as words seemed to echo through his mind: "Leaf ninja art, Yanagi." As the waving blade seemed to multiply with this, they resembled a willow branch swaying in the breeze. The leaves on the branch blew off and came at him as they passed. He felt himself be sliced by each leaf as it touched his skin. As this happened, he made to dispel the genjutsu, only to find that Yakumo now stood with her blade poised to take his eye. Not only that, but he was somehow covered in cuts and gashes, even though Yakumo was seen by those in the balcony to have not laid a finger on him. At this, Yoro questioned, "How?" before he was forced to surrender. "Winner Yakumo Kurama." At this, the medics came and helped Yoro off the arena floor while Yakumo headed back to the balconies. As she made it back, Yakumo was greeted with smiles as well as several "great jobs." Yugao stepped up and congratulated her student. "See, told you, you could do it." Finishing this statement, she winked at Yakumo like they were sharing some inside joke, and she could only smile wider at the gesture. Once again the screen flashed through names and again selected the next set of opponents. Gaara vs Rock Lee. At this, Lee went into one of his rants about how his supposed plan worked to be the next one selected to fight, before he and Guy shared a moment that caused most of the room to think they were either going insane or going to go blind as Lee and Guy performed their true ultimate genjutsu. Guy and Lee were having a master/student moment where they were both shouting "youth" from the top of a cliff overlooking the ocean, with a sunrise occurring behind them as the kanji for youth appeared in bold above the two of them. Haku was questioning reality while Yakumo was constantly trying to exert her abilities to dispel the nightmare-like genjutsu. Naruto, however, in his curiosity, grabbed one of the rocks from the cliffside and then tossed it over the edge. As a result, it went into the water below. "What kind of sick genjutsu is this? They never did this when I was part of one of their training sessions." Naruto couldn't help but think. At this, Ko cried out, "Turn it off. I don't want this burned into my memory." Naruto turned and looked to his brother, who on second glance seemed to be frozen in place. "Hey! Bro, you okay?" he said, waving a hand in front of Koga only for him to respond, "I think I'm blind." Minato, however, shrugged as he shook his head at the display. He had seen it enough times already between Might Guy and Guy's father. It was too late for him. Meanwhile, Sakura walked over to them from where she had been standing before decking them both as she yelled, "Can you not mentally scar us with that, damn it?" After Sakura had finished scolding the pair, Lee jumped the railing and landed to face his opponent, who had been waiting for him without moving. Before Hayate could even start the match, the cork on the gourd fired at high speed to strike Lee, only to be caught by his hand in a blur before it impacted. "Why so eager to start before the match has even begun?" Lee questioned, dropping the cork. Finally, Hayate called for the match to begin and Lee took off toward his opponent. At first Lee wasn't able to land a clean hit on Gaara, as his sand was acting as a shield that protected him from all of Lee's attacks no matter how fast or what angle that it came from. When his standard attacks proved unable to bypass Gaara's defenses, Lee was unsure he would even be able to hit him. However, at this guy called out from the stands, "Lee, now is the time for you to do it." "But Guy-sensei, you said it was only to be used when lives were on the line." "That I did, but this is an exception," Guy said, flashing his trademark smile which could blind an unsuspecting person from more than 20 feet away. At this, Lee smiled and removed the leg weights he'd been wearing. Most of the people in the room scoffed at this pointless gesture, only for their mouths to drop when the weights hit the ground and caused a pair of craters upon impact. The amount of dust that had been kicked up made it look like a batch of explosive tags had gone off. With his ankle weights removed, his speed increased so much that he managed to actually hit Gaara, finishing off his strikes with the Lotus technique. Gaara was now laying in a crater of his own, as Hayate approached to check on his well-being. However, Gaara suddenly seemed to be breaking apart as his whole body turned into sand as the real Gaara came up behind Lee and began to strike with blasts of high-speed sand repeatedly. "Lee, you need to get out of there," Sakura yelled from the balcony, only for Richie to step up next to her. "That won't work," he said, causing Sakura to turn and look at him. Why is that?" Sakura asked, only for Kakashi to step up next to her from the other side and pick up where her sensei left off. "It's due to the fact that the Lotus is what you might call a double-edged sword." "What does that mean?" she again questioned, showing just how little she knew about what was going on. "You know that it's a forbidden technique. Why do you think that is?" Richie asked, using this moment to teach his student just how far behind she was. "Well," she spoke up but trailed off as she had no good answer. "It's due to the fact that it's neither ninjutsu nor genjutsu but taijutsu that places enormous strain on the user's body. So much so that the strain is almost unimaginable. Right now, Lee can barely move at all," he finished. "If that's true, then that means he is a sitting duck right now. Right, sensei?" Mito questioned, showing that she had been listening to what they had been discussing. "Right. At this moment he's in so much physical pain at anyone's guess how he's still standing, let alone moving," Kakashi stated. As the match went on, Lee decided it was time to use his ace in the hole. At this, Lee took a ready stance as he smiled and dodged attacks, causing many in the stands to be stunned. Sakura couldn't believe it as she watched it happen. "He's smiling? He's running for his life, and he's smiling?" "Yes, but now it's Gaara's turn to run as the Leaf Village Lotus blooms twice," Guy stated calmly. "Lee told me that before. What does it mean?" she questioned, as this made both Richie and Kakashi pause before Kakashi spoke up, stunned at what Guy just admitted to. "Guy, you didn't?" At this, Guy shot back, "Yes, I did, and don't think I don't know the consequence of what could happen." "So that boy is able to open the 8 inner gates and use the hidden lotus? If that isn't..." Pausing to regain his composure before asking his question, "Okay, so how many gates can he open now?" 5, Guy stated. "Wait a second, if a primary lotus puts that much strain on the body, what would happen if he went farther?" Mito questioned. "Exactly," Kakashi responded to his surrogate little sister. "There are 8 gates. Think of them as chakra limiters. By opening them you can surpass the body's natural limits and safeguards. The primary lotus opens only the first of these gates. When you open the 3rd gate you enter the hidden lotus. When all 8 gates are open you could gain power to rival even that of the Hokage, but the catch is that in the end you die." This caused both girls to gasp at what they had just learned. Using this technique, Lee opened up to the 6th gate and was able to stage a comeback against Gaara. The sand that had been protecting him wasn't able to keep up with Lee's insane speed, actually managing to cause damage to Gaara, who could barely keep up. With the final strike of his hidden lotus, Gaara was sent plummeting at high speed into the ground. However, by turning his gourd to sand to cushion his impact, he managed to survive the impact. The problem for Lee was that technique took a massive toll on his body to the point that he could barely crawl away. Gaara added to Lee's injury by using his sand coffin to crush Lee's arm and leg. Before this could go any further, Guy intervened and stopped Gaara from killing him. This action caused Gaara to pause as his thoughts came to a grinding halt before asking, "But why?" "He failed, so I save him, because he's my student." At this, Gaara got back to his feet, albeit slower than he would have liked, and made his way off the arena floor. He spoke. "I quit. He didn't do anything to help to acknowledge my existence." This statement stunned the rest of the room, but it was too late. When Guy had stepped in to save Lee, the match had been decided. As he walked off the floor he looked up at Naruto and his eyes narrowed at him, then widened in a dark glee. "He will help to acknowledge my existence." Once the two were off the arena floor, Minato motioned for a few of the Jonin to mend the ruined arena again, using a collaboration Earth-style jutsu to fix the damage to the floor. After that they had finished fixing the floor, the screen spun up once more to select the next 2 names to fight. Menma Uzumaki Namikaze vs Tadasu. At this pairing, Menma whooped about how he was going to mop the floor with his opponent only for Mito to hit him on the head. "Don't you dare go and claim this is going to be easy, this is the Chunin for a reason." She ranted at him, making Menma apologize before he entered the ring. While his opponent made his way down without much drama. The two sized each other up as they stood face to face. Looking his opponent over, Tadasu was taller with brown hair and brown eyes and a black bandana-style Hittite, dressed in a gray vest with a black shirt underneath and tan shinobi pants. At this, Hayate announced begin. With that, both combatants burst into motion, hoping to strike the first blow as they both flashed through a set of hand signs. As if looking at a reflection, both fighters finished at the same time with a call of fire style, fireball jutsu. As twin blasts of flame collided with each other. When the flames cleared, both had a look of stunned confusion on their faces. "Is he copying me?" Menma questioned in his mind. Before this thought could get any traction, his opponent made his next move. Tadasu flashed through another set of hand signs, fire style, phoenix flower jutsu. At this, he fired off several smaller but no less dangerous flaming spheres. Grinning, Menma wove and dodged through the fireballs as he went through a set of hand signs himself, fire style bullet, homura. And brought his hand up and fired a decent-sized column of flame from his hand at his opponent. Tadasu managed to have a clone take the hit. Menma decided to could play that game as he summoned a trio of his own clones who moved to surround his opponent. Menma smirked as he moved to enact his plan as he and his clones went through a familiar set of hand signs, fire style, fireball jutsu. And with that, three simultaneous blasts of fire now converged on their target. Tadasu backflipped to get out of the way but was still cinched in several places as he went through a new set of hand signs. Fire style, flaming meteors. At this, Tadasu made a myriad of small fireballs that streaked for Menma and his clones, taking out the pair of clones while Menma managed to dodge and weave his way through the fireballs to get in closer, but not without getting cinched himself in several places. When he got within range, Menma conjured 7 shadow clones and rushed his opponent full speed, mobbing him with numbers and the Uzumaki-style taijutsu. Winner Menma Uzumaki Namikaze. Menma pumped his fist in the air as he made his way back to the balcony, stating that he was the man, only for Kakashi to roll his eye at this statement. While this was happening, the screen went thought the process of picking names again, but with only 4 people left who had not fought, it was not much guess of the pairings since there was only 2 possible outcomes. As the screen finally settled on an outcome, Haku Momochi vs Hinako Ozuka. Hayate called for the 2 fighters to make their way to the floor when both opponents were present. He motioned for them to begin the fight, however didn't last long as Haku used her hidden mist jutsu to reduce her opponent's visibility and make it harder to retaliate. When the mist cleared, her opponent was riddled with senbon and was down on one knee. At this point, Hayate called it as anything more would be unnecessary to see that Haku had won the fight. Menma could be heard complaining that they hadn't even seen any action at this. Naruto just sided his brother's outburst while Mito facebombed. The last match was Choji vs Tosu. At this, Naruto heard Choji talk about how he was totally out of his league, however Asuma told Choji that he would take him out for all-you-could-eat barbecue if he won. At this, Choji shouted that he would win and that he would be feasting when all was said and done as he entered the ring. Naruto waited for Choji to be out of range before he spoke up. "That was a bit of a cheap shot, don't you think, Asuma-sensei?" Naruto asked accusingly. At this, the Jonin just chuckled lightly and scratched the back of his head. "Well, I didn't really force him to do anything, he made his own choice after all." "Some choice, since you knew Choji would never turn down free all-you-can-eat barbecue," Shikamaru remarked, causing Asuma to face vault at this. The match, however, was over faster than any of the other matches since it was a bad matchup to begin with, since Choji's opponent could strike using sound even if his opponent's ears were covered like the human body was one giant ear. With a single strike, the match was over. "Winner Dosu," Hayate announced. As the sound ninja made his way back to the balcony. When this announcement was finished, Minato stepped forward to address those who had moved on to the final round of the exam. "You have all demonstrated great talent here today and have moved on to the 3rd round of the exam. The 3rd round will be held 1 month from now. However, we will be drawing for you will be battling in the finals now." At this, many of the participants were confused. However, Minato spoke before any questions could be asked. "This may seem strange, but it is to allow for those who have shown their full skill set to improve and acquire new jutsu. This also makes it so that no one can take advantage of any information gained here today. So please, come forward and draw," Minato said, as he gestured towards a box with the names of all those present in it. One by one, they approached the box and drew. Finally, the pairing were complete. In order, it was as followed: Narumi vs Neji, Tamari vs Shikamaru, Shino vs Kankuro, Mito vs Yakumo, Sasuke vs Menma, Ino vs Haku, Setsuna vs Dosu, Mito vs Yakumo, Fu vs Koga, Naruto vs Gaara. With that, Hayate addressed those present one last time. Use this time well to prepare both mentally and physically dismissed. You really should have told them that from the start, and 2, you need to get some new material, dude. This intro is getting old. Wait, Naruto, how did you get in here? Hello, Ninja. The atmosphere in the Uzumaki Namikaze estate was a happy one as Kushina hugged her 5 kids with all the strength and happiness she could muster, even though Naruto was a bit stiff in returning the hug. Don't get the wrong idea, he had almost gotten to about maybe 40% in the family issue resolution department. Hey, don't knock it, that is way more than what it used to be. But he still wasn't ready to be all touchy-feely or fully open with most of his family yet. At this, Narumi spoke up from among her siblings, "Mom, easy, if you squeeze any harder and you'll crush us." She managed to squeak out before Kushina pulled back a bit. "Oh, I'm just so proud of you all," Kushina said before returning to squeezing them in her tight embrace. "Stop it, you're killing us." Narumi piped up again. When Kushina finally did let go of them, Naruto spoke up. "You know, this isn't really all that noteworthy, right? I mean, we still have the third part of the exam to pass." Minato spoke up at this comment. "This may not seem like much, but it is still a reason to be proud. You all performed wonderfully out there." At this, Narumi, since she never got to fight in the preliminaries. This caused those who were in the room to laugh at the young girl's reaction, while Naruto only smirked slightly. He knew how much his sister had wanted to fight so she could show just how far she had come. "Alright, let's go out and celebrate." Jiraiya cheered. "Yeah." Tsunade cheered, ready to party. Orochimaru couldn't help but sigh and shake his head slightly, but he was used to it by now since he had been on the same team as these two. But he had to admit their attitude was, if nothing else, a bit contagious as he tried to hide his smirk. Minato smiled at the antics of his former sensei and his teammates. While he himself would be the first to suggest that they celebrate, he also knew that the third part of the exam was going to be the hardest one. Since none of his children liked to lose, not to mention that they all seemed to have inherited Kushina's competitive nature to boot, all he could think was, this is going to be one heck of a final exam. As they were about to leave, Naruto asked if Haku was allowed to come with them as well, since she had no one in the way of family to celebrate with. Kushina just smiled at her son as she responded, "Of course she can." At this, Naruto smiled and raced off to go get Haku. Meeting the family at the Yakiniku, since the 3 sages managed to convince Minato that going to Ichiraku Ramen every time they went out for dinner and or to get food was overkill. To which Minato conceded the point. 20 minutes later, the family plus Haku was eating and having an all-around good time for the most part. Also, running into Team 10 was fun since Asuma ended up having to pay up on the barbecue he offered up, since both Shikamaru and Ino made it to the final round of the Chunin exams. Plus, he felt bad for how he had gotten Choji into the arena when he was outclassed by his opponent. After he saw the bill, however, he didn't feel like it was such a good idea, and his wallet was going to be feeling it for some time to come. When all was said and done, the family went home after saying goodbye to Team 10 and dropping Haku off at her new apartment. They were about to call it a night before Mito pointed out one very important fact. "Wait, we need to pick who we want to train with for the final round." At this statement, both Menma and Narumi agreed with a spoken, "Hey, that's right." At this, the room became serious as Minato posed the question, "Alright, which one of us would you like to train under, kids? Just remember, there won't be any switching or complaining allowed once you've chosen your sensei for the month." Minato explained, getting excited reactions from his children. At this, Mito spoke up, "Orochi-oji, please train me for the month." Taking first pick, Orochimaru couldn't help but smile as he replied, "I look forward to our time together. Be ready though, when I'm done with you the others won't know what hit them." Next to step forward was Menma as he asked, "Hey, Jiraiya-oji, you'll make me stronger than Tosen, right?" Menma asked his godfather. At this, Jiraiya answered with a hearty laugh before responding, "Hey! What do you take me for, Menma? I am Jiraiya, the great Dode Sage of Mount Myaboku, the sensei of the 4th Hokage." This statement caused Kushina, Shizune and Tsunade to sigh at his boasting, while Minato just chuckled slightly at his sensei's antics. When the groaning was over, Narumi stepped up to Tsunade Bakken. "Could you please teach me this month?" Narumi asked, employing her puppy dog eyes jutsu. "Of course, Rumi-chan. Once I'm done training you, I'm going all in on you winning the finals," Tsunade said with her eyes burning in determination, as Narumi just laughed at her godmother's actions as everyone else chuckled wryly, knowing how her luck normally went. After this, Koga was next to speak on who he wanted to train with. "Ka-chan, will you train me for the finals?" he asked. At this, Kushina smiled as she replied, "We'll show them who's boss when all is said and done." This statement made Koga chuckle as he knew that his mother's competitive side was showing. "Well, Naruto, what do you say if you and I?" Before he could finish his statement, Naruto held up a hand to interrupt his father. "If it's all the same to you, I would like to ask if I would be allowed to have access to Training Ground 44 for the month to train?" At this request, everyone in the room turned their attention to Naruto, while Minato deflated slightly before trying one more time at getting Naruto to train with him. "Naruto, I can train you if you'd like, or I can get Kakashi too. Again Naruto raised his hand before speaking up. While I appreciate the offer more than you know, I can accept. However, if you could approve my request, I would greatly appreciate it, Naruto said as Minato gave him a sad smile. Nodding to him, he relented. Okay, I will let you know where you are training along with Anko so that they both don't freak out for different reasons. Just be careful in there, okay, and come back safe, Minato said, concern in his voice. I will, and don't worry, I will be back in time for the finals, Naruto stated smiling. XXXX. 2 weeks have passed since then, and the training of the young shinobi was not slowing down one bit. Minato was sitting at his desk, having managed to get his greatest foe paperwork under control for the time being. He took a rare moment to think about how things were going with his kids' training. As his thoughts jumped to this and that about what each of his children were doing, they finally settled on Naruto. Wondering what he could be doing in Training Ground 44 right now that would be able to help him more than training with himself or Kakashi? From what Anko had said in her report, she couldn't figure out where he was in the forest, and she had combed the whole thing. Yet it was as if he left no trail to follow, no tracks, not even a bent branch to note his passing. It was as if he just vanished or blended into the forest, as if he were one with it like a chameleon. Maybe he's using a natural cave or some sort of hidden area like when he ran away. As this idea rolled through his mind, he also remembered that Naruto had hid for 4 years in there and Anko couldn't find him the first time around with an army of other ninja to help search. Did he really expect a different result this time? Minato's thoughts then shifted to what had been dropped on his doorstep, so to speak. He still couldn't believe it, and it had been over 2 weeks now since he had been summoned to Training Ground 44 by Anko during the second part of the exam along with his wife. He had gone thinking that something terrible had happened, or that one of his kids had died or been grievously injured to the point that they would never be able to be a ninja again. But what he had found was something completely different. Flashback start. Minato would normally be about knee-deep in paperwork right about now, if not for the fact that an Anbu who had been stationed at Training Ground 44 had shown up at his office telling him that he needed to come at once along with Kushina at the request of Anko. So here he was heading back to the same place that seemed to have become a permanent part of his family's life, as well as giving him more than one headache for quite some time now. He almost dreaded coming, but when he and Kushina both arrived, Anko was waiting with 2 other Anbu and a bound red-haired girl with glasses and wearing a grass village Hittite. Minato simply arched a brow at the proctor of the second exam, only for her to glance at the girl who was sitting on a stump with her wrists tied behind her back. Minato was about to speak, but the girl spoke up, beating him to it. "You're the leaders of the Uzumaki clan?" The red-headed girl questioned bluntly. It was Kushina who stepped forward at this question. "That would technically be me if you are asking about the Uzumaki, since my husband is the last member of the Namikaze clan." "Wait, you're the head of the clan?" the redhead asked, slightly shocked that this plain-looking woman was the head of her family's clan. "Yes, I'm actually the last living main house family member of the Uzumaki clan, not counting my children, and from what I am aware of, last living descendant of Ashina Uzumaki himself," Kushina replied, making the girl gape at that. Even Anko and the 2 Anbu members were shocked by this info. To think that the wife of the Hokage was related to the former head of the once great Whirlpool Nation was something they were not expecting, to say the least. Regaining her composure, Karen finally introduced herself. "My name is Karen, and if the information I have been told is right, then my mother and you are related somehow, so that means that you and I are related." At this, both Minato and Kushina were a bit surprised, but it wasn't unthinkable that there weren't some remnants, if however small, of the Uzumaki clan left who had escaped the destruction of the hidden whirlpool. "I think this is something that we should discuss in private," Minato said as he dismissed the 2 Anbu and signaled for Anko to follow as they took the girl, now known as Karen, back to the Hokage Tower so they could talk in a more private location. Flashback end. Who would have guessed that this exam would cause so much commotion? First with the turning up of a possible unknown Uzumaki relative, and then with the bet that was now going on between the whole of the adults in the Uzumaki Namikaze household. Things seemed like they were just getting crazier by the day. Flashback start. "Say what?" Tsunade shouted, clearly not amused by what Jiraiya was proposing. "That's right, Tsunade. Menma versus Narumi, winner take all. If Menma wins the tournament, I get my long-awaited date with you. If you and Narumi-chan win, I'll pay off all the debt that you owe and pay it all back to you," Jiraiya said with a confident smirk on his face. Tsunade couldn't believe what she was hearing. Never before had such a golden opportunity made its way to her. If Narumi managed to win this, then her life would be set. Her debt would be wiped clean and she'd get every single Rio back to boot. The only obstacle that stood in her way was her perverted teammate and her godson Menma. Cracking a somewhat manic smile, Tsunade's eyes burned with determination as she held out her hand. "Ha! And people say I'm a sucker. You got a deal, Jiraiya. You had better start emptying your savings, because I'm definitely not losing this one," Tsunade shouted, as Jiraiya cracked a smile of his own, albeit a little perverted. as he reached to meet her hand with his. But before they could shake on it, the other people in the room cleared their throats. "Aren't you two forgetting a few people?" Kushina said with a slight glare, making Jiraiya shrink back slightly as Tsunade winced a bit, knowing firsthand what that look meant and what it could lead to. "I agree, it wouldn't be fair for just the two of you to make such a high-stakes wager," Orochimaru said, his eyes narrowed at his teammates' lack of inclusion on the event. Though he didn't show it, Orochimaru did enjoy the idea of making the final part of the exam a bit more interesting, though he'd never admitted openly he was a bit of a gambling man himself when it suited him. This bet in particular caught his attention, seeing as it was on his godchildren. He wasn't going to accept being left out on such an interesting and exciting wager. "I have to agree, Sensei. Tsunade, if you want to bet on the finals, all of us should be a part of it since it concerns all of us," Minato said as his eyes burned with the same determination that they had. Seeing the expecting looks, or slightly annoyed ones in the case of Kushina and Orochimaru, the two sighed before they relented, knowing that they weren't getting out of this one. Changing the stakes of the bet to suit each person depending on who the winner was and what the losers would pay up was quite difficult, though they managed to make do. All that was left was to pick who they were betting on. "Alright, so now it's time to place your bets on who you think will win," Kakashi said, as he readied a pen and notebook to record the bets. "I'm sticking with Menma. By the time I'm done with him, he'll be unstoppable," Jiraiya confidently said, his eyes burning with confidence. "Humph. I'm sticking with Rumi-chan as well. I'll make her strong enough to smash through everyone," Tsunade said, making everyone laugh wryly, knowing that she was probably giving Narumi the knowledge behind her monster-like strength. "I'm going with Koga. I'm in charge of his training, so I'll make sure that he wins," Kushina said as her eyes sparkled brightly. "As for myself, I will be placing my bet on Mito-chan. She's the most balanced out of all the siblings," Orochimaru said, placing his hand on his chin. "And with me as her teacher, she will have no problems winning." This statement made the others in the room stare at him. Orochimaru wasn't one to normally make such boasts. That was Jiraiya's job. "I'm going to place my bet on Naruto," Minato said with conviction as the others blinked in confusion as they turned to the blonde. "Really? Naruto-chan?" Kushina said, thinking that it was an interesting bet since they hadn't seen what Naruto could fully do yet. "That's an interesting gamble, Minato," Tsunade said, as her thoughts turned to her enigmatic godson. He was definitely the dark horse in this race. However, she couldn't deny that Naruto had not only made it through the first two parts of the exam but had also made it through the preliminary phase, having defeated one of the top rookies from his class. She had never really seen him in action until then, since most of the time she only saw him when he came in for his regular checkup or when he had a serious injury. But still, he was definitely someone to watch closely. "But we don't really know where he stands in terms of skill, Minato. Sure, he's shown great potential, but what if his win in the preliminaries was a fluke? From what we know of his training or lack thereof and have seen of him in the academy, he's about as average as they get. In terms of skill, the rest of his siblings are way ahead of him. Though we're mostly to blame for that," he said, taking a moment to mentally kick himself over it for the 100th time. "Are you sure you still want to take that risk?" Jiraiya asked in a worried tone. I know that, Jiraiya-sensei, but it's not going to change my mind. I'm going to put my faith in him," Minato said, his confidence showing much more than they have seen in the past. "After what I have heard from his sensei and the abilities he has shown here and there, to be honest, I think Naruto is the best bet to make." "Humph, we'll see how far your faith takes you then, Minato," Tsunade said with a small smirk on her face. Though she knew it was wrong of her to think, she was almost certain that he was making a mistake by betting on the boy. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that Naruto hadn't even shown them what he was truly capable of. "And who knows if Naruto really is the sleeper that you seem to think he is? We may just get to see what he truly is capable of." Jiraiya couldn't help but shake his head at the notion. Sure, the kid was fast according to the reports that Yu-Gao gave, and he had seemed to have picked up a few very impressive tricks like his summon contract, but that could be evened out in more ways than one. Even though it seemed he was able to access the fox's chakra, it didn't help much as it had the potential to do more harm than good. The chakra cloak was a double-edged sword at its best. From what he learned from Kushina, the cloak was able to give the user a power boost, but if the user couldn't control it, the cloak would cause them to go into a feral state, at which point the match would be stopped and Naruto subdued by the ninja in the area. Plus the chakra was corrosive, or so he had been told, to the point that it would cause harm to the user even if they healed at an accelerated rate. All in all, what Naruto had managed to gain in the way of abilities, while impressive, meant nothing if his opponents were on a whole other level skill-wise to begin with. Seeing that everyone had made their bets, though Kushina looked torn, Kakashi quickly jotted down names along with the ones that they believed would win. After making sure that everyone had their bets correctly recorded, everyone signed their names and applied a little bit of chakra to ensure that the document was now official. Flashback end. Minato couldn't help but laugh at the whole situation he found not only himself but his entire family in. Who would have thought that the final round of the exams would get them all this involved? In fact, at this very moment in a forest near the Leaf Village. Ha! Take this, Menma shouted, lashing out with a quick jab intent on connecting with Jiraiya's jaw. Only to have Jiraiya sweep his feet out from under him and follow up with a hit that slammed him into the ground. Ooh! Menma groaned, his head was spinning as he saw his godfather smirk, clearly amused by his current position in action. You're getting better but you're still too naive. Did you honestly think something like that would work on those in the exam finals? If it wouldn't work on them it definitely won't work on me. Jiraiya boasted, puffing his chest out before striking a dramatic pose. This made Menma's eye twitched at the scene. He was sure that he could see sparkles emanating from his godfather's eyes as he held his pose, clearly not acknowledging that Menma had gotten back up. Narrowing his eyes, he quickly made a few clones before re-engaging the older shinobi as Jiraiya cracked a grin at his godson's stubbornness as he moved to intercept the clones. Bending slightly to the left, he avoided the kick from one of the clones before sending said into the clone approaching from the right with a well-placed grab and throw. Ducking the incoming blow from a punch that was aimed at his head, he launched an uppercut that caught the clone. Turning to face the next clone that came in from the side, while the real Menma came at him from behind only to be firmly planted on his ass, again. GRR. Why are you so good at this, you old pervert? Menma shouted, his face red with anger and frustration. Ha! I told you, kid. I am the great Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya declared while striking another pose. This only served to fuel Menma's anger even more. Shouting, Menma again quickly made a few dozen clones before he launched another attack against his godfather, not noticing that he was facing a clone to begin with as the original watched on from a tree nearby. You are not winning this bet, Tsunade. I will get that date with you, this I swear. Jiraiya shouted in his head, intent on making his godson strong enough to win the tournament in order to claim his prize, as Menma was thrown into the river nearby before he shouted in indignation. Faster, Menma. Let your fists fly with all the speed you have, Clone Jiraiya said as Menma just sweat dropped at his godfather's seemingly random rambling. Meanwhile, in a clearing near the Leaf Village. Rumi-chan. You're never going to get anywhere with those weak punches, Tsunade roared as the fires of determination burned brightly in her eyes. Rushing in, Narumi quickly delivered a volley of blows that Tsunade blocked single-handed, causing the young blonde to widen her eyes before she was sent flying with a single finger flick. Ouch! That hurt, Ba-chan, Narumi cried out as she rubbed her now red forehead. But she had to quickly roll out of the way as Tsunade rushed to engage her, her deadly flicks causing Narumi to pale before dodging out of their path, as even just a single finger flick was enough to cause major pain. Quit dodging and fight like you mean it, Tsunade shouted. She definitely wasn't going to lose this bet, there was way too much at stake for her to lose. Plus, if Jiraiya won she would never hear the end of it. Take this, Narumi shouted as she sidestepped and launched a reverse roundhouse kick at her godmother only to have her kick stopped and be thrown into the lake nearby. Kya! This water's freezing, you old hag! Narumi screamed as she frantically made her way to land as Tsunade's brow started twitching, as dick marks broke out on her head. What did you just call me, Rumi-chan? Tsunade whispered as Narumi began to sweat as she backed up. Oh crap! She whimpered as Tsunade reached out and grabbed her head in an ironclad grip before she could back up far enough. The poor girl started to shake in fear and grimace in pain. I'm not old, she roared before throwing Narumi back into the lake, the girl letting out another shriek as she hit the cold water. Yet again elsewhere in a field near the Leaf Village, Ha! Mito shouted, as she traded blows with her godfather. Not bad, Mito-chan. But don't forget the follow-up, Orochimaru shouted as he grabbed his goddaughter's wrist and threw her. Gah! Mito cried out when she hit the ground, rolling in an attempt to spread the impact over a wider surface area. As she got back to her feet, he was already on top of her as he lashed out with a kick that sent her flying a short distance. Not giving her a chance to recover, Orochimaru was about to strike the final blow but stopped when the Mito that was flying dispersed into a mass of snakes. At this, Mito erupted out of the ground with an uppercut in an attempt to catch her godfather by surprise. As he jumped back, not letting up, Mito rushed forward to try and keep him on the defensive, only to be caught in his binding snake glare as a snake the size of a full-grown human was now coiled around her. The fight was over, or that would have been the case if not for the fact that the Mito caught by the snake simply crumbled to dust. As the real Mito emerged from the ground behind her godfather, who was smiling at her ingenuity. You're getting better, Mito-chan. Just you wait, by the time I'm done with you you'll win the finals for sure, Orochimaru confidently said as he turned to face her. Mito let a smile appear on her face at the compliment. They resumed their training as Mito was once again sent flying. Catching Mito while in midair with his hyperextended arm, Orochimaru slammed her into the ground as Mito let out a gasp of pain. Getting to her feet, she dodged the incoming strikes while weaving a set of hand sings. Using wind style, Gale Palm, she created some distance as she took a fighting stance before re-engaging, sending a barrage of shadow snakes at her godfather only for him to dodge most of them. Catching one of the snakes before it could strike, crushing it in his hand, Orochimaru lashed out with another strike, forcing her to a knee before he helped her up and told her to take a break. Sitting under a nearby tree as they took said break, the two analyzed what she needed to improve on and where she was lacking, as well as her strengths and how to capitalize on them. It was in a way refreshing for him to have someone so young who was able to keep up with him on an intellectual level to a certain point. And still yet again, in the Uzumaki clan estate training grounds, Koga and Kushina were trading blows as they trained. Good Koga-chan. But you left yourself open, Kushina stated as she grabbed her son's arm and threw him on his back. Gah, he gasped out when he hit the ground, only for him to poof in a plume of smoke as the shadow clone dissipated. Kushina was already moving, dodging the real Koga as he lashed out with a kick that stuck air, before Kushina grabbed his leg and flipped him, only for Koga to use his momentum to carry him into a backflip that gave him a bit of space. Not letting go of her momentum, Kushina rushed him, striking with a flurry of blows, weaving though the strikes as they came at him like the scrolls for the Uzumaki taijutsu style had taught him, like a raging current flow through the battle. As he did this, he flashed through a quick set of hand signs while he sent a kick for Kushina's head that caused her to back off so she didn't get hit. As she did this, she too went through a set of hand signs as Koga called water style, water hail jutsu. Cupping his hands together and thrusting them forward, unleash a barrage of water bullets at Kushina. Finishing only a hand sign behind him, she counter with water style, water wall. Using the water from the large pond in the training ground to fuel her jutsu, she stopped his cold. You're getting better, Koga. Once I'm done with you, the finals will be all yours, Kushina cheerfully stated before they took a quick break before they resumed their training. Kushina was determined to win that bet, even if she felt a little guilty for betting against Naruto. Yet while all this was going on, she couldn't help but wonder how his training was going. XXXX. While all of this was going on, it seems that a certain spy was up to no good as Kabuto made his way to the pre-arranged location between him and his contact. It was the middle of the night, so most residents, both ninja and civilian, had turned in for the night. However, this was a much different story for others, as one such Sanjonin was waiting for said spy to arrive. After waiting for about an hour, clearly to Baki's displeasure, Kabuto Yakushi made his appearance. Kabuto. Baki greeted the white-haired youth. Baki. Kabuto replied back. You're late. Baki noted in annoyance. Kabuto shrugged as he said, sorry about that. Had to get away from some watchers earlier. Seems they're onto me earlier than we expected, he said with a nonchalance that irritated Baki more than he would ever admit to. As to who tipped them off, I have my suspicions but nothing concrete. Baki then spoke. If they're onto you, you do realize that if they learn of our meeting here, our plan to destroy Konoha and afterwards will be ruined, correct? Kabuto shrugged as he replied, while not everything is panning out quite to plan due to one or two complications, things are still for the most part going according to schedule. Does this have to do with the Uchiha who was marked by your master? Or is it due to the fact that the Uzumaki is now fight Gaara instead of Sasuke like you had originally planned? Baki questioned. Indeed, but these inconveniences will be dealt with in due time by those who have been selected for the task. At this, Baki just nodded as he accepted a scroll from Kabuto, who continued, in any case though, here are the plans with the 1 or 2 revisions we had in mind. Make sure to pass it along to your subordinates. Baki simply nodded again. As this was going on, it seemed that the tail, who had managed to keep his distance so as to not be detected, made to leave, but in doing so gave himself away. Baki and Kabuto looked unperturbed, as they both had suspected that someone would attempt to spy on their little meeting. So, do you want me to get rid of our little rat? Kabuto asked the half-masked man. Baki shook his head as he spoke. No, allow me. I can't let you lot do all the work. And besides, one little mouse is no big deal. At this point, all 3 ninja shunshined away from their spots, but only 2 would end up surviving the night, as said rat, as they had called him, ended up being dealt with violently. XXXX. 1 week before the finals, near Full Moon Cavern, Naruto trained with the wolves relentlessly as Arashi and Yasuo, the twin brothers, both oversaw the young man's current training. Remembering just how intense his training had been thus far. Flashback start. Again. Arashi barked at this Naruto side and took his position again. They had been at this for 4 days straight now, and while Naruto was getting better with each passing day, he was still a ways away from mastering the concept of being completely still. The brothers had been training him non-stop for 2 weeks already, and they were now on the most difficult part of the training that anyone could face. As Naruto tried again and failed again as he fell into the broiling hot water beneath the stone spire that he had been trying to balance a stone plate on and got burned again. The whole point of this exercise was to train one's body to be perfectly still, so as to quote be one with nature. Unquote. But all Naruto had been doing for the past few days was trying to balance on a stone plate on the tip of one of the spires that jutted out from the natural hot springs near Full Moon Cavern. Now I know what you're thinking, it's a hot spring, how could it hurt him? Well, hot springs are made when the water reaches a temp PF 122F and up. These springs can far exceed the boiling point of water. They can also be highly acidic and have been known to cause severe burns and even death in some cases. This particular spot was closer to the active underground vents that heated the water. Having surfaced from the hot water that burned his bare skin and now getting healing from Yasuo so that the burns wouldn't leave any damage. Naruto was fed up with this whole thing. How is me being one with nature going to help me in battle when my enemies are going to be coming at me trying to kill me? He asked, perturbed at the idea that standing perfectly still was going to help him best his opponent. At this, Yasuo answered the young man's question with a question like he often did. When fighting a superior enemy, do you attack him head-on, or do you wait for an opening? What does that have in common with this? Naruto shot back. Humor me. The wolf responded, no, if your foe is stronger you would wait for them to reveal an opening or show a weakness that you could exploit. Naruto commented, still having no idea what that had to do with this. So, what happens when your enemy doesn't have a weakness or is too fast for you to exploit an opening? Yasuo answered by posing another question. The ability to use nature energy will help you in many ways, one of which will be to overcome your physical limits, Arashi stated, stepping up to Naruto. But this can only be achieved when you master the ability to become one with nature. Looking at them you would never guess that they were brothers based on their fur color and looks. Arashi had charcoal-colored fur and electric blue eyes and a gray strip-like pattern down his back, while his right eye had a lightning bolt mark under it. Yasuo on the other hand had pale white fur with no pattern and red eyes. In fact, one would have thought that Yasuo was related to Usagi rather than Arashi. Naruto had met them several times back when he had first been here, and he had even made the mistake of commenting on this fact, which he would never do again, lest he be subject to another 2 weeks of grueling taijutsu training with Arashi alone. We have been training you so that when the time comes you will be able to use this power, but if you think it's so lacking, perhaps a demonstration is in order, Arashi said, motioning for Naruto to follow. The brothers led him to a place a slight distance away from the hot springs, to an area that was ringed with a few dozen large stone wolf statues. A large boulder the size of a small house could be seen not far from the space. Arashi led Naruto to the center of the ring of statues and turned to face him. Strike me, he ordered. Naruto blinked before responding. I thought you were going to show me what this whole one with nature thing was all about. I am now. Strike me with your fists and come at me like you mean it, Arashi ordered. At this, Naruto would normally have hesitated, but when one of the wolves gave an order, Naruto learned fast that you should heed said order lest it come back to bite you. Rushing forward at his top speed, Naruto threw a punch at the wolf only to strike empty air as the wolf now stood 2 foot to the left of where he had been. Naruto, stunned by the speed at which the wolf had moved, rushed him again and met with the same result as before. Trying his hardest, he struck again and again at the wolf only to have his fist meet empty air each time, Arashi always seeming out of reach. Now perched atop said boulder, Arashi taunted the blonde, who was out of breath by this point. I said to strike me, or is this all you have? At this question he jumped and struck the boulder with his paw. The boulder shattered like it was made of glass, along with the ground around the boulder 5 feet in all directions. Naruto, both amazed by the feat and on his ass, gaped at the display, as Arashi stepped forward. Do you think it's so useless now? The wolf questioned. Nature energy is the very essence of the elements flowing through you in their most primal state, yet in harmony with your body. With it you will be faster, stronger, more durable. You will not tire as you did when you were trying to strike my brother, Yasuo said, coming to stand next to Arashi. Naruto looked at the damage one strike did and could only compare it to Tsunade in terms of pure raw strength. Now he wanted to train even harder. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get this done so I can learn how to use this stuff, Naruto exclaimed, only to have a damper put on his mood. We must warn you first, the reason that we have been having you try to be one with nature has also been to see if you could learn to sense nature energy on your own and have a bit of time to practice, Arashi stated, which made Naruto cock his head just like a dog. Why would that matter? He questioned, not understanding why this would be important. Do you see those stone wolf statues over there? Yasuo asked. Yeah, what about them? Naruto replied. Those are the one before you who have tried to master nature energy and failed, Arashi stated, making Naruto somewhat confused. What do you mean they are the ones who failed to learn how to use nature energy? Naruto asked, slightly worried. Those aren't just statues, Naruto. Nature energy comes with a risk. Too little of the energy and you will not be able to use it effectively or get the power boost that you need in order to unlock what is known as Sage Mode or even achieve physical transformation that some have managed to achieve. But too much of the energy is much worse, the energy will consume you, Yasuo said as he looked at the statues. Naruto blinked thinking he understood what they were trying to get at. Wait, you're telling me that if I screw up and take in too much nature energy then? He trailed off looking back to the statues. Yes, you will become one with nature permanently, Arashi stated with a tone of finality before continuing. Do you still wish to learn how to use nature energy? At this Naruto looked back and forth from the two wolves in front of him and the statues before his face changed to a look of determination as he nodded to the brothers. Then you will need to come with us to see the sage so you can perform the rite. Even then there is a chance that you will not be able to endure the rite, they said and walked off with Naruto following. When they arrived at their destination, the sage was waiting for them. So, the young pup has come seeking knowledge, but is he ready? Asked the sage. Is one who seeks knowledge they know not ever truly ready? Asked Yasuo in answer to the sage's question. The sage simply nodded. If you seek to prove yourself then step forward. Naruto stepped up at the sage's request. I seek to learn how to use nature energy to achieve Sage Mode. Very well, but know that if you should fail the rite it will most likely mean your death. Wait, what do you mean it will be my death? I thought that if I took in too much nature energy I would become a stone statue? Naruto asked, hoping that it wouldn't come to that. Which I guess is a death of sorts. This is true, but the rite is different. Some who attempt to use nature energy can't, their bodies simply reject the energy. The rite will cause your body to be infused with a small portion of nature energy. If your body is able to withstand the rite you will be able to use the energy, but if your body rejects the energy it will destroy your body from the inside out. I have only ever witnessed one who failed the rite and managed to survive it. Naruto gulped at this statement from the sage. I ask you, do you wish to proceed knowing the consequences should you fail? If I'm to become stronger then I have no other option, Naruto said, gaining a measure of respect from the sage at his determination and conviction even if they were a bit misguided. Then approach and be given the right, young pup. The sage replied, my name is Naruto and you are? He responded, I'm known as Sage. Young Naruto, now approach so we may begin. Sage ordered. Naruto stepped forward and dropped to one knee. At this Sage approached him and used one of his claws to cut a shallow line in his paw. Then he reached out his bleeding paw and placed it on Naruto's shoulder. At his touch Naruto felt like a hot branding iron had been placed to his skin, but he couldn't move. The pain was intense, but Naruto gritted his teeth and didn't cry out. When the pain subsided, he felt something in its place, feeling like he had just been given a shot of pure energy to his whole body, yet it was like he was at peace. When Sage pulled his paw away it revealed a mark that resembled a wolf totem tattoo made using his blood as a form of ink which had turned to a dark red color. He nodded at this and then bowed to Naruto. You have passed the rite and are now truly deserving of the title Wolf's Blood. Continue your training to be one with nature and you should be able to sense it easier now. Sage remarked. However, this will not make it any easier to master being one with nature that is still dependent on you. Flashback end. Sage was right, it had still been a grueling challenge to learn Sage Mode. The rite had made it so his body would recognize and be able to sense nature energy a bit easier, but it didn't make it any easier to master or any more or less dangerous. From what he had been told by Sage, the toads of Mount Myaboku were the only ones who had developed tools to help with the process of learning how to use nature energy and to master Sage Mode. He had also been told that Hashirama Senju had mastered Sage Mode, but it was not said where he learned it from. Sage believed that much like the wolves, Hashirama learned without the aid of tools and perfected his art by instinct alone. Naruto took pride in the fact that if this were true it would mean he was following in the footsteps of one of the greatest shinobi to ever live. For the first week after that point Naruto had been trying to achieve Sage Mode with little results since he was trying too hard not to take in too much and it was impeding his progress. Still he remembered something Yasuo had said about the energy. Nature energy is the very essence of the elements flowing through you in their most primal state yet in harmony with your body. It was the last part of this statement that caught his attention. Harmony was what he was looking for, not just taking in the energy but being in harmony with it. So far he had been fixated on only taking in enough energy without overdoing it, but now he knew different. Focusing on that point he shifted his focus from not taking in too much to finding the point of harmony he was looking for. He also learned that if he hadn't had his massive chakra reserves to begin with he wouldn't have even been able to attempt this. But sure, enough. With only 3 days left before the final exam, Naruto achieved Sage Mode, and much like Hashirama he showed no signs of what the wolves described as a change in the physical features of his body to that of a wolf, meaning he had done it. He hadn't mastered it yet, but he had taken a very important step. On the day before the exam finals, Naruto was working on a new technique that he had found in a scroll in the Uzumaki family library 2 months before the exam started. It may have been by chance, but it was definitely a fortuitous find. As he was going through the hand signs for one of the jutsu listed on the scroll, Usagi approached him in her wolf form. "Oh, Naruto, hard at work still, I see?" she questioned as the blonde stopped his hand signs to focus on the conversation. "Hey Usagi, checking up on me?" Naruto asked. "Well, it would be rude of me to ignore you, and I hear that my daughter was able to help you out in your exams," she replied. "Tell her thanks for me, by the way." "Why don't you tell me yourself?" Akiko commented as she walked up to the pair. "Good to see you again too, Akiko," Naruto said, smiling at the she-wolf's approach. "Are you heading back soon?" asked Akiko. At this, Naruto just shook his head. "Not yet, I still have time to train, so I plan to use as much as I can before I have to leave," Naruto answered. "Well, don't train too long or you might end up being late," Usagi joked, chuckling slightly since she was one of the few he had told about the time he overslept on the mission in Wave. Naruto just groaned at that implication. Not this time, not again, he thought to himself. XXXX. The next morning came swiftly as the Hidden Leaf Village was busier than ever. What with all the stalls and vendors that were setting up for the Chunin exams, influx of traffic from the other hidden villages who would come to observe, along with all those who will be spectating the event as civilians, the amount of traffic was going to be through the roof. The village would be so packed that there would be nothing but standing room left. Not to mention the chance of any enemy that has a reason to attack the Leaf could use the event as a distraction, which is why extra security had been allocated to both the venue and the village border. The final part of the exams was set to start at 10 sharp. Naruto had been prepared ahead of time, having set up a reverse summoning seal in the clearing that he and Koga used to train, having carved the seal into one of the trees. So, he had made it back with little effort and time wasted. The guards would probably wonder how he had made it past them. However, they hadn't even noticed him when he and Koga, and even sometimes reluctantly, Choji and Shikamaru had pulled the many pranks that had happened over the years, this counting from when he was 6 till now. Though having been overlooked by 99% of the village had at least one advantage: it made it easier to get around without being noticed. Since he had about an hour before he needed to be at the stadium, so he decided to get some breakfast, stopping off at Ichiraku Ramen, much to Ayame's and Tuchi's delight. As he ordered a shoyu ramen with fried sliced pork dashi, menma, the fermented bamboo shoot, not his brother, negi, and was topped with a boiled egg. After finishing his breakfast, he had about 45 minutes left before the exam finals started, so he decided to look around a bit, taking in the setup for the stalls and vendors who would be overly busy during the week. Since the exams would be held over several days, the vendors would be milking the events for all it would be worth, and the celebration ceremony that would be held after. With 15 minutes left, he made his way to the stadium where the finals would take place. At about the same time Naruto was walking around, Koga was sitting on a bench at the top of the Hokage monument and simply taking a moment to relax and enjoy the calm before the storm along with the scenery, only to notice a girl with light red hair and brown eyes playing a flute as she sat in a lone tree nearby. She was dressed in a black shirt under a tan tunic with elbow-length sleeves and black skin-tight shorts. She also wore black arm warmers, traditional black shinobi sandals with calf-length leg warmers covered by bandages, and a purple rope-like belt tied in an inverted bow around her waist. To top of her look, she wore a black bandana-like hat with bandages wrapped around the sides and pipe-like fixtures on top. She seemed oblivious to Koga's presence as she sat going about playing her flute. He made no move to talk to her or move closer so as to hear the music better. He simply sat and listened. The music she played sounded sad, as it spoke of something that only she knew about that weighed down her heart. In a way, he could relate to her about that, since he was hiding something himself. She played for a bit longer, then stopped and stood about to leave, only to finally notice Koga where he was sitting. In fact, if she hadn't done a double take, she would have missed him as her gaze passed right over him without so much as a second thought the first time. She scowled at his back and was about to leave, only for Koga to make her stop. "Your music is beautiful, you know," in a sad way. Slightly shocked at the statement, it took a second before she recovered and returned the scowl to her face, answering with a crass, "What do you care how my music sounds, shithead?" He turned to her and his eyes made contact with hers as he replied, "I simply made a comment, you don't need to get defensive about it. Take it as a compliment, I meant what I said, your music is beautiful." The girl just sneered at his remark. She was ready to go, since she was just waiting around till she was given the signal and her team was to be mobilized for the plan. Since she was the least conspicuous looking of the four, she was their scout. But till things got interesting, she was just to sit and wait. "I don't really give a damn what you think, shithead, so next time keep your comments to yourself," she shot back a bit loud, since they were only about a yard and a half from each other. "If you didn't care, you wouldn't have remarked about it in the first place," Koga replied calmly, never looking away as she turned around. The girl paused as she had turned to leave. Why had she responded to his comment in the first place? Most of the time it was out of spite or for the fact that someone had ticked her off or needed to be put in their place. But this time it was different. This time someone was complimenting her, so why did she feel so defensive about it? Maybe because compliments were something that she had rarely ever received before and only from certain people, so she didn't know how to process it when anyone else did it. Look, you can say you don't care, but then it makes your music lose the emotion it invokes. It loses the beauty of it, and all that's left is a hollow sound that means nothing, just something pretty on the outside but empty on the inside. Feeling like he had just made a jab at her, she rounded on him, ready to rip him a new one, only for her retort to die on her lips as she blinked in confusion. There was no one there, the kid was gone. All that was left was a note on the bench where he had been sitting. She walked over and picked it up. She thought about just ripping it up. She wanted to, she should. What did she care about some kid and what he thought? Yet something was making her hesitate. It was what he had said to her. No one on her team had ever said anything like that or done anything to show they cared. Then again, why should they? She knew how her team felt about each other. They were just the ones who had survived the selection process. Instead of ripping up the note, she decided to read it. Opening it, she found that there is a second folded note placed inside. Taking it out, she looked at the first note and read it. Sorry to have to leave, but I have an exam final to make it too. Who knows, maybe you will be there to watch, maybe not, it's your choice. Since you're from the sound, I guess you plan to watch, since one of the ninja from your village made it to the finals. Also hope that this helps. Found it in a book in my family's library. Just remember to add a bit of chakra. Whatever you decide to do, don't lose your emotions. When that happens, it means that you're already dead inside, and it would be a shame to find out you were nothing but a walking corpse. P.S. My name is Koga Uzumaki Namikaze, not shithead, and next time we meet you owe me a name. The girl blinked at this, then looked at the second note. What did he mean? Hope this helps. She opened the second note, which was actually a copy of a piece of sheet music. The title of the song was written at the top of the page. Deciding to try it out, she raised her flute to her lips, but as she did, she hesitated, questioning why she was doing this. However, before she could change her mind, she took a chance and, just like he said, added a bit of chakra and played the song. The music was beautiful, so much so that she almost lost herself in it, but she refocused and played through the whole song. As the music settled over her and the area around her, something felt different. When she finished, she looked around and found that everything seemed brighter as the leaves rustled in the slight breeze. It was as if someone had turned up the color on her violin. Not only that, but she felt different too. It felt like the song had lifted something that had been weighing her down, not physically but something that had been weighing on her soul. She found herself overwhelmed and she started crying, of all things. But why? What was this feeling that had come over her? It wasn't anything she was used to: pain, anger, rage, hate, sadness, self-loathing, bitterness, jealousy, envy, resentment, fear, emptiness, depression. She was very familiar with these, but what she felt right now was something she had never really experienced before. The closet thing she could compare this feeling to was when she played her flute. She felt happy. No, that wasn't it. She couldn't remember the last time she had felt happy. But then what was it that she felt right now? Whipping away the tears, she looked at the piece of music. The smallest hint of a smile crossed her lips before she folded it back up and placed it in her pouch. With that done, she vanished with the use of body flicker and was gone. Having arrived at the arena 10 minutes before the exam finals started, Minato entered the box reserved for the cages to watch the matches dressed in the full attire of his office. Only 2 minutes after this, the Kazekage entered the box, greeting Minato with his 2 bodyguards in tow. Lord Kazekage, welcome. I hope your trip here was a pleasant one? Indeed, Lord Hokage, it was. Thank you for having us here for this event. Of course, we wouldn't dream of depriving you of the chance to observe your young talent and how far they have come. These events are also meant to help foster relations between villages, Minato said, motioning for his fellow Kage to have a seat as he took his own. The exams were about to begin, and they were sure to be, if nothing else, very entertaining this year. As this was going on, the participating candidates of the exam made their way onto the field for the opening ceremonies. However, they seemed to be one person short since Sasuke was missing from the group. That, however, didn't stop the crowd from cheering for them. When the cheering died down, Minato stood and addressed the gathered audience. Welcome all to the village hidden in the leaves. We welcome you to the final stage of the Chunin selection exams. We thank each and every one of you for coming to show your support, and for those who have traveled here to be with us today, we extend our deepest thanks to you and hope that you will enjoy yourselves. We do, however, ask that all those who are in attendance to remain until all of the matches being held today have ended. As you all know, the exam finals will be held over the course of the next several days. So please enjoy the hospitality of the leaf, and with that out of the way, let the final rounds commence. Would you give it a rest and just get on with the story already? Shikamaru? First Naruto and now you. What next? Is Kakashi going to show up reading his Ichi Paradise book? Seriously, stop being a drag and start the story already. I get no respect. With the opening ceremonies out of the way, the final part of the exam was officially underway. Genma Shiranui was standing on the open arena field with the participants as he would be the proctor for the final part of the exam. Looking them over one last time, he addressed the group. Alright you guys, I don't think I need to say this, but just a refresher, this round of the exam will be the same as the preliminaries and the same rules still apply. You will fight until one of you accepts defeat, is rendered unable to continue, or killed. I will intervene if I deem it necessary to help preserve life as much as possible. Is that understood? He asked, getting nods from the gathered Genin in return, while Gar just stared ahead like it was nothing. Nodding back, he moved to the center of the arena, raising his hands to get the audience to quiet as he began speaking once again. Alright then, the first match will be between Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze and Neji Hyuga. If that's not you, then clear out and head to the competitor's box, Genma said as the Genin followed his orders. Mito and Yakumo wished Narumi luck while the rest of them left for the arena floor and headed for the assigned area. The arena was full of people rushing to place last-minute bets on the match outcome and who would be victorious. Alright. Now let the first match begin. With that, the two immediately jumped back from the other. As soon as her feet hit the ground, Narumi threw a volley of shuriken at Neji, who easily countered with a volley of his own, Tenten having done much the same if not in greater quantity during their sparring matches. As the sound of metal echoed through the arena. However, this was just a distraction as Narumi rushed him, following up with a strike aimed at Neji's face. Neji simply smirked as he blocked the strike with a well-placed counter that caused Narumi to miss as she was sent stumbling past, only to roll with the motion, dodging the follow-up strike from the Hyuga as she spun around and readied for another strike. Neji however didn't give her time to follow through with it. As he closed the gap, he activated his Byakugan and lashed out with a flurry of blows aiming for her chakra points. Narumi, being no slouch, dodged as best she could, just barely managing to shift her body in time so the blows that hit missed the chakra points as she was sent back from the strikes, creating a bit of space. Mildly impressed by this feat, Neji straightened his stance before he spoke. Not bad, you managed to shift your body and change where my strikes landed so as to keep me from hitting your chakra points, but you can't keep that up forever. Narumi gritted her teeth as she stared him down before responding, I don't need you complimenting me, not after what you did to my friend. At this she rushed forward and struck. Neji saw the strike coming and shifted to counterattack. However, Narumi smirked as he had played right into her trap. The strike was a feint as she shot her other hand out, palm open, and grabbed his wrist while shifting her striking arm into the air with a cry of lightning style, electric needle spark. With that, electricity shot down from above, striking Narumi and transferring to Neji, electrocuting him. While Narumi's jutsu hit its mark, he managed to get away with minor damage from the strike since it wasn't meant to be lethal, but it still did some damage since his earth affinity was weak to lightning. However, his limbs felt slightly numb. Narumi smirked at the fact that she had gotten the better of him with that exchange point. The two stared each other down from where they now stood as they both sized each other up, waiting for the other to make the first move. Neji, being slightly more cautious, decided to see if he could provoke her into making a mistake. If you are referring to what I did to Hinata, then your anger is misplaced. I told her that she would get hurt if she didn't withdraw, and she decided to ignore my warning and tried to defy destiny. At this, Narumi glared at him with murder in her eyes before replying with heat in her voice, warning? You call what you said to her a warning? You insulted her, belittled her, and told her she wasn't fit to be a ninja. You spat on her pride and hard work, and then you decided to beat her to a bloody pulp in front of not only her teammates but her own father, and you want to say it was destiny for that to happen? That's just pathetic. Claiming your actions are not your own but that it was destiny that caused it to happen that way. That's nothing but a pretty little lie you're telling yourself so that you don't have to take responsibility for your own actions. Say what you want, it changes nothing. Her destiny was decided the moment I was chosen to be her opponent, just like this match was decided before you and I ever stepped foot in this arena, and there is nothing you can do to change that. Well, we'll just see about that. Narumi replied as she rushed forward and launched a flurry of blows at her opponent. However, Neji was able to block them all with his speed and the use of his Byakugan. However, before he could strike, Narumi managed to dodge out of the way while flashing through a quick set of hand signs, lightning style, earth flash. With that, she sent a wave of electricity from her open hands towards Neji, but he didn't try to dodge it. Instead, the lightning slammed into his rotation, deflecting the lightning back at her and striking her with her own attack, damaging her and sending her back a few feet. Point Neji. The score was 1-1. In the stands, Tenten simply smirked at the fact that she knew about what her teammate could do with his rotation and that it could block any strike and even deflect it back at the attacker, a perfect defense, she thought. At this, a young Hyuga sitting next to her father gasped as she spoke, her voice full of surprise. But I thought that only father could? Yes. Hiyashi spoke, interrupting her. This secret ninja art, normally reserved for the main household of the Hyuga clan, has been discovered by Neji on his own. Incredible as it may seem, he has come far. Aside from this, he has also honed his skill to the point that he is able to use the 8 trigram 64 bombs. At this Hanabi gasped slightly. To think the Kekkei Genkai of the Hyuga has managed to find its purest form in the son of the branch family, a child who was banished from the line of succession. Truly my brother, you've been denied what was rightfully yours all along. At this another thought passed through his mind of Hinata and how she had combined her chakra strikes with a change in chakra nature. This caused him to rethink, well, one of its purest forms. As he thought of the implications of how a change in chakra nature could alter not only the effect of the strikes but the damage it could inflict, along with the use of her new self-made jutsu protecting 8 trigrams 64 palms technique. She has come farther than I or anyone would have ever thought possible. It seems that the two who are truly worthy to succeed the Hyuga line have both been passed over. He thought, solemnly bowing his head ever so slightly. This match is over, you're just too blinded to see it. You're in range and try as you might, you won't be able to avoid my strikes forever, Neji stated, taking his stance as Narumi got back to her feet, a bit worse for wear but still able to fight if only slightly dazed from her own strike, but it was enough. Watch closely Hanabi, you are about to see one of the greatest techniques of the Hyuga in action, Hiyashi stated. Gentle fist ninja art, 8 trigrams, Neji stated before rushing forward striking. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. With this final strike Narumi was sent back, landing flat on her back. Score 2-1 Neji. When she saw this, Hinata started coughing and Kiba, who had been sitting next to her, was scared seeing that she was coughing up blood. As this was happening, a man stepped up next to them before speaking. Let me have a look at her. Kiba looked up at the man and saw an Anbu Black Ops member. Who are you? He questioned the man. It's alright, you can trust me, the man said. Reaching out, he scooped Hinata into his arms and started walking to the back of the stands, Kiba hot on his heels. Reaching the open walkway, the man in the Anbu mask walked a short bit more and sat Hinata down before placing his hand on her chest as a light green chakra enveloped his hand. At this, Kiba spoke up as he was concerned at what the man was doing. Hey, what are you? But he never got to finish his question as the man calmed his concern with his response. Don't worry, I'm a doctor. After a short bit of the man's jutsu, Kiba started as the color returned to Hinata's face and her breathing was less labored. He did it. Whoa, these Anbu Black Ops, they're really good. As he finished, he spoke. She'll be alright now, she just needs rest. Back on the arena floor, Neji stood straight. You managed to put up a better fight than I thought would have been possible, but in the end it was futile. Your ideal of hard work is just that, an ideal. The truth of the matter is that we all have a destiny to play that has been handed out at birth. As such, each and every one of you must follow this destiny obediently to the end. With this, he started to walk away, only for Narumi to call after him. Where do you think you're going? She questioned, causing Neji to turn in surprise only to see his opponent rising to her feet. Simply dumbfounded by this ability, claiming it to be impossible. Don't you dare walk away from me. This fight isn't over yet. The look she witnessed on his face was priceless. Score 2-2. Oh, and just how exactly do you plan to fight me? I already told you it's pointless. I have blocked all 64 of your chakra points. How can you possibly win if you have no way to use your chakra? Neji questioned smugly before he went on. You know, it's fitting that you side with Hinata since you will soon share her fate. Taking a stance once more. At this, Narumi just smirked and formed the hand sign for Ram and focused to channel chakra. At this, Neji just smirked, only for his smile to morph into a frown, which turned into shock as he soon saw a different type of chakra start to flow throughout her chakra network. What? It can't be. Where's that chakra coming from? It's not possible. Neji thought, his mind scrambling to come up with an explanation. Many in the crowd were confused at what they were seeing. Yet those who had been there that night knew exactly what it was that she was doing and whose chakra she was using. After a few seconds, Narumi simply smirked as she used the chakra to supercharge her body before moving so fast that Neji had a hard time keeping up with her. If not for his Byakugan, he would have lost track of her as she came from behind and above, throwing a volley of shuriken, only to once again be stopped by the use of his rotation to block the incoming volley, snatching several of the projectiles out of the air before adding his own and sending a volley right back at her. Narumi had rebounded off the wall at her back seconds before Neji launched his volley, only for her to dodge to the side in midair, the shuriken embedding in the wall harmlessly. She's faster than she was before, too fast in fact. What the heck is going on? He questioned right before he dodged a strike that would have put him in the ground. When the strike hit, it caused the ground to rupture out and a yard-wide crater formed the point of impact, which caused Neji to be thrown back a bit, though he managed to land on his feet. However, the strike caused him and the whole audience to stare dumbfounded. One shinobi in the audience managed to squeak out, "It's not possible, she took on a student." Rushing forward, readying another strike, Narumi was going to flatten Neji, not just so she could get to the next round but also for her friend. This was for Hinata. Focusing chakra along with her strength, just like Tsunade taught her to, she barreled forward with a shout, Well then, if you think this fight's so pointless, then don't fight back, just stand there and take your beating. I'm going to crush the concept of destiny you hold so dear and to destine you along with it. At this, Neji snapped out of his shock and went to counter with his rotation. Narumi struck with all the force she had as she slammed her chakra-empowered strike not into his defense but the earth near him just outside of his rotation's range. The force of the impact shattered the ground under Neji's feet, launching him into the air only for Narumi to show up right in front of him, delivering a devastating strike sending Neji plowing into the ground. Neji tried to rise only to grimace as he found he could barely move without causing himself great pain. Narumi simply smirked. Score 2-3 Narumi game, set, match. Seeing this, Genma smirked slightly before he called out, "The winner is Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze." At this, the crowd erupted into shouts and cheers, Narumi smiling at this along with several of her family members. The medics came out and loaded Neji onto a stretcher as they carried him off the field. Up in the stands, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were all sitting together. At the outcome of the match, Tsunade smirked. She may not have it fully mastered yet, but she's well on her way. At this, the other two just grimaced as they seemed to be on the same page for once, with a simultaneous thought of great, just what we needed, a mini Tsunade. After the roar of the crowd died down, Genma addressed the crowd. The next match between Temari and Shikamaru Nara will commence shortly. At this announcement, Shikamaru grimaced and was about to try and forfeit only for a scream to erupt from the stands. "Shikamaru, if you even think about trying to forfeit, I will make you regret it, do you hear me?" Yoshino Nara was going ballistic in the stands as Shikaku, who was seated next to her, just mentally facepalmed at his wife's outburst. Ino, who was standing next to her teammate, felt kind of bad at this, but what could you do? Family is family, right? Naruto, who was standing on the other side of Shikamaru, simply smirked at the whole thing, since his own mother could be the same way, sometimes worse. Deciding to give his friend a little help, placing his hand on friend's shoulder, he offered some words of encouragement. "Good luck in there," he said before smacking his friend on the back hard enough to send him over the railing into the arena. Landing on his back, Shikamaru looked up at Naruto, who simply smiled, pretending to be oblivious at what he had done. "Naruto, you jerk," Shikamaru thought, just lying on his back as the crowd started to boo him for being lazy before he finally rose to his feet at a slow pace. Getting irritated at his lazy attitude about this whole thing, Temari rushed forward. "Well, if you're not going to start things off, then I will," she called, raising her fan to strike. At this, Genma called out, "Hey, I didn't start the match yet." "Right, I forgot this girl's a spunky one. I hate spunky," he said lazily, pulling out a pair of kunai before she struck with that giant battle fan of hers. When the dust kicked up by the strike cleared, Shikamaru was gone. Temari was confused at this till she looked up and saw said opponent standing off the ground on the pair of knives he had pulled out right before she struck, now stuck in the wall supporting him. "It really doesn't make a whole lot of difference to me whether I ever become a chunin or not, but I guess maybe I shouldn't let myself get beaten by a female. So, let's do it." With this taken as her kate, Temari struck again with her fan, whipping up a mini gale, only to find Shikamaru was gone again. Now hiding behind a tree that happened to be in the shadow cast by the wall, she turned, trying to locate him. From his location, Shikamaru bemoaned his luck at once again getting pair against a girl. "I know it's not very classy to clobber a lady, but whoever said I was classy?" he thought to himself, not really seeking an answer to his thought. As another thought popped into his head, "So why do I always have to fight girls?" In the competitors' gallery, Ino was cheering Shikamaru on, shouting that, "You can do it, Shikamaru." Meanwhile, Sakura was sitting in the stands watching the match with little enthusiasm. Honestly, she couldn't care less who won this match. When she heard Ino cheering on Shikamaru, she sulked even more than she was already thinking. "I lost to her. How could I let that happen?" At this thought, a black cloud appeared above her head as it started to drizzle on her. Several people who were sitting next to her scooted over as far away from her as they could. Back in the arena, Shikamaru was finally going on the offensive as he unleashed his shadow possession jutsu, only for Temari to backflip, so she was just out of range, drawing a line in the dirt as she now knew the range of his jutsu. Even with Wall's shadow, he could only stretch it so far. With his back both literally and figuratively against the wall, Shikamaru made a gesture with his hands, concentrating on what he should do next. While in the stands, Asuma and Kurenai were watching. Kurenai noticed the strange gesture. "What's that, a hand sign?" At this, Asuma replied, "No, he's not making a hand sign, it's more like a habit." "A habit?" she parroted in question as Asuma continued, "That kid, he's like an old man, he likes to take things slowly. Hey, I mean really slowly. That's why he's so good at games like Go and Shogi. He's always challenging me to match, and whenever he gets stuck on a move, he does that thing with his hands." "What does it mean?" Kurenai questioned, more curious about what was going on. Asuma simply smiled and replied, "He's working on a strategy. Out of all the times we've played, I've never beaten him." "Well, that's fine, but this is a real fight, not some game of shogi." She retorted, still confused at how this could help him win the match. Strategy on a game board is no different than strategy on the field of battle, and all great generals know that. Shikamaru's got the mind of a great general, just you watch, Asuma stated with conviction and faith in his student. You could have fooled me. Don't forget I saw the test scores when we grouped the Genin. His were no better than Naruto's, in fact worse in most cases. At least Naruto was scoring about average. She responded, still not seeing what Asuma was trying to get at. He says the act of putting pencil to paper is a drag, it's too much work for him. He'd rather take a nap than a written exam, Asuma stated, not doing much to boost Kurenai's opinion of the kid. He would, huh? I didn't say he wasn't lazy, but he was so good at strategy games I had him take an IQ test. Of course I had to trick him into thinking it was just another game. Well, what happened? Kurenai asked, not being able to help her curiosity at the coming answer. As I suspected, his score was almost off the charts beyond genius. The kid has an IQ of over 200. Asuma replied, causing Kurenai to stutter in her reply. 2 to 200? She questioned in disbelief. Back on the arena floor, Shikamaru had finished thinking as he reached for another kunai knife. At this, Temari spoke up, so you have some fighting spirit after all. With this, she opened her fan and let loose another one of her wind-scythe justice. Withstanding the gale raging around him, Shikamaru bolted, making a run for it as he took cover behind the nearest tree. No use in hiding. Temari yelled at his actions, while behind the tree Shikamaru removed his jacket, putting the next part of his plan into action. Are you sure he's even got a strategy? Kurenai asked, still not convinced that Shikamaru's tactical mind was going to get him out of this one. I hope so. Asuma answered with a raised eyebrow. In the competitor's box, Naruto and Ino were watching the match with interest as Ino commented, look at that, he can't get anywhere near her. Go Shikamaru, do something. At this, Naruto replied, if I know Shikamaru like I think I do, he already has a strategy worked out to win, but more likely he'll give up soon. It's his style. This is just too much work for him, the slacker. What are you talking about? No way he's going to give up, at least I don't think he's going to give up. Shifting her gaze around looking for any sign that he had moved, she taunted, you can't hide forever, come out, coward. With that statement, she again launched another wind scythe, trying to flush her opponent out of hiding. As soon as the gale stopped, a kunai knife was launched at her position, which caused her to dodge as the knife hit the dirt at her feet, as another incoming kunai, this time from a different direction, was blocked using her battle fan. As this happened, another shadow possession jutsu shot out to try and ensnare her in its grasp, only for her to smirk at the fact if she stayed on her side of the line he couldn't reach her. However, she was proven wrong as the shadow passed the line, nearly snaring her if not for her dodging back a few steps till the shadow stopped. At this, Shikamaru commented, you're pretty quick on your toes. Now I see what you've been up to. You weren't just hiding, you were killing time waiting for the sun to get lower and the shadow of the wall to get longer. At her statement, Shikamaru smirked. The longer the shadows, the farther your range is, right? As she was going through the steps it would take to calculate his new ranger, a shout came from the competitor's box. Temari, over your head. At this, she looked up, noticing something that was in the sky, only for it to have to dodge again as the descending object, which she now knew was a parachute made from his jacket, headband, and a kunai, now cast a new shadow which extended his range. Cleaver move, he used my attack to lift his little makeshift parachute into the air. Now I not only have to worry about the shadows on the ground, I have to keep an eye on this thing above my head. Guess I have been underestimating this slacker clown. His shadow possession jutsu is a lot more dangerous than I thought. As she finally came to a stop near the shattered ground where Narumi had launched Neji into the air. Placing her fan in front of her, she started forming a plan to win. At this, she went through a set of hand signs only to freeze on the last one as she could no longer move. It took a while, but my shadow possession finally worked, Shikamaru stated as Temari couldn't help but wonder how. At this, Shikamaru spoke up again. Look to your left, it's okay, I'll let you. He indicated but never moved his head as he suddenly dissipated in a plume of smoke. This caused Temari's eyes to widen in disbelief. A clone, but when did he make the switch? While the real one turned his head to show her he had her dead to rights. She now saw where he was and that he had used the trees to hide his movements and broken ground to hide the shadow as it made its way to ensnare her. Not only did that little stunt Narumi pull cause Neji to be sent flying, but also made it so that I could use the shadows created in the crevasses under the rocks to ensnare you. Amazing, he was thinking 3 moves ahead all along, Kurenai stated, surprised at what she just witnessed. As I said, that's Shikamaru's strength. Asuma replied, a note of pride in his voice. Now I see, I never thought that you would use a clone to lure me into a trap, let alone use of the shadows underground, Temari said, still defiant even though she was helpless to stop him. That was your mistake. Shikamaru replied, a note of triumph in his voice. Like I said, he's thinking 3 moves ahead, Asuma stated as he mentally went over how his student worked this whole plan of his out. First, he gets her to retreat behind the line she thinks is the limit of his shadow attack. While she is busy trying to flush him out, he switches places with a clone who she thinks is the real one. Then just when she's starting to feel safe, he surprises her by extending his range, forcing her to fall back again, all the time making her think it's her idea, when in actuality he's maneuvering her closer and closer to his true hiding spot near the destroyed ground not too far from the tree he's behind, and then she's caught. Huh, now that's how you play the game? I don't believe it. This whole time I thought I was keeping out his shadow jutsu, when in reality he was baiting me into a trap from the start. Amazing, this slacker clown outsmarted me. Temari thought as Shikamaru started forward, causing her to walk toward him. The next move is checkmate, Asuma stated to Kurenai's satisfaction in his voice. Slowly the two made their way forward, one of his own volition, the other being forced to follow his lead. He's got control of my body, I'm helpless. Temari thought as she now faced her opponent. Meanwhile, the whole crowd watched with bated breath as they awaited the final blow to end the match. As this was happening, a Chunin in the audience spoke to his partner next to him. Look at everybody, a minute ago they were throwing things at him. Well, who would have ever thought the guy would turn out to be a ringer? The other Chunin replied back. In the competitor's box, Ino simply yelled, "You got her, way to go." Asuma simply smirked as he uttered, "Checkmate." On the field, Temari waited for the final strike, only for Shikamaru to raise his hand into the air, causing her to do the same, as the next words out of his mouth shocked the whole crowd. "Okay, that's it, I give up." This caused not only his opponent and Ino to be dumbstruck, but most of the crowd to be stunned by his actions as well, minus several people who knew him well enough that it didn't shock them. That is of course still a lone voice from the stands broke the silence with a cry of "He what?" At this the whole crowd erupted in shouts of protest and boos. What did you say?" Temari questioned as she couldn't believe what she had just heard. "I used up all my chakra on that shadow possession jutsu, not to mention the chakra I had to use for the clone. I'm good for about another 10 seconds and that's it." He paused a second before continuing, "Bummer, and here I had planned out the next 200 moves in my head, but my chakra is running low. Anyway, if I was to win this thing it would just mean more work." At this statement Genma simply smirked as he thought to himself, "This guy is something else." With that thought he announced, "The winner, Temari." Up in the competitor's box, Ino was going ballistic, grabbing Naruto's collar and shaking him. "Arg, what a waste. Why? What is he thinking? Doesn't he want to be a Chunin?" Only for Naruto to smirk and reply, "What can you say, it's Shikamaru." Chuckling at his own statement. "I wonder you think he has the motivation for this?" Kurenai questioned Asuma. "I've wondered that same thing myself so many times." He replied, sighing at the fact that it didn't surprise him one bit when Shikamaru gave up. Even so, his tactics and ingenuity are far beyond that of your typical Genin. Thinking about how the match had played out, she assessed what she had seen. If that had been a real mission and he'd been leading a squad, they would have succeeded. The battle was won the moment he caught Temari in that shadow possession. I guess you could say he won the battle but lost the match. Kurenai thought to herself as Asuma too was lost in thought. That boy's lack of drive can sure be frustrating. Still, there's something to be said for not having a killer instinct. It means he never lets his emotions cloud his judgment, he never panics, he's able to calmly assess his tactical situation and determine the wisest course of action. He even has the wisdom to retreat if his position is untenable. He has something that a lot of the others lack: clarity. That a vital trait in a Chunin and in a leader. While all of this was going on, a little surprise was approaching the arena entrance. As the two Chunin on duty noticed two people approaching, their faces lit up when they saw who it was. "Welcome, glad you both could make it," one said. "Yeah, what a surprise, go right in." The other continued where the first left off. At this, the young man known as Rock Lee, now being supported by a crutch, saluted before responding. "Roger." Guy who was accompanying him struck a pose before he questioned, "Well, Lee, ready to go?" "Yes, sir," was Lee's enthusiastic response. "You two are lucky you haven't missed that much, only the first 2 matches have finished," one of the guards said. At this, Lee blinked in surprise as he questioned, "But what happened with Narumi and Neji?" Suspense overflowing from his words. To which the other guard replied, "Well, that was the most amazing thing. The Hyuga kid actually got beat." At this news, both Lee and Guy were shocked at the outcome they had just heard. "Narumi beat Neji?" Lee questioned in his mind, still stunned by this turn of events. As his look of shock morphed into a smile as he replied, "That is something." Looking to the sky, Lee couldn't help but feel a sense of rivalry with the girl as he thought, "Well done, Narumi, congratulations. It would seem that I now have another rival to aspire to beat." At this thought he smiled even more. Seeing this, Guy smiled as the flames of youth seemed to burn even brighter now in Lee than they had before. Back inside the arena, the next match was announced to be between Shino Aburami vs Kankuro. At this, however, Kankuro spoke up, declaring, "Proctor, I withdraw." This caused many in the arena to complain, while others were smirking and talking about the easy money that they just made. At this Genma had no choice but to call the match a forfeit and declare Shino the victor. With that, the next pair of competitors were called to make their way to the arena floor. A few moments later, Mito and Yakuma walked out onto the arena floor to the shouts and cheers of the crowd as the two kunoichi now stood facing each other ready to fight. This will be an interesting one, Kushina thought, since she knew that Mito and Yakuma were friends. However, she also knew that Yakuma was on Naruto's team and was a bit closer to him than Mito was, and that was bound to cause a bit of tension between the two. Genma signaled for the match to begin and the two kunoichi sprang into action. Yet at the same time in the stands, a familiar red-headed girl with glasses was watching the matches before a hand covered her mouth and pulled her back into the alcove she had been watching from. "What do you think you're doing here?" A man in an Anbu mask questioned the redhead. "What does it look like I'm doing? I'm watching the matches," she responded with a sneer, fixing her glasses. "You were supposed to join the rest of the forces if your team didn't make it through the exam. Tell me, what good is someone if they don't follow orders?" He questioned her, not letting up on his grip. "I could ask the same question. Why are you risking your cover to talk to me? It's not like any Anbu from this village would know me." She smirked before continuing, "There's also that girl you went out of your way to heal. No true Anbu would have stepped up to heal her like you did." At this, her reply made him ease up just a bit. "You're a liability. Maybe I should tie up loose ends?" He mused as she simply glared at him before she responded, "If you kill me, then one of the real Anbu who I know you already spotted might notice something is off and start snooping, and that would throw off your plans more than I ever will by watching the matches. Plus, if that boy who saw you heal that girl comes back to find us talking, he might just get suspicious too. Besides, the exam instructors have seen my face. I would be recognized the moment I went to act." She retorted, at which he let go of her and turned to leave. "When the operation starts, at least make yourself useful and try to heal those you can get to without being noticed," he said as he turned and left. Little did he know that she was here for a different reason. When shit hit the fan and she knew it would, she was going to try and stop her friend from going through with the plan. Moving back to where she had been watching the matches from, it seemed that this match was really heating up as both combatants had been showing off their skills. As the two just finished an exchange of blows, Kurenai was proud of what she was seeing from her former pupil. Yakuma was showing that all her training was paying off big. Yakuma dodged, backpedaling to avoid Mito's striking shadow snakes. Seizing the opportunity, Yakuma struck using her wrist-mounted senbone launcher, hoping at least one of them would hit their mark, as they had been coated in a paralysis poison, but no such luck. Following up, she flashed through a set of hand signs as she readied her jutsu. Seeing this, Mito rushed to strike before she could finish. Yakuma, however, was faster and finished her jutsu before Mito was able to strike, exhaling a cloud of fog that spread out around her, catching Mito in it. Mito held her breath, jumping back to try and get out of the fog, but it was too widespread as she finally took an experimental breath. It seemed to not be poisonous, and she waited for Yakumo to make her move, but what happened next was the last thing she expected as Narumi walked out of the fog. Mito, confused at what her sister thought she was doing in the middle of her match, was about to question her actions. Before she could, Narumi spoke first. "This is all your fault," Narumi said, causing Mito to wonder what she could be talking about. "If you hadn't pushed him away, Naruto wouldn't have left." "What?" "But Mito started, only for Narumi to turn and head off deeper into the fog. Stunned at this, she then heard footsteps coming from a different direction and turned, seeing Kushina emerge from within the fog. Then it hit her. This must be a genjutsu, so all she had to do was dispel it right. But the words that came next made her freeze up as her blood ran cold. "If you had been a better sister to him, he would have stayed. You're the one to blame for what happened. You're the reason he ran away," Kushina accused, her stare condemning. Mito's fears started feeding on what was being said. After all, what she was hearing was what she had been thinking back then. Her mind returning to the dark place it had been a year after Naruto left. "Kachana didn't mean." Mito tried to respond, only for Kushina to turn and walk off into the fog. "No, wait, let explain," she called after her, no longer focused on the fact that she was in a genjutsu, only to hear a voice sound behind her. "Save your breath for someone who might buy your excuses." She turned to see Menma standing behind her. "Not like anything you could say would fix this mess you caused." "Menma, it wasn't." She tried again to plead her case, but again her accuser turned and walked away back into the fog. Her depression and self-loathing returned, spurred on by what she was hearing. She tried to push back the dark thoughts that were creeping into her mind, only for them to push harder. Mito now had tears forming at the corners of her eyes as the accusations kept coming. As now Koga walked out of the fog and stood before her with a look of anger on his face. "I tried to get you to fix things. I tried to get you to talk with him, to make things right, but no matter how many times I tried, you just kept pushing him further away, treating him like he wasn't there, like he wasn't even worth your time." And with that, he turned his back on her, only to pause before speaking once more. "TSK, some sister you are." And with that said, he too walked away into the fog. "It wasn't like that. I never meant." She fell to her knees as if she could no longer stand. Her mind a black hole of self-recrimination as her thoughts screamed that she was to blame, that she was guilty. Mito was now on her knees, tears streaming down her face. Only to look up at the sound of approaching footsteps, now seeing Minato looking down at her with a look of disdain. But rather than say anything, he simply stood there with that look, condemning her for what felt like a lifetime before he finally turned and walked away. "Tosan?" she questioned as he walked away, never even looking back at her, his silence far worse than any words. Before he vanished, she cried out, "Say something." "Why should he waste words on someone like you?" a voice said from behind her, and it made her feel like she had ice running through her veins. "And Naruto?" she said, turning her head to see her brother standing there. Rising to her feet, she tried taking a step forward but found she couldn't get her legs to move. Turns out she didn't need to as Naruto walked forward. "What? Did you expect me to wrap you up in a warm hug? Maybe tell you everything is alright, that this is a bad dream? Maybe let you pretend those years of you ignoring and abandoning me didn't exist?" Naruto questioned, making Mito's eyes well up with even more tears. "Naruto, it wasn't like that. I didn't want. But, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, please forgive me Aniki," she cried, tears still streaming from her eyes, only to feel a sharp sting on her cheek as her head snapped to the side. Naruto slapped her, and it hurt more than any other pain that she had ever experienced before. "It's beyond too late for that," he said, his words clipped and harsh. At this, Mito felt something inside her break at these words and the look in his eyes. Covering her face with her hands, her body trembled with each sob that escaped her lips as she again fell to her knees crying. "I could never forgive nor ever love someone as cold and heartless as you." At this, Mito's head snapped up, her eyes wide and overflowing with tears. Naruto turned and started walking away. At this, Mito tried to stand, to follow, to plead her case, only to feel like her body was made of lead. Frantically, she tried to reach out to him, screaming his name as he got further and further away, begging and pleading. "Naruto! Naruto! Please don't leave me! Aniki! Aniki, please come back! I'm sorry! I'm so sorry! Please forgive me! Naruto! Aniki!" Mito screamed, wailing hysterically as darkness closed in all around her. As the world around her faded to black nothingness, soon, only darkness remained as Mito whimpered for her brother to come back, her tears never stopping. She had completely forgotten that she was stuck in a genjutsu. "Aniki! Please don't leave me! Don't leave me behind, please! Aniki!" Mito whimpered softly, with each passing second her voice got younger, and more desperate. At the same time, she seemed to be getting smaller and her clothes changed as well. Soon, Mito had been reduced from the strong and confident Kunoichi to a broken and sad 9-year-old little girl whose brother had run away from home, and it was all her fault. Hugging her knees to her chest as a bitter cold started to seep into her body, it felt as if the tears running down her cheeks would freeze over at any moment. Mito continued to hear her brother's words play over and over on loop. The more that the voices in her head repeated that she was to blame, the more the darkness seemed to grow more absolute. Soon, Mito started to be consumed by the darkness of the area, the cold from before seeping into her very soul as she closed her eyes, a final and lone tear escaping to run down her cheek. "Naruto!" she whimpered one final time, before the cold and darkness took over. Yet before the darkness had fully claimed her, Mito's subconscious mind managed to summon up one very important memory. As the words of the memory shattered the hold the voices had on her, as she heard the words that Naruto had said to her and the rest of the family on the day he came home. "I forgive you. I can't trust you yet, and it will take a good while before we get to that point, if we ever get there, but I forgive you." And just like that, the jutsu was shattered and Mito was no longer that scared, sad little girl, but she was herself again, and with that bit of hope reinvigorating her, she dispelled the genjutsu. As the genjutsu took hold, the whole crowd heard Mito's reactions from within the fog to what was happening and how she was being affected by it, as she was now, unbeknownst to the crowd, hugging her knees to her chest and was rocking back and forth while crying her eyes out. They may not have been able to see what was going on, but Menma and Narumi could hear that their sister was in very real pain. However, they couldn't do anything about it. They knew that while it was cruel, it wasn't breaking the rules of the exams. In fact, Naruto knew that if this had been a real mission, Mito would be dead right now or captured. Minato and Kushina both felt horrible but knew there was nothing they could do. The whole point of this exam was meant to weed out those who weren't cut out to be Chunin. If Mito couldn't see that Yakumo was using her own thoughts and feelings against her, then she wasn't ready to be a Chunin. No matter how much their parental instincts wanted them to go to her side and tell her it was going to be alright. Yakumo, while knowing that it would have an effect on her friend, though she never believed it would be this strong. A guilty look passed over her face as she hesitated from seeing her friend's reaction to whatever she had seen due to the fog. Whatever it was something that would have broken some minds. Yet just as she was about to enter jutsu and knock Mito out, She felt a similar pulse of chakra similar to what Narumi had used earlier in her match. Yakumo saw her friend start to rise and rushed forward to strike the final blow, yet as she was about to strike she soon found herself caught in Mito's binding snake glare as she was now restrained by two large serpents that had emerged from Mito's long sleeves that now had their fangs ready to strike. Soon the mist dissipated and revealed to the onlookers that Mito had Yakumo wrapped up like a present. Mito locked eyes with Yakumo as she added a bit of the fox's chakra to her voice, which came out much deeper and animalistic. "That wasn't very nice," she snarled, making Yakumo tremble. Seeing that the match was over, Genma called, "The winner is Mito Uzumaki Namikaze." With that the crowd cheered as Mito released her snake-binding glare and helped her friend walk over to the medics who took the girl to get checked out. Mito knew why Yakumo had not gone easy on her. This was the Chunin exams, but make no mistake, they were going to have words later, as she was not going to let what happened go like it was nothing. Once the two had cleared the arena floor, the next matchup was called, and Genma once again asked for both competitors to make their way to the arena floor, but there was one small problem with that. Sasuke had been missing since the start of the matches. At this, many of the spectators started voicing their displeasure at the holdup and were even starting to get restless. Genma was waiting for the Hokage to give the go-ahead to call the match on the fact that Sasuke was a no-show. Minato was surprised at this since he knew that Fugaku must be furious right now. Though he couldn't make exceptions on the rules for anyone, even the son of the commander of the Leaf Police Force. However, before he could give the final decision on the matter, the Kazekage spoke up, getting Minato's attention. "Maybe we could allow for a small break?" At this suggestion Minato frowned. "Lord Kazekage, you're not suggesting that we bend the rules for him?" Minato stated as he turned to look at him. "I am merely suggesting that we give those who have come here for the event a chance to stretch their legs and to use the facilities if need be. Besides, I think that the crowd has been wanting to see this one the most. What's 10 minutes? Surely we can spare 10 minutes. Minato didn't like the idea one bit. It felt too much like they were bending the rules for one person, and if they did this now they would have to do it for everyone. Yet it was a way to calm the crowd a bit so that they wouldn't get any angrier than they were already. "Fine, we will take a 10-minute intermission. If Sasuke hasn't arrived by then he will forfeit his match." At this, one of the bodyguards who was watching for threats on the Hokage's life motioned to his partner, whose body flickered to the arena floor, and gave Genma the Hokage's decision. At this, Genma just sighed before announcing that there would be a 10-minute reprieve before they continued with the rest of the matches. At this, the crowd calmed down to a more manageable degree. However, there were still murmurs among the crowd about how they were bending the rules and that ninjas from a prominent clan get special treatment, to which some of the Uchiha clan members who came to watch the matches took offense to. At the announcement of the intermission, Menma went ballistic about the fact that Sasuke hadn't shown up yet. "This crowd is ready to tear him apart, and if they don't do it I will. What's his deal? Does he think he's too good to have to show up and fight me?" Naruto happened to hear this from where he was leaning against the wall, which wasn't that hard since Menma was being loud enough that all the people in the competitors' box could hear him. He couldn't help but shake his head at his brother's attitude. He still had a long way to go if he ever hoped to reach the rank of Chunin. At their brother's ranting, the two sisters simply wished they could blend in with the wall, as he was being ridiculous to the nth degree right now. While all this was going on, the three Sannin were all speculating on what could be taking Sasuke and why he hadn't been here from the beginning. Honestly, even Minato was wondering what could have happened, as he knew that Fugaku would have never let the boy be late if he had any say on the matter. Plus, Minato knew that Fugaku was going to chew the boy out for this when all was said and done. Genma was keeping track of the time so as to make sure that they didn't exceed the time set by the Hokage, which was already almost half gone. If Sasuke didn't show, he was going to forfeit his match. That was the long and short of it. Even doing this much was bending the rules way more than they should have been doing, which was a bit strange in his opinion. Personally, he thought that this match should have been called the minute that Sasuke was a no-show, but it wasn't his show after all. The Hokage was the one calling the shots. So now it was a waiting game to see if he would show up. Soon 10 minutes had elapsed and Sasuke was still a no-show. Genma simply sighed, and as he raised his head from his watch, as he was just about to announce Sasuke's forfeit, Kakashi appeared in a whirlwind of leaves with a black-haired young man in tow. Without an ounce of shame, Kakashi spoke up saying, "Sorry we're late. You wouldn't believe the traffic." At this, Genma blinked before he asked the obvious question. "And you are?" "I'm Sasuke Uchiha," the boy answered with a look that said he was ready to prove he was the best. At this, the crowd burst into roars and cheers that he had finally showed up. Even Sakura, who had just moments ago been down in the dumps, was happy beyond words. At this, Menma, who had been going crazy, had jumped from the competitor's box to the arena floor with a cocky grin on his face as he spoke. "Hey, so you decided to show up after all? I was betting that you wouldn't come because you got pair against me and didn't think you could win." "Don't get too full of yourself. You're still a loser, and you always will be. Sasuke responded to Menma's outburst before smirking for a second before looking to the competitor's box. "Sorry if we kept you waiting, but how late are we?" Kakashi asked, scratching the back of his head as he went on. "I mean, it's not like Sasuke is well disqualified or anything, right? You should know that we extended the deadline as the Hokage had us take an intermission break, and it's lucky for you we did because you just made it." "No, he's not disqualified, barely," Genma stated dryly. "Oh, that's a relief. You had me worried there for a minute, so we're okay." "Kakashi, do us all a favor and don't pass on your bad habit of being late all the time to other people's students," Genma commented flatly. "It's bad enough that you have 3 students to pass the trait on to. Don't feel the need to spread that bad habit around." While this was going on, Sasuke had been looking to the competitor's box as he stared right at Naruto. "Don't you worry, I don't plan to lose to you, Menma, since Naruto's the one I want to fight the most." Up in the stands, both Guy and Lee had arrived just moments before Sasuke had, to the surprise of both Sakura and Richi, who had been sitting next to her. With the match finally able to commence, Kakashi moved to the stands where he greeted both Guy and Lee, along with inquiring about Lee's condition and if he was doing okay. Finally working up the courage to ask, Sakura spoke up. "Kakashi-sensei, you know that there was a mark on Sasuke's neck, right?" She knew he must have seen it since he was training with him. Pausing for a second before continuing, "Well, is it?" At this, Kakashi replied, "It's nothing to worry about." At this, she looked up at him with a look of disbelief before her change to one that showed she didn't fully believe him, but that she was going to trust him on this. "So that's that." Richi, on the other hand, knew better since he'd been present when Kakashi had sealed the curse mark on Sasuke's neck, and was also there when a certain someone decided to make an appearance and have a little chat. All the while he had been looking to see how much security was stationed around the arena. At his count there were only 8 Anbu in the crowd, thinking that they wouldn't be even close to enough if things went bad. Ever since he had been told about what had happened with Naruto warning his father about the young man Kabuto, along with the fact that the tail they had put on him was found dead only a few days ago and that the suspected traitor in question was nowhere to be found, and unnerved him more than he would like to have admitted. As if reading his thoughts, Sky spoke up. "Well, not knowing how the enemy is going to act, the Anbu Black Ops have probably been dispersed and stationed around the key parts of the village." No sooner had he finished his statement did the crowd start to cheer as the match was finally about to get underway. "It's starting. We can't afford to let our guard down, but for now at least we need to watch the matches. Kakashi, I'm going to be carefully watching your student to see if the training you gave him was any good. After all, I still am your rival." With this, Guy flashed his signature smile, which sparkled as it always seemed to do whenever he smiled. Sorry, did you say something?" Kakashi asked Guy, which caused him to have a personal meltdown, though no one really was paying attention. Back on the arena floor, Genma motioned both fighters to the middle, readying to start the match. With a single command, the fight was on. "Begin." And with those words, the next match was on. That's the end, guys. If you enjoyed, then make sure to leave a comment. This is Chaos Shinobi signing off.